Love, Not Luck. Written by Melanie Jacobson. Narrated by Andrea Coomer. Chapter 1. Lucy Dalton stepped into the Fortune Cafe and took a breath of fresh air. Really, the breeze from the ocean outside the quaint restaurant's windows should have been fresh air, but it wasn't with Blake around. And he'd be rejoining her and her parents any moment now. Whatever was making her fiancé cranky clung to him like a fog that even the seashell beach breezes couldn't blow away. Her mother touched her back, the light touch she'd used to say, "I'm here," ever since Lucy was little. She turned for the hug Beth Dalton would give without being asked. Her mom smelled like beautiful, the perfume she'd worn since forever. The scent soothed Lucy's frayed nerves better than a Xanax until a loud clatter sounded behind them, and they both jumped. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." A waitress, her brown eyes crinkled in major distress, bent to yank an overturned platter out of the way. "I've never done that before. It's lucky you moved right then, or you'd have sweet and sour sauce all over you right now." She restacked the tray while waving a busboy over to help her contain the mess. "Lucky," Blake said behind her. "Yeah, she's definitely that." Lucy flinched and turned. She hadn't heard him come in. "Hey, you find a parking spot okay?" She looked past him for his parents, trying to gauge how many moments she had before they walked in, and the tension ratcheted up again. Blake nodded and jammed his fists in the pockets of his golf shorts. "We can't all find the spot closest to the door every single time, but I did all right." It was a dig. She'd gotten a spot right by the door. For a split second, she'd considered passing it up because she didn't want to annoy him, but her parents would have wondered why she was parking farther away. Her dad cleared his throat, but her mom put her hand on his arm to keep him from saying anything. Lucy hoped her mom could read the thank you she was trying to send with her eyes. Her dad should probably be sainted based on how often he'd bitten his tongue since the Seftons, Blake's family, showed up. But she needed her dad to keep the peace just a little longer. The Seftons would get on the road and they could all breathe easier. The door opened again and admitted Deborah Sefton, who looked like she'd caught a whiff of something rancid despite the hints of sweet and spicy wafting from the kitchen, and Calvin, who tapped out something on his phone like he was trying to punish whoever the message was for with his angry fingers. This would be so much nicer if Blake's parents hadn't come. Guilt churned her stomach for a second. The Seftons had decided to fly in for the venue walkthrough when they heard Lucy's parents were driving up from LA. It was good they were taking an active interest, even if Lucy's dad looked like he wanted to choke Calvin Sefton every time he voiced an opinion. And Calvin had a lot of them, from how liberals were killing America to how the sky was the wrong shade of blue in Seashell Beach. Seriously. "It's just wedding stress," she reminded herself. The Seftons would be different when the wedding was done. They all just had to get through it and they'd settle down to a good groove with each other. Right now, the best policy was overlooking their quirks and surviving the weekend without any drama. She smiled at the server, faking enough of her famous perkiness to set the waitress at ease. "No problem. Accidents happen." The other girl's expression relaxed a fraction. "Let me get you guys to a table." She scooped up an armful of menus and led them to a table with an ocean view. Lucy thought she heard Blake's mom, Deborah, say something about low-rent places, but Lucy took a deep breath and kept walking, glad her parents weren't close enough to hear the unfair comment. The Fortune Cafe wasn't a Michelin-starred bistro with menu items she couldn't pronounce, much less pick out of a lineup. But the cafe wasn't trying to be that kind of restaurant. It was a sweet little place with an eclectic blend of scruffy beach hospitality and clean Asian lines that appealed to her need for order. The reviews had been outstanding, and Lucy wouldn't let Deborah's snobbery ruin it for her. Her stomach churned again. More guilt. Deborah was used to a high standard of living and always getting her way, but she'd had to make a lot of compromises for this wedding. Namely, not having any control over it. If Deborah indulged in some passive-aggressive remarks here and there, or even about every single thing they'd done so far that morning, Lucy would overlook it. Blake had begged Lucy to let his mom do more, but as much as Lucy wanted to please her future mother-in-law, she couldn't let go of the reins of the most important event of her life. She spent all her time making other people's visions a reality in the opulent ballrooms of the San Francisco Duchess Hotel as their staff event planner. There was no way she could give up control of her own wedding day and trust someone else to make her dream come true. The waitress set their menus on the table. "My name is Emma, and I'll be right back with some ice water and hot tea while you look over our wine selection. Is there anything else I can get for you?" The Seftons ignored Emma, but Lucy's parents assured her that water and tea would be fine. 2 minutes of quiet followed as everyone looked at the drink menu or their phones and tried to avoid conversation. So few of them had gone well today that Lucy couldn't blame them. But it was a loud silence. She rubbed her lucky jade pendant, hoping for some miracle that would allow her parents and her future in-laws to find common ground. If they didn't, the next couple decades could get sticky. Crap. She wished she could go back out and breathe the ocean air for a minute. Apparently, fresh air for her was wherever everyone else was not. Emma returned with a tray of ice waters and a hot kettle. The shuffle of everyone moving tableware around to accommodate the water glasses made the silence less painful. Deborah didn't even complain that the tea wasn't whatever brand she normally overpaid for at Tivana. Lucy patted the lucky jade. Emma rattled off the day's specials, both local fish, describing them so well Lucy had no idea how she was going to decide. "This all looks good," Lucy's mom said when Emma left with the promise to return soon for their orders. Lucy appreciated the effort since her mom preferred Mexican food to Chinese. "How does the song go? Try some of column A, try all of column B," her dad joked. "Do they really have columns?" Deborah asked. Her mouth pinched as if she'd already tasted something bad as she picked up the menu to investigate. "No, not really," her dad said, and it sounded an awful lot like he'd ground the words out through gritted teeth. "I wish they did," Blake said. If only he'd interrupted to smooth the waters. But no. "This is all that pretentious fusion crap that you can't get away from in San Francisco." "Damn straight," Calvin Sefton added. "None of these new chefs are much more than cooks with ADD and no one to tell them when an idea is bad. No one trains in the classic French tradition anymore. This place needs a Hubert Keller." Lucy refrained from pointing out that a French chef doing Chinese food would definitely be considered fusion. "I don't think that's what they're going for," her mom said, keeping her tone conversational. "And I see all my favorites here. Mushu, cashew chicken, beef and broccoli." None of those were her mother's favorites, but Lucy appreciated her efforts to calm the Seftons. Blake didn't. "If you're going to make beef and broccoli, just make it. Why do you have to tell me it's hand-picked broccolini harvested by little Enrique in the exotic fields of Santa Maria, who raised it from a seedling and cried when he plucked it from Mother Earth?" Calvin barked out a laugh and slapped his son on the back. There was a flash of the humor that had drawn Lucy to Blake when he'd attended one of the swanky events hosted by his firm at the Duchess. But she didn't like the edge in his voice now. His sarcasm had outweighed his real jokes more and more lately. She drew a deep breath. It's got great word of mouth. I'm sure the lunch will be fine, and then we can spend the afternoon tackling the flower situation while the men golf. The look on her dad's face almost made her laugh. It's like how Yancey, her parents' beagle, might have looked when he had to get past Fluffers, the family cat, to reach his favorite chew toy. Her dad loved to golf, but the price of Calvin's company might be too high to pay for the opportunity. The instinct to laugh faded. She'd wanted this weekend to be perfect since perfection was her niche, and she was having a hard time adjusting to the potholes they kept hitting. It had started the moment the Seftons had climbed out of their huge Mercedes under the portico at the Mariposa Hotel. Blake had called to let her know they were pulling in, and she'd rushed down to meet the car, excited to show them around. She'd been so sure Deborah would overcome some of her misgivings about the location once she saw it. She was wrong. Lucy had dreamed about her perfect wedding since she was little, but Deborah had been dreaming even longer about the perfect wedding for Blake. And Deborah wanted a glamorous wine country setting, not a quiet out-of-the-way beach. The complaints had started the second her foot had touched the concrete, always phrased so passive-aggressively that it was almost an art form. "Good morning, Lucy. Well, I'm sure your guests won't mind that there's no valet service here." A valet hovered in the background, in fact. But Lucy had been so anxious to welcome them that she'd rushed forward to open Deborah's door herself. When they'd walked down to the small cove where the ceremony would be held, Deborah had kept her Tory birch pumps on even after Lucy had offered to wait while she switched to sandals. Calvin had snorted, like the idea of owning sandals was ridiculous, and Lucy bit her tongue as she thought of her father's well-worn flip-flop collection. Down on the beach, when Deborah finally had to sit on a rock to dump the sand out, she'd watched it trickle out in a thin stream and said, "Sand has its own charm." Her mom had tried to run interference for Lucy all day. After the sand comment, she'd squeezed Lucy and turned her to face the ocean. "This is spectacular, and the only thing that could be more breathtaking is you standing in front of it in your wedding gown." Even her mom was worn down by now. Lucy hoped the food would come quickly, because it would be a miracle if a fight didn't break out over the ordering. "Blake, sweetie, did you see the mooshu pork? Maybe they could put that in lettuce and it will be like those lettuce wraps you like at that one place in Chinatown." He set his menu down to stare at her, disbelief on his face. "Nothing in this place is going to be like anything in Chinatown." "Which is fine," her dad said, his voice daring anyone to argue. "Is there anything you think you can tolerate on this menu, Blake? Maybe you should spend some quiet time studying it until you find it." "Now wait just a minute," Calvin said, for once picking up on the mood. "It's fine, Dad," Blake said, looking down at the menu. His tone was even, but the skin along his cheekbones had reddened, and Lucy's stomach clenched. Navigating this whole lunch was like steering the Titanic, knowing full well there was no way to get the ship off the iceberg. Emma reappeared, and Lucy wanted to kiss her for the distraction. "You guys ready to order?" "I suppose," Deborah said with zero enthusiasm. "I'll have the lemongrass chicken," Lucy said. "It sounds good." "It is," Emma said, her smile looking slightly forced in the face of Deborah's coolness. "It's a twist on the fried and breaded dish you'll find in most Chinese restaurants." "Is this even a Chinese restaurant?" Blake asked. "Fortune Cafe is... it is what it wants to be, I guess." And that's mostly Chinese food and whatever else sounds good, Emma said, her real smile back. The rest of the table ordered without incident, although the Seftons sounded like they were requesting root canals. Lucy wanted to keep Emma there forever so everyone would behave. The unofficial truce at the table was a bubble in her hand, ready to burst with one wrong move. But Emma left despite Lucy's telepathic begging, and she caught a look of relief on the waitress's face as she fled for the kitchen. Lucy couldn't blame her. She was surrounded by people she either loved or was supposed to love, and she couldn't understand how everything had gone so wrong. She'd been drawing on her deepest reserves, the ones she had to rely on when she faced particularly difficult corporate customers at the Duchess, to navigate all the wedding logistics with her in-laws. It was hard enough to overlook Deborah's passive-aggressive comments, but Blake's mood had deteriorated as the day wore on. Instead of feeling like they were a team, Lucy had to spend more and more energy managing him. And they still had dinner to get through later. She'd expected wedding planning to be stressful, yes, but wasn't there supposed to be some kind of underlying joy? "Excuse me, I left something in the car. I'll be back in a minute," she said, glad she'd insisted on driving separately from the Seftons. She didn't even care that it was an excuse as thin as a moushu pancake. She needed a couple of minutes to compose herself before dealing any more with Deborah's lemon face. She reached her car and leaned against it, trying to sort out her head. She felt swampy, a glob of sticky, unpleasant feelings, mainly toward Blake. This would have been a rough enough day if it was his first time acting like this, but it wasn't. Over the last couple of months, this surly version of him showed up way more than the high-energy funny guy she'd fallen in love with the year before. She'd seen this happen with some of her friends. Wedding stress put everyone on edge. Then the big day happened, it was beautiful, and everything settled back to normal. But she didn't remember any of her friends' fiancés staying in a permanent bad mood the way Blake was. Several times she'd gotten so tired of it she'd had to fight the urge to get up and walk out of whatever space they were sharing. His space or her space. Or the restaurant table with their parents, apparently. Shame she'd lost that fight. She took a few deep breaths and focused on the objective for the rest of the afternoon. Ignore Deborah's barbs, be patient with Blake's mood, and keep her dad from blowing up. She rested her head on her arms on top of the car, glad she couldn't be seen from their table inside. She stayed that way for a minute or two, surprised that it helped to be still and quiet. The soft scuff of shoes on concrete sounded, and she looked up at her mom approaching. The worry she'd been trying to hide all day written all over her face. "You doing okay, sweetheart?" Beth asked, once again resting her hand on Lucy's back. "I am," Lucy said. "I promise." "This is not how you act when you're doing okay. Tell me what's going on." Lucy sighed and turned to face her mother. "I'm sorry they're being kind of rotten. Debbie's still not over the location and Calvin is... Calvin. And Blake?" Her mom said it carefully, the way someone might offer a breath mint to someone who needs it while trying not to offend them. "Blake," Lucy repeated, sagging against the car. "Blake is overwhelmed." Her mom stepped closer and rubbed Lucy's upper arms like she had when Lucy had needed comforting after some kid trauma. "Is it the wedding planning or the wedding?" Lucy shut her eyes as the words bounced around her head. "Is it the wedding? Is it the wedding? Is it the wedding?" Her mom had given voice to a fear that had been dogging Lucy for almost a month. What if this didn't get better after the wedding? And even scarier, why was it stressing him out so much? She was handling all the details, so why was he getting more wound up the closer it got? She couldn't run away from the question with her mother asking it to her face. "He's not like this, Mom. You saw how he was last summer." They'd been dating almost 6 months when Blake had told her he thought it was time for them to meet each other's families. They'd spent the 4th of July with her parents in LA, oohing and ahhing as the fireworks exploded over their neighborhood park, and laughing around nightly meals of grilled carne asada from their favorite carniceria. "Honey, I don't want you to think we don't like Blake. We do. I'm not comfortable with what we're seeing today, but we trust you. If this is what you want, I have no doubt you're making the right decision. I guess I'm just asking if you're sure." Lucy straightened and smoothed her hair behind her shoulders, the fine blonde strands the same corn silk color as her mom's, sliding coolly over her fingers. "I'm sure. But I'm going to be really glad when this wedding is done and we don't have to stress about it anymore. I want my normal life back." Her mom opened her mouth, closed it, and squeezed her arms again. "Nothing about your life has ever been normal, Lucky Lucy, and it doesn't have to be. Ready to go in and eat?" Lucy eyed the restaurant door. "Ready as I'll ever be," and she hoped she had just told the truth. Chapter 2. Emma was just arriving with their food when they reached the table. Emma set each dish in front of its owner, and everyone tucked into their lunches. "This is excellent, sweetheart. Good choice," her dad said. "I like mine," Calvin agreed, and the stress around her dad's eyes eased. Maybe an afternoon of golf together would be doable after all. Deborah said nothing, which Lucy took as a victory, and she savored her next bite. It was as good as anything she'd had in the city. "Mine tastes weird," Blake said, and Lucy's peaceful bubble popped. She rubbed her necklace, wondering what kind of luck it would take to turn Blake's mood around. It was rarely a conscious habit anymore, rubbing the necklace. She did it when something lucky happened, which it often did for her. And she rubbed it when she needed something lucky to happen, which it often would. And sometimes she rubbed it when she needed to steady her nerves, like now. "Let me try it. Pork can be tricky." She speared a piece and took a bite. It was perfect, not fatty or dry. "What is it you don't like? It tastes pretty awesome to me." His face darkened and she tightened her grip on her necklace, the smooth stone warm from her fingers. The gold setting around the jade bit into her palm. Suddenly, Blake's fork fell to his plate with a clatter so loud that Lucy jumped, and her necklace snapped. "You have opinions about everything," he said. "You want an opinion on the food at our reception? Fine, but can we leave my lunch out of it today?" The plea was so tired she couldn't be angry, despite her dad's reddening face. She looked from him down to the stone in her hand, the one she'd worn next to her heart ever since her granddad had brought it to her after a business trip to China when she was 12. She never took it off, had even chosen jade silk bridesmaids' gowns to match it, since she'd be wearing it with her wedding dress. Tears pricked her eyes. She wasn't much of a crier, but she hadn't owned the necklace for 16 years out of habit. It was like having her grandfather always near her, and staring down at the 2 disconnected pieces of the chain made him feel very far away. She picked it up to study it more closely, mostly to avoid eye contact with anyone that might make her burst into tears. It backfired because now she could see that she had bent the setting too when she gripped it so hard. She sniffed. She couldn't help it. Blake sighed and kept his eyes on his plate as he cut his pork into unnecessarily small pieces. "Does this have to be a situation? I love a drama-free lunch." A dead quiet blanketed the table and he looked up, his eyes darkening as he saw the broken necklace in Lucy's hand and the tears trying to escape her. Oh no, can I see it? He held out his hand for the necklace, but she pulled her hand back. No. His eyebrows shot up at her terse answer. I know you love that thing, but it's not an omen. I promise. Her dad's hands curled into fists on the table, and he began to push himself up. You don't understand. Lucy shot to her feet first, knowing her dad had hit his limit with Blake for the day. It's okay, Dad. We passed the jewelry shop up the street earlier. I think those places usually do repairs. I'll drop this off, and when we get back, Mom and Deborah and I can meet with the Mariposa catering manager. Her dad eased himself back in his chair, looking like he wanted to crush the table in the death grip he had on its edge, but he said nothing else. Go ahead and drop that thing off, Calvin said. We'll finish up lunch. Lucy's not finished, Dad, Blake said. His dad frowned. She isn't eating anything anyway. She can grab something later if she's hungry. Let her go handle her necklace, and I'll settle the check. Normally, her dad would have waved him off and insisted on paying. He loved to treat people. But he only stared at Blake's dad in stony silence, and her mom made a subtle shooing motion. I'll be back in a few minutes, Lucy said, scooping up her handbag and escaping outside. On the sidewalk, she straightened her Lily Pulitzer sheath, chosen to impress Deborah, who had an eye for designer pieces. An odd hollowness had ballooned in Lucy's chest when the necklace broke, heightening every sound around her. It was fear, and it made no sense. Standing in the sunshine, she paused to take a couple more deep breaths. It's a necklace, and it can be fixed. It's not an omen. But Blake's words didn't comfort her. Anyway, maybe it was an omen. So what? She walked up Tangerine Street towards Spyglass Jewelry, feeling better for taking the steps. She was in control of this now, and she would make things happen. If it was an omen, she'd had 1,000 good ones to this single bad one. Didn't everyone say she was the luckiest girl they knew? Something would happen to offset the broken jade piece, but it was smart to get it fixed quickly no matter what. She picked up her pace and pushed the door to Spyglass open with a sense of relief. A woman her age looked up from behind the counter with a smile. Hi, beautiful day, isn't it? Yeah. The weather was great, even if she hadn't had 3 minutes of uncomplicated time to enjoy it. Do you do jewelry repairs? If it's fixable, I can do it, the woman said. What can I help you with? I just broke my necklace. It's got a ton of sentimental value, and I want to get it fixed as soon as possible. The woman held her hand out. Let me take a look. Lucy tried not to fidget as she looked it over, turning it slowly to study it from every angle. What's your name? The woman asked. Lucy. Hi, Lucy. I'm Stella. This is a beautiful piece. Thank you. Can you fix it? I have a similar chain I could replace it with, so that's no problem. The setting will be a little trickier. I can do it, but if you want it done right, I need to take my time with it. I'd rather stay with this chain. I've had this since I was 12. My grandfather gave it to me and nicknamed me Lucky Lucy. Ever since he did that, it's kind of come true. Using a different chain, even if it was identical, wouldn't feel the same. Am I being insanely high maintenance? Stella smiled. No, I can fix the chain too. Thank you so much. I go back to San Francisco tomorrow afternoon. Do you think you'll have it done by then? Stella was already shaking her head. I have other orders I need to handle first. I'll pay extra, Lucy said, desperation licking at her and forcing the words out in a wheedling tone that made her cringe. This was high maintenance. Stella's eyes softened, but she only handed back the necklace. I'm so sorry. I know it's important to you, but I can't push other clients' work aside to get to it. I can recommend a jeweler in San Francisco. Lucy took a step back from the necklace Stella held out to her. I'm sorry. I'm really embarrassed for making it sound like I think my stuff is more important. This probably sounds like the dumbest thing ever, but I was down the street having lunch with my fiancé and our parents when this broke. It already wasn't going great, and when this happened, it freaked me out a little. No need to apologize, Stella said, her smile back. I totally get it. Lucy had a feeling Stella really did understand why Lucy needed the necklace whole again, not an imitation of it. She took a deep breath. As much as she hated the idea of leaving the necklace 4 hours south of home, she wanted Stella and only Stella to do the repair. I'm a grown-up. I can wait. Go ahead and fill out this repair slip and I'll give you an estimate on time and cost. Lucy filled it out while Stella scrolled through her computer. I have a couple of complicated commissions to do first, but then I'll move this to the top of my list. Should only be a few weeks. A few weeks? Lucy leaned her hand on the counter for support. Weeks? She wished she could snap her fingers and have it repair itself. She smiled at the thought. Some of her friends would have sworn that the jade piece was magic, but Lucy wouldn't go that far. There was no denying her long run of spectacular luck since Grandpa Max gave it to her. But to call it outright magic was too superstitious, even for her, and that was saying something. She left with Stella's assurances to restore it to as good as new and pushed back through the door of the Fortune Cafe. Proud, she only paused for a second to consider walking right past it. But she couldn't abandon her parents to Deborah and Calvin. Emma had delivered a small plate of fortune cookies. Good. She needed a pick-me-up. You okay? Her mom asked in a low voice when she rejoined them. Deborah rolled her eyes, which did not seem like the classiest thing in the world to do for someone who prided herself on sophistication. Lucy pretended she hadn't seen it and mustered a smile for her mom. Sure, it's just a necklace, right? It's not, her dad said, squeezing her hand. I know you love that necklace, and I know you feel like it's your good luck charm, but I'll make sure you have enough other good luck charms until you get it back. Start with this. I can tell it's the best one. He plucked a fortune cookie up and handed it to her. Watch this, Dad, Blake said, his first true smile of the day appearing. We'll all get those lame advice fortunes, and Lucy's will say something that actually comes true. It's wild, but it happens every time. Even Deborah looked interested by that and scooped up a cookie. I'll start, Calvin said. The wise man hears more than he speaks. That's not a fortune. Deborah went next. Kindness is the greatest commodity. Another eye roll. Maybe fortune means something different in Chinese. Lucy couldn't help thinking that her future in-laws had gotten the perfect piece of advice for themselves if they ever bothered to listen. Her mom cleared her throat and read, There is no greater treasure than the love of a child. Well, that's the absolute truth. I'm a rich woman, she said, leaning over to drop a kiss on Lucy's cheek. Mine says, look no further than your own home to find your greatest gifts. Sounds to me like whoever wrote these fortunes knows us well, her dad said. Lucy snuck a glance at Deborah. Calvin wouldn't have caught the dig, but Deborah's eyes had narrowed as she tried to figure out if Lucy's dad had insulted her. Yikes, evasive maneuvers. She prayed her fiancé would cooperate. What about yours, Blake? He scanned the slip from his cookie, his eyes widening in surprise. Check it out. Mine says I'll get a promotion soon. This is usually the kind of fortune Lucy gets, and then hers come true. What does yours say, babe? Lucy pulled the slip from her cookie. True love is for the brave, not the lucky. More anxiety washed over her. Had she and Blake gotten each other's fortunes? This was the kind of fortune her friends had gotten by the fistful over the years, but not Lucy. Hers were always specific. She'd been told once that a large sum of money was coming to her, and the next week she'd gotten $10,000 from a winning lottery ticket she'd pitched in to buy to appease one of her staffers. Twice she'd gotten fortunes promising her promotions that came almost immediately. She'd even gotten a fortune predicting she would find love by nightfall, and 3 hours later she'd met Blake at the Duchess. Blake laughed. "I guess I got your cookie. It's good to know you're human like the rest of us." To get a generic fortune like anyone else's was more than a little disturbing, but Blake disliked her superstitions, and she wasn't interested in upsetting his first good mood in days. "Words to live by, I guess," she said, her smile still in place. She tucked the fortune into her wallet. "You keep them?" Deborah asked. "Yeah, she plays the lottery numbers on the back. She wins a couple $100 at least half the time. It's crazy," Blake said. "We better go," Lucy said, pushing back from the table. Embarrassed that Blake had told Deborah she bought lotto tickets. It was just something Lucy did for fun with her staffers, but Deborah's expression made it clear that Seftons and those marrying Seftons did not play the numbers. Even more than wanting to make their appointment at their hotel, Lucy wanted to be done with this lunch. So done. Back at the hotel lobby, the men separated to go change into their golf clothes, and Lucy took a deep breath before slipping each of her arms into those of the women beside her and plunging into a long afternoon as Deborah and the catering manager went the rounds. She could not wait until this wedding was over and life got back to normal. Chapter 3. Lucy had never been so glad to be at work than when she walked in Tuesday morning. The long weekend at Seashell Beach had defied the laws of physics. While the time with her parents had sped by so fast she was sure it was violating some of Einstein's principles, the same time with Blake's parents had dragged so slowly that she wondered if it were possible to age a lifetime in a single afternoon. But she was back at the Duchess, and this was her groove. She'd bought a lottery ticket from the newsstand nearest her BART stop, and she scratched it off before officially starting her day. A couple $100 to buy her staff lunch as a thank you for covering for her would go a long way toward restoring order to the universe. The scratcher turned up zeros. She stared for a full minute before crumpling it and dropping it in her trash can. She drowned the lick of fear in her stomach with a long swallow of coffee and waded into her voicemail. The day would turn around. It always did. Not this time. It only got worse by lunchtime. The ladies of Nob Hill's semi-annual brunch was a disaster when the chairwoman wanted documentation that the poached salmon had been sustainably fished. The chef had no answer to that, and the 100-person brunch was served without the premier dish to the grumbling of the ladies present. But somehow it was the Duchess's fault, even though documentation had not once been raised by the chairwoman during the menu selection weeks before. But these were ladies with a great deal of influence in San Francisco society. So Lucy sent several of her staffers on a desperate run to the flower market to gather bouquets for the women. She'd presented them herself with her apologies. The brunch would now end up costing the hotel because the chairwoman felt they shouldn't have to pay for the fish, but Lucy could only hope the move with the flowers was enough to offset any complaints that might filter through the ladies' social set and put people off from future bookings. The hotel needed the opulent wedding receptions that came out of this bunch, and Lucy couldn't burn any bridges. By the time her workday ended, she felt more like she'd just failed to broker peace with Sudanese warlords than like she'd managed the events office. A high-end luxury import company had hosted a preview for its biggest Bay Area buyers, and the AV system had glitched so badly that the trainer had stormed off the stage in protest. And she'd had a cancellation for an event in the fall that would have earned the hotel into the 6 figures in revenue. On that call, she'd reached up to rub her lucky jade to remind her that it was going to be all right, and almost broke into tears when her fingers found nothing. Now she was walking the 2 blocks to her apartment from the BART stop with her shoes in her hands because one of the heels had snapped off. She alternated between trying not to think too hard about what the stains on the sidewalk might be and trying not to cry. When she limped into the vestibule of her building, it was all she could do not to collapse in front of the mailboxes and stay there until she mossed over. Instead, she fumbled her mail key from her purse and shoved it into her mailbox. It would no doubt be full of notices that she owed money to the DMV or the IRS, but she dropped them on her foyer table and deal with it later. This night called for crawling into bed for a Netflix marathon. The mail key stuck, and she cursed. The refined ladies of the Nob Hill Society would have fallen over their perfectly sauced eggs if they'd heard the words coming out of her mouth. But she did not care. She couldn't take one more thing going wrong, and she would bend this mailbox to her will if it was the last thing she did. She jammed the key into the lock again and swore even louder when her hand slipped, breaking her middle fingernail. She stepped back and held it up to inspect the damage. "Seriously, I'm sorry for whatever I did," a warm voice said from the lobby entrance. "No need to flip me off." It was her neighbor Carter, and he approached the mailboxes with a grin. She dropped her hand and laughed. "At least now you know how I really feel. What's up, Lucky Lucy? I feel like I never see you around anymore." "Probably because I'm never around anymore," she said, barely stifling a sigh. "Wedding planning? Not my favorite." "Even for the event queen extraordinaire, huh? If you can't hack it, the rest of us are screwed." She smiled again. "Hack. Good word. I'm hacked off. I would like to hack a few people." He stopped short and backed up, pushing his hair out of his eyes. On his best days, it looked like a nest of vaguely related cowlicks, so it fell back exactly where it had been. "I'll just be going now." "You're not one of them. Stay, get your mail. Enjoy the lovely surroundings." "How gracious of you. This kind of hospitality must be why they pay you the big bucks." Lucy only shook her head. Whatever tech thing he did paid him enough to live on the same floor of the medium nice-ish building that she did, but he still liked to tease her about her high-roller job. It was a good job, one that she could parlay into a great job, but not if she had too many more incidents like today. She'd parlay herself right into the street, whether it was her fault or not. The thought depressed her again, and she decided her mail could wait. "Where you going, Lucy Lou?" Carter called after her, his brown eyes crinkling at the corners. "I'm not scaring you off with my bad luck funk, am I?" It was a running joke between them. Carter had been a disaster since he'd moved in the summer before. Anything that could go wrong for him did. Broken pipes, missed deliveries, birds breaking his window, and a bedbug problem that never seemed to affect anyone else. All of those incidents had bypassed Lucy, but they'd still made her wary of pushing her own good luck too much by association. She hadn't said it in so many words, but one of her girlfriends, tipsy on wine, had told Carter all about Lucy's luck as they chatted over the balcony. He'd teased her about it ever since. Lucy mustered another smile for him. "You're not scaring me off. In fact, you should maybe run from me. I've never had such a bad day at work." "Sorry to hear that." He looked up from his envelope shuffling. "Want to talk about it?" Everything that could go wrong did, plus a dozen things that shouldn't have, all the way down to this. She stuck her broken nail up again. I said I was sorry. Sometimes a girl just needs to flip someone off, you know? Yes, do it again. I'll even act offended to make you feel better. She lowered it instead. I don't remember ever breaking a nail before. I'll have to cut them all off so they don't look completely stupid with one stubby nail. Or maybe I can just get one acrylic nail on stubby for my wedding. Can you even do that? Not my area of expertise, sorry. But I know a lot about being unlucky. I can tell you some of the perks. Yes, please, she said, realizing that more than crawling into bed, she needed a good laugh. Meet you on the balcony? See you there in 10. Deal. He gave her a salute and headed up the stairs. She gave the mailbox a final try and got it open to find 3 bills. No party invitations or thank you notes or even really good coupons. Oh well, at least this day was almost over. Lucy climbed to her 3rd-floor apartment and opened her door on the first try with a disproportionate sense of relief. What had her life become in one short weekend that opening a door lock without difficulty felt like a major victory? Inside the door, she dropped her new bills on the small accent table she'd found one weekend while hitting garage sales with her friends. They'd gone on a whim because none of them had done it since they were kids. While her friends all laughed at the kitschy stuff they found, she'd picked up this embellished table. Her friends had teased her for spending $15 on it, but she got the last laugh when it turned out to be an authentic Art Deco piece worth almost $1,000. Minutes later, in her comfiest pajamas, she slid open her back door and stepped out onto her tiny balcony. It was barely big enough for 2 chairs and a table, but she loved it anyway. Any time the San Francisco fog lifted, she could see the Golden Gate Bridge, especially when it was lit up at night. It would still be a couple of hours before it shone, but sitting out here with Carter to make her laugh felt like a pretty decent consolation prize. Running into him at the mailboxes, minus the accidental flip-off, was her first piece of decent luck all day. He emerged on his identical balcony and smiled at her. You didn't have to get dressed up on my account, says the guy who lives in shorts and free t-shirts. He looked offended. Hey, I like... He stared down at his chest. Boom tax. One of my favorite... software programs? You don't even know what it is? It's one of my favorite programs, he said, his tone full of fake conviction. Tell me about them. They will, see, you give them, I don't know what they do. Blow up your taxes, maybe. Like I need help with that, he said, and it made her laugh. Aren't you supposed to be out here telling me why being unlucky is going to be the awesomest thing that ever happened to me? The perks are substantial. I'm not sure I want to share them. I don't want you in this club. She shrugged. I'm here for a while whether either of us likes it or not. Might as well show me around. His sigh was the same sound Blake's mother had made at least a dozen times over the weekend. Fine. First of all, it'll get you lots of women. They feel sorry for you and it brings out their nurturing instincts. Not sure I need help pulling chicks, neighbor. Got anything else? Yeah. Free massages and new outfits are a pretty regular deal if you have bad luck. Every time you fly now, you're going to get picked for a TSA pat-down, so there's your massage. And the airline will permanently lose your luggage, so you buy new outfits. She tried to keep a straight face. I'll stick with carry-ons. Doesn't help. They've lost my carry-on. Twice, he said, holding up 3 fingers and making her laugh again. Just focus on the shopping you'll get to do to replace everything. Several times. That sounds pretty fabulous. What else? I meet new people almost every time I leave the house. Granted, they're paramedics, but depending on how complicated the extrication is, they can be pretty nice. Extrication? What? Wait, I don't think you're joking about that one. She'd seen him in an orthopedic boot and an arm cast at different points in the last year. I'm not joking about any of it. People really don't understand all the advantages of bad luck. It gives you superpowers. Like, all I have to do to make it rain is go on a bike ride, and it'll be pouring before I'm halfway done. A bubble of laughter rose up in Lucy's chest. Poor you. Poor me? Did I mention the increased popularity? Once people catch on that you're one of us, you're going to double your friend circle. They think it's super handy to have us around. Try going to the movies with your friends. If they get in a different ticket line, no matter how long it is, they'll get in twice as fast as you do. By now, she couldn't stop laughing. I get it. I didn't even get to your improved cardiovascular health because you will never get a close parking spot. Anywhere. Ever. That one stung. She sat up. I think I want out of this club. How'd you get in, anyway? Her hand crept up to the empty hollow at the base of her neck. She wondered if this felt a tiny bit like phantom limb pain. She couldn't process that her lucky jade was 200 miles south. Today's string of crappy events was just an aberration, she knew. Everyone had bad days, even if she couldn't remember having one like this before. But she'd still feel better when her necklace was back. Guess I just got lucky. He choked on the drink he'd brought out with him. Good one. Thanks. He set the drink down and turned to face her, his shoulders squared like he was bracing himself to ask or tell her something. But his cell phone rang and a saved-by-the-bell look crossed his face. Sorry, I might need to take this. He glanced down at the call display, and his eyes flashed almost as brightly as the glow of the screen. Hello? Yes, this is Carter Mackey. He listened, and his lips went from upturned edges to a Cheshire-level grin within seconds. You're kidding. That's amazing. No, thank you. You won't be sorry. Lucy wondered if she should step inside to give him some privacy. But Carter shot her a smile that suggested he had no worries in the world, least of all her presence on the balcony. Holy crap, he said when he hung up, and it was the exact same way she'd said it when she won the $10,000 lottery. Everything okay? She asked. Everything is beyond okay. What's the word for that? Splendiferous? He made a face, but his grin wouldn't have come off with a jackhammer. Less girly. Super fantastic? Awesome. Stupendous? Incredible. Crazy cool, she said, getting into the spirit. Life-changing, he shouted, and threw his arms in the air like he'd just won an Olympic sprint. Hooray! She shouted back. What are we celebrating? He shoved his hands through his hair. She hadn't thought it could look any crazier, but the strands poked out through his fingers like his hair had done meth. I can't believe it, he said, and his hair was a wild nest of exclamation points, testifying to his shock. I won! I won! What did you win? I pitched an idea for an educational app, kind of an interactive game version of the Khan Academy. I just got the grant that's going to let me work on it. Wow! I don't think I knew you did that kind of thing. He smiled, and a look she couldn't read crossed his face. I think there's probably a lot you don't know about me. Fair enough. And congratulations. Seriously, that's awesome. Thanks. I've developed at least a dozen apps that do all the new economy stuff like connecting users with services, and that's kind of fun. I know a couple of them have been great for small businesses, but I've been wanting to do something educational for a while now. I just couldn't afford to not work on the profit-driving apps while I developed it. Now I can get it done way faster and not stress about making rent. That's huge. Their medium-nice building by San Francisco standards meant they had really high rent. Lucky guy. Yeah, I think I like this role reversal. She smiled, glad for him, but not able to say the same of their switch without it tasting like a lie on her tongue. Your app will be amazing. You sound pretty confident for someone who's never seen my work. She shrugged. I know quality people when I see them, and quality people do quality work. It'll be great. And on that note, I think I'm going to go in and sleep off this day. See you around, Carter. See you around, he said, watching her more intently than usual. She slid open her door and was halfway through it when he called her name. She poked her head back out. Yeah? It was great hanging out with you. This time her smile came easily. Yeah, you too. She closed the door and shook her head. It hadn't taken her long after Carter moved in to realize he was a lightning rod for bad juju to strike, and she'd always kept a polite distance. But her parting words to him were true. Her former bad luck neighbor had just become the only bright spot in her day. Chapter 4. On Thursday, Lucy trudged home in even worse shape than she had 2 days before, when she'd had to carry her shoes in her hands. She hadn't thought that day could be any worse, but Thursday was making Tuesday look like a good dream. She reached the porch and stared up the 5 steps to the main door of her building. Might as well be Everest for all the energy she had. But if she didn't go up the steps, she couldn't fall into bed and let the huge tank behind her eyeballs drain its salty tears. She needed her bed for that. Her bed and a full day off work. Or 2. What was the standard amount of personal leave for someone who had just been dumped by her fiancé? Because right now, staying in bed for the rest of her life sounded fan-freaking-tastic. Borderline mental breakdown aside, no way was she going to stand on the sidewalk looking as blank-eyed as the street people who regularly wandered by. She forced herself up the stairs, counting them down like they were the end of her 100 daily crunches. 4 more, 3 more, 2, 1. She shoved her key into the lock and turned it. Nothing happened. She held up the key ring and squinted. She'd definitely used the right key. She bit back a growl and inserted it again. It turned halfway, then the tumbler resisted. What the... After a dozen more attempts, she let out a frustrated yell that made her look as crazy as Shoe Man, the homeless guy who staked out their corner and fondled the same old pink Reebok like a bunny for hours a day. She pounded the locked metal door with the side of her fist. It rattled and stayed locked. For 2 seconds, it felt good to lose control and hit it. Then it hurt like hell, and once the first tear leaked out, the tank broke wide open and she sank down on the top step, too worn out to even make noise as she cried. She knew she should care about whether the tears stopped before one of the neighbors came home, but she didn't. She leaned her head against the wall and let them flow, too tired to hold her head up, too tired to even hold her eyelids open. She had no idea how long she'd been sitting there by the time Carter called her name. Lucy? What's wrong? Are you hurt? Lucy? He stood at the bottom of the stairs, one of his hands reaching out like he was ready to brace her if she slid off the top step. She blinked and processed the question. Was she hurt? A laugh sob escaped her. Yeah, she was hurt, but not how he meant. "I'm not hurt," she said, and her voice came out thick and swollen. He climbed up to sit beside her, careful to leave several inches between them, like he was approaching a wild animal he didn't want to startle. "You going to be okay?" She liked that he hadn't asked her if she was okay, just if she was going to be okay. Why did people ask if someone clearly in the throes of their world crashing down was okay? His was a much smarter question. She hadn't answered it, she realized. "No." He nodded. "All right. I'll just sit here for a while." She shrugged. She had no energy for talking. She had no energy for moving or explaining. She wished she had no energy for thinking, but Blake's face across the table 2 hours before played in her head on a loop. She leaned against the wall again and tried to keep her mind blank, but Blake wouldn't stay out. His face popped up in every Blakeless image she tried to conjure, wearing the same sad expression he'd had at dinner. She tried to think of ocean waves. Blake and Seashell Beach appeared. Blue sky, color of Blake's eyes. A flower? She could only see the pink peony that was supposed to have been in her wedding bouquet. Supposed to have been. Past tense. The tears fell faster and she sniffed, the inside of her nose as sore as if it had been sandpapered. Carter cleared his throat and spoke in that same "don't spook the wild animal" voice. "Can I do anything for you? Call your fiancé for you?" And that did it. That turned the quiet tears into noisy, ugly sobs and pulled them right out of her. Way scarier than any noise Shoe Man had ever made. "Oh man, I'm sorry. What did I say?" "Blake broke up with me tonight." She heard a long intake of breath and then a quiet curse. She could almost feel him thinking about what to say, but nothing came out of him. Instead, he rested his hand against her back, light and steady, exactly the way her mom would have. After a few minutes, she was able to breathe through her wet-sounding hiccups. "Sorry," she said, once she thought her voice would stay even. It wobbled anyway. "I appreciate that," Carter said. "I've been getting an epic number of dirty looks while I sit here by a sobbing woman. An apology is the least you can do." She didn't smile, but she thought about it. She flashed him her broken fingernail, and he was the one to smile. "I'm going to walk you up to your place now, okay? And then you can tell me who to call to come stay with you for a bit." That finally made her smile. "I'm not a danger to myself, Carter. I just need to crawl into bed, let work know I'm not coming in tomorrow, and sleep for a couple of days." So parts of that sound healthy. The rest of it sounds like you really need to give me a friend's number so I can get them over here." He rose and held his hand out to help her up. Standing so close to him on the top step, she was surprised by how tall he was. Most people were tall to her since she was only 5'3", but Carter had a slight build, at least compared to Blake's gym-sculptured muscles, and she'd thought of Carter as smaller. But he was maybe only an inch or two under 6 feet. 6 feet. 6 feet under. That's where she wished she was at the moment. Not that she would be taking any steps to put herself there. But it sounded quieter and less painful than the here and now. Anger stirred inside her beneath the white noise of hopes collapsing in on themselves. She pushed deeper to find it and cling to it. "The lock's jammed," she said. She wanted to pound the door again. And again and again. Carter's key slid into the lock and turned easily. Of course it did. Why wouldn't it? Why would one single thing go right for her this week when everything had been going wrong since Seashell Beach? She climbed the stairs behind Carter, concentrating on putting her feet in the right place, then plodded down the hall behind him. When they reached her door, he held out his hand. She looked at it, trying to understand its purpose lying there, palm up in the space between them. "Your key?" he said. "Right." She picked the correct one, and he opened the door and followed her in. "I'm serious about calling someone for you. Do you have any friends nearby who would come over?" She pulled her phone from her purse and blinked at it, not even registering the crack she'd put in the screen the day before when she'd tripped over an extension cord at the Duchess. The contact list scrolled past, a blue blur. It stopped and she blinked at it some more. Sherry, Slade, Sophie, Spyglass Jewelry. Spyglass Jewelry. More than sleep or a babysitter or her next breath, she needed her jade piece back. She'd thought it was like missing a limb, but it was more like missing an organ. She mashed the button and relief crossed Carter's face. The voice rang and rang on the other side before a voicemail message informed her that she was calling 2 hours after closing, but that she could try again during normal business hours. "This is Lucy Dalton," she said, and Carter's eyebrows quirked like he was trying to figure out why she'd need to identify herself to any of her good friends by her first and last name. "I dropped a necklace off on Saturday, my jade one. I was just wondering what the repair status was. Please call me back as soon as it's convenient." She left her number and hung up, not caring that it was days too soon for the jeweler to have gotten to it. Carter pointed at the sofa. "Sit." She walked past him because her legs weren't going to hold her up much longer anyway, and he snagged the phone from her hand before she plopped herself down. "I've seen your mom here before, haven't I? Petite blonde, a slightly older version of you?" She nodded. "You guys seem to get along." She nodded, tired now, wanting to leave her head down with each nod. "She's awesome, but don't call her. I'll be fine in the morning, and I'll tell her what's up when I don't sound like a wreck." "You sure? I found her number." "I'm sure. She's going to worry all night when she can't do anything about it. I just want to go to sleep. Can I have my phone back?" He handed it to her. She dialed work to leave a message for the hotel manager that she would be out the next day. At the rate the last few days had gone, he'd probably be relieved anyway. When she hung up, she looked at Carter and blinked, surprised that she wasn't more surprised that he was still there. "Tomorrow or the next day, I'm going to think the me right now is really, really stupid. But the me right now feels as bad as I've ever felt." He took the phone from her and set it on one of the sofa end tables. "Then the you right now needs to go to bed. Go. I'll let myself out." She trudged to her bedroom door. "How are you going to lock it behind you?" "I'm going across the balcony." "Am I going to be able to argue you out of that?" "Nope." "Good night, Spider-Man." He wiggled his fingers to shoo her toward her room. "See you in the morning." She didn't, though. When she stumbled out around noon with her eyes still swollen to slits, it was her mom waiting for her on the sofa. Without a word, she collapsed next to her, and her mom gathered her into a hug so tight she couldn't breathe for a second. It made the world stand still. Lucy curled up beside her and laid her head in her mom's lap, knowing her mom would sit and run her fingers through Lucy's hair, gently picking out snarls and smoothing it better than any conditioner. "Why are you here?" "Your neighbor called me last night from your phone." He explained the situation, and I grabbed the first flight out of LAX. Lucy's eyes flew open. "I'm going to kill him. Don't you have the AP tests coming up? You didn't need to come up." Her mom taught high school history, and the last 6 weeks before the AP tests involved intense review with her kids. "This is more important." She stroked Lucy's hair. "He was on the sofa when I got here this morning. I guess he fell asleep keeping an ear out for you. Nice guy." Prickles of guilt at the thought of Carter squishing himself into a sofa proportioned for her eroded the numbness she'd woken with. She wasn't in the mood to feel, so she snuggled further into her mom. A half-hour passed before her mom patted her back. "You need to eat. I'm going to whip something up." "I'm not hungry." "I don't remember asking." Her mom answered in the tone that had guaranteed every chore of Lucy's childhood got done in the time and manner that her mom decreed. Her mom rummaged around the kitchen, and within minutes the scent of sautéing onions floated out to the sofa, making Lucy's stomach grumble. Maybe she could handle breakfast after all. "Mom, thanks for coming. I'm going back to work tomorrow. You should too. We'll see how you're looking tonight. In the meantime, eat." She set an omelet down in front of Lucy. "I figured we'd better focus on protein because you're going to need some endurance for talking through this breakup." Lucy nodded and ate, cleaning the whole plate. When she was done, she pushed it back and turned to face her mother, who had waited quietly beside her. Lucy opened her mouth and her phone rang. For a second, her stomach lurched. What if it was Blake? What if it wasn't? She snatched it up. Spyglass jewelry. "Hello?" "Hi, this is Stella at Spyglass. I got your message last night. I'm sorry, but it's not done. It really is going to take at least a couple of weeks. I promise I'll call you when I start working on it so you know what to expect, okay?" Her voice was gentle and Lucy swallowed, feeling guilty for hounding her. "Thanks, Stella. I swear I'll be patient from now on. Thanks for calling me back. That was nice of you." Stella assured her that it wasn't a problem. Lucy hung up and dropped her face in her hands. "Nothing's gone right since I broke my necklace, Mom." Silence met that, and she glanced up to catch a look on her mother's face, similar to the one she wore when grading her students' essays, and she wasn't buying their interpretation of historical facts. "Let's start with what happened last night," her mom said. "Blake called me yesterday and said he wanted to go to dinner. He took me to our favorite cafe. I was going on and on about how good the stupid salad was, and then he said, 'We need to talk.' And since nothing good has ever followed that, I wanted to puke up the salad." "Did you?" her mom asked, looking alarmed. "No." "Good. That would have been a waste, especially since the right thing to do would have been to throw any remaining salad at your fiancé." "Mom!" "I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm already breaking my own rules. It's hard to be nice when he's hurting you." "You didn't like him?" "We want whatever is going to make you happy. If that was going to be Blake, then we loved him." "But I didn't make him happy. He said that he'd been unhappy for a long time. I told him that it would be a lot better when the wedding was done. A lot of the tension between me and Deborah would go away. But he said," and here she gulped, afraid that the next words would come out on a sob. She took a deep breath and tried again. "He said that he'd been unhappy before the wedding craziness started and that he didn't want to put either of us through any more of it. How could I not know that I was making someone I love unhappy?" "Come here, baby," her mom said, pulling her back into a hug and rubbing her back. "You couldn't make him unhappy if you tried. You couldn't make anyone unhappy. You're not wired for it." She pushed Lucy enough to fix her with a stare that wouldn't let Lucy look away. "What I noticed about Blake right away is that he's deeply unhappy in a way that some people are doomed to be." Lucy couldn't make sense of the words. "I know he wasn't great this weekend, but you saw how he was last summer. Laughing, joking, having a good time with everyone. He's a life of the party kind of guy." "He is," her mom agreed. "And a lot of those guys need that, the constant party where he can shine. Every joke they make, every funny story they tell is about keeping him front and center. I bet he doesn't spend a lot of time alone, does he? No, he didn't. Whether it was going to the gym or buying groceries, he liked her right there with him. I think that's pretty normal for two people who love each other, right? It can be. But you have to add up all the parts to see the whole. Dad likes to do stuff with me because he likes my company, not because he dislikes his own. Then why would he break up with me? Wouldn't it make more sense for him to stay in a relationship? Maybe. Except you have such a strong sense of self. I think that started coming out more and more as you got into the wedding planning. Lucy stiffened. You're saying I railroaded him? No. Oh, sweetheart, absolutely not. I think he realized you weren't going to disappear inside this marriage, but that's a good thing. Lucy rubbed her palms into her eyes. How did I get it so wrong? Well, he's a pretty good-looking guy, her mom said, mischief twinkling in her eyes. You wouldn't be my daughter if you didn't have an appreciation for that kind of thing. Lucy laughed for the first time in hours, even though it hurt her throat. You're awful. Maybe. But this is my advice for any future relationships. If he's pretty, keep him around for a while to look at. Maybe a little longer if he makes you laugh. But if the guy isn't the kind you would let hold your hair back while you're vomiting at 2 a.m. with the flu, cut him loose sooner than later, okay? Lucy's smile faded. I can't even imagine a future relationship. I can't even process that I'm not in one at the moment. Yesterday I was, and now I'm not. Blake's not a bad guy, just an unhappy one. You're definitely going to find a guy who is happy to be with you. Her mom patted her leg and stood, gathering up her dirty dishes and depositing them in her tiny kitchen. I'm going to jump in the shower. Then you're going to take a shower. And while that happens, I want you to think about what's most upsetting to you about this engagement being called off. We'll go for a walk and talk again. Lucy nodded. She couldn't think of anything she wanted to do less, but needed to do more. An hour later, she emerged from her shower feeling about 20% more human, mainly from washing gallons of dried tears off her skin. Lucy decided on Golden Gate Park for their walk because Blake, for some perverse reason, had hated it. She and her mom sat on rocks in the sunshine, and Lucy talked. And she talked. And the longer she talked, the more of her frustrations with Blake flooded out. The way he always decided where they would eat because he had more food moods than she did. The way he told jokes as if he'd practiced them for maximum effort. The way he refused to take sides between her and Deborah, saying they'd have to figure out how to work with each other. Her mom listened through it all without interrupting. When Lucy finally wound down, she sat quietly as her mom scrunched her forehead and thought hard for a minute. I thought the wedding planning was getting to me too, but maybe I just... Her mom waited, and when Lucy didn't finish, she rested her chin on her hands and smiled at her. You never answered the question back at your house. What bothers you the most about the engagement being called off? What doesn't? Lucy asked on a groan. A massive amount of work went into this. I'm going to lose some deposits. My friends are going to pity me, which is never fun. How do you know? Her mom asked. How do I know my friends are going to pity me? No. How do you know how it feels? Have you ever been in a position where people would have a reason to pity you? Of course I have. Everybody has. Name it, her mom said, a small smile playing around her mouth. Name the time when people pitied you. But Lucy was stumped. There had to be something, of course. Right? Who didn't have incidents like that? But she couldn't think of a single example. I'm drawing a blank. Her mom's smile widened. I kind of thought you might. She scooted over until she could put an arm around her daughter and press Lucy's head down to her shoulder. You've had a pretty charmed life. Lucy started to lift her head and object, but her mother held her head in place. That's not to say you haven't worked hard for everything you have, and you deserve every bit of it. Lucy quit straining and leaned into her mom, comforted again. The truth is, though, you haven't had anything really hard happen to you since your grandpa died. And in my heart of hearts, I've always believed when the first big challenge of your life came, you'd rise up and meet it. But there's no way to tell until it happens. She dropped her head against Lucy's, and the vibrations of her next words traveled down through Lucy's skull and shivered her spine. It's here, Lucy. The hardship that's going to test your mettle and show you who you really are. It's here. So the question is, what are you going to do about it? Lucy ran the question through her mind, feeling out the truth of her mom's observation. It felt pretty dang true. Yes, she'd run into obstacles in her job and other things, but she'd never for a single second doubted that things would work out, and they always did. Hard work and luck tended to go like that. But hard work couldn't fix this, and her luck was long gone. So what was she supposed to do? Tears stung her eyes again, and she straightened, refusing to let them fall. What she would not do is sit around feeling sorry for herself. I'm going to wash that man right out of my hair, she said, quoting the song she'd sung when she'd won the lead in her high school production of South Pacific. If relief had a sound, it would have been the musical scale of her mom's laugh. That's what I figured. None of the reasons you listed for regretting this breakup had much to do with Blake and missing him or loving him. This is a good thing, even if it doesn't feel like it. She patted Lucy's thigh, and it was more reassuring than hot coffee on a foggy San Francisco morning. It's not that easy, Mom. I already miss him. I mean, the last few months weren't great, but it's not like I fell for him for no reason. He was pretty amazing when I met him. Funny and good-looking, ambitious, smart. And he's been a big part of my life for the last year and a half. Now he's not going to be in it at all? I can't just snap my fingers and be okay with that ending by bedtime. Of course not. But when you say he was funny, did he make you laugh? Yes. But when it was just the two of you, and he wasn't trotting out one of his perfectly polished jokes, did he make you laugh? Don't answer, she said, holding up a hand. Just think about that for a while. And when you find the answer, ask yourself what you're really missing. Lucy sighed but nodded. Good. Now, the plan. I'm going to get you jump-started. With that, she pulled her cell phone out and made a call. Carter? It's Beth Dalton. We're on. Chapter 5. Her mom wouldn't give up any details on the way home. All Lucy could get out of her was her mom's opinion that Carter was a really nice guy. When they reached the front stoop, he was sitting there waiting for them. He smiled at her like it was a normal run-in and not like he'd slept a whole night on her couch because she was a crazy person. Hi. You probably don't know this about me, but the whole reason I moved here last year was because I was getting away from a bad breakup. So I've got ideas for your plan. I have no plan, she said. What was going on? It felt like being on a moving carousel without anything to hold on to. She was keeping her feet, but barely. Not yet. But your mom says you plan like a boss, so I'm sure one will kick in. I'll just give you something to start with. Her mom squeezed her arm. I know you love a good plan, and Carter's is great. Lucy rubbed her temples. It's okay. I can think of my own. It'll just take me a day or two, and I don't want you sticking around until then. I'm so thankful you came up here, but I want you to go back to work, Mom. You can go home tonight if you want to, because I'm absolutely going to be fine. Here's what I know so far. In a disaster, I'm not a pouter or a whiner. I'm going to be a doer. So I'm going to work tomorrow, and you should too." Her mom smiled. "Love the can-do attitude, daughter. Carter, you ready to take over on Friday?" Lucy shook her head. "That's another thing. Carter, you don't have to babysit me. I can do this." "I'm not babysitting you. You're more like a mentoring project. You're going to train me to be an expert in bad luck?" He grinned. "No, even better. I seriously have the perfect strategy for getting over a gnarly breakup." She rolled her eyes. "You going to write me an app or something?" His expression grew thoughtful. "Now that you mention it, Mom, make him stop." "Sorry, honey, I approve his plan. No one's telling me what it is." Carter smiled. "You'll find out when you get back from work tomorrow. In the meantime, enjoy your day with your mom." He waved and headed up the stairs. Lucy gave up. "Can you at least tell me the plan for the rest of the night?" "Lots of chocolate. Watch Just My Luck for the billionth time, and then more chocolate. Or maybe ice cream. No, both. Make all Carter's plans be about chocolate too," Lucy said, already heading in to dig up her copy of the old Lindsay Lohan movie she'd loved since college. Her real life had no resemblance to anything Lohan, but she'd always seen a ton of parallels between herself and Ashley Albright, the movie's main character who lives a charmed life until all her luck goes bad. She just never shared the full experience with Ashley until her jade necklace broke. And if given the choice, that was definitely where she'd have drawn the line at life imitating art. The next day at work was hard, but Lucy survived it with a pasted-on smile and vague excuses about food allergies to explain her slightly puffy eyes. Nothing bad had happened at the Duchess, and given the last few days, she'd count it as a victory. When she got home, she found Carter sitting out on the steps. "I'm going up to bed," she said. He caught her wrist in a grip light enough to break with a tiny tug. "You can't. It's time for my plan. Sit." She sat. "You're absolved, Carter. I hereby emancipate you." "Sorry, you don't have the authority. Only your mom can fire me or otherwise remove me from duty." "She stuck you with a bad job. Why would you even say yes?" "It's at least 6 weeks until the funding comes through for my math app, so I need a fill-in project." He rested a hand on her shoulder and gazed deep into her eyes. "Thank you for saving me from boredom, Lucy." "Knock it off," she said as she pushed his hand aside, but she barely smothered a laugh. "Do I get any details today?" "Yes, today is the first day of the Take Your Mind Off of It rampage." "Do I get a t-shirt for playing?" "No." "Then I don't want to do it." "Sure you do. You get something way better than a t-shirt. Revenge." Lucy's eyebrows went up at that. "Tell me more." "You ever hear that expression that the best revenge is living well? That's what you're going to do. Blake is going to wonder if you even miss him." "Blake," she corrected him. "That's what I said. Blake." That made her grin. "What's step 1? Food. It makes everything better, and that goes double for good food. We're going to the corner market and picking out at least 5 things you've never tried, and we're making them for dinner." "If I haven't tried it, how do I know if it's good food?" "I'm a good cook. We'll make it work." "I'd rather just grab Italian. Then I know I'll like it." Carter nodded, like he was considering that option. "You want to know something about you? You come across as carefree but careful, like you're happy as long as everything is going according to plan." "There's nothing wrong with that," she said, surprised that he'd noticed that about her. "People say I'm lucky, but they don't realize how much of that comes from hard work and careful planning. You get extremely lucky when you live like that. Yeah, like that Edison quote, "The harder I work, the luckier I get." Exactly, smarty pants. I'm not that smart. Statistically, it was going to be Edison, Einstein, Lincoln, or Twain. Try this quote. "The secret to happiness is goofing off in your kitchen with stuff from the corner market and no real plan." Abraham Lincoln? She guessed. Eleanor Roosevelt. Can I trust you to go in and change into something that is not flannel pajamas, or do we need to go straight to the store? She looked down at her wrap dress and heels. Not exactly slumming at the market clothes. I'll change. See you in 15? She nodded and climbed to her feet, unsure how he'd convinced her to go along with his plan. 2 flights of stairs later, she walked into her apartment to hear a Skype alert from her mom. She answered and smiled at the sight of a David McCullough book thick enough to brain a Yeti sitting beside her mom. "Truman again?" she asked, squinting at the spine. "It won't be the last time either," her mom said. "How are you doing?" "Hard day, but I survived. And if I get through tonight with Carter, I'll do it again tomorrow." "That's my girl. What are you doing with Carter?" "Going on some sort of fun-having rampage that will fix all my problems. But I'm overdressed," she said, glancing down at her dress. "I have to change." She signed off with a promise to call if she got too sad and went to her room. She eyed the bed, wishing she could collapse on it and stay there until approximately December, but she didn't figure either her mom or Carter would let her get away with that. She stared at the closet for a minute, trying to figure out exactly what one wore on a rampage. She'd spent a lot of time and money investing in high-quality wardrobe pieces that would translate well, from working with corporate event planners to evenings out with Blake at his cocktail parties. He liked when she played up her femininity, calling her his pocket girlfriend and his doll. Why had she ever thought that was cute? She must have let it slide because he also seemed to have a healthy respect for her intellect. But doll? She shuddered and pulled out something far more casual than Blake would have liked. His idea of dressing down was a collared shirt with a tasteful Tommy Bahama print. Deborah had probably never taught him to even dress himself in the kind of shirt he could pull over his head. Carter always dressed for comfort, and as she slipped into a tank top she normally wore for yoga, a pair of shorts that was the veteran of countless washings, and flip-flops, she decided Carter was onto something, and Blake, with his stupid button-downs, was an idiot. A knock sounded on the front door, and she opened it to Carter. "You ready?" he asked. She took a deep breath. Yeah, she wanted to be done with his self-pity more than Truman had wanted to be done with Stalin. "Let's go shop for our dinner, abomination." Fruits in sizes and colors she'd never imagined filled produce tables in lush pyramids. She picked up something that looked like a spiny lemon crossed with an anemone and sniffed it. "How can this even occur in nature?" she asked, turning it over. "That's a dragon fruit," Carter said, taking it from her hand. "Maybe it didn't occur in nature. Maybe it's actually laid by a dragon." "You're a dork. Hardcore, and I don't deny it. Check this out," he said, setting the dragon fruit down to pick up a squash, a green one with a neck that curved over on itself. It looked like the offspring of a swan and a hand grenade. "What is it?" she asked. "I have no idea," he said. "We're definitely getting it. I guess we can always Google how to cook it. You know, right after we Google what it is. As long as it's a squash, we can work magic on it with enough butter and brown sugar. And if it's not a squash, then I still don't see a problem. Butter and brown sugar. What else do we need to know, really?" The rest of the time in the store went like that. By the time they reached her apartment, they had gone way over the 5 unknown foods goal, but she was far more worried by the partially open front door that greeted her. Carter stepped in front of her and handed her the grocery sacks. "You locked up?" She nodded, her heart pounding. He pushed the door wider and called, "Hello?" Someone answered from inside, which in a weird way made her feel better. A robber wouldn't answer back, would he? Carter stepped in and poked his head back out a minute later to gesture her in too. She walked in to get an eyeful of the building manager's plumber's crack. She squeaked. The manager, John, grunted but didn't look up from where he was prying away drywall near her baseboard. "We had an incident while you were out. Got a call from 2B below you that they had some water leaking from the ceiling." "I've only been gone an hour," Lucy said. "Pipe leak," Carter said. "It's probably been going on for a while." "How do you know that?" Lucy asked. "He hasn't said what's going on yet. Had one last year. Even in a well-maintained building like this, sometimes the old pipes will do their thing." John heaved himself to his feet. "Yeah, looks like this one's been going for a couple days at least. The only reason it's not worse is because the unit above you has been empty for 2 weeks. Lucky for you, they weren't up there running water every day, or your place would be the new 3rd-floor pool." Lucy looked down at the pieces of drywall littering the floor. "Yeah, lucky," she echoed, wondering when that word had come to mean something so different in her life. "I guess if that's the worst of the damage, then you're right." John snorted. "Nah, that's just the start. We've got to tear out the drywall all the way up to the ceiling so they can replace the pipes. Then they'll have to repair it. And I'll have to shut off the water to the unit while they do the repairs, but that won't be before tomorrow. But it could have been worse." He knelt back down and resumed whacking at the wall. Lucy's grip on the grocery sacks loosened, and an ostrich egg nearly paid the price, but Carter snagged it before it hit the floor. "Lucky catch," he said, straightening and lofting the bag to show her it was safe. "Yeah, lucky," she echoed for the second time in minutes. "We're not going to be able to cook in here tonight," he said, flinching when an extra hard whack sent a piece of wall flying. "Better cook at my place." "What are we making again?" They had a scaly green thing, persimmons, red bean paste, and a lettuce she never heard of. Mishmash surprise? "Let's just call it the chef's special." He took the bags back and Lucy followed him next door. "I've never been here before," she said, stepping in to check it out. Blake's place looked like Deborah had copied it straight from a GQ article on contemporary furnishings for the modern man, because she had. Dark leathers, square angles, perfectly on-trend gray walls hung with expertly spaced photographs of vintage cars shot from artsy angles. She didn't figure Carter's place would be anything like that, but neither did she expect to step into his living room and feel like she'd been swallowed up by the world's most comfortable library. She thought she might find his bike hanging on the wall and an IKEA desk full of computers, cables, and papers. But instead, she met 2 walls full of bookshelves. A big corduroy sofa sprawled in the middle of the room. He even had potted plants, herbs it turned out when she wandered over to investigate. "I like your place," she said. A muffled thump sounded from her apartment and she winced. "I can't believe they have to tear my wall out. The streak continues." "You thought that was bad luck?" "Nope, it was good luck. Now you get to repaint it any color you want." "I could have done that before." "Yeah, you could have, but now you can make John do it. See? Good luck. Now let's cook." An hour later, her side hurt from laughing over Carter's beyond stupid narration of their food prep, Iron Chef style. "He rips the guts from the green thing like he's taking its smell personally," That squash is never going to mess with you again. She stared down at its stringy guts spread over the counter. Actually, I'm totally creeped out now. I'm going home. Another loud bang sounded next door. Never mind. Remember, your mom said you have to go along with my plan, Carter said, as if that were totally normal. Carter, I can't believe I have to say this, but it's possible she's trying to set us up. Carter's brow wrinkled. That's too bad. I want your mom to like me, and I already have to disappoint her. Good. I mean, not that I want you to disappoint her. Good that we're on the same page about not dating. I definitely don't want to date you, Lucy Lou, Carter said, a statement that managed to reassure and peeve her at the same time. Why not? Am I suddenly undateable now, too? He rolled his eyes. Do you want me to want you or to not want you? Us dating is a terrible idea. I just like to think at some point when I'm not a mess that I may be considered worth asking on a date again. You're dateable. In fact, I was getting up my nerve to ask you out last fall when you showed up at the mailboxes with an engagement ring on your finger. The tips of his ears turned red. He got busy chopping vegetables, his knife flying so fast it was almost a blur. Lucy had to duck a piece of squash, but Carter didn't notice. He'd wanted to ask her out? She did an accelerated slideshow of the times she remembered interacting with him. She'd never gotten a vibe that he was interested. He'd always been friendly and talkative, but not in a flirty way. She didn't know whether to comment on his admission or move on to something else, and just as she was about to open her mouth to find out what would come out, he spoke again. Did you ever notice how much time I spent out on my balcony? Not really, she said, not sure what answer he hoped to hear. Good, he said. I mean, it seemed like I was always running into you out there, but I thought you were digging the view. I was out there a lot the first year after I moved in, too. Hi, my name is Carter, and I'm an underachieving stalker. I guess if waiting for me to wander out on my balcony was the worst you did, that's not so bad. The tips of his ears were still red. In all honesty, if I wasn't already dating Blake, I'd have probably wandered out on my balcony to see if my cute new neighbor was on his. She bumped him with her hip. He smiled. Dating who? Blake. Who? Blake, she repeated, a little louder. Who? She grinned. Right, no one. Now you're understanding how the rampage to take your mind off it works, Carter said. I need all your attention on the recipe and none on flake. Deal? I live to cook. Good. Let's throw this together and see what happens when we add a little heat. Blake would have made that sound flirtatious, and she wondered how she'd never noticed how rehearsed his lines were before. Blake was an A plus B equals C kind of guy. Flirt this way, girl reacts that way, the result is a hookup or a date or whatever Blake was angling for. He was like that about everything. He approached every situation with an outcome in mind and a plan for achieving it. It had made him excel in business. In a lot of ways, it had made them a good fit. She was a big believer in planning like crazy and getting a predictable result. Predictability got a bad rap, and it shouldn't. It's why she'd been so successful, too. Carter had been rummaging around in his cupboards and turned to face her, holding plates and bowls. Time to eat. She helped him set the table for two, aware that somehow doing this with Carter seemed way more intimate than the dozen times she'd cooked for Blake at her place. Probably because she was hyper-aware of the new surroundings. 15 minutes later, they decimated the food. She groaned. I licked the plate, but I scraped it clean. Carter only gave a sleepy grunt that made her smile. A couple minutes passed before he found the energy to push himself to his feet. My stomach says as far as rampages go, achievement unlocked. Thank you, chef neighbor. You made at least half this dinner. No, I mean for taking my mind off things. I know I've got some rough days ahead, but thanks for helping me through this first part. They say the first 72 hours determine how the rest of your breakup goes. I think the 72-hour thing is for kidnappings. Or solving murders, maybe? But not breakups. You'll need more time than that. We've got rampaging left to do. Rampage sounds so violent. I mean, it makes sense as a guy thing to do, but I think I want to name it something more feminine. Girl words are all too nice for the amount of getting it out of your system that's called for here. I was thinking maybe I should call it the binge and purge. You know, binge on fun things to purge Blake out of my life. Who? She smiled. Right. Wrong. About the name. I'm the expert. Your name idea is disturbing, and we're sticking with the rampage. Moot point. I don't need more rampaging anyway, but thank you. This was so much better than staying in. He gathered up the plates and headed to the kitchen. Don't get up and try to come do dishes. He called over his shoulder as she stood to do exactly that. Also, the rampage can't be over. I figured out great stuff to do when I was out running my issues last year, and you can't be done until you cross them all off your list, too. I can't, she repeated, and the note of warning in her voice stopped him cold. Let me rephrase that. You can do whatever you want. But if you want a tried and true recovery plan, I'd strongly advise you to finish the rampage. She had a plan for emotional recovery she'd been working up between putting out fires at work earlier. It involved soul-searching and listening to soothing music, self-betterment, reading a few classic novels, and vigorous exercise. It made her nearly comatose just thinking about it. What does the rest of the rampage involve? She asked. Tomorrow it's eating at Emmy's Spaghetti Shack, and next Saturday it's going to the Exploratorium. Those sound like things for little kids. What's your point? She laughed. No point. Let's do it. I don't hear any more thumps next door. You're probably safe to go burrow now if you want. That's allowed during the rampage? It's inevitable. And it's kind of good to have the moments of self-pity, so you can contrast them to how much better you feel when you're not burrowing. He walked her to his door. Want to knock on my door when you get home tomorrow? She nodded right as her phone beeped with a text from her mom. Did you hang out with Carter? She held it up for him to see. Notice she didn't ask if I'm okay or how I'm feeling? Just if I hung out with you. I'm not kidding about my mom trying to fix us up. He shrugged, his smile real and easy. I don't do rebounds. So this is me helping out my neighbor while I wait for funding to kick in on my new development project. If you're okay with me using your crappy situation to drag you out of the house and entertain myself, I guess we're even. You know, in the interest of full disclosure. Sounds fair to me. See you tomorrow. Looking forward to it. She slipped out, surprised to realize that she was too. A lot. Chapter 6. Lucy glared at Carter, who was holding his sides and laughing. She poked him, hard. This isn't funny. The light wind got extra playful with her hair, and she pushed the strands out of her face to glare again, but it didn't help. Carter was almost wheezing by that point. He tried to stop long enough to check on her. You didn't hurt anything, did you? My pride. I think I gave a pigeon a heart attack. What have I become now that I'm spending my afternoon terrorizing birds? She redirected her glare to her rented rollerblades. This is your dumbest idea so far. Who even rollerblades anymore? Why did I let you talk me into this? Carter only laughed harder, and she shoved him. Sorry, he gasped. It's just... And he quit talking so he could do an imitation of her from 3 minutes before, his arms flailing while his feet competed to take him different directions. That's probably what his imitation of a kitten on roller skates would look like, too. She'd never understood how fast breakneck speed really was until she, in fact, felt in danger of breaking her neck. She clenched her fist a couple of times, trying to figure out how much it would hurt her if she punched him for real. But he let out a high-pitched whine that was such a spot-on imitation of her that it broke her. And she collapsed on the grass in giggles. He dropped down beside her. I didn't sound like that, she said between gasps of air. You did, he said, his voice strangled with more laughter. I hate you. You love me. Who else buys you spaghetti meatballs as big as your head? That was true. On the night Blake had dumped her, she'd been overwhelmed by how her structured life had suddenly become riddled with holes where Blake was supposed to be. She dreaded having to go through that initial stretch of time without him. All the time they used to spend together would be hers to spend alone. Alone. She didn't do alone. And when she'd thought about how long that aloneness might stretch into the future, it had made her ill. Pounding head, churning stomach, the works. But Carter had come around every day that she let him, pulling her to this museum or that gallery or this weird little shop or that hole-in-the-wall restaurant. When she complained that her waistband couldn't survive any more food adventures, he'd decided they should rent rollerblades and sacrifice themselves to the gods of stupidity. She'd still noticed Blake's absence, but in ways she didn't expect. She hadn't realized how much energy she'd spent in managing him and his moods, or how much brain power went into making everything perfect for him. She'd seen it as a challenge, an extension of the work she did at the Duchess, another chance to flex her skill set. Running around and doing things with Carter just because they were there to be done had made her realize how little downtime she'd had from her work mode. Even the socializing she and Blake had done had mostly revolved around him networking, buttering up new clients, or schmoozing for work. Carter shifted beside her, lying back on the grass with his arm over his eyes to shade them. The smile still playing around the corners of his mouth wrung a return smile from her, even though he didn't see it. She stretched out too and stared up at the blanket of blue above her, unbroken by clouds. Carter was all about the hard work of playing. For 3 weeks now, these adventures with him had made everything bearable because she could forget it all. She could forget that work was still going wrong as often as it went right, that her kitchen had only barely been patched up, that 100 things fell apart each day until Carter whisked her off to play. But it was going to catch up to her. At some point, the sheer suckiness of the situation, all the feelings she hadn't worked through about Blake were waiting to come crashing down. She couldn't outrun them forever, and it didn't seem fair to hang on to Carter and let him drown too. She didn't know when it would happen, but she had a nasty feeling it would be the day she'd highlighted in red on her calendar. June 2nd. Instead of walking down a petal-strewn sandy aisle to get married, she'd be at her desk at the Duchess with a million tasks to do, exactly as if she had never given up 18 months of herself to a relationship that had gone nowhere. Carter stretched his other arm out and nudged the top of her head, a wordless invitation to rest it on him instead of the grass. She hesitated. He was a touchy-feely kind of guy, but this was a step short of cuddling, not his usual teasing pokes and friend hugs. He nudged her again, but it felt as absent-minded as a pat on the head from her grandmother, affectionate but not insistent. So she scooted up enough to accept his arm pillow, You're a good friend, Carter. He didn't say anything to that, but that's what she liked about him. He was comfortable with silence. Blake had used it as a weapon to let her know she'd screwed up somehow, or to get her to knock herself out trying to find out what was wrong with him. She sighed. She didn't miss that. "What are you thinking about?" Carter asked. "Stagnation." "Sounds nice." She smiled even though he was studying the inside of his eyelids and not her. "I just realized I was stagnating professionally." "This epiphany brought to you by rollerblades, and you thought they were stupid." She elbowed him and he laughed. "Anyway, back to my pathetic personal problems. I was saying I was pretty distracted with Blake. I figured I'd push hard at work after the wedding. I mean, I always work hard, but I had big plans for the Duchess once everything with the wedding settled down." "Like what?" She smiled again at the question. The curiosity was a Carter thing. He wanted to know about everything, from how the chef at Emmy's had made the meatballs so big and still got them to cook through, to why inline skates had changed in the last 10 years. On the day they'd gone to the Exploratorium, a hands-on science center, he couldn't get enough of all the interactive exhibits. Within minutes, she'd been playing like a 9-year-old right beside him, giddy over all the gizmos and whirligigs. He nudged her, a reminder that he'd asked her a question. "I want to make the Duchess the premier venue for high-profile events. We get a lot of those already, but I want to push it farther. Tap business that hasn't considered us before by offering the most elegant high-tech setting they could imagine. And then I would be so amazing that the hotel group would beg to promote me to general management at one of their lead holdings. Maybe even at the Duchess." "That sounds like a good plan," he said, his voice full of late afternoon sun, warm and lazy. "Do it." "I wish it were that simple. But you've seen how bad my luck has been when I'm with you. It's actually worse when I'm at work. It's like Murphy's Law on steroids over there. A promotion is definitely not in my future. I'm not sure even a job is in my future if this keeps up." "You'll be okay." His lips grazed her hair in a kiss. She went still, but nothing else happened. She slid a sideways glance at him, but his eyes were still closed. His face still turned to the sun. He wouldn't have kissed a guy friend that way, but he had sisters, so maybe that's what he would have done to cheer one of them up? She hoped. Didn't she? She cleared her throat. "Anyway, I need to get work under control." She tried to pick up the thread of the conversation, but the kiss was still distracting her. What had he meant by it? She should ask. But if he was going to act like it was nothing, then it must be nothing. "You'll do all those things," Carter said. "That's something I figured out about you quick. If you decide you're going to do it, it happens. So work doesn't stand a chance. They should give you the keys to the Duchess now because that's a done deal." "I already have the keys to the Duchess." It had been a fast kiss, like he hadn't been thinking about it, so that was good, right? She wasn't sure. Random kisses, even hair kisses, seemed like a bad idea. "Then they should give you the crown and scepter or whatever it is when you're the boss of the Duchess." "A special RFID badge? What is it?" "It's a crown and scepter, right? Say it's a crown and scepter." "It is, but my boss never wears them because they don't go with his suit." Maybe that hadn't been a kiss. Maybe the wind had ruffled her hair again, and it felt like a kiss. But how did the wind make a kissing sound? She straightened, too fidgety to lie down anymore. "You okay?" Carter asked, cracking an eye open to check on her. "Fine, except for not. I'm really stressed about work. And about you kissing my hair." I think I liked it. Sorry, what? Her cheeks heated. She couldn't believe she'd said that last part out loud. She'd meant she'd liked him kissing her hair, and that was the problem. Focus, girl. Nothing, just saying I'm glad I like my work. Work. She'd let Blake dominate her work-life balance, and it hadn't balanced at all. The wedding had gotten her attention, and the Duchess got what was left. She had to flip that, at least until her job was under control. When she put all the pieces in place, luck had a way of happening. When she got distracted, let things get too spontaneous, everything went sideways. It rained bad luck. She caught herself reaching for her necklace again. You think I should call Spyglass again? You called her 2 days ago, right? I think she'll let you know when it's done. That would have sounded so condescending coming from Blake. Everything underscored with an unspoken but obvious duh. But Carter's tone was reassuring, and it made her want to burrow into him and soak up more of his mellowness. Hold up. Bad idea. As much as the last 3 weeks with Carter had been fun, she didn't need the double awkwardness of getting caught up in some emotional rebound with a neighbor she couldn't avoid when her feelings for him inevitably flamed out, plus having her career fall apart due to lack of focus. Carter was a cute guy. A really cute guy, actually. And if she quit distracting him, she'd leave him free for someone else to swoop in and snatch him up. In fact, her friend Allie had hinted more than once that Carter seemed pretty dateable. Maybe she should hook them up. She pictured them together and wrinkled her nose. She couldn't say why exactly, but something about it was off. It was the same sense of something being not quite right when she was eating chicken at a nice restaurant and it had been grilled too close to where they'd cooked seafood. Blake had always said she was imagining the fishy flavor, but she always asked the server, and she'd never been wrong yet. The picture of Allie and Carter in her mind had the same tinge of not quite rightness. Wait. Did she think that because she wanted it to be herself in the picture with Carter? She gave that mental image a whirl. It looked totally normal in her head, and she frowned. You must have some deep thoughts going on in there, Carter said, startling her with the feather-light touch of his finger grazing the furrows between her eyebrows. Her eyes flew open to find him propped on his elbow and smiling down at her. His finger moved down to trace the frown tugging down her mouth. A devilish impulse to catch the tip of his wandering digit between her teeth and see what he did parted her lips. But before she could see what would happen, her phone shrilled and she shot up. Hello? She said, aware of Carter's gaze on her profile. Hi, this is Jolie at Eveline's Bridal. Your dress is here and we're ready to schedule you for a fitting. Lucy's chest tightened. I canceled that order a couple of weeks ago. I canceled my whole wedding. Keeping her voice steady as she said it felt like walking a high wire without falling. She listened to the clerk's flustered apology on the other end that sounded as if it were coming from way below her perch on the high wire. Yes, she understood that she would still owe the cost of the special ordered dress, but they could attempt to sell it on consignment for her if she would like to do that. Yes, she would like to do that. No, there was no way she would be wearing that dress. No, Jolie didn't need to apologize for the call. She hung up and scrounged up a smile for Carter. I guess whoever called me last time didn't leave a note that I'd cancel the order. You still have to pay for it? She nodded. Yeah. They might be able to sell it to someone looking for a deal. He rested his hand on her back. I'm sorry. Maybe we should ramp up the rampage? She straightened away from his hand and climbed to her feet, fighting hard to keep her balance, emotionally and otherwise. Carter, and whatever he heard in her voice shadowed his face as he climbed to his feet too. She continued anyway. You got me through the worst of it. The rampage was a success, and now I need to focus on work. You made it possible for me to hold on to the status quo, but I really need to push ahead. I'm getting to the point where all this spontaneity is starting to go from being helpful to getting me off track. Not that it hasn't been amazing," she rushed to add when a flicker of hurt flashed in his eyes. "But the healthy thing for me to do is to take control of my life again. Besides, think of all the free time you're going to have now that you don't have to babysit me," she said, hoping to tease a smile out of him. It worked. "You mean babe-sitting?" he asked, wiggling his eyebrows at her, dirty old man style. He ducked when she swung at him, and he caught her fist, using her momentum to spin her around and pull her up against him. He braced his feet on either side of her skates and steadied her. "Careful there, Muhammad Ali. You steady?" She nodded, surprised by how hard his chest felt against her back. He released her slowly, keeping hold of her hand until he was sure she'd found her feet. She was even more surprised by how much she missed his warmth against her. "Let's go," he said, turning on his skates as easily as if they were his regular Adidas. "Let's return these before I deposit you back in the Lucy cave." She clunked after him, relieved that he hadn't put up a fight. Right? For the millionth time, she reached up to rub her jade and flinched when she found empty space. Carter's gentle urging aside, it was time to call Spyglass again and see when it would be done. She needed all the help she could get to put her life back on track. Playtime was done. Chapter 7. First thing at work the next morning, Lucy went through her wedding to-do list one more time to make sure everything was actually canceled. The call about the dress had been a lot like finding a fly in her morning juice, and she could do without those kind of karmic ripples on a regular basis. It looked good until she got to the dates for the Mariposa Hotel. She'd canceled the reservation weeks ago, but she hadn't been able to bring herself to take the vacation request off the Duchess calendar. She hated the symbolism of it. What should have been a week of celebrating with friends and enjoying her new husband would officially become another week in the office. She closed the to-do list. Soon. She would delete the time-off request soon. Just not today. Today was about pulling work out of a downward skid. It was about working smart and seeing problems before they could arise. It was about working so hard that it compensated for her missing luck. It was about making it happen. And with the final deep breath, she dove right in to fill some of the gaps that had opened on the Duchess event schedule. That night, and every night for the next 2 weeks, she fell into bed like she'd been wrung out of energy and dropped there to dry. Some nights she dragged herself out to the balcony to see if Carter was around. She only saw him twice. Based on their conversations, he was winning life. She rattled off a long list of new events they'd booked, new hires she'd made, new problems she'd solved. He described some ridiculous thing he did that day that sounded more fun than anything she'd done all year. Minus the weeks of the rampage with him. She refused to let it distract her. The progress at work had been clear and steady, but setbacks kept cropping up. A flower vendor who had decided on an unreasonable rate hike, or an event liaison who was more interested in booking personal dates with tech guys than booking events for the hotel. At the end of her first week of Operation Break the Slump, it had all come pouring out during her nightly call to her mom. "I don't get it," she complained, hating that she sounded like one of her mom's honors students whining about a B. "I'm giving this my full time and attention, and I'm running into problems like I never have before. When is this stupid bad luck streak going to snap? Because I will if it doesn't soon. I'm going to lose my mind." Her mom had sighed. "You're still convinced this is all going to be better when you get your necklace back, "I know it will." Sweetie, you're having the same luck you always had. It's just that before you always expected things to work out, and they did. Now you're expecting things to go wrong, and they do. The truth is, nothing's changed. You have the same amount of things going right as you do wrong, but your perception is different because of your expectations. But Carter's luck has definitely improved. It's not my imagination. Everything used to go wrong for him, and now it all goes right. Ask Carter about his luck sometime. See if he agrees with your assessment. She'd had to wander out onto her balcony 4 nights in a row before she'd had the chance. What had happened to the days when he'd hang out here waiting for a glimpse of her? It would have been a lot more convenient if he'd kept that up. She was smiling at the inner 3-year-old that seemed to be controlling all her emotions when Carter's door slid open, and he settled into the deck chair on his side. "It's good to see you smiling," he said. "Let me in on the joke?" She shook her head. "I was just being lame." "Not possible." "I have a random question for you. Do you feel like you're having a run of good luck right now?" He shrugged. "No more than usual." "But didn't you feel like you were having a ton of bad luck last year?" "Nah, I was having a lot of bad days, and now I don't. But that's what happens after a tough breakup. It's hard to see anything as going your way for a while. Doesn't mean the rest of the stuff in your life is better or worse, but when the biggest thing in it becomes a total wreck, sometimes it's hard to realize that the rest of it is the same as it always was." She straightened and fixed him with the unwavering stare her mom had always used to pry secrets out of her when she was a kid. "Has my mom been coaching you on the phone?" That startled a quick headshake out of him. "What are you talking about? I haven't seen her since she left after, you know." She eased back into her chair. "You can say breakup. I'm not fragile." "Okay, so what made you ask if I talked to your mom? I promised to tell you if she's trying to check up on you." "Don't worry about it. It wouldn't bother me if she did." He stood and walked over to lean on his rail. If she did the same thing, they'd be face to face, almost lip to lip. Her cheeks heated. Stupid. This is what came of not having a fiancé around to kiss regularly. She cleared her throat and stood up. "I'm sure she won't call you. Have a good night, Carter," she said, slipping through the door. She closed it on his soft, "Wait, Lucy Lou," because she didn't need to stay outside any longer and wonder how soft his hair felt, or if his biceps were as hard as his chest had been. She climbed into bed and fired up her laptop, determined to get a jump on the next day. Her mom was right. If she expected glitches to happen, they wouldn't surprise her. And if she expected them to work out, they would. Now she just had to figure out all the possible glitches, and since she couldn't think about them and Carter's hair, she pushed Carter out of her head. The new approach helped the second week. Every time something went wrong, she tried to think of it as a problem that would solve itself. No biggie. And even though sometimes those problems did in fact turn into biggies, or none of them solved themselves, they did get solved. Eventually. After she finally managed to replace the conference that had canceled for September with a different event that grossed almost as much on the food and beverage service, the general manager stopped by her office to compliment her. By the third week, she'd hit a groove. Her job didn't have the same feel of lighthearted fun like it had before her necklace had broken, but she was starting to crave the feeling she got when she finally worked through a particularly knotty problem. It was like a huge post-workout stretch, but inside her brain. None of it helped in the fourth week. June 2nd stared back at her from her work calendar in red, highlighted as urgent. It wasn't like she was going to forget when that should have happened, but she had forgotten to delete her time off request. She went into the scheduling function and deleted Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But the closer she got to Friday, her chest tightened. That was supposed to be the day where everything in her life changed for the better, when she took a permanent step into her new life. It deserved more mourning than a deletion from her calendar. Instead of erasing it, she scooped up her cell phone and texted Allie, formerly her maid of honor. Going to head down to Seashell Beach next Thursday and Friday to do something either symbolic or crazy. Probably both. You in? The answer came back in seconds. Totally. Seashell Beach back on my calendar. Lucy didn't need a 10-day block off from work anymore, but those 2 days would be spent reconciling her new path with where it had split with the old one, and proving to herself that she was truly okay. Chapter 8. Her alarm was set early for Thursday so she and Allie could beat the worst of the traffic before hopping on the coast highway to cruise down to Seashell Beach. But her phone rang even earlier than that. "Hello?" she mumbled while squinting at the time display. "Lucy, bad news," she heard Allie say at a tinny distance until she fumbled the phone back up to her ear. "What's going on?" She sat up and blinked sleep from her eyes. "Food poisoning, I think. I feel like I'm going to die. There's no way I can make the drive this morning. I'm so sorry." Lucy sighed. Allie sounded like death had reanimated her, to use her voice box. "Don't worry about it. Hydrate and sleep." "But I feel so bad." "Don't. Maybe my mom can drive up and meet me. Or maybe I need to go down there and do this alone, so I can prove I'm strong enough. But whatever I do, you need to go back to sleep." She cut off another croak and ordered Allie back to sleep for the 3rd time before hanging up. She lay there for an hour, long enough for the sun to brighten her room, debating what to do. Her mom could drive up after school and get there by dinner, but she didn't want the weight of her mom's worry on her. She could do this alone. She'd use the time to reflect, to come back from the weekend that should have been her wedding recentered and refocused. She got up and changed into the cute sundress she'd pulled out the night before, trying not to think about how taking Allie's convertible would have been way more fun. She'd just keep her windows down and her radio loud, and it would be fine. An hour later, she'd polished off a grapefruit and some yogurt and had her bag in the car when her phone rang again. This time, it was Stella at Spyglass. "Lucy, I know your necklace took longer than you would have liked, but I promised it would be worth it, and it is. It looks as good as new. I can send it out to you today if you like." Lucy leaned against her car. It was done? And today of all days. It felt eerily full circle. "I'm heading down that way. I'll come in and pick it up." She ended the call and plopped down behind the wheel where she slumped and rested her head on her hands. It was the weakness of relief mixed with an emotion she didn't expect. 6 weeks ago, she'd been down in Seashell Beach without the faintest idea that everything was about to fall apart. And while she grew more sure each day that it had exploded only for her to rebuild something better, the reality of how hard this weekend might end up being for her sunk in. Anger roiled in her stomach and chest as she thought about the box she'd forced herself into to fit with Blake. It was anger at him, but anger at herself too. Prickles traveled up her chest and lodged on the inside of her eyelids, threatening tears. She sniffed and started the car, then pulled the key from the ignition again. She needed to go, to prove she was strong enough, but she wasn't at all sure she was strong enough by herself. So she called the person she knew could make her stronger. "Carter? Are you busy for the next 2 days?" Chapter 9. Her mom checked in at lunchtime. "You doing okay? Is it strange being there?" Lucy glanced up at the redwood towering over her. She couldn't even see its leaves. Didn't actually get there yet." Traffic, her mom said, sympathetic in the way only an Angelino can be. No, actually, Allie got sick, so I invited Carter along for the ride, but he keeps tricking me into detours. We're in a redwood forest right now, and I guess when we're done here... She pulled the phone down and called over to Carter, who was sniffing ferns. What are we doing next? The Giant Dipper. We're riding a roller coaster in Santa Cruz, she reported to her mom. Carter's with you? Her mom said, sounding way too delighted. Yep, he reported for friend duty this morning. But he's turning this 4-hour drive into about twice that, so I don't know how much help he's being, Lucy said with a laugh when he turned to roll his eyes at her. I won't bother you anymore. Call me when you get there. Her mom hung up before Lucy could finish saying goodbye. What's after the roller coaster? She used her annoyed tone of voice, but the truth was, these ridiculous detours were the exact reason she'd called Carter. Work had straightened itself out beautifully, but she couldn't remember feeling so bored. Having the wedding to look forward to had taken up a lot of her non-work time. And then Carter had stepped in to soak up that time when Blake dumped her. But once she'd scaled back time with Carter, she'd begun to realize she had phased out an awful lot of non-Blake interests in her life when he came along, leaving her trying to remember what she had used to do for fun before him. Carter shrugged. I don't know. I'll figure it out when we're done with the roller coaster. Uh-huh. Do you figure on us actually getting to the hotel at any point? Dinnerish. And when are we done with the redwoods? When enough people get here to calculate how many of us it would take to hold hands and wrap around that tree. He pointed at the hugest tree they'd seen so far, about 100 yards off. We're literally going to be tree huggers? What if it takes forever for enough people to get here? That's a huge tree. Then it takes forever. He studied her face like it was the GPS display of her car. You're getting twitchy. Look, you're doing me a favor if you do this. I can turn this into a word problem that's going to be great in my app. She narrowed her eyes. You just made that up. Yes, but it was true the moment I said it. I need to stay until we can do this big group hug. It took an hour and a half before he pulled it off. A busload of little old English ladies thought it was a delightfully daffy thing to do and helped them out. When Lucy and Carter climbed back into the car, he wore a satisfied smile. The answer had been 17 senior citizens plus the two of them. I can turn this into so many problems with variables. What if it was all adults or all kids? They'll have to find average arm spans by age and extrapolate. This is awesome. Lucy shook her head and got them back to Highway 1. In Santa Cruz, Carter tried to chicken out of the roller coaster, but Lucy shamed him into riding it with his hands up the whole time. He insisted they stop in Monterey to visit the aquarium and narrated the action in the tanks as if they were eavesdropping on high school girls. He wanted to stop at Hearst Castle in San Simeon, but Lucy pleaded exhaustion. He did convince her to pull over and gawk at a beach covered in seals. That's the cutest thing I've ever seen, she said, watching a baby nestle with its mother for a while. Makes me miss my mom. He grinned at her. Yeah, I can kind of see that. She's pretty protective of you. She hasn't been bothering you, has she? Lucy closed her eyes and turned her face up to catch the rays of the setting sun. Not bothering me, no. Something about the way he inflected the word bothering snapped her eyes open. Wait, she still calls you? Yeah. Just to make sure you're telling the truth about how things are going, I guess. She straightened and turned to face him, her knees caught up to her chest. And am I? I always tell her I don't really know. I haven't seen you much the last couple of weeks. Well, if she's checking to see if I'm adapting to life just fine after my breakup, the answer is yes. I'm telling the truth. Good. He flicked a glance at her. Does it bother you that she still calls me? No. It surprised her. Her mom had never called Blake, but Lucy didn't tell Carter that. If it made her mom stress less to get an independent report and Carter didn't mind the calls, Lucy was okay with it. He cleared his throat. So, really? You're happy as is? She glanced over at him. He stared out at the horizon, like he was studying it for the secret of life, but it was empty. Sure, I'm happy. Happy like this is what you want for the rest of your life to be like happy? No, she said, drawing the word out like it had acquired 10 extra vowels. But it doesn't have to be that right now. I'm in transition. It'll take time to get back to that kind of happiness. So you've had it before? Yeah. She frowned. No. I guess I've been happy in moments, but not ones where I want the rest of my life to be that and only that. Have you? He held her gaze for several heartbeats before he looked back out at the horizon. I've had moments I wanted to freeze forever. But I think maybe being really happy is when you get to the end of a day and you never want it to end, but you also can't wait for it to be over because then you're that much closer to the next day, and you know it's going to be even better because that's how your days are going. Each one is even better than the last. She thought about how that would feel. Had that been what it was like for him with his ex before they fell apart? A sad pang echoed through her before she blinked and shoved one of his arms hard enough to knock him flat on the sand. He sat up, laughing. What was that for? I'm supposed to be on a road trip. We're late getting to the hotel. What kind of Sherpa are you? Sherpas are in the Himalayas. Then what am I supposed to call you? My cabana boy? My bellhop? He rose to his feet and held out a hand to pull her up, his easy smile in place. You can call me your friend. Come on, Lucy Lou. Let's get you down to Sad Town. He turned back toward the scenic overlook they'd hiked down from and kept her hand in his as he towed her along the sand. I don't think it's Sad Town, she said. It's more like what might have been town, and put things to rest town. Carter said nothing, but squeezed her hand. She decided not to tell him that the rocks on the beach weren't big enough for her to need his help navigating them, and left her hand where it was. She thought about his definition of happiness. When had she last felt like that? 3 hours before, she realized. It was when they'd left the sequoias and she'd realized that Carter had no intention of taking a straight line anywhere. She'd been torn between wanting to stay and soak up the quiet of the forest forever and wanting to see where Carter would drag her next. He always seemed on the edge of possibility, throwing himself into whatever project ignited his passion. She could do that, if she could find it. She liked event planning. She was good at it. But it didn't light her up inside the way her mom did when her students' AP scores came in, or the way Carter did when he explained some new modification for his math app. So tomorrow, the search would begin to find it. That thing that would make her light up inside, too. And not the content glow she'd felt when Blake came along at the right time to fit her marriage timeline either. She wanted the fire that sent her mom into her rough high school every single day with the determination to make a difference to those kids. That kept Carter's light shining through his balcony window at 2 a.m. when she stumbled to her fridge for a drink. She'd asked him once what he was up to. Ideas, he'd said, the same way she might have confessed to a middle-of-the-night chocolate binge, with total happiness. She drove the last hour into Seashell Beach. Carter watched the coast roll by out of his window, shooting her a smile and pointing now and then when something caught his eye. But he didn't talk much. She was thankful for the quiet. Her thoughts tumbled and slid like the seals on the beach had, bouncing off of each other and scuttling in a new direction. When she turned into the stone-paved driveway leading to the Mariposa's entrance, she frowned. Last time she'd pulled up beneath the portico, her stomach had already been in knots over Blake, wondering what his mood would be like. Which version of her fiancé would show up to meet her? How had she not seen it then? Carter's hand brushed hers, and she looked up to read a question in his eyes. "I'm fine," she said, looking past him to the hotel entrance. Blake's mother would be pitching a huge hissy if she knew I was staying here with another guy on the night before my wedding. Carter's eyes widened and Lucy burst into laughter even as her cheeks heated. Wow, that couldn't have come out more wrong. We're in the honeymoon suite, but you'll have a whole fold-out sofa all to yourself. A look she couldn't decipher flickered over his face before he grinned back at her. Good. I know how hard it's been for you to resist me. I need a buffer for my own safety. Huh, she said, putting the car in park and separating the key from the ring for the valet. Seriously, are you okay with staying on the sofa? I was planning on having my girlfriend Allie with me, and she thought it would be more of a full circle moment if we stayed in the honeymoon suite. I'm sure it's a comfy fold-out couch in a swanky place like this. Oh, I've done time on a sofa during your emotional trauma before. I'm sure I'll be fine, he said, a small smile still in place. Right. You know how people say, I owe you one? I think I owe you more like 1,000,000. This time, his hand covered hers on the gear shift and stayed there. She liked the sugar scrub friction of his calluses against her knuckles. She stared at their hands layered together and wondered where his calluses came from. The handlebars of his bike? His gaze followed hers down, and he withdrew his hand. Cool air flowed over her skin where his touch disappeared. He turned to open his door. You ready for this? So ready, she said. Getting past the day felt like the final step toward being done with Blake. He'd be the picture in the back of her head when she eventually dated again, but only so she could ask herself if what she felt for someone was real or just convenient. It wouldn't be about how easy it was to be with them socially, or because of similar life plans. It would be about how easy it was to be with them sitting on a sofa in their sweats and being quiet and happy. The desk clerk smiled at her when she pulled up the honeymoon suite reservation. Congratulations, Miss Dalton. Hope tomorrow is wonderful. Oh, it'll be something, all right. The clerk's smile wavered, and remorse needled Lucy. She gave her a smile and took her key without another word, afraid only snark would come out. Up in the room, Carter gave a low whistle as he took in the floor-to-ceiling windows. Sheer drapes fluttered in the ocean breeze blowing in over the balcony. Wow. Yeah. She didn't have anything to add. Wow covered it. So, what's the plan now? Allie had planned this part of the trip. Knowing her, it probably would have involved ceremonial deletions of Blake's pictures from all Lucy's social networks, a little bit of rum, and a lot of nonsense. But all of that felt weird to do with Carter, so she shrugged and wandered out to the balcony. The moon painted a silver path across the waves to where they met the sand a few hundred yards from her perch. What time is it? She asked when she heard Carter step out behind her. Almost 9. It's been a pretty full day. I think I'm ready for room service and then bed. I'll find a menu. Wait, she said, and Carter paused in the doorway. Is that okay with you? Blake didn't like staying in often. He was more about the scene and being seen in it. I'm up for whatever, Lucy. This is your weekend. Then I want to sleep, she said. Right after she spent a long evening taking the inside of her brain apart and making sure that she'd gotten the rewiring right. She needed to be cloistered, nun-like, away from Carter and his distracting hair for that. She'd short-circuited a couple of times around him lately, and she didn't have the time on this mini-retreat to figure out why when there were so many other things to sort through. Do you care if I order for us? Carter asked, poking his head back out. More adventure? She asked with a grin. You know me so well. Go ahead. And just so you know, I'm planning adventurous stuff for tomorrow. It won't be all working on our tans. Oh, good, he said. Watching people lay around in swimsuits is low on the list of how I like to pass the time. Although I'm sure you look awesome in a swimsuit, and it would be totally worth it. It was a line on par with some of the worst she'd heard out at bars, and as if he sensed her surprise, he colored. I'm trying to say that I didn't mean I thought laying out would be boring because you would look bad in a swimsuit. I wasn't trying to sound like a subclass Guido. Her filter shut off and let the next words out of her mouth. I rock a bikini. Believe it. He swallowed. I definitely do. I'm going to go order some chicken breast. He squeezed his eyes shut on the word breast. Anyway, it looks really good. It's stuffed with some herb paste I've never heard of, and it sounds good. And I'm getting nachos because they sound good too. And I'm going to just do that now. He disappeared. Something about walking into a hotel room with him had made her feel like an awkward 15-year-old, and she understood his blush. It'd be a relief to get a good night's sleep and reset. This day was playing more havoc with her brain than she'd expected it to. She soaked in the moonlight for a while longer until she was sure it had unwound her, then slipped back into the suite. Carter was bent over his laptop, the screen full of code. Working on your app? Yeah. Funding is in, so I hired a couple of other developers. I'm just gathering the requirements so I can call a design meeting next week. Cool. She shifted from foot to foot. Turned out she was still wound up, so she opted to escape. I'm going to go sit and think for a while. Let me know when the food gets here? He nodded. His brow pinched into wrinkles, but he didn't stop her. 45 minutes later, she heard the muffled sounds of Carter talking to the room service guy. She joined him on the still-folded couch for a more normal dinner. They'd done this many times, eaten something new and laughed together. But at 10:30, a yawn got away from her even after she clapped her hand over her mouth, and he stood and pulled her to her feet. That's it, lightweight. You're done. Go to bed, he said, leading her to the bedroom and nudging her through the door before he stepped back and tried to pull the door closed. She held it for a moment. I'm not a lightweight. It's been a full day. That's all. Yes, and there are different kinds of tired. Go sleep off today. You're probably going to need even more energy tomorrow. He smiled as he pulled the door all the way shut behind him. She changed into her pajamas and climbed into the bed, staring up at the ceiling instead of the inside of her eyelids like he'd ordered her to. This weekend was supposed to be about putting Blake neatly into his place in her life. A mental file box like the ones she kept at her parents' house, full of high school pictures and mementos, certificates, dried corsages, tokens that proved it had happened, but nothing she needed to keep with her and explore regularly. And Blake was cooperating, staying where she tucked him. But Carter? Carter wasn't cooperating at all. And she sensed a long night ahead of her, trying to figure out where he was supposed to fit, because the benign neighbor file wasn't it. Chapter 10. Lucy woke up the next morning and took a deep breath. It had taken her until well past midnight, but she'd decided what to do next. She'd take all the time she needed to sit with the idea and see if it held up to the bright light of day. And if it did, well, the rest of this road trip was going to end up far more interesting than she would have guessed. She crept out of her room in case Carter was still sleeping. He lay on his stomach, his hair poking out over the blanket. She wanted to touch it to see if it felt soft or bristly against her skin. She rubbed her palm against her pajama pants and padded over to the sofa, trying to decide how to wake him. He looked so comfy, his eyelashes lying long and dark against his blanket-creased cheek. She climbed on the bed and sat next to him. He mumbled something but didn't wake up. She reached toward his hair. She couldn't help herself, but she pulled back short of touching it. What would he think if he woke up to find her in his bed, in her pajamas, fondling his hair? And what did she want him to think? She edged back toward the floor, just setting her foot down as he rolled over to blanket her. "Hey, what are you doing?" he asked, the same way Allie had sounded when Lucy had given her a ride home after she got her wisdom teeth out. "Nothing. Came in to wake you up, but then I felt bad. I'm going to change and go for a run. Take your time. Sleep more if you need to." He pushed himself up on one elbow. He'd slept without a shirt, and his chest looked as muscled as it had felt when they'd been rollerblading. "No, I'm good. What's the plan for today?" She narrowed her eyes at him. "Are you asking so you can change it on me, or are you really going to do what I planned?" He smiled and lifted one shoulder. "Depends on if I think it'll make you happy." She didn't know what to make of that. "I thought we'd rent bikes and ride down to Pismo Beach, poke around there to see what's interesting. You want to add any bells and whistles to that?" "Yeah, breakfast and a shower, but I can do that while you run." "Sounds good," she said, scurrying into the bedroom. 5 minutes later, she was out again, dressed to run. Carter was sitting on the side of his sofa bed looking like he hadn't connected all the way to reality yet, but he'd put on a Microsoft t-shirt. Lucy didn't know if that was a good thing or not, but she thought probably not. It seemed wrong to cover up that chest. "See you in an hour," she said. Within minutes, she was pounding down the boardwalk, but all the strange, jittery energy she'd felt around him had followed her out to fuel her run. Fine, then. She ran harder, trying to focus on the rhythm of her feet and her breathing. Thoughts of Carter intruded anyway. She had a whole reel of Carter highlights she hadn't known about, and it played on a loop. Carter laughing as he diced vegetables like he'd been born doing it. Carter's eyes twinkling at her as he pulled her to her unsteady rollerbladed feet. Carter's forehead furrowed with worry when he thought she wasn't looking. Carter's gaze level and cool as he challenged her to the rampage. Carter's easy way with her mom. She glanced out at the water. 3 hours from now, and she would have been stepping onto the sand to walk toward Blake and a minister. She'd expected him to be on her mind so much more today, but all she could feel was a sense of relief. Like when she was 9 and she'd knocked over her grandmother's prized vase, but caught it right before it hit the floor. It was the bone-deep thankfulness of narrowly avoiding a disaster. All the space she thought Blake would take was going to Carter. And the more time she spent with him, the more room he took up in her head. She ran harder, racing toward a conclusion that she'd fallen asleep considering. She'd been ready for a relationship when Blake came along. She'd mistaken him for Mr. Right because he showed up at a convenient time. But she was still ready for a relationship. Now the timing didn't seem great, but the guy did. She wanted Carter. She slowed to a stop and pulled her phone out of her sports armband to make a call. "Hi, honey. Hanging in there?" She smiled at the worry in her mom's tone. She loved being loved. Yes and no. I might be losing my mind, but not for the reasons you think. Okay, her mom said, drawing the word out as a question. I want to talk to you about Carter. Ah. Her mom sounded about as surprised as if she'd announced that oceans still had waves. He's my friend, but I think I want to upgrade. To a new friend? To benefits. No, to a relationship. She could hear the smile in her mom's answer. I vote yes. But Carter won't. He's been pretty clear that he will not be the guy to step in and catch me on rebound. Are you rebounding? No. Then there's no problem. Yes, there is. He's never going to believe that, especially not if I bring it up here. Something about her mom's calm reaction nagged at her. Wait, aren't you surprised? I thought you'd ask me if I was sure about this. Sweetie, I saw this coming from the first day I was up there. I think that neighbor of yours might be crazy about you. The possibility made her heart pound hard enough to drown out the crash of the waves in front of her. I don't know, Mom. He's always ready to help me out if he thinks I need it, but I don't want him to see me as some project. And even if you're right, I don't think the day and crime scene of my canceled wedding is the time or place to convince him that I'm not rebounding. I'm sure you've got a plan, her mom said. Time. It would take a lot of time, actually, but she'd convince Carter that Blake was a misguided idea she'd had that was as much in the past as her untouched box of high school mementos in her parents' garage. Only Blake wasn't something she was interested in holding on to. I'll play it cool, be his friend for a while, slowly add in some flirting until he can't miss the signals, and then I'll graduate out of the friend zone. Why not just say something to him? Ask him where his head is at. Because I really want this to work out, and right now I'm standing about 3 miles down the road from where I was going to get married at noon. He's not going to trust anything I say while we're here. She'd love to go back to the hotel, grab him, and kiss him as a wordless announcement of where she wanted them to go. But for now, no matter how many new discoveries she made about Carter's hotness and his fascinating mind, no matter how often he made her laugh until her stomach hurt, she'd be his friend until he understood that she was already over Blake. I think you should just talk, but I guess it never hurts to take things slow. But make sure you don't move so slowly that he can't even detect the forward motion, okay? I like that boy for you. Don't worry, Mom. I like him for me, too. I'm going to play this right. They hung up, and a half hour later, she was back at the Mariposa. It was a letdown to find the room empty, but she knew Carter had to be around somewhere. She stepped into the bathroom to shower. Steam and the smell of soap lingered from the shower Carter had already taken. It was an odd sort of intimacy that took her straight back to 8th grade, when Aaron Wellberg had gotten up from a lunch table to go shoot hoops with his friends, and she'd slipped into his spot while it was warm just so she could feel the traces of his body heat on the bench. She walked out of the room 30 minutes later in cute shorts and a tank top, a touch of lip gloss and her favorite hoop earrings. But she hadn't done more than blow-dry her hair, because Carter had said once that he liked how it looked when she let it go natural instead of straightened. The almost curl in it seemed somehow more right here by the beach anyway. So, bikes? Carter asked, looking up from his laptop to smile at her. His hair looked like he'd tried and failed to tame it, strands of it already trying to reclaim their cowlick status. We're going about 20 miles. Think you can handle it? He rolled his eyes. Yeah, Lance Armstrong. Maybe you better hit up your secret sauce so you can keep up. She grinned. It's not a race. It's one of those days where I want to enjoy every minute because it was so close to being such an epically wrong turn. I want to savor every second of being back on track. His eyebrow rose. That sounds, much better than I thought you would. I'm taking my life back. No big deal. He grinned back at her. Yeah, no big deal. I want to swing by the jeweler and pick up my necklace first. Seems like a good way to kick all this off. Worry crossed his face. Is it a big deal if we don't go by until this afternoon? He nudged a backpack that Lucy hadn't noticed. I went and picked up some lunch for us. It's not going to keep forever, but I thought it would be fine if we got on the bikes right away. Lucy shrugged. Yeah, we can do it after the bike ride. She told me once that afternoons are less crazy for her anyway. What did you get for lunch? It's a surprise. Isn't everything with you? Yes. Bring me to the bikes, woman. On the way out of the hotel, she narrated the sights of canceled wedding activities in the serious tones of a news anchor describing an accident scene. And there is where Lucy Dalton almost held her rehearsal dinner. It was a narrowly averted disaster since Dave Dalton would most likely have punched Calvin Sefton. Hard. Carter smiled at her fake news voice, but it didn't turn the creases around his eyes into smile lines. Well, he'd see as the day went on how relieved she was to be here presiding over the ashes of her plans and not celebrating a misguided wedding. They picked up beach cruisers, and Carter made Lucy laugh by insisting on a girly bike because it had a basket in front where he could put his backpack. For the next 10 miles, he played tour guide with fake information. The house on our left was once owned by the millionaire who invented the bendy straw. His name was actually Ben D. Straw, so it's not like he could invent anything else. That large boulder on the right is called the Goliath Booger because, well, look at it. Gross. Goliath Booger? Are you 12? Sometimes I feel like I am when I'm around you, he said, grinning. A couple of times he made her laugh so hard she swerved like she was trying to bike after a night of tequila. Around mile 11, he settled down to study the undeveloped coastline stretching down either side of the highway. She took advantage of the chance to steal glances at him, at the way he watched the passing scenery with nothing but a smile. Like enjoying the view was the only thing in the world he had to do. She loved that smile. Whatever she'd seen Carter do, he did only that thing, whether he was deep inside a coding problem for his app or people watching at the park. He was so present in a way she'd never mastered. When he listened to her, he only wanted to know what she had to say. He wasn't parsing it so he could figure out what to say next. He glanced over, and she looked away, embarrassed to be caught staring at him. She wanted to hop off her bike right that second and drag him across the sand to play in the waves, and then collapse and roll around in them with him from here to eternity style, with kisses and everything, especially the kisses. She kept her eyes on the road ahead. How was she supposed to fake just friends indefinitely? A few more quiet miles slipped by. Every now and then, Carter would ask her a question or point out a pelican or something. But to her, it felt as if her whole mission on this bike ride was to keep him from catching her staring at him, like Aaron Wellberg had often caught her doing in middle school. Love-struck and hopeful. She increased her speed, pushing the heavy beach cruiser bike to go faster. She was a grown woman, and she could keep it together, for pity's sake. She just needed breathing room to reset. "We racing?" Carter called, close behind her. Too close. She needed more space and a few minutes to get it together. "No race," she called over her shoulder. "Just getting some stuff out. Feels good." and she poured on more speed. He kept pace, and even if she hadn't been able to hear the hum of his tires, she would have sensed him there anyway. Her nerves had acquired intensely sensitive Carter antennae. It didn't take long before Carter was even with her, but she kept pushing. Her calves burned from the strain of powering the heavy bike until she morphed from a hurts so good to a just plain hurts situation. She pulled into a scenic outlook and climbed off to stretch. Carter stayed on his bike. "Let's call it a tie," he said. The wind had destroyed any remaining order to his hair, and the sight of it paired with the satisfied grin on his face was so adorable that it stopped Lucy's breath for a few seconds too long. She remembered to quit staring and inhaled on a gasp. "You okay?" Carter asked, his smile fading. "Yeah, I'm good. Winded from that sprint." She turned toward the water. "This was ridiculous. Pull yourself together, girlfriend, because you aren't going to convince anyone you're mentally stable like this." "I think I need a few minutes alone. Is that okay?" she asked, daring a glance back at him. His laugh lines had all been dragged downward with worry again. "Of course. Yeah, go ahead. Take as long as you need. I brought my camera, so I'll just stay up here and shoot." She trudged through the sand until she was a few yards short of the tide line. It was warm enough for people to be out flying kites or running, but still too cool for many of the locals to be in the water. Her research on an ideal date for a beach wedding had been dead on. This would have been a perfect day, but not one molecule of her regretted that she was sitting here in shorts and a tank instead of a wedding dress. She dug into her front pocket for the slip of paper she'd taken from her purse before leaving the hotel. True love is for the brave, not the lucky. Flecks of dried soy sauce speckled it, a reminder of the disastrous lunch where she'd gotten the cookie. It had bothered her so much then. The fact that she'd gotten her first generic fortune right after breaking her necklace. Maybe it was possible to make this as true as any fortune that had ever predicted her promotion or winning lottery numbers. "Just talk to him," her mom had said. And Lucy had told her she was afraid of ruining a good thing. That wasn't brave. What if she were brave enough to ask Carter if she was more than a project to him? She thought she was more. At the very least, she was someone fun for him to hang out with. Was that all? If she had the courage to ask, would love really favor her? It would be a lot easier to try if she knew her bravery was backed by luck, and her hand fell away from the spot where her necklace should be. She wished she had insisted on them stopping by Spyglass. A trio of seagulls to her right scattered and flew away. She looked up and found Carter trudging toward her, his backpack slung over one shoulder and his hands in his pockets. He dropped down beside her. "Sorry, you're just making me too sad. I brought you something." "Lunch?" she asked, eyeing the backpack. "Eventually. Something else first." He rose to his knees to dig in his pocket. "Why am I making you sad?" she asked. "I'm not sad." "Then you do a good imitation of it," he said on a grunt as he freed a small box. "Here, I think you've been wanting this." She took the white box with a picture of a spyglass stamped on it, and her eyes flew to his. "Open it." Her fingers fumbled over each other in her hurry to check inside. There on a bed of cotton was her necklace, but it didn't look the same. She frowned in concentration and pulled it out, letting it hang from her finger to study it more closely. The jade and its setting looked like they had the day her grandfather gave it to her. But something else hung with the pendant, a tiny charm. "You can take that off," Carter said, the words flying out of his mouth faster than their bikes had sped over the highway trail. "You know what this is?" "Yeah, it's an aspen leaf." I made a call a couple of weeks ago and asked Stella to add it, but you can remove it, and your necklace will be exactly what it was before. Lucy studied the intricate leaf done in the same gold filigree as the jade setting. I don't understand. Carter drew his knees up to his chest and clasped his arms around them. It was casual, but in a very deliberate way. He cleared his throat and looked somewhere past her head. I've always paid attention to you. I've seen you wear that necklace 100 times. I did a little research, and the aspen leaf symbolizes determination. Sometimes I think you think that your luck thing makes you who you are, the way that your eye color and your laugh do. But it doesn't. He met her eyes and took a deep breath. I thought you should remember that the best parts of you have nothing to do with that necklace. She let the chain pool in her hand and touch the aspen leaf again. I can't believe you did this, she said, awed by what he saw in her. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't mean... No, it's okay. I shouldn't have done it. At least I didn't have her fuse it on, right? He rose to his knees again and dug through his backpack. She tried again. I meant that... He groaned at something inside his bag. Man, I thought I had such a great idea to help you today. I was going to reverse engineer that whole day when you were down here with Flake and make this place a better memory for you. But I think I really, really suck, he said, pulling out a dripping plastic bag with the Fortune Cafe logo on it. Looks like now that you have your necklace back, our luck is reversing already. I can't believe this exploded. I was super careful when I packed it. Wait, you were trying to recreate the day my necklace broke? She repeated, trying to understand his logic. No, reverse engineer it. I mean, that's where it all fell apart, right? She nodded slowly. She had thought that. She didn't now, but she'd put it that way to him when she'd told him about it one particularly rough night in the days after the breakup. He shrugged and set the bag down to rub at his sticky fingers with a napkin. I know you're into signs and stuff. I thought I'd turn this day into a sign that things are getting better. New and improved necklace, lunch from the same place as last time, but I rigged the cookie with a different fortune. By now he was mumbling, whether out of embarrassment or in distraction as he tried to sop up the mess inside his backpack. Lucy wasn't sure. You rigged my fortune cookie? She repeated. Yeah, that's hard, by the way, he said. It took me like 20 tries to do it at my place. I'm just glad I was smart enough to try it at home instead of here. Because I was definitely not smart when I thought egg drop soup would be good on a bike ride. She grabbed the bag and looked for the wax pouch inside where Chinese restaurants always put the fortune cookies and the soy sauce packets. Carter looked up when the bag rustled and his eyes widened. You don't need that, he said, taking the pouch from her fingers. It was a stupid idea. I'm going to get this mess out of here and let you meditate or grieve some more or whatever I interrupted. I'm not grieving. Why was it a stupid idea? I think it's amazing. Let me see the fortune. He froze for a moment, so quick she wasn't sure she'd seen the hesitation. No, it's fine. I'm sure it's trashed anyway from the soup spill. Should be fine inside that bag. I want it. He started to stand and she tried to snatch it away from him again. But he jerked it out of her way and they both lost their balance. She pitched into his chest and knocked him flat on his back. She didn't apologize. She didn't even move. She stared down at him, into his eyes full of nothing but her. He wasn't breathing. If he was, she would have felt it against her lips. I want the fortune, she repeated, propping herself up on her forearms but making no effort to move off of him. His eyes flicked down toward her mouth, and he shook his head. Lucy. A tingle shot down her spine at the strain in his voice. Yes, Carter? she asked, relaxing into him even more. His eyes slammed shut, and she grinned. Lucy, yes? He hesitated. She didn't mind. She liked her perch. Carter? She trailed off his name and swallowed, trying again. Carter, I want to be brave. That got his eyes open. He reached up and twined his fingers through her hair, giving it a soft tug. Don't mess with me, he said, his voice soft as the breeze off the ocean. I'm not. She wiggled against him while she tried to reach behind her for the slip of paper she'd pulled from her pocket. His eyes shut again and he clenched his jaw. Lucy Lou, stop. I just need... His hands closed around her waist and held her still. I mean it. Stop. She tucked her worn fortune into his hand and slid her arms around his neck, loving the feel of the warm sand against her palms and his soft hair against the backs of her hands, her lips barely grazing his as she spoke. Read it. He held her gaze for a long moment, and the intensity of it only made her want to dip down and steal a longer kiss. He glanced at the fortune, his eyes scanning it, then darting back to her face, searching again. They were so close she could see his eyes darken, and this time the look inside them sent another shiver down her spine. Why wasn't he saying anything? She slowly righted herself and let him up. He reached into the wax bag for a homemade-looking fortune cookie, plucking the paper slip out and handing it to her. She straightened it and read the words. Maybe what you're looking for is just a balcony away. He watched her so closely she wondered if he could see the pulse jump in her neck, and she blushed. He reached for her and settled her into his lap, turning her face up to his for a kiss that would have melted her if he wasn't holding her up. His arms tight and sure, he deepened it, confident in a way that sent tingles skittering through her stomach, hotter than she'd ever have thought possible, and tasting like sweetness that was purely Carter. When he drew back enough to breathe, he rested his forehead against hers, and she wondered if he could feel how flushed her skin was. That had been good. So good. He smiled and dropped a kiss on the tip of her nose. If you're going to be brave, then I guess that means I'm very, very lucky. But his next kiss only proved that Lucy's luck was back again. This has been Love, Not Luck, written by Melanie Jacobson, narrated by Andrea Coomer.
Solving for X, written by Melanie Jacobson, narrated by Lorena Hoops, audio copyright 2022. Part 2, Solving for X, Chapter 1. Abby tried not to look in the window of Boardwalk Antiques when she passed it. She really did. Her cozy beach house was becoming cozier by the day, with all the treasures she stuffed into it. Abby turned to shake her fist at the antique store window, and Jennifer, the proprietor behind it, her with her impeccable taste and her stories. But the second Abby saw the window display, her fist froze in the middle of its fake angry shake, and it wasn't until she caught her reflection that she dropped it. She rushed to the window and leaned as closely as she could to peer at the toy soldiers inside. 4 vintage World War II Army privates in their olive green uniforms, each in a different pose as they prepared for the enemy. She straightened and shoved the door open, tinkling the bells over the door. She wished she could make it her personal sound effect to precede her everywhere she went. People would hear the cheerful ringing, and ta-da! Abby would appear. "How did you know?" she asked Jennifer, the store owner, who glanced up in confusion. Abby waited a beat for her to catch up. She had to do that often for people. It puzzled her. It's not like she wasn't speaking English. Jennifer blinked. "How did I know what?" "How did you know about the soldiers, the ones in the window? They weren't there yesterday." Jennifer shrugged. "I've had those young men for a few weeks. Today felt like the day to put them out." Abby narrowed her eyes. "It's because you knew I would be walking by, isn't it?" Jennifer looked like she was trying not to laugh. That was another expression Abby was really used to from people. "You realize that the whole point of a window display is to make people want to buy what they see inside it, yes?" "Yes," Abby conceded. "But why does everything in your window have to be something I want to buy? Can't you put stuff in there that other people will want?" Jennifer leaned forward, her expression serious. "It's not my fault we're both blessed with amazing taste." "Wavelengths," Abby grumbled. "Ours are the same," Jennifer agreed. Abby eyed the soldiers, then the 5 beautiful clocks in the case behind Jennifer's head. The ormolu, she decided, that's which one she would tell time off of today. She had 4 hours until her big presentation, and she should go home and center herself so she would be ready to deliver it. But the soldiers. She had zero belief in coincidence. Therefore, they must have been meant for her to find. She made one last attempt to resist the universe. "Can I see them?" she asked. Maybe they would be good imitations, or even better, bad imitations, or in terrible condition. Except that Jennifer Day wouldn't let anything less than the best into her store. She could hardly wait to get the soldier's story. That was half the fun of buying things from Jennifer. Maybe more than half. "I'll get them from the window for you," Jennifer said. As she rounded the corner, another tinkle sounded and a tourist walked in. Abby eyed his pressed khakis and red tie. No, not a tourist. This guy was on a corporate retreat, and he still didn't understand that the business casual dress code meant he could lose the noose. They saw his type almost every weekend. His precision haircut probably cost more than her sandals. With his dark blonde hair and light eyes, he'd be kind of hot if he didn't have the hard-set features of someone who had forgotten how to laugh. He glanced around the shop until he spotted Jennifer reaching into the window for the soldiers. "I'll take those, please," he said, striding over to her. He stopped and crossed his arms across his chest, watching her like he was her supervisor. Jennifer offered him a patient smile and turned back to the window to retrieve another soldier. "No," Abby said. The guy didn't look her way, just watched with a raised eyebrow as Jennifer removed the last soldier. He acted like he already owned them. No, like he owned the whole store. "Excuse me," Abby called louder, and her tone didn't match the polite words at all. He spared her a glance and she said, "No," again. His other eyebrow flew up. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes." "I have no idea what you're saying no to." "You said you'll take those soldiers, and I said no," she repeated, and said all the words slowly, like when she read for the toddlers at Wonderland books. "I'm already buying them. That's why she's getting them out of the window." "Sorry about that," Jennifer said to the man. "You just missed these, but I keep a great collection of vintage toys. Feel free to wander around and see if anything else catches your eye." He frowned, his eyebrows now scrunched together in a squiggle. No, thank you. I need those soldiers. No disrespect to your customer at the register, but I'd be glad to offer you more. Of course he could. Entitled corporate jackwad. Abby limited herself to a patient. You can't do that. Of course I can, he said, following Jennifer back to the counter. It's called business, and it's good business for her. Abby had to acknowledge she might have earned his condescending tone by using her storytime voice on him. But it didn't change the fact that he was wrong, and Abby held the trump card here. False. I win. You don't need to wrap them up for me, Jennifer. But Jennifer was leaning on the counter, her chin in her hand, waiting to see what happened next. Jennifer, the man said, his voice warm for the first time. Fake charm, Abby noted. I'm Holden, and I need these soldiers. What can I do to get them from you? Nothing, Abby answered, because she's already selling them to me. I told you, I win. The irritation crept back into his expression. What does that even mean? You said it's good business for her to sell them to you for more, but in fact, it isn't. You're negotiating without all the facts. The facts are simple. We both want the same item. That creates a scarcity, and now Jennifer has increased demand. We can and should expect the price to go up. It's simple economics. Double? He asked Jennifer. Abby walked the 3 steps to cover the distance between herself and this Holden person, stopped and snapped her fingers in front of his face. He jerked his head back. What are you doing? Grabbing your attention. People do it to me all the time. You're overlooking that you're a one-time sale, and I'm a valuable repeat customer. Jennifer makes way more bank on me over the long haul than she will off you, so it's smarter to keep me happy. I repeat, I win. A split second of shame at her snottiness flashed through her, until he glanced down at his watch, annoyance written all over his face. Clear message, this is a waste of my time. You are a waste of my time. Abby didn't feel in the least bad now, although Jennifer's mouth had fallen open. Jennifer should decide what she wants to do, Holden said. Abby smiled. Definitely let Jennifer decide. She could buy her soldiers and get out of here. 3 times the asking, Holden said, interrupting her thoughts. You can't do that, Abby yelped. Regardless of who was here first or of why you need them, do you really think you can peel enough bills from your money clip to get what you want? His gaze was cool, not angry but controlled. He packed 1,000 watts of confidence into it, confidence that he would get his way because he always did. The truth rolled off of him like a stench, but it was the moment when his expression slid to a spare me from unreasonable women look that she lost it. She'd gotten that look far too many times from far too many uptight business executives who worried more about having their neckties straight and their Spartan apartments in immaculate order than in really living. Okay, she'd gotten that look far too many times from 3 specific uptight business executives, but they'd made her an expert in interpreting that expression, all over this Holden guy's face. He smoothed his tie and cleared his throat. I think I can get what I want with more money because it's common sense. It was the slight emphasis he put on the last 2 words that got her. That was a phrase she hated. Common sense. People flung it at her in conjunction with questions like, do you have any? And where is yours? He may as well have waved a red flag in her face. But he didn't. He just smoothed the red tie down one more time, and that did it. Abby plucked a pair of scissors from the pen holder on Jennifer's counter, and he flinched. She studied him, allowing pity to show on her face. "Did I scare you?" "You've got to be kidding me. You think I'm scared of someone dressed like a cupcake?" "I'm not." Abby started to argue before she looked down and realized that her solid white skirt, pink top, and yellow beret could, to certain practically minded people, make her look like a candle-topped cupcake. Abby picked up the end of the red tie. She didn't move fast, but he froze as she cut right through the middle of it, severing the stupid little embroidered man on his horse from the rest. The only sound was Jennifer's gasp at the first snip. Abby tucked the scissors back into the cup and watched him. It was a full minute before he said anything, and in the final 10 seconds, she almost felt bad until his sneering common sense inflection echoed through her head, and she got over it. "What the hell?" he finally managed, staring down at his tie. Half a tie. "Isn't this what business negotiations are all about?" she asked, her voice icy. "Flexing metaphorical muscles and proving who wants something more?" "Bad business negotiations are." He fingered the sheared-off end, confusion on his face. "Are you a crazy person? You're a crazy person, right?" "No, I'm trying to save you from yourself. You're very entitled. Your money makes you think that way, but you can rise above it." She dug into her purse and pulled out 5 20s. "Here, you can go replace your tie, but you shouldn't. Seashell Beach isn't a tie kind of place. Buy yourself a shirt that no self-respecting guy would wear with a tie. Wear it. Try to bond with our little town. It's great." He grimaced as he whipped the remainder of his tie from around his neck. "I think it isn't great. It's the opposite of that. What is that? This town?" He seemed at a loss for words. "This town is a burr in your expensive dress socks. Irritating you more the longer you deal with it?" she offered. "Yes." "I'm good with words." The familiar satisfaction of finding the right word settled in her chest, an inner sunshine that faded the second she realized what she'd said. "That's only the right analogy for what you're thinking," she clarified. "It's the absolute wrong analogy for Seashell Beach. So what I'm saying is that your thinking is wrong, even if I can explain it well. Also, people who can't relax at the beach are deeply troubled." He looked at her again, this time his eyebrows perfectly straight, eyelids the tiniest bit lowered. Boredom. Fascinating how many moods he'd communicated with those brows inside of 10 minutes. They were well-groomed, which Abby couldn't decide if she wanted to respect or mock. But they still had a life of their own. It gave her an idea for a story. "Story," Jennifer finished, and Abby realized she'd missed everything Jennifer had just said. Jennifer propped her chin back on her hand, her gaze expectant, like she was waiting for a show to start. "What?" Abby and Holden said. Holden looked dumbfounded. Abby must have missed something good. "I said I'll sell these for their marked price, but only to whoever tells me the best story about why you want them," Jennifer repeated. Abby's story was unbeatable, and she relaxed, but Holden didn't look any more enlightened. Jennifer smiled at him. "I don't sell anything in here that doesn't have some story about its origins, something that makes its history come alive. These soldiers have a great little story, so it seems only fair to sell it to whoever tells the best story to win them." The cuckoo clock behind her emitted a series of clicks and chirps. "It's 11. I'm going to take an early lunch. Why don't you both come back in an hour? I'll hear your stories out, and we'll figure out who gets the soldiers." Abby nodded and bounced one of her corkscrew curls right over her eyes. She shoved it out of the way and grinned at Holden. "See you in an hour, but it would probably be more efficient for you to get on with the rest of your day, because you can't beat my story. And you definitely seem like one of those guys who loves efficiency, so that's a total win for you."
"Why are you saying efficiency like it's a bad word?" he asked.
But he held up his hand as soon as he said it.
"No, forget I asked. I'll be back in an hour," he told Jennifer.
Without another glance at Abby, he left, his quick, determined stride all wrong for walking down a street a stone's throw from the ocean. Chapter 2. Holden barreled down the sidewalk for several yards before he noticed the attention his pace was attracting. He slowed down, and the stares drifted away, back toward the ocean dotted with boat sails. He knew he was supposed to look out at those boat sails and feel peaceful or something, or wish he were on them. That's what the CEO had dragged the executive team down here for, to change their physical environment so it would change their work environment, which would be great if it needed changing, but it didn't. They were in the middle of a new phone launch, and the goal was Apple omniscience, to be everywhere and to dominate the news cycles like the whisper of a new iPhone release did. But they weren't Apple, and that meant they didn't just have to have the best product, they had to have the best product by far. And they did. What they did not have was the media saturation they needed. They needed the kind of buzz that would bring industry tastemakers like Wired to their door, begging to put them on the cover. Without that, the phone launch would be a pop and a fizzle, not the seismic shift they needed to change the face of the communications industry forever. These weren't small ambitions, and Holden couldn't have people with narrow vision on the team. And David Macklin, CEO, disliked Holden's approach to motivating them so much that he'd used words like burnout in conjunction with ocean retreat to explain why Holden and his entire team had to lose 3 valuable days to bonding over this bogus, touchy-feely Hallmark card motivational stuff, instead of pushing even harder on the phone launch. They'd gotten in late last night after a 4-hour drive down from Silicon Valley on a luxury bus. Those 2 words did not belong in one sentence, but it wasn't a Greyhound, so whatever. He'd managed to use most of the drive time to focus his team on brainstorming ideas for product positioning, but they'd gotten kind of irritable toward the end. He'd dropped it, but he'd climbed off the bus more wound up than when he'd gotten on it, thanks to losing that final hour, plus the next 3 days for work. Well, for work with his team. They could bond. He'd strategized on his own while they drew self-actualization portraits, or whatever ridiculous class he'd seen on the schedule this morning that had sent him back to his hotel room and laptop. He'd only come out for coffee, but the Boardwalk Antiques window display had hijacked that plan. He didn't need a lot of material things. He'd moved around too much as an army brat to get too attached to things he'd have to leave behind. But the need, the pure bolt of wanting that shot through him when he'd spotted those soldiers in the window, had made his hand shake when he'd pushed open the door. Holden pulled the prototype Apex from his pocket, the gunmetal gray gleaming in the bright coastal sun. The phone was so close to being perfect. It would definitely be the best thing on the market. Instead of thinking of ways to prove it, he had to burn 72 hours listening to people talk about their feelings. His dad would definitely not respect that. He put the phone away. Sometimes he wished he could go back to the days when it was just him and 10 other people trying to get DBR tech off the ground. He missed the high stakes of talking to venture capitalists and having to be the guy with the idea out of thousands of competing ideas that got the nod and the money. Holden had excelled in those battles, a warrior who took no prisoners, because they were fights that mattered. Yet another store window caught his eye. More children's stuff. But it wasn't a good thing this time. It was some bookstore display of the most ridiculous pink covers he'd ever seen. They appeared to be about a white cat, dressed like a toll factory had vomited on her, who went on adventures. He shook his head and moved on. Wasn't the upcoming generation supposed to be raised on gender-neutral stories that didn't encourage damaging stereotypes, like all girls liked cats and pink and frivolity? Who was out there producing books about girls who wrote kick-butt computer code or engineered kick-butt robots? That's what he would want his niece to read. This whole town was backwards. He couldn't wait to leave. But if he was going to have to go back to the hotel and engage in ridiculous team-building activities, then he'd fortify himself with some hardcore business wheeling and dealing, just for old time's sake. The woman from the antique store popped into his mind's eye. Did she seriously not realize that she looked like she'd walked off a bakery shelf? Zero surprise that she didn't have the first idea of how business actually worked. I was here first was not a valid reason for her to get the soldiers. Even with the owner's absurd story condition, he was determined to get what he wanted. The slight spike of adrenaline at the prospect of a contest felt better than caffeine. Holden would take his challenges where he could get them, and right now that meant winning the soldiers. He needed that connection to his childhood and simplicity, unlike he'd needed anything in a long time. He ducked into the next cafe and ordered a coffee that tasted better than he wanted to admit, for something that came out of Seashell Beach. He found himself a patio table, then executed a search on his Apex for stories plus 10 soldiers. Tell the truth, a whisper through his brain said, but he wouldn't. The owner hadn't specified a true story, and he wasn't about to lay his lonely childhood bare for two strange women, especially not when one of them was a cupcake. Not even for a cupcake with a tiny waist and ridiculous curls. He didn't even get into that stuff with people he knew well. It wasn't a big deal. He'd survived it and become a successful adult who was still on speaking terms with his father. It was way more than most people had, and not one part of him, besides that stupid whisper, wanted to lay out some sob story that didn't matter anymore. He needed a far more interesting story than the truth, and on the 5th page of search results, he found it. A link to a book review popped up for some blog called Retro Reads. The cover in the image showed a boy around 8 years old, saluting a Barclay tin soldier under the title Private Dan Saves the Day. The book had been published in 1952, the decade of America is Awesome, when there was nothing wrong with building an entire children's story around a soldier. It was definitely not the vapid Tutu Kitty brand of stories selling now. He read through the reviewer's summary of Private Dan's heroics. Yeah, this was the key to winning the toy soldiers. He'd add a few of his own details, and Abby Cupcake was doomed. He sat back and grinned, noticing the ocean breeze for the first time that morning. Must be what victory smelled like. Chapter 3. Abby spent the next hour going over her notes for her presentation that afternoon. Work always focused her, usually to the exclusion of everything else. But she remembered to set an alarm on her phone so she wouldn't get so lost that she forgot to show up at Boardwalk Antiques again. She forgot to show up a lot of places. She would reward herself with a treat from Delilah's Desserts in honor of winning over a guy who called her a cupcake. In fact, she'd choose the most indulgent cupcake Delilah made, something with cream cheese frosting and sprinkles and chocolate shavings. And if Delilah made one with all that plus some sort of ganache stuffed center, even better. She could almost taste it. There was no way the guy's story could beat hers. When the alarm went off, she tucked her notebook into her tote, a bright bag quilted from pieces of fabric printed with birds that she could not love more. The store bell announced her arrival, and Holden looked up from the counter where he was studying the soldiers Jennifer had set out. He was better looking without the tie. Well, hotter in a general sense. She didn't know what her type was exactly, but he was definitely the opposite of it. But other girls might find him hot, until he talked to them like they were morons, anyway. He nodded toward the soldiers. "Let the battle begin." Jennifer waited for Abby to reach the counter. "Since Holden got here first, we'll let him start." Holden picked up the soldier, standing at attention with his rifle by his side. The soldier looked almost alive, like he was ready to spring into action at the first sound of a snapped twig while he stood watch. Holden started to say something and paused to clear his throat. The sound her dad made whenever he was trying to talk, but feeling sentimental. "When I was little, maybe 7 or 8, I went to spend the summer on my grandfather's farm. He was a World War II vet, the 6th Infantry Division serving in the Pacific. My grandmother was really proud of his service, and she thought her only grandson should know about the kind of man his grandfather was, even though Granddad never talked about what he did. But she decorated the room I always stayed in with an army theme that she thought would be perfect for a little boy. My favorite part was the toys. It was the coolest collection ever, and I got to play with all of it. A bookshelf full of bombers and tanks, and toy soldiers. A whole set of them, just like these guys. She'd sewed the blanket on my bed to look like the terrain of the Pacific Theater so I could reenact battles on it. He picked up the soldier standing at attention. I never really liked this one when I was little, because he looked like he wasn't doing anything, just standing there for boring guard duty. But then one night my grandmother came running in from the barn, her face all white. You read that in books, you know, that someone's face goes white, but you don't realize how scary it is until you see it with your own eyes. "What happened?" Jennifer said. Her voice was library quiet, like she didn't want to derail the story. Abby couldn't wait to hear either, but she bet their reasons were very, very different. "There was a bad summer storm that night, massive thunder and everything. They'd been in the barn doing an evening milking, and a cow got all skittish in a thunderclap and kicked Granddad in the head. He was conscious, but barely, and my grandma had gotten him into the cab of their truck. She wanted to take me with them, but it was raining pretty hard, and she couldn't put me in the truck bed in that kind of weather. She told me I would be safe in the house. The storm had knocked out the electricity and the phones, but she promised she would figure out how to send someone over to stay with me, or she would come get me and take me back to the hospital the first second she could." The rhythm of Abby's heart changed, skipping a beat, then pounding faster to make up for it. Unbelievable. Holden set the soldier down and brushed the top of its head. The gesture was so tender, and a strangled sound escaped Abby, even though she tried to stop it. Holden smiled at her. "It was a hard night. Grandma left me with their emergency electric lantern, but it made too many shadows downstairs, so I went up to my room to wait. The soldiers were on the floor because I'd been playing with them, and when I sat down to pick them up, I just had this thought about how good soldiers march on no matter what. I tried to make them win the battle I'd been staging earlier, but suddenly it seemed stupid to play about life and death, when those might be the real stakes for my grandpa. It's funny how something inside you understands that, even when you're a kid." This time, it was Jennifer who made a sound, a soft, sympathetic sound. Abby didn't think Jennifer realized she'd even done it, but the slight upturn in Holden's mouth showed that he'd heard, and he knew that his story was getting to her.
What a punk. Instead of playing war, I picked this guy up, and suddenly his job seemed so important. To watch over everyone, to be alert and ready. It made me want to be a good soldier too, so I put him in my shirt pocket and imagined what he would order me to do. I went downstairs and cleaned the kitchen, and the shadows weren't so scary since I had this guy watching over me. I straightened every single thing I could find, and even got brave enough to go out on the porch and sweep off the mud Grandma tracked in when she'd rushed from the barn. She loved her house to be clean, and I could be the soldier to get it there. He gave a tiny salute to the guard soldier on the counter. He got me through that night. My uncle drove over late from the next county to get me, and in the morning we found out everything was going to be okay. But seeing these guys in your window, all I could think about was how good it would feel to have them in my office, keeping an eye on things for me. His smile invited them to laugh at him. Jennifer did, hers soft and appreciative. Abby laughed too. It was not appreciative. But Holden and Jennifer didn't seem to notice. He was too busy watching Jennifer wipe a single happy tear from her cheek. Abby was going to kill him. "Thanks for sharing that," Jennifer told him. "Stories matter. Are you ready to tell yours, Abby?" Abby didn't answer. Instead, she dug into her tote and pulled out a checkbook. "What's that for?" Holden asked, like she'd pulled out a parrot. "I gave you all my cash, but Jennifer knows I'm good for the check." "You can't buy it until Jennifer chooses the best story." "Holden, is it?" Abby asked, looking him dead in the eye. He nodded. "I could tell the worst story in the world right now, and these would still end up with me. You want to know why?" "Definitely." "Me too," Jennifer said, her tone confused. "That was a great story." "Sure it was, if you don't know that Holden here is a lying liar." "Excuse me?" he said, his face darkening like one of the storm clouds he'd conjured with his words. "My grandmother Judith wrote Private Dan Saves the Day in 1952. She used to make up bedtime stories for my Uncle Dan about soldiers exactly like this that he kept in his room." Color darkened the top of Holden's cheekbones, and she grinned. She really hoped that was humiliation. She turned to Jennifer. It was her first book and a huge children's bestseller in 1952. It even got turned into a comic book series for a while. It was about a boy whose father gets injured on their farm, and so his brother has to drive him to the hospital and leaves little Billy, not little Holden, behind to keep an eye on the house. "But really, Private Dan here," she said, patting the soldier like Holden had, "keeps an eye on little Billy through the scary night, helping him do brave things until morning comes and Billy finds out that all was well. Other than that, his details were pretty good." She smirked at him and almost felt badly about it. She wasn't really a smirker, but never had someone deserved it like this guy did. "You should have stuck with a widowed father." "Just seemed over the top sentimental," he said, his voice flat. Jennifer sighed and named the total with tax for Abby, before fixing Holden with a measuring stare. "The true stories are always the best ones." The red on his cheeks deepened, and Abby relented. "I happen to love that story. It's the main reason I do what I do. I just grew up kind of in love with the idea that stories can give kids courage in rough situations. And even though I've read and heard that one 1,000 times, you did a pretty decent job with it. Did you read it when you were a kid too?" "I read a summary on a blog. Good win," he said. "Enjoy it." He nodded to them both and walked out. They watched the door closed behind him, the tinkle extra loud. "Sorry," Abby said. "You were kind of loving that, I could tell. Would it make you feel better if I brought in a first edition of the real story for you?"
I'd love to see it. Jennifer finished tucking the last soldier into a gift box and tied it off with twine. I'm glad they're going to you. It's almost like you're getting a piece of your family history back. Abby didn't want to ruin Jennifer's happiness for her by telling her that at least half of the sweetness of owning the soldiers was the satisfaction of beating Holden the jerk to get them. But she didn't feel too guilty. The soldiers in her tote would be proud of her for winning the fight fairly. She hugged the purse tighter to her side and left the store with a wave to Jennifer, followed by a fist pump when she was out of sight. She had a couple of hours to figure out where these could go in her little house before she had to head out again and change the world. Or at least a couple of lives. Okay, minds. She'd settle for changing a couple of minds at the retreat this afternoon. Chapter 4. Holden headed back down the boardwalk again, his hands in his pockets, deep in thought. He looked like the dozens of other people out for a casual stroll, enjoying the boats in full sail out on the water. His colleagues were probably drawing metaphors from them about smooth sailing or sailing through life. There couldn't be a more inaccurate symbol for him right that second. He needed sailboats out there with no wind in their sails. Then it would be about right. Yes, he'd totally lifted that story, but his true story was lame and boring. Besides, the owner hadn't asked for true, just good. Why, of all people, did he have the bad luck to tell it to the granddaughter of the author? What a stupid, stupid coincidence. Whatever. Time to shake it off and get back to his hotel room to do the work that mattered. He pulled his phone from his pocket to check the time. It vibrated in his hand, and for a split second, it was like it was laughing at him. But the display lit up with David Macklin's name, and Holden answered the call.
Hey, Dave. I don't care where you are because no answer you give me is going to be a good one, Dave barked. You know why? Because it's not here, eating with your teammates or doing much of anything with your teammates at all today, and that's the whole point of this.
His tone startled Holden. Dave was one of the most even-tempered men he knew, despite the CEO's high-energy approach to business.
Sorry, I was just using the downtime to work on some Apex strategies.
It's not downtime.
The words clearly came through gritted teeth.
You are the main reason we're doing this retreat. You're too good to lose, but you're burning your team out. You need to recalibrate as a team so you all have the same vision for where you're going next.
Holden wondered if he should burn incense and pass a peace pipe after they all found that vision together around a nighttime beach bonfire. He said nothing but rolled his eyes. It was juvenile and made him feel 10 times better.
You need to be at the first session after lunch, or I'm transitioning you off of this project for everyone's mental health. But most especially yours,
Dave said, in a tone as commanding as any Holden had ever heard from his Major General father.
If I have to save you from yourself, then I'll do it. Be there after lunch.
Fine. The beauty of the Apex was it could be a complete office for him, even while he sat in some Tony Robbins-like pep rally.
And leave your phone behind, Dave ordered. You're not just showing up. You're going to be present, in the moment. Pick the motivational fridge magnet that makes you happiest, but I want you all there, not just your carcass. You got it?
Got it,
Holden said. Dave didn't even say goodbye. He did, however, give Holden a marginally pleased nod an hour later when he walked down the hall for the first afternoon session. Holden mustered a smile.
See, Dave, I'm enjoying this so much this fake smile is going to break my face.
He glanced at his program to see what the next session was. Storyboarding, writing your success story. It was scheduled for 3 hours. Seriously? Dave passed him on the way to the snack table.
Good to see you, Holden. Appreciate the effort with your wardrobe, too.
Holden glanced down to his open shirt collar. He'd been forced to ditch his Ralph Lauren tie in a boardwalk garbage can. He glanced around at his colleagues. Everyone was in knits and shorts. He felt over and underdressed at the same time, which was unsettling. Still, he'd probably get Dave further off of his back if he dressed down more for tomorrow, assuming he could find a shirt without surfboards or hibiscus flowers in this place. Man, he hated this town. There were still 10 minutes to go before the session started, so he wandered after Dave and snagged a chocolate chip cookie off one of the snack platters. It was still warm, and when he bit into it, it tasted purely homemade. That took him right back to his childhood, before his mom got sick. A warm chocolate chip cookie reminded him of her hugs. He followed his group into the session room, feeling like he needed to give Seashell Beach, or at least the Mariposa Hotel, some major points back for the cookie. He popped the last bite into his mouth and scanned the room for a seat. That's when he spotted the presenter readying a series of easels and oversized paper pads. It was her, the cupcake. He stopped dead, and the hotel staffer behind him crashed into him. Holden gasped as the 6 pitchers of ice water the waiter carried splashed down his back. The gasp caused him to inhale the cookie instead of swallowing it, and that made him choke. But it was the look of sympathy and amusement on Abby Cupcake's face that sent him straight over the edge. "You all right, man?" That from the staffer. "I'm so sorry, sir." Holden waved him away, too mad to say anything. He wasn't mad at the waiter. It was Holden who'd stopped short, but he was mad nonetheless, mainly at Abby's trying not to laugh face. Murmurs from his coworkers reached him through the blood pounding in his head. They thrust handkerchiefs and tissues at him to help with the mess. That was how you were supposed to act when someone got 2 gallons of ice water down their back. You were not supposed to hold back a laugh. Especially not when the victim was a guy you'd already humiliated twice in one day. Someone handed him a bottle of water, and he drank enough to clear the cookie out of his throat. And that was sad too, because no warm chocolate chip cookie should ever be washed down with water. "Are you all right?" his launch manager Sarah asked. "Fine," Holden said. He caught Dave's eye. "I better change. I'll be back." Dave nodded. Holden managed a tight smile at the hotel employee who'd soaked him and walked casually back toward his room when every cell in him wanted to stomp away. But stomping was really ineffective when your shoes made a squishing sound with every step. He passed the hotel gift boutique and made a quick detour inside, hoping that at least one thing would go his way today. Luckily, it sold golf clothes for the nearby course, and he picked up a blue golf shirt, plain, no flowers or palm trees, and some tan shorts. At the last minute, he threw in a pair of flip-flops. Sandals? He couldn't decide which name was worse, but the only footwear he'd brought with him were his now soaked wingtips and a pair of beat-up running shoes that would look ridiculous with anything but his running shorts. He hurried to his room and changed in 5 minutes flat. He didn't want the cupcake thinking he'd retreated. He slid the flip-flops on and grunted with annoyance when they felt every bit as comfortable as his $200 shoes. He wanted to hate them, but he couldn't help but appreciate how well they allowed his soaked feet to dry. He returned to the conference side of the hotel. The door to the storyboarding session made a loud click when he opened it, and he'd never felt as stupid as he did walking up to the only open seat, a spot his product development manager Dustin had saved him at his team's table near the front of the room. At least 4 mouths at that table dropped open slightly, and he could feel the lame heat across the tops of his cheekbones again. Abby Cupcake didn't help at all when she quit speaking completely. Fine. He'd play it off. He stopped in the middle of the aisle, held his hands out to his side, and did a slow turn. The room burst into laughter with a few claps thrown in. "You seen the boss anywhere?" Sarah called out. "Button-down shirt and tie guy wouldn't know how to put on flip-flops with a YouTube tutorial." That really set the room off. Holden sighed.
Apex Team Retreat Lesson 1. There's stuff you don't know about me. Surprise, I own more than wingtips and Oxfords.
"You should probably pull the price tag off of that shirt," one of the women on the marketing team called. That set off another round of laughs. Holden grinned as he reached behind him to pull the tag off. He slid his hands in his pockets and did his best to saunter to his seat. He eased into it and nodded at Cupcake. Except she wasn't looking like a cupcake now. The bright skirt, shirt, and beret were gone. Her hair was still a wild mop of curls, but she'd changed into a dress, still bright, this time blue. It had a collar and tied around the middle. It looked like dresses he'd seen women in his office wear a million times. But on Abby, it looked different. Partly it was her untamed hair, looping and flouncing away from her head like a shorter, blonder version of that one Disney character his niece Haley liked so much, the redhead Scottish one. The women in the office all had well-behaved hair, but mostly it was the revelation that the cupcake had an incredible body her poofy skirt this morning hadn't even hinted at. Wow. He tore his eyes from her and surveyed the rest of the display she'd put up, so she wouldn't catch him staring. He'd missed her introduction, but her visual aids filled in all the blanks. Each easel now had a book poster on it, covers that looked all too familiar, all with the author name Abby Lake under the title. There, dead center, sat the cover he'd spotted in the bookstore window earlier, showing a cat in an absurdist rendering of a tutu. It was a tutu on crack and mushrooms. Haley would probably love it. But Haley was also obsessed with princesses who had corkscrew curls and no hairbrushes, which showed a clear lack of strategic thinking. He wanted to walk up and tuck the one curl that had fallen into Abby's eyes twice already behind her ear. It was annoying. There were things to help that, like hair gel, or spray, or bobby pins, most likely. The curl fell again. He winced. Abby blinked once, shook her head, blinked twice more, and cleared her throat. As I was saying, the point of stories is to capture the imagination. There are a million stories out in the children's book market about cats. So why did Miss Leona Kitty here win the Caldecott? And why does she stay at the top of the New York Times bestseller list?
Good question.
Because I think her story is every girl's story. And my job here today is to help you understand the very important stories that you need to tell. So the apex is literally the top of every list, too.
Stories. Great, because that had worked out so well for him today so far.
Chapter 5. Holden the suit had been interesting to look at once, maybe twice in a summing you up as an artist kind of way. Holden in a shirt as blue as his eyes with ridiculously hot legs shown off by his shorts. Too neatly pressed, but points for not being chinos. was the phrase ridiculously hot came to mind. Again, it wasn't until he'd grimaced at her that Abby even realized she'd been staring. But she snapped right out of it and got back on track, which she was proud of. It was hard to think in here because the whole place had smelled like chocolate chip cookies the second Holden had opened the door. It was only the aroma from the snacks still out in the hall, but for a split second she'd thought it was him. Someone should make a cologne that smelled like that. It would enslave all women forever. She'd suspected he might be here, but she was sorry to be right. She taught these seminars about 6 times a year, and only for the companies whose vision she really believed in. She couldn't teach people to be passionate about something if they had no vision. But if theirs had merely grown fuzzy, or if they were having too many visions at once, she helped them focus. And in every case, the power of storytelling worked. Words mattered that much. Those results had corporate event managers begging her to come in and teach her process. But she was choosy. Interesting that Holden worked for DBR Tech. It stood for Dream Big Revolution Technologies, something she could totally get behind. She wouldn't have guessed such an uptight guy would work in such a free-wheeling corporate climate. Every story is about a quest, she said, picking up where she left off before he appeared. Someone wants something, and they get it or they don't. That's what a story boils down to. The goal here today is for everyone to have clarity around DBR Tech's quest. Then we work backwards to figure out how each of you, as a character in this story, moves the narrative along. She pointed to the cover for Miss Leona Dances Flamenco. I already told you the secret that every aspiring writer is dying to know. The key to writing a smash hit is telling a story that everyone recognizes as their own. They become so sucked into it that every part of them is yearning for your main character to succeed. So your goal is no less than that, people. You need to write the narrative that will make the whole world pull for DBR Tech. Let's look to my friend Miss Leona for lessons. She pulled off the cover and revealed the first page of the story, taking the group through Miss Leona's adventure, hiding a grin at the halfway point when she saw the magic begin. It was always the same. When she first started telling her favorite kitty's story, she got, at best, some polite, indulgent smiles. How cute, a children's story. Generally, she got what Holden was giving her, a glazed-over look, like she was robbing him of his time. But right around the time the bold Miss Leona gets herself trapped in the pet store overnight, the first look of concern would appear. That was the moment she knew she had them. They were invested in Miss Leona's success, just like millions of little girls around the country. By the end of the story, every face in the room would be grinning at her. And when she looked up from reading the final page, they were. All but one face. Holden sat with his arms crossed, his stupid eyebrow up. Super easy to read, again. It stated as loudly as a yell, "I'm not impressed." Actually, based on the boredom etched into every line of his face, his eyebrow was probably saying something way ruder. No one had ever failed to fall under Miss Leona's spell before. You love the unpredictable, she reminded herself, and she smiled. Challenge accepted. She'd get him. He was doomed. Miss Leona wanted to dance flamenco with Joaquin Cortez more than anything. She summarized for the group. Who wouldn't? A woman called. He's dead sexy. Focus, Abby said with a grin. How did Miss Leona make it happen? The group called out answers for a while, and she nodded, validating their participation. She worked hard. She persisted. She thought outside the box. Yes, yes, and yes, but they weren't all the way there yet. A guy with a name tag reading David spoke, his voice quieter than the others, but somehow cutting through their answers.
She got everyone she met up with to invest in her goal.
Yes. 1,000,000 awesome points to you, David. And how did she do that, Holden? She wouldn't have called him out if it weren't for the look on his face. It irritated her the same way out-of-towners did when they descended on the beach and cranked their music from their portable iPod docks, forcing everyone within a 50-yard radius to listen whether they wanted to or not. She didn't like being subjected to his mood.
I'm guessing she made them a part of her story.
Exactly, she said, smiling at him. It's amazing what a story can do for you. The dull red flush appeared on his cheekbones again. Every time that happened, it made his eyes look bluer. But that's not what sent a tingle of satisfaction dancing down her spine. Nope, that was purely about putting him back in his place, like he was trying so hard to do to her. We need to define the story goal here. What is the plan? She moved to another easel, scribbling answers as fast as people called them out, grouping similar answers together, dividing them into the measurable and the intangibles. She'd run this workshop so many times that it was second nature to her, but she loved the satisfaction of seeing the surprise on their faces as they saw their answers take a clear shape in front of them. That didn't get old. She'd formed a tree out of words, the trunk made up of the core principles she could hear coming out of the group, the branches made up of the products DBR Tech made, and then, lastly, she drew a single plump red fruit hanging from one of the branches. She pointed to it, a sharp tap of her marker. This is the prize, ladies and gentlemen. What is it that every other part of this tree is working to produce?
The apex, one of them called out. Everything is about the apex right now.
Abby shook her head and tapped one of the larger branches extending from the trunk. No, this one is the apex. What is the fruit?
World domination, David said,
and everyone laughed. But he wasn't joking. Better, she said. Almost there, in fact. But that doesn't feel exactly right. Who else? A long silence fell, and the only sound was the soft rustle of fabric as people shifted in their seats. That didn't bother Abby. The silence would produce the answer. It always did. Holden spoke.
Not world domination. Changing the world.
Abby closed her eyes for a moment to consider this, to see if it resonated. It did, and she sighed. Of course it would have to come from Holden. She opened her eyes and nodded. Yes, that's the one that feels right. The goal is to change the world. We can file what happens after that under happily ever after. We don't get to see that part of the story too often, but let's talk about it right now. What does a world changed by the apex look like? More answers flew, and she drew each one as a seed coming from the red fruit. Holden's table especially poured on the answers. The apex and its planned partner tablet, the Pinnacle, would gain market share with users, and DBR Tech would be able to get it, free of charge, into the hands of people who could use it most. Nonprofit organizations, urban schools with punishing budget deficits, community centers. Not long after that, they could go worldwide, helping to power small businesses in developing nations and revolutionize family economies on a global scale. The energy around these answers was different, a higher frequency, and focused. She smiled out at the room again, excited for them as they let their thoughts flow. All of them except for two. David sat quietly, but his eyes darted from speaker to speaker, weighing their words. And Holden. He was not engaged. His eyebrow rose and fell a few times, but his face stayed otherwise bored. So bored. When the group's answers began to slide toward tangential chatter, Abby reined them in. You guys are nailing this. Corporate types responded to praise. They couldn't help themselves, the overachievers. But I want to remind you that this is a process that works and has worked for a dozen companies before you when you give yourself over to it. So stay open and let the magic happen. You're sharing an incredible vision of your happily ever after. A woman her mother's age, sitting next to Holden, jerked her thumb at her stone-faced boss. It's this guy's vision. He dreamed it and made us believe it. That's where the company name came from. It was a powerful compliment, but Holden's expression didn't change by so much as a twitch. Abby fought to keep her smile from growing brittle. How could he be the guy with such a profound vision and the worst attitude she'd ever seen in one of these sessions? She pulled herself together. Now that we've got the story goal, we need to work backwards and discuss who is going to get us there. It's time to talk about the characters. We'll use animals since I draw those better than I do people. We need to start with our chief animal. He's not always the main character, but it's usually his decree that sets things in motion. Let's do fish. That would lend itself to bright colors, and that always made her happy. We'll make the big guy the orca whale. Who's the big guy? Dave, said at least a dozen voices. Dave it is. She turned to start the orca, but Holden interrupted her. Maybe something besides fish. Fish are pretty dumb when you think about it. They're not exactly great strategic planners. Fine, she said. Birds, then. Still plenty of bright colors she could work with. Birds, as in bird brains? No, she said, and if Holden had known her at all, he would have recognized that the drawn-out sound of that word meant trouble was brewing for him. More like hawks and eagles. But that's so predatory, he said, his voice calm. But since everyone was facing her as he spoke, only she could see the glint in his eye that said he was messing with her. She took a deep breath. The energy was shifting back toward him, but it was changing to a more frenetic, spiky energy, and quickly. These people were used to listening to him. We'll go with a jungle theme. Clearly, Dave is the tiger, setting out on this quest with the goal of changing the world. She turned to sketch out the tiger and recapture the group's attention. Dave interrupted this time. I wouldn't say that's quite right. It's Holden on the quest here, so I guess he's the tiger. Abby straightened. Nope, not a tiger. That's not it exactly. Holden's not a tiger, but I know exactly how to draw him. She whipped back around to the drawing pad and sketched out an ape. A giant gray ape with a sour mouth. She heard the good-natured jokes they threw Holden's way, but it wasn't until she added the wildly exaggerated eyebrows onto her ape and stepped back that the picture drew full-blown laughter. How did you do that? A middle-aged woman asked through her laughter. It looks exactly like a gorilla, but exactly like Holden at the same time. Even Dave was grinning. Holden, not so much. He wore the same sour expression as the gorilla, but when one of his co-workers pointed from his mouth to the gorilla's mouth and burst into laughter again, Holden forced his into a smile. Well, he probably thought he was smiling. If she drew him now, it would be as a gorilla baring its teeth. When the laughter kept coming, his smile tightened. And weirdly, Abby felt the same tightening in her chest. Was that guilt? She tried to push it aside. Holden had without question earned his caricature, but the forced smile on his face made it all seem less funny. She spun back to the drawing pad, eager to get past this and redeem herself. and she could only do that if she redeemed him. Her marker spun out a tiger, benevolent but watchful. Meet Dave. That earned claps of approval, and from there she characterized each part of the Apex team as a different animal. The marketing team became a macaw, the product development team became capuchin monkeys, clever little tool users that they were. And so it went. As soon as she could, she directed each team to work at their tables, to develop the frame for their part of the story, sketching out a plot of how they fit in. Holden stayed quiet through all of it. She was beginning to feel like a bad human. She'd told the group she wasn't good at drawing humans, but that wasn't true. She was an exceptionally gifted caricaturist, but she hated that her art tended to betray character flaws that her subjects didn't want to see. And in most cases weren't ready to see. So she'd given up caricature years ago and switched to animals. But making Holden into an ape had made him way too easy for her to mock. And now he was dealing with the emotional aftermath of having his entire department laugh at him and his communicative eyebrows. She'd made it okay for them to ridicule him. When had she become a bully? Inside, a sick feeling grew. How could she write Miss Leona beats the bully and then turn around and do this? She moved from table to table, supervising the progress of their stories. Her job would be to pull it all together and facilitate a discussion that would allow the group to write a happy ending where the gorilla got the fruit. She'd gone to every table but Holden's, and she couldn't put it off any longer. She swallowed and walked over, standing so she wouldn't have to look directly at him. "How's your story coming?" she asked the table. She expected them to defer to him, but he said nothing. So a woman named Sarah explained the narrative they had come up with. They'd decided that Holden would be trying to shuttle a human child, a la Tarzan, through the jungle to get the baby to the fruit tree that would provide all the nutrients the human would need to grow big and strong, just like his new ape family. It just kind of made sense for the story since the goal is to give people everywhere this technology as a lifeline to the outside world, the woman said. The rest of the group voiced their agreement, but Holden fidgeted as the story continued. When the gorilla fought off attackers and rescued a baby capuchin, he crossed and recrossed his legs 3 times. By the time the ape banished a giant anaconda, apparently apple ink, Holden rose and excused himself with a mumbled apology. The rest of the group was wrapped up in the story, trying to decide what the climax would be, so no one said anything about his disappearance. But Abby's chest tightened even more. She too excused herself to no one in particular and slipped out to the hallway, wondering where to even look for Holden or what to say when she found him. She didn't get a chance to figure it out because he was standing right there, picking up another chocolate chip cookie from the snack table. Once again, Abby decided that the combination of Holden and that cookie scent was, at a minimum, intoxicating. When he fixed her with his blue eyes, she upgraded that to lethal, until she remembered what a pain he'd been until the ape thing. She still owed him an apology, but there was zero danger she'd be falling under any Holden/cookie spell. "You okay?" she asked. "Sure, just bored. Needed to stretch for a minute." Ouch. Nice to hear he had such a high opinion of her presentation skills. "It's not you," he added, and she wondered if she'd winced. "It's all of this. I know Dave thinks dragging us here for 3 days and doing stuff like this is important, but I think being in the office and actually working on the Apex rollout is important." He made stuff like this sound like a dirty phrase. It was crystal clear to Abby in that short explanation why exactly Dave had dragged everyone down here, especially Holden. "Sorry, you're bored." That sounded snotty and defensive. She drew a cleansing breath, counted to 5, and tried again. "I'm sorry I drew that ape. That wasn't cool. I have a temper, or so I hear." His hand crept up to pat his chest for a second, like he was checking for the tie that used to be there.
"Right. Don't worry about it. It was a good ape."
She felt the need to make a better apology, something more than, "I'm sorry." So she tried for a compliment that it pained her to pay. "It seems like it's a great ape, if what that table in there says is true. They're big fans of that ape." That won a small smile from him.
"Maybe, but they kept trying to send him into patches of stinging nettle. Does that even grow in the jungle?"
Abby laughed. "Maybe the nettle is a metaphor for setbacks."
"Nope. Pretty sure they just want the ape in the nettle."
Abby didn't know what to say to that, and she wasn't one to talk, just to talk. Maybe he was a bit of a jerk, but she'd seen with her own eyes that he'd had a rough day. One she had contributed to, and it was barely after lunchtime. So she bit back a joke about how much he nettled people. "I've taught a dozen or so of these storyboarding classes, and I've learned how to read a room full of corporate types. In my expert opinion, they may want to see you in the nettles a little bit, but I've seen it when they want to shove the guy into a pit of crocodiles, and that room doesn't," she said, pointing behind them. "And that should count for something. Probably. Maybe it didn't with this guy, but if it had bothered him enough to seek solace in a chocolate chip cookie, maybe it would matter."
"You came out here to make me feel better?"
A laugh hid in his question. The guy who got his tie cut off by a clearly crazy person, lost out on a business deal to said crazy person, had 14 million gallons of ice water dumped down his back, and then got thrown into the nettles, repeatedly, by his subordinates? Yeah, seemed like you could use a pep talk. And before she could stop herself, why could she never stop herself? She leaned over and swatted him on the butt. He jumped about a foot, and she grinned at him. "Go team!" That's what the sports guys did, right? Oh, please let her have gotten that right. Holden opened his mouth. He closed it. He opened it again. He closed it again. He opened it a third time and said, "Yay?" And Abby burst into laughter. "Well done. Now go get yourself out of the nettles." Holden slid his hands in his pockets and walked past her, which stretched his shorts across his backside. It kinda made Abby wish she'd taken the full split second to appreciate the smack more when she did it. He stopped and turned, and she hoped she'd looked up quickly enough.
"You have not been the same person in the 3 times I've run into you now," he said.
"Should I be? That doesn't sound fun."
"But you've been 3 totally different people. I kind of want to know which one is really you."
"All of them. Most people are a lot of things."
"People play different roles. Yeah, sure. But before lunch, you were like a cross between my stepmom's little Maltese and my loony Aunt Heidi. Then after lunch, you were like the guy on To Catch a Predator, except that I'm not a perv. And now you're like Sheryl Sandberg crossed with Beatrix Potter."
Why did he sound so puzzled by that? Although, to be fair, he wouldn't be the first person she'd confused just by existing. She shrugged. There's nothing wrong with being any of those things.
"Nope, but there's nothing common about being all of those things between lunch and dinner."
"If you say so."
"I can't wait to see who you are next."
She couldn't tell if he was setting her up for a mean joke about multiple personality disorder, or if he was genuinely curious. She hated that she'd learned to be guarded enough to even wonder, but life and ex-boyfriends who didn't know when to take off their ties had taught her to be wary. "We won't have to cross paths again after this afternoon, so I guess it'll stay a mystery. Race you to the table," she added, hustling to beat him to the conference room door.
Wait, I don't like unsolved mysteries. Go to dinner with me, and let me see what else I can figure out.
She froze with her hand on the door and glanced back at him, finding exactly what she expected to see, a look of total confusion on his face, like he wasn't sure who had opened his mouth and invited her to dinner with his voice. It was happening again, and it had ended badly all 3 times before. Hotshot business guy is attracted to his polar opposite, a cute, artsy children's book author who lives her life by impulse. That and by a carefully regulated system of cell phone reminder alarms, so she could function kind of like a grown-up. She'd learned to say no to the Holdens who drifted through Seashell Beach. No, Holdens didn't drift. Holdens strode through Seashell Beach, purposefully, with no intention of stopping for longer than their weekend golf trip or corporate retreat. And while it should have been easier to say no to Holden, even with his Pacific blue eyes and caramel hair, she still at least said it. "I don't think so, but thanks."
I know I've been a jerk. Does it help that I'm sorry?
She shook her head, but before she could speak, he sweetened the deal.
I deserve to have my tie cut off, and you didn't need to pay me for it. So how about we take the money and use it for dinner and broker some kind of peace treaty?
He was making it even harder with his genuineness and his smiles. But Abby didn't want to be his mystery. She made sense to herself, and it only exhausted her when the suits in her past had tried to understand her. Generally, understanding her meant slowly trying to change her into someone else. And it didn't matter that Holden wasn't in a suit now. His bones were probably tattooed Hugo Boss. She shook her head and crossed the last few feet to the door to check on the progress inside. She turned to offer him one last no hard feelings smile and caught an expression she didn't expect on his face. Real disappointment. Could she really pile a rejection on top of everything else she'd done to him today? She let go of the handle. "I changed my mind. I'll go to dinner with you, but I picked the place." His shoulders relaxed.
"Cool.
"Meet me on the corner of Tangerine and Beach at 7. No tie." He grinned.
"No tie."
"All right, let's go get you out of the nettles." Chapter 6. Holden should be more bothered that Abby didn't add up. He was a numbers guy, an engineering guy, a make-it-all-work in the most efficient way possible guy. But it had quit bothering him after about 20 minutes of watching her in action, when he'd walked into her class. Everything about her in that session spoke volumes about her talent and passion. In fact, his niece was getting a Miss Leona book every year for her birthday. Abby had converted him in a half-hour flat. But beyond that, there was an almost scary intelligence in the way she was able to take storytelling principles, meld them with the corporate speak, and lead an entire room to produce a cohesive vision, something he hadn't realized had gotten lost along the way. By the end of the session, his team had quit throwing him into the nettles and had him scaling the tree for the fruit. But he'd insisted the ape couldn't have it unless he carried the macaw up the tree on one shoulder and a couple of monkeys on the other. When Abby had drawn the final scene, with the ape back on the ground, holding the fruit out to his jungle friends to share, the entire room had burst into applause. Even Holden had sat there grinning. Abby was crazy good with a marker, and more. She was good with people. She'd processed information very, very quickly and conceptualized it in an imaginative way. It fascinated him. He'd asked her to dinner on a rare whim, but he looked more and more forward to it as the afternoon wore on. When the session broke, he caught her eye and mouthed, 7. Her return nod made him feel way better than a simple nod should. It was as good as the chocolate chip cookies. And so what? The apex had been his sole focus for over a year. And if Dave was going to make him stay down here for 2 more days, then he might as well take full advantage of the situation, not Abby, because that would be a jerk move. If Abby was into a mutually beneficial flirtation, well, that was something else. He grinned all the way through the hotel lobby and almost got on the elevator before he realized he'd need to make another stop at the hotel boutique. It was the kind of compromise a guy made when his date hated ties. And as he lifted a black linen shirt off the rack and enjoyed the sensation of an unstarched shirt, he thought maybe she had a point. By 7:05, Holden stood on the corner of Tangerine and Beach, staring out at the pinkening sky. He didn't really take the time to look out of his office window in Cupertino at this time of day often enough. But he'd had 5 solid minutes of uninterrupted sunset staring now, and he was beginning to feel pretty dumb. By 7:08, he was too distracted by his watch to appreciate the sunset anymore. Had Abby forgotten? Changed her mind? By 7:12, he was halfway down the block back toward the hotel when he heard a bicycle bell and his name being shouted. He turned to see Abby on a beach cruiser, the retro-looking bikes people rode up and down the coast highway. She was a fuchsia blur as she coasted to a stop next to him, already in the middle of a sentence. "Sorry, I forgot to set my alarm. Well, no, I set it to remind me to eat. But then I left my phone in my bike basket when I went down to the tide pools. Low tide is awesome. It's at 5 tomorrow. Ish. 5-ish. I believe in ish, you know? I'm late way less often when we're dealing with ish time. Anyway, there was this amazing little hermit crab who was fighting this way bigger hermit crab, and it seemed like it went on forever, and I was like, I could watch this all night. And then this voice that pipes up every now and then to save me was like, nope, you're meeting Holden. And I ran back to my bike and saw that it was already 7, so I pedaled like crazy, which is not really what beach cruisers are built for. It's hard work making a bike that heavy move that fast. I think I'm going to have He-Man calf muscles by tomorrow. She climbed off her bike as she babbled and leaned it against her while she smiled up at him. Anyway, I was wondering if, on account of the exceptional effort I put into turning this station wagon into a drag racer, she patted the bike, we could maybe pretend we were supposed to be ish time all along and I'm not really being incredibly rude right now by showing up. She squinted at her phone display. Let's not talk about how late. He could only laugh. Her mad dash had flung her curls in a million directions, and those on top of the bright sundress she'd put on and her exertion-flushed cheeks did him in.
Yeah, we're on ish time, so what's the plan?
Her eyes shone. It's a surprise. Let's go up Tangerine, I'll park my bike, and then I'll lead you to food. When her bike was handled and she joined him on the sidewalk, his stomach grumbled and he winced. I'm really gifted in nonverbal communication cues, she said. Your stomach just asked if food is soon, and the answer is yes. She stopped in front of a bakery and pushed the door open, releasing the scent of butter and warm sugar. Welcome to Delilah's Desserts.
This is dinner?
He asked. And when she grinned at his raised eyebrow, he dropped it again. You don't seem like the dessert first kind of guy. You probably eat your vegetables first at every meal.
Why does it sound like you accused me of cheating on my taxes? I do eat them first, so do a lot of people.
You're right. The entire population of boring USA eats their veggies first. You probably even like them.
You're very judgmental, he said, smiling in spite of himself. Yes, I like vegetables.
Say veggies.
I just did.
No, you said vegetables. Say veggies.
He sighed. Veggies. He felt stupid.
Good job. She patted his arm. Using a cutesy name for serious food is a positive sign that you might be able to handle dessert first.
I could honestly eat anything right now. He followed her into the store, where the warmth was a nice contrast to the cool breeze sweeping up Tangerine Street. What are we having?
He was looking down at her, or he would have seen the answer. Cupcakes, of course, she said. He looked at the case and laughed. It was full of all kinds of color sugar crystals. Elaborate swirls lined up in tempting rows behind the glass.
I know I'm probably supposed to be embarrassed or apologize, but I can't lie. The cupcake comparison was right on.
If you mean the frothy tops hide a rich and textured interior, then I'll give it to you.
Yes, that's what I meant,
he said, his face straight. A door from the back swished open, and a pretty brunette stepped out with a streak of frosting across her cheek. Hey, Delilah, Abby said, with a subtle swiping motion at her own cheek. Delilah flushed and tried to wipe away the frosting with the back of her wrist, but that only left a trail of flour behind. Did I get it? Kind of, Abby said. Delilah sighed. Never mind. What can I get for you? Cupcakes, she and Holden said together, and Delilah smiled. I want chocolate chip with peanut butter frosting, please, Abby said. Delilah was reaching for that flavor before Abby had even spoken. And for you? She asked Holden. He rubbed his jaw. I'm going to need whichever cupcake has the swirliest frosting on top of the most richly textured flavors you've got. Okay, Delilah said as Abby laughed. That would probably be the mocha marble. Cream cheese frosting on top of a mocha vanilla marbled cake stuffed with a chocolate ganache.
Sounds about right. Could you make it extra complicated? He asked. Sprinkle some unusual savory spice on top or something. I really want to get this right.
Ignore him, Abby told Delilah, delivering a light punch to his arm. Your normal mocha marble will be great.
Normal? I don't think so, Holden started, before Abby cut him off by catching his sleeve and tugging him toward a table.
All right, you've made your point. You're committed to this apology. You're prepared to see me as more than my outward appearance. You acknowledge that someone can unironically wear a beret. Did I miss anything? Delilah appeared and set a cupcake in front of each of them before retreating back to her kitchen. Holden sampled his cupcake. His eyes widened, and he'd be damned if a series of flavors didn't unfold and flood his tongue with that single bite.
You missed that I really like cupcakes. A lot, he added around a second bite.
When the dessert was gone, and it was gone far too fast, he wiped the crumbs from his hands and eyed her across the table.
I'm going to fill up on cupcakes. We may never get to actual dinner.
Slow your roll, homie, she said, her tone lazy. That made him snort, and she grinned again. One cupcake, and then we try the next taste adventure. He shook his empty cupcake wrapper.
Bring it.
Abby walked to the counter and called into the back. We're taking off, Delilah. Fabulous as usual. Delilah popped her head out, now with flower streaks in her hair. Thanks for stopping in, she said, and disappeared again. Abby led the way out of the shop. Delilah and I are like soul sisters. We both have a deep spiritual appreciation for cream cheese, and she gets as lost in her cupcake experiments as I do in my stories.
I need something more interesting to get lost in than a cell phone. Steaks? I like steak. Maybe I should turn it into a fine art.
I don't know, Abby said, her voice thoughtful. This Apex thing you guys are making sounds like it's totally worth getting lost in. Your coworkers definitely think so. It's obvious they see the vision you have for that technology.
Maybe,
he said, but he couldn't fight another smile. That had been a completely unexpected surprise. To realize how invested his people still were in the Apex, despite all of Dave's burnout warnings. Definitely, she corrected. Remember, I'm kind of an expert in objective corporate observation.
There you go, being a mystery again. 1 second you're immersed in cupcake eating, and the next you're this totally incisive business analyst.
It only seems like a mystery to you because you probably have the insane notion that you have to be one thing. You don't. Nobody does.
But how can you be so many things? Someone who runs on ish time and gets lost in tide pools, and someone who can wrangle a room full of MBA-fueled egos.
I don't think about it that hard, you know? I just am whatever I want to be. Look, she said, and her whole face brightened. I changed my mind about dinner. We're going there instead. She pointed at a candy shop. Candy's shop, specifically, the sign said. You see how easy it is? I can start the evening intending on Indian food and detour to candy just like that.
We're having candy for dinner?
Think of it as sugar tapas, she said, picking up her pace like she was E.T. on the trail of Reese's Pieces.
Tapas is real food. Candy isn't.
Sure it is. The exact same processes in my body are involved. I consume it, enzymes digest it for me, and all the systems in this here bone house work together to metabolize it and distribute it to my cells for energy.
Bone house?
Words, Holden. I play with words all day long. You should try it. It's fun. Sugar tapas and bone houses are way cooler than taffy and bodies. Candy, she called, as she pushed open the door to the shop.
Are you demanding it or stating the obvious? He asked.
She laughed. Candy, she called again. Abby? A voice called back. Got new taffy today, mashed potato. Holden's stomach lurched. A person followed the voice out, a tiny person with pink hair who was now blowing a bubble. This is Candy. Okay. Seemed a little far to take the branding, but whatever. Candy read his dubiousness easily. It's really my name. I mean, ask the priest at St. Joe's and he'll tell you he baptized me as Candace Marie, but I've always been Candy. So what was I going to do, really, except this? She swept her arm to encompass the shop, every surface of it crammed with bulk bins or barrels or tubs. Try whatever you like, but I'm guessing you're an import guy, she said, pointing to a corner that was all brown, with glass cases full of fudges and truffles and foil-wrapped bonbons. Abby jumped in. Oh no, we're definitely doing taffy. Please don't let that be someone's stripper name. But there was no human named Taffy in Candy's candy shop. Just an entire floor-to-ceiling section of taffy, in more colors than he bet even Abby's illustrator mind could come up with. There was even a machine pulling taffy behind glass right in front of them. I'm putting together your next course for you, but feel free to wander, Abby told him. She darted away, scanning the bins and plucking out pieces. He checked out the nearest wall. Cotton candy, green apple, root beer. That one sounded good. He moved farther down. Pina colada, passion fruit, Mai Tai. Exotic, but nothing he couldn't handle. Whiskey? Bacon? Corn. Wait, corn-flavored taffy? He could do popcorn maybe, but he had a feeling this was the Cobb kind. Abby was back. "Hold out your hand. Dinner is served." He obeyed, and she named the pieces she set in his palm. Fried chicken and waffles, bacon, maple syrup and orange juice, which, to warn you, is more sour than regular orange taffy. He looked from her to his hand and back. "No." She shrugged. "Still playing with your idea of meals and order?" "Dessert first and now breakfast for dinner, one of my favorites," she said, with a nod at the abomination of taffy he held. "No." He tried to give it back. She put her hands behind her back. "Yes, it's good for you. It'll stretch you." "It'll stretch out my stomach, maybe, in a bad way." "You're a lightweight. We need to toughen you up. Follow me." She stepped ahead of him, ready to zip over to a different part of the store. But an impulse he couldn't understand or control overtook him as he reached out and tangled his fingers with hers. He didn't know why he did it, but he loved the soft slide of her fingers against his. She stared down at their hands, then back to him. Her eyes held a question, but she didn't tug her hand away. He smiled. "I'm hanging on to you so I don't get lost." She nodded and pulled him toward the next nook. And something about the way he fell into step behind her, so easily, so ready for whatever ridiculous thing she threw at him next, forced him to wonder if he meant she was helping him find his way in a metaphorical sense too. Seashell Beach and metaphors, man. What was it with this place? But he didn't let go of Abby's hand. He was too curious about where she would take him next. Chapter 7. Abby didn't know what to think about the fingers twined through hers. "So don't think," the irresponsible part of herself said. It was a hard voice to ignore, since it was always the loudest one. Just feel. But just feeling when it had come to cute, hard-driving businessmen hadn't ever worked. Not in the end, anyway. She didn't let go, though. His hand surprised her. It wasn't as soft as she thought it would be. Calluses on his palm rasped against hers and raised the hairs at the nape of her neck, a delicious sensation she hadn't felt since her week-long flirtation with a ridiculously cute visiting travel writer the previous summer. She fought a shiver and navigated them around candy barrels toward a nook that looked like Dr. Seuss had exploded in it, full of blinding neon and cartoonish candy wrappers. It was here she let go, pretending she needed to scrub her hand through her hair to think, while she located what she was looking for. Really, she couldn't think with the constant tingle of his skin against hers. Holding his hand under the pretense of playing his guide was much different than standing there, holding hands for no reason at all. "We'll do the crash course in toughening you up, you and your stomach," she said, searching the bins. "Are you looking for Mentos and Diet Coke, maybe? Because if so, I won't fall for it." "Nope, and what I'm about to prescribe for you is even Mythbuster tested and guaranteed not to do anything to you." She reached out to a shelf and pulled down 3 black envelopes about the size and shape of seed packets. "This should do it." "Pop Rocks?" He looked resigned, more than resistant. "Good. Progress. Yes, let's get this all rung up." She pointed toward the cash register and swept her arm toward him in a go-ahead gesture. There would be no hand flirting this time. The teenager at the register totaled everything up.
$8.42,
he said. Holden dug out his wallet, but Abby waved his money away. I've got this. Your money is no good here.
I'll take it,
the teenager said. Holden laughed and set a $5 tip on the counter for the candy shop employee, separate from the money Abby paid.
Nice hustle, kid. Here's an even better tip. Never be afraid of asking for what you want. You might not get it, but if you don't ask at all, the answer is always no.
He took the white paper bag from the grinning cashier, and Abby led them back to the sidewalk. Sorry again about the tie and being irrational earlier or whatever. I hope that bag of sugar is enough to bribe your forgiveness.
It's a start, but talk to me again after I've tried the mashed potato taffy.
You'll have to let me know what you think. He studied her, his eyebrows drawing slightly together and furrowing his forehead.
Why are you saying that like you won't be right here watching me try not to make dorky faces while I eat it?
Because I won't. I have to go. I have work to do. But my conscience is clear. You've got food and a great view. She nodded toward the ocean and the sky painted with cotton candy poofs of orange and pink.
You have to work at 8 at night?
Abby smiled at the disbelief in his tone. Artists don't really work on a 9 to 5, not unless we have bosses with no concept of what it means to employ a creative type. But I'm my boss, and so I do work as it comes to me. And right now I feel like working. So enjoy Seashell Beach. I don't know if I'll be out of my studio much before you leave, but if I don't see you again, good luck with changing the world. That's my favorite story I've ever drawn at one of those trainings. I hope it works out for you. She waved and turned to walk away, her heart pounding as if she'd taken off in a sprint instead. It was too tempting to stay and slip her hand into his again, to walk down the coast highway, laughing as he worked his way through his taffy breakfast.
Hey,
he called, his voice soft enough to blend with the waves. But since every atom in her had been straining toward him, she heard him. She stopped and glanced back at him. Yeah?
I'm only here until Tuesday. I want to see you again.
She walked back and planted her hands on her hips, staring him straight in the eye. Why? We've had more bad interactions than good ones.
I think those are at least tied now, he argued.
Even if they are, it's a bad idea.
Feels like the best idea I've had in a while.
He said it with no swagger, and she dropped her hands from her hips and took another step toward him. It's a bad idea because you're only here until Tuesday, and then you're gone. So what's the point?
Fun?
He said it like it was a new vocabulary word.
I need more fun, I think. A few hours with you in that hotel room this afternoon, and suddenly I was seeing things totally differently.
He heard how it sounded even as he said it, and winced. While Abby laughed in spite of herself.
I meant the hotel conference room, and I meant that I was seeing the Apex launch differently.
I know, she said on a giggle, but thanks for clarifying. It was the pink along his cheekbones that kept her from pulling herself together faster. Somehow, when he did that, she could imagine a little Holden, like the one he'd invented in his toy soldier story. She'd crafted enough stories and studied even more stories crafted by others to know there had been truth in his version of Private Dan Saves the Day. She took another step away from him. But I always have fun. What would be in it for me, really? This time he took a step toward her.
What do you want?
She hesitated and closed the gap between them, reaching up to set her hand on his arm. His skin was warm against hers, and the muscles in his forearm tensed, like he was coiled for action. She should have taken that as a cue to snatch her hand away and walk off. But instead, she rubbed his arm ever so slightly, a gentle back and forth. I'm not going to spend time with you because you are too good-looking and warm, and your hair is too nice, and your smile is too crooked in the best way. That smile peeked out at her, and he leaned toward her like she'd reeled him in. And maybe she had. But she stepped back again. They'd been doing a poorly counted cha-cha for the last 5 minutes. I've been down this road. From where you're standing, you can't see the dead-end sign, but I know it's there. I've run into it a few times.
What if I promise not to ask you to marry me?
What? That was a non sequitur if ever she'd heard one. Who's talking about marriage?
No one. That's my point. But you shifted a key piece of the way I see a project that has been my life for 6 years in a single afternoon. I wonder what would happen if I spent even more time with you. And I guess what I have to offer you is a true story of why I wanted the soldiers,
he added, when her eyebrow flew up. Now that was tempting. She'd never collected antiques until Jennifer Day and her irresistible stories came along. And it was the stories Abby saw when she looked out over the pieces tucked into every corner in her house. But she took another step back, and then another, wondering how many it would take before it lessened his pull. Sorry, she said, reaching up to rub her forehead. But as hard-headed as I am, it still really hurts when I run into the dead-end sign. She dropped her hand to wave goodbye before she turned and walked away. There would be no dancing back to him this time. An hour later, she was in her studio and should have been well into the illustration for a story about a sparrow she'd been drafting in her head. Instead, the gorilla from the afternoon session had come out of her drawing pencil. She'd tried to make him into a cranky old man of the forest, but whatever she did with this gorilla, his eyes were still nice, almost smiling. And now she had to acknowledge a lesson she'd learned forever ago. She couldn't fight the story. She could only tell it. So she'd let the gorilla do his thing for a couple of pages. He was on alert after hearing a noise in the forest, every muscle standing at attention, eyebrows drawn straight as he prepared for whatever was coming. She kind of wanted to know what it was, too, but instead of drawing the next sketch to find out, she threw her pencil down and scrubbed her hands through her hair. A gorilla was all wrong for Holden anyway. If she were really going to represent him as an animal, he was more like a German shepherd. Lean build, proud head, intelligent eyes. And there was something else. Some dog breeds had laughter built right into their faces, like they were ready for the next joke or caper. Retrievers were like that. German shepherds were definitely not. Holden didn't have a sadness about him exactly, but she wondered what had led him to see the world so analytically, to be so wound up that he spent his first day in a seaside town marching down the boardwalk in a tie. She shoved away from her desk before she decided to do a series of dog sketches. This was so stupid. She didn't need to get into a character study of Holden Soup Man now or ever. She rummaged through her supply cabinet for the finger paints she kept on hand for her nieces and nephews. It wasn't until she'd smeared every dumb gorilla sketch with abstract streaks of primary colors that she felt better. She needed to remember to be 4 years old more often. It was way more fun than 27. Her phone rang at too early a clock the next morning, but the display said it was in fact a few minutes after 10. Abby blinked twice and answered. "Lo?"
"Did I wake you up?"
It was Gentry, the owner at Wonderland Books. He sounded apologetic, so Abby cleared the sleep out of her throat. It's no big deal, Gentry. I was up late working on some sparrow sketches, and I made up for the sleep this morning.
Good, he
said, and she could imagine his perpetually worried eyes behind his Buddy Holly glasses, relaxing the tiniest bit.
Because if you're really awake, there's something you need to come down here to see.
Sure, she said, ready to start her day with an adventure. What is it? He put his hand over the mouthpiece of the phone and mumbled something before answering.
I can't tell you. You have to see it to believe it. Soon.
All right, she said, planting her feet on the furry rug beside her bed. Be there in a bit. She pulled out her favorite cutoffs and a halter top made from a vintage cafe curtain, printed with steaming cups of coffee. The faded fabric perfectly soft against her skin. She'd never gotten over the idea of drinking something made out of beans, which she hated. But she loved the retro feel of the design against the super soft fabric. It was a fun shirt, and it would let her soak up the sun as she pedaled down to the bookstore. September was the month smart people came to the beach. It was as warm as July, with a fraction of the crowds. She stopped at her front door to slide on flip-flops, but when she couldn't find any, she gave up and climbed on her bike barefooted, happy to let her toes stretch in the morning sun. The 15-minute ride landed her at Wonderland Books wide awake and curious to see what Gentry had called her down for. He'd only ever done it once before, when he'd discovered a nest of bluebirds outside the storeroom door. She stepped into the cheerful interior, which somehow always smelled faintly like paint, even though Gentry hadn't painted anything in at least a couple of years. Abby liked it. It smelled like newness and possibility. Gentry, what did I need to rush down here to see? He pointed at the same time Holden's voice preceded him around a picture book shelf.
Me.
The sound of it, the rich timbre, sent a tiny shiver down her spine, and she curled her bare toes into the Persian rug that often became Aladdin's magic carpet during story time. You, she parroted, as Holden stepped around the corner with his hand behind his back. Man, he looked good in black shorts and a heather purple t-shirt, the kind her cat Artemis would steal and knead for its softness. But so help her, if he was holding flowers behind his back, she would turn around and march back out to find a different adventure. 2 of her dead ends had started with flowers. Wait, no. She wanted him to have flowers so she could write him off once and for all, confident that he was the cliché, that they would be the cliché together that she'd assumed they would be all along. Oh, and please let them be roses, red ones. He'd be dead to her, easy as that.
Hope it's okay,
Gentry said, his face twitching.
When he explained what he wanted, I don't know, it seemed like the right call to make.
It's fine, Gentry, thanks. What are you hiding? She nodded at Holden.
My hand?
She rolled her eyes. You know, for 2 seconds last night, I thought I maybe got it wrong about you. I had assumed that you were another corporate calculator head who was more interested in profit-loss statements than anything. And that would make you the type to just charge in and take what you want by any means necessary. You know, like making up a story to win a contest. Then yesterday you're all, I have this noble vision, and your people were all, Holden is the best. He can even take a joke. Good old gorilla Holden. And then you charmed me into meeting up with you, and you almost charmed me into sticking around last night. She scrubbed her hand through her hair like she had a dozen or more times last night, while she tried to concentrate. I can't blame you for me acting like an idiot, but I knew I should trust my gut. You're exactly what you seemed the first time around, manipulating a situation to get what you want. I was asleep, Holden." Gentry's worried voice broke in.
"You said you weren't mad."
"I wasn't mad at you," she said with a smile at him that collapsed into a scowl when she turned back to Holden. "But you I'm definitely mad at." Holden's left eyebrow had been creeping up through her tirade, and by the time she finished, the right one had joined it.
"I'll show you in a second, but first I have to say this. I'm not going to apologize for taking what I want. I don't do that. But I do get what I want because I make a point of reading the situation and thinking about what the other person wants too and giving it to them. I'm about creating the win-win situation. It's the smartest and most efficient way to operate, and it's what makes me not just effective, but successful. So, no apologies. It's one of the best things about me."
Abby wanted to slap herself the second she felt that twinge of wanting that started in her abdomen and raced along her nerve endings at his confidence. She knew better than this. She'd been here before. Except, not exactly. Suits number 1 through 3 had all started out with a version of,
"I want to change. I need to open up to new experiences."
And each of them had been sincere, but it wasn't in the nature of someone who was wired for achievement and ambition to slow down. Abby had been a phase for each of them. By the third time, she'd begun recognizing the signs when she saw them. And although that relationship hadn't toasted her emotionally, the same way the earlier ones had, it had cemented her decision to never again go the way of the suit. Didn't matter about broad shoulders or blue eyes, or the stories she suspected lurked inside of them. Didn't even matter that Holden had opted out of the suit again today. She crossed her arms. "You read me and decided that what I really want is flowers?" She knew she sounded smug and she didn't care.
"No, you barefooted Looney Tune," he said, but he was smiling. He pulled his hand out and handed her a bouquet of towels, maybe? And rubber bands? She took it from him, studying it. It had a vaguely human shape. Long, straight torso, what looked like arms and legs fastened with elastics to the trunk, topped with a knob that looked like a sock ball held on with more rubber bands. You shouldn't have? Who knew? She wasn't exactly sure what it was, so she had no idea if he should have or not. "It's a voodoo doll. Turn it over." She did and burst out laughing. "It's you." He'd used a marker to draw some rough-looking eyebrows on the sock to give the face a quizzical expression. "Yes, I thought a woman who runs around in vintage fabrics and carries a handmade purse would probably prefer something handmade to a bunch of flowers from a grocer's bucket." "How do you know my stuff is handmade?" "It's too interesting to be mass-produced." She felt a swoon coming on. He peered at her, looking as if he wasn't sure if he should go on, but he did. "Anyway, I figured you'd rather take out your aggressions on me than have flowers." She waggled a doll arm back and forth, and he winced and rubbed his elbow, which made her laugh again. "Fine, you're right. You read me well." "Good. So between that and the promise of a true story I never tell, is it enough to get you to come to a real dinner? Something not out of a wrapper?" She should say no. The word formed in her head, but not on her lips. "Yes," she said, and it floated out on a sigh. "Yes, I'll go to dinner with you." Gentry let out an echoing sigh of relief. "I'm really not mad, Gentry," she said over her shoulder. "I never was."
"Good. I don't want to tick off my favorite author. You're the reason the store lives and breathes."
Abby waved his words away and colored, but Holden didn't want to drop it.
What do you mean?
I mean, Gentry said,
that when the economy was eating independent bookstores alive and taking down giants like Borders, Abby came up with a plan to save us. She wrote a Miss Leona book where Leona goes to Wonderland Books and has an amazing adventure bouncing through stories. It put the store on the map, and a big part of our summer business is families on road trips who detour to Seashell Beach so their kids can see the bookstore.
Abby held the voodoo man over her face and mumbled into it. Holden tugged it down so he could see her.
That's pretty awesome.
She shrugged. I have to go. Dinner tonight. I know a place.
I was thinking I might pick. I like the look of that Fortune Cafe down the way. The reviews are good. So are you up for some Chinese fusion?
Uncertainty did a couple of quick somersaults through her stomach, and she almost suggested the Italian place instead. But she stopped herself. She loved the Fortune Cafe, and just because he would be getting his first fortune there, that didn't mean it would have anything to do with her. Sure, she said, and Gentry smothered a laugh. She turned to him with narrowed eyes. Now I'm getting annoyed. He didn't stop grinning.
What? It's a bold move. Is the food bad? Holden asked. Should I pick something else? No, it's a bold move for Abby, Gentry clarified. You'll love the food. That place is one of my favorites. 7 sound okay again? Holden asked.
Sure. I need to get some work done, but I'll see you then. She waved and walked out, trying to convince herself with every step to turn around and cancel. But her heart and that churny place in her abdomen were way louder than her head. So she kept right on going. Chapter 8. Holden watched Abby bike away, his voodoo likeness sitting in her basket watching the passing scenery. The voodoo must be real, because instead of going back to the hotel, Holden wanted to take in the ocean view too. He put in a call to Dave explaining that he wasn't skipping out of the next session to work.
I swear, I'm down by the waves right now, unwinding and reflecting on life, not strategizing or looking at phone specs. Then I'm fine with it, but speaking as your CEO, so help me if I find out that you did a minute of actual work this morning. See you after lunch.
Holden hung up with a laugh and strolled down to the waves, glad he had the stupid flip-flops on so he could enjoy the warm sand on his toes. He'd never been a relax at the beach kind of guy. In fact, his last vacation, 2 years ago, had been to climb Kilimanjaro. Just coming and sitting in the sand for days at a time had never appealed to him. But here he was, sitting in the sand, his face turned to soak up the sunshine, one thought after another falling out of his head. And he didn't care. Let them. For a few minutes, he wanted to sit here and be. He looked out to the horizon, imagining the things he couldn't see. Other continents floating, full of people living, working, doing, being. For years, he'd been thinking about them, but as projects, trying to figure out what technology they needed to help them move from wherever they were to wherever they wanted to be, metaphorically or otherwise. He'd spent hours thinking about that, imagining how to make a real change, do real good. And then the idea for the apex had struck, and somehow, so fast that the transition was a blur, he'd gotten focused on the literal nuts and bolts of the thing, designing, developing, testing, getting more investors, designing some more. But he sort of missed dreaming, and the sheer grit it took to get from an idea to development. He wondered if that feeling was anything like the creative space Abby found when she worked. It was one of the things he wanted to ask her. That list of questions was growing longer. Why did she always smell a little bit like citrus? Did she eat any non-sugar foods? What other situations could provoke her to cut off someone's tie? And how did she have such an intuitive feel for business and marketing? And would her curls spring back if he tugged on one softly? Really softly? Soft was a good word for Abby. Despite her clenched jaw when she told him off, despite her crossed arms when he made her mad, there was a softness about her that didn't go away. Not a weak kind of softness. It was more the kind of softness that had to do with down comforters and broken-in jeans and cashmere sweaters. Except none of those things were sexy, and Abby was also that. Irresistibly that. Holden leaned back and smiled. He had no intention of resisting. Chapter 9. Abby smoothed on lip gloss and leaned forward to check it out in the mirror. It was a true pink shade called Kissy Lips, and it looked great. She scrubbed it off. She wasn't trying to look kissable, but it had looked really good. She reapplied it and turned away from the mirror before she could change her mind. She scooped up her yellow cardigan in case the evening grew too cool for her strappy white eyelet sundress, slid into her favorite espadrille wedges, and refused to think about why she felt the need to arm herself with another 4 inches of height before she saw Holden again. 5 minutes later, she was halfway to Tangerine Street, with the top of her convertible down, a bright silk scarf defending her curls from the ocean breeze, curling around her windshield and trying to tease them into afro proportions. She parked a couple of blocks from the restaurant and plucked the scarf off, giving her curls a quick tussle to settle them down. She wished she could settle her stomach, too. There was no reason to be nervous, except she had accepted a dinner date with a guy at the Fortune Cafe. The Fortune Cafe. And not just any guy, Holden. How smart was that? Not very. In fact, super dumb, at multiple levels. She rested her hand on the door handle, ready to hop into the Mini Cooper and drive home. Maybe try to make her Sparrow cooperate. But she let go and turned down the street, because she was interested in a different story, Holden's story, the one he'd promised her with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, even when she could see the tiniest flicker of sadness inside them. He was waiting for her at the door, and he leaned toward her as if he would drop a kiss on her cheek. She jerked back, then acted like she was swatting a fly away so they could both play the moment off. Her in case she was wrong, and him in case she was right. "You look great," he said. She preferred that to cute. She didn't like to be called hot either, even though she was guilty of describing Holden that way in her head at least a dozen times. When a guy said she was hot, it made her feel like they were somehow turning her appearance into something she had done for them. Hot was turning heads just to make people look. Cute was your cousin or a neighbor. But great or pretty were words for when you'd made yourself a canvas and done something interesting with it. "Thanks, I like your shirt." He'd gone back to one of his white button-down shirts, but he wore it with no tie, the collar open, and a pair of jeans. 2 days ago, she wouldn't have believed he owned any, but they looked like every fiber in them was exactly where it wanted to be. "So what exactly is Chinese fusion?" he asked, as he held the door to the Fortune Cafe open for her. "What's being fused here?" Good question. I think the answer is that it's the dishes Kai grew up with, fused with whatever he's in the mood for this week. Sometimes you get pumpkin wontons, Sometimes you get mushu Cuban pork. You never know. "Hey, Abby," a cute brunette called as she zoomed past them with a loaded tray in the air above her. "Be right with you." "Hey, Emma, no rush," she called, and smiled when Emma winked before setting down her tray beside a full table. It was fun to see what love had done for Emma. Emma had always been high energy, but it was a tightly focused energy, and she'd delivered more snarky jokes than genuine smiles. But now Abby doubted Emma could hold back her smiles even if she wanted to.
"You're a regular here?" Holden asked. "Sorry, maybe you want to try something different?"
"Relax," she said, resting her hand on his forearm because she couldn't resist. But a stage whisper in her brain repeated her "relax" on a loop. A reminder of how many times she would be doomed to say that to him if they spent more than a dinner together. She dropped her hand. "Emma and I grew up together. I mean, I'm a little older than her, but we've both been in Seashell Beach our whole lives. And I eat here often because it's good, so we don't need to go anywhere else." His shoulders dropped almost a full inch, and he smiled.
"Good. You can be my guide through the Chinese and whatever fusion dinner experience."
Emma hustled over. "Window seats okay with you guys?"
"Perfect," Holden said.
Abby nodded when he looked at her to confirm. His smile grew.
"Good. I can't get enough of the ocean today. I was hoping we'd get a seat with a view."
After Emma left with their drink orders, Abby fiddled with her chopsticks, wondering where the conversation would go. She never ran out of things to say, but she'd come here with the intent to listen. Holden leaned back on his side of the booth watching her. She only stared back, curious. His smile grew to a laugh.
"I don't think I've ever dated anyone like you before."
"You're not dating me now," she pointed out. "We're having a dinner together. 1.
2, really? There was last night."
"I ate dessert with you, not dinner. 1.
"Noted. I'll rephrase. You're not like other women, I know. If I stared at one of them, it would make them self-conscious, but it doesn't bother you."
"Nope. Remember, my profession makes vision my primary sense for exploring the world. I figure most things out with my eyes. Doesn't bother me when other people do it. But let's drop that for a second and back up a step. Are you saying you were expecting me to be self-conscious when you stared at me, so that's why you did it?" He held up his hands like he was warding off her words.
"No way. I'm not guilty of every bad motive, I swear. I caught myself staring because I couldn't help it. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot."
She leaned back, satisfied. "That's all right then, but forget eyes. Let's switch to ears, as in hearing a story you owe me." Emma stopped by again. "You guys ready to order?"
"We haven't even looked at our menus yet. Sorry," Holden said. "Probably should have done that first."
Abby shrugged. "You said you were here for the experience. Let's just tell her chef's choice."
"All right, chef's choice."
Emma grinned. "Kai's gonna be really happy to hear that." Abby laughed at the look on Holden's face as Emma walked away. "Don't worry about it. He's never let me down yet. Now, your story."
"Yeah, the story."
He shifted in his seat. Was he squirming? Cute. Really cute, actually.
"I feel like I've built it up to something big, but it's nothing special. It might even be kind of boring."
"Life stories rarely are," Abby said, "and I get to be the judge. It's the control every storyteller has to sacrifice when they give up a story. The right to decide how it's received. So you're going to have to trust me." He nodded.
"Weirdly enough, I do. So, the story. My grandfather had figurines exactly like that on his desk. and he passed them down to my dad. My grandfather was an Army private in World War II. I used to wonder which one of the soldiers he was most like, but Grandpa never talked about the war. For my dad, it was enough to know that Grandpa was one of the greatest generation. My dad spent his whole life living up to that. He was an Army colonel with 5 tours in the Middle East, and I'm pretty sure he thinks he still hasn't measured up.
He paused for a minute to drink, put his napkin in his lap, and drink again.
I know he thinks I didn't. The military was never for me. I founded DBR Tech instead, but that doesn't carry much weight with my dad. He doesn't see that as serving my country, so I've failed.
Abby's hand crept back across the linen tablecloth to rest on his arm. She didn't know what to do except to offer him a light squeeze. He tried to smile, but it didn't quite work.
I saw those figurines, and it took me back to childhood, when I was allowed to sit on the floor of my dad's study and play with the soldiers, before I became this permanent disappointment to him. I think he only let me play in there because my mom died when I was 8, cancer, and he didn't know what else to do with me. So the soldiers babysat me as long as I didn't distract my dad. So there you go. The totally unoriginal story of a boy who can't please his father.
Abby listened without comment, his story drawing her in the way the ones in her imagination did. She could see it all too clearly, even in Holden's unembroidered recounting. And yet she pitied his father too, who was probably lost when his wife died. A growing sense of alarm pulsed through her chest, a feeling she wanted to push away, because it made her queasy, but also embrace, because listening to it would keep her safe. She didn't want to be pulled inside Holden's life because listening to him peel back these layers of himself, seeing inside of him, made it hard to picture him as the arrogant suit who'd lied to get the soldiers. And hearing this story now, she knew they should have been his. Listening to him, arg, his voice was killing her. He was trying to keep it so even, so casual, to back up his claim that the story was no big deal. But it was a huge deal. That need for connection had clearly driven him his entire life. It explained why this hard-charging guy, who could have been a hedge fund manager or a high-powered attorney, or any one of 100 other money-making jobs that the smart, ambitious guys she knew flocked to, chose to focus on giving the world a piece of technology he truly believed could change it, and make it smaller in the best possible way. Maybe that explained why she tangled her fingers with his, the way he had done to hers in the candy shop. She wanted to guide him out again, this time from the emotional thicket he was stumbling through.
Anyway, he said,
his eyes on their entwined hands.
That's the not very interesting story of the lead soldiers, so they went to the right person.
Emma walked up to set down their plates, and Abby smiled up at her. Not that I'm not thrilled to have you as my server, because you are the ever-loving best, of course. But I thought you'd be out of here by now. Isn't Dragon's Lair taking off? It is, Emma said, but Kai needs me every now and then, and sometimes I just like running tables. And besides, it's fun to spend my tips on totally frivolous things. I got a new set of Wacom pins just because. Ooh, Abby said, her eyes closing for a second as she visited the favorite feeling of opening new art supplies.
Are we about to have a When Harry Met Sally moment here?
Holden asked, and she snapped her eyes open. You wish. It's an artist thing. Emma draws a comic called Dragon's Lair, and lately it's exploding. Sometimes she and I like to talk shop, one visual storyteller to another. We feel about new art supplies the way some women get about new shoes. Total bliss is what I'm saying. Speaking of total bliss, Emma said, nodding at their plates, it looks crazy, but you'll have to trust me and Kai. when I tell you that's going to make you very happy. It's hamachi with sea beans and a black garlic ponzu sauce, and it's going to change your life.
Not to oversell it or anything, Holden joked.
Emma placed an arm on his shoulder and bent so they were eye to eye. I'm going to give you 2 truths right now, and they are eternal and unchanging. First, you can bank on this food melting you into a floor puddle of happiness. Second, you will never do better than Abby. Ever. And then she yelped as Abby popped her on the butt with a snap of her linen napkin. Shoo, Abby said, her face hot. We're just having dinner. Go away. Emma rubbed her backside and grinned, her right eyebrow doing as much talking as either of Holden's could. Just dinner on a first date at Fortune Cafe? You know better than that. Abby's face went from a slight flush to a full blaze. Shut up. He picked it. I said yes because I'd made a deal that it could be his choice. Emma winked and walked away, and Abby met Holden's gaze, which glittered with curiosity.
What is the deal with this place? He asked. I keep hearing these hints, but I have no idea what they mean.
It's nothing. Stupid local legend. It's dumb, really. Except it wasn't. Everyone in town knew that your first fortune from one of Kai's cookies came true. Hers had, and it was a gamble to be sitting with Holden when he got his. Except that it wouldn't have anything to do with her, so there was no reason for her to worry about it. She breathed out some of the stress in her chest. Emma walked up before I could tell you how much I liked your story. He shrugged.
I told you it wasn't super great. Now you know why I borrowed your aunt's.
Your story is good. Perfect, even, she said, sliding her hand away from his to pick up her chopsticks. And now for dinner. She hadn't had this dish before, and she wasn't prepared for the creamy texture of the fish and the delicate flavor of the perfectly seared beans. Luckily, Holden let out a happy moan at the same time as she did.
I only want to eat this dish for the rest of my life, he said after several bites. It will never be possible to eat enough of this. How does everyone in this town not eat in this place every single night? Holden asked as he finished off his last bite. He chewed it slowly, like he was afraid for the moment when it truly would be all gone. Guess you appreciate it more when you don't have it every day. Plus, we have other good places to eat, too. She almost added, I'll take you to a couple. But she realized what that implied and kept her mouth shut. She was in danger of careening full speed into another dead-end sign with this guy. Him with his bright blue eyes and his sad little boy past. Him with his big ideas and his good intentions and clear need for some freely given affection. Him with his sexy shoulders and a way of filling out jeans that shouldn't be street legal. She should go. Her common sense was slipping away by the second, especially now that his eyes had half closed in that food coma expression, which the stupid part of her brain was trying to read as come hither. She blinked and caught Emma's eye as she passed a nearby table. Check, she mouthed, and Emma nodded. Holden leaned back and sighed, one of those sighs that she could tell was coming all the way up from the soles of his feet. His smile wreaked havoc on her insides. It was his half-smile, a knowing smile, like he realized she couldn't keep her eyes off of him and he liked it. All right, word girl, find the words to explain how good that food was, because I feel like every adjective I've ever known falls short.
Hamachi tastes like Kai carved up sin, soaked it in pleasure, and served it up as heaven. She wanted to clap her hand over her mouth as soon as the words escaped, even though they were true. It sounded like a come on, as if that's exactly how she wanted to sample Holden. She stayed still, pretending not to notice the sensory grenade she'd lobbed into their conversation. But his eyes narrowed further, and she caught a glint in them. "He's leaving tomorrow," she reminded herself. "He's leaving tomorrow, and you'll be safe." Emma dropped the check by, and Abby realized that she should have saved her grenade metaphor, because there on the plate sat 2 fortune cookies. Holden reached for one, and she grabbed his hand, freezing the cookie he held. "Wait." He did, staring at her. "Something wrong?" She didn't answer, not sure how to explain the irrational nerves licking at her. What would his fortune say? When she didn't answer, his eyebrow went up in a challenge. "I'm not trying to be anti-feminist, but this dinner was my pick, my pay. I'm not letting you get the check." She let go of his wrist. "Right, your treat. I agreed. Thanks." His cookie will be about work or his future, not you. Quit being a weirdo. He cracked it open. "Do they do the lame advice cookies here? Or do you get the good ones like a tanker ship of money is heading your way? Because those are the best." "Most people like their fortunes," she said, and wonder if he noticed how faint her voice was. "Or they do eventually, anyway." She remembered how mad Emma had been when she'd gotten her first one, but it had worked out pretty well for her. Thinking about it didn't help Abby relax, though. She felt even worse when she realized Kai was peering at them from the open kitchen, waiting to hear what Holden's fortune would say. He tugged the paper from inside his and read it, his forehead furrowing. "What's it say?" she asked, not at all sure she wanted to know. He cleared his throat. It's a little awkward for a first date. First meal. It's not a date," he said to head her off when he saw her opening her mouth to object. "Anyway, it says, your future is full of cupcakes." The bottom of her stomach fell out. "What?" she croaked. "I'm kidding. Thought I'd break the tension. It's one of those generic ones that says true love is staring you right in the face." She quit staring at him immediately, her stomach feeling 100 times worse when she transferred her gaze to the kitchen in time to catch Kai's satisfied grin at her before he ducked out of sight. That's when she heard a smothered laugh behind her and turned to glare at Emma, who was delivering an order to the people in the adjoining booth. "What does yours say?" Holden asked, and she turned back to pick up the other cookie. At least hers would be safe. It was only the first fortune that came true. She pulled her paper out and read it before dropping her head into her hands with a groan. Holden pulled the paper from her fingers and read it aloud. "A dark-haired man with light eyes will be important in your future." Kai or Emma had rigged this somehow. They had to. But Emma had once told her it was Kai's strict practice to let the fortunes fall where they may. He never rigged anything, according to her. Holden's hands slid up her arms to wrap around her wrists, and he tugged her hands away from her face, leaning forward to catch her eye. "I like you, Cupcake, but I'm not ready to be your future yet," he said, his voice soft and sincere. She shot straight up and smacked her hands down on the table, ready to push herself up and leave this ridiculous man behind. "No one asked you to." She stopped when she realized he was trying not to laugh. Very funny. He held his hand up in a Boy Scout oath. "I promised I wouldn't propose. I'm pretty sure I can keep that promise tonight. I was thinking maybe we could get ice cream. I'll eat whatever weird flavor you want me to." He slid his credit card onto the check, and she considered. She'd been planning to cut out after dinner, her curiosity satisfied. But now she'd look like a high-strung psycho who was totally spooked by a fortune. Which she was. But Holden already found her eccentric, and she didn't feel like feeding that perception. So she nodded instead. Sure, ice cream. I know a good place. And then she told herself a truth that was overriding common sense and experience. She wanted to stretch out the evening with him. She sensed more stories behind the light eyes of this dark-haired man, and she was content to let the rest of the evening be the sum total of their future. Keeping him around a tiny bit longer felt far more right than sending him away. Tomorrow would do that soon enough for her, and knowing he was leaving made her staying okay. Chapter 10. Holden wondered if there could be a better feeling than wandering out into a sunset with a stomach full of the best food he'd had in years. Yes, he decided, glancing over at Abby, her curls drifting across her forehead in the breeze. Wandering out into all of that with Abby to keep him company. Automatic 2,000,000% improvement. Even though she'd grown suddenly skittish about the dinner tab. Maybe he should have let her pay, or split it with her, but he didn't even like letting his friends pick up a dinner tab. It felt downright wrong to let charming, whimsical Abby do it, when he already owed her more than he knew how to repay for entertaining him the last 2 days. They meandered down Tangerine to the coast highway, their footsteps in sync, leading them to the ocean without any discussion. For the first time in 2 years, he didn't feel the weight of the apex and its future on his shoulders. The hours he'd spent with his team all day had made him realize that having the project in their hands was as good as having it in his own. They were as committed as he was, but they had all been doing a better job of striking a work-life balance. What he'd viewed as a lack of commitment, a lesser urgency, was them making their lives work. And Dave was right. Holden had nearly burned out some of the people he needed most by pushing them so hard over the last 2 months. That wasn't the only clarity he'd gotten. The speed at which Abby had gone from being a pain in his neck to turning his head for totally different reasons had given him emotional whiplash. He hadn't had the interest or even the energy to go out with anyone over the last few months. There weren't enough hours in the day to squander on first dates that never went anywhere because his mind strayed back to the apex. After dropping off a few irritated women who'd had to work hard to break him out of his work-focused daydreams, he'd realized it wasn't fair to date anyone. No such problem with Abby. It was the opposite, in fact. He'd sat in a strategy session yesterday with a graffiti artist Dave had hired to teach them some creative problem-solving activities via a huge canvas. While the rest of the DBR tech people had gotten more and more excited as they made visual connections with their graffiti, he'd kept getting caught in an Abby loop, wondering what she could do with the same materials and her unexpected mind. He'd bet he couldn't even begin to imagine what she could create. He loved that. It sparked some massive jealousy, even. He missed that headspace for innovation. That space had birthed the concept for Apex. When had it become so walled off inside of him? The Apex was almost a reality now, and he was beginning to realize that all of the pieces he could control, he had. There was literally not one more thing he could give toward its success than he had already given. He smiled down at Abby. She didn't notice. Her gaze was far out in the sunset. He wondered where she had gone. To the space he was trying to find, he'd bet. She seemed to live in that place, where ideas were born. Man, he wanted to go there too. He nudged her, a brush against her arm that sent the hair standing up on his. He wondered if she could feel it like he could. Electricity he could measure in watts. She stilled beside him, and he smiled. She was feeling it. She glanced up at him and then out again toward the ocean. I don't even know where you live, but I'm guessing the sun doesn't set as prettily there as it does here.
I'm in Cupertino.
A satisfied expression crossed her face, as if he'd confirmed something for her.
The sun sets there too. I'm not always great at noticing it.
Her smile held a touch of sadness. You're a Silicon Valley executive. I guess it's to be expected, right?
Maybe, he conceded, but a lot of the people around me do a pretty good job of working their brains out and still taking the time to soak up life. Haven't you heard? We all have ping pong tables in our offices and skate parks on our company campuses.
Something tells me you're not a ping pong and skate park guy.
No, but there's no excuse for not being a sunset guy, is there?
Nope.
Your face is judging me so hard right now, I can't even look at it, he said.
Even as she spluttered that she wasn't judging him, he slid his arm around her waist and drew her in front of him and settled her there, her back against his chest. Her head barely reached his shoulder. She was stiff for a long moment, and then with a sigh she relaxed, leaning against him, letting her arms rest on his.
That's much better. Now I can't see your disapproving expression.
She pinched him without much conviction, and he laughed, loving the way her body magnified the rumbling in his chest, loving the way it made him feel his own laughter more acutely. They didn't say anything until the sun was gone and the colors it left were deepening into indigo. She spoke first. You shouldn't be in your office when the sun sets. That's a crime against nature. But if you are in your office when the sun sets, then you should at least look out of your window to watch it happen.
Yes, ma'am. It's permanently on my to-do list starting now.
Her laughter vibrated against his chest this time. Reason why the beach is better than the valley? No one has to put stuff like that on a list.
That's so.
He tightened his hold around her waist, tugging her even closer.
Maybe I should be here more.
It was the wrong thing to say. She went stiff again and stepped away from him, turning to face him. Thanks for dinner. I should go. He slid his hands into his back pockets, every inch of his body she'd been touching missing her warmth. No, her heat.
Did I say something wrong?
She pushed her curls out of her eyes, tucking them behind her ear. He wished he had done that. He wanted to feel them. You're trying to hit the accelerator on what I told you is not a smart drive. I've seen this before, remember? He tried to figure out why her words didn't frustrate him more. She was doing the thing he hated, throwing up obstacles when he had an objective. But inside he felt an easiness he wasn't used to.
I'd kind of like to hear about this road since you seem to know exactly where I'm heading when I have no idea.
She met his eye and gave him a long, searching stare. You're rethinking your whole life right now, aren't you? You're evaluating your priorities, wondering if you should be doing something different. Seashell Beach has a way of doing that to people. And right now, I bet you're thinking you need to slow down, change lanes, maybe even idle for a while. She pulled her cardigan more tightly around her. Is it okay if we abandon this metaphor? It's wearing me out.
Sure, kill the metaphor.
I live life on my own terms. I follow my whims. I do the things that make me happy, and I'm not driven toward one single goal, unless that goal is being happy. And for that, I see a whole bunch of ways to get there, and I pick whatever way suits my mood at any given moment. In the past, guys I've dated have turned me into some kind of poster girl for living the life most opposite theirs. And I think because I'm happy, they want to try things my way, so they do, and it never lasts. They come down for weekends, but the drive gets old, and they want me to come up there, whether it's Sacramento or San Francisco or Cupertino, and see their lives, the ones they thought they didn't like anymore. And they start applying this slow pressure for me to see myself there. She waved her hand out at the Pacific, which was putting on a great show for them. Foamy waves crashing against the beach, spraying in the air like a choreographed water show. This is who I am. I'm not wired to live the way you do, and it's what you'd want. Holden tried not to laugh as he dropped to one knee and reached out for her hand. Panic scrawled itself across her face, and she tugged at his hold.
Abby, you make me so happy. I solemnly swear to you that I'm not asking you to marry me. I'm not even asking you to be in a relationship with me. Stay in Seashell Beach as long as you like. I'm only saying come out with me a time or 2 or 10.
She finally got her hand free and swatted him before tugging him back to his feet again. You're not funny. But he could hear the laugh she was trying to hold back.
I am, he said. I forgot that, but I really am.
He reached out for her, pulling her in, but this time facing him, drawing her so close he could feel her warmth again, even though they weren't touching anywhere but at her waist.
I'm not trying to coerce you, and I feel like a jerk for even having to convince you. But give me one shot to show you that this, you and me spending more time together, is a good idea. A great idea.
He tugged her closer, so close she had to reach her arms around his neck, to lean back and still watch him.
The best idea I ever had.
One of the hands twined around his neck slid up into his hair, and a shudder ran through him. Go ahead, she said, her voice low, no laugh left in her eyes, only pure challenge. One shot, and her hand pressed lightly on the back of his head, guiding him down to her. His lips found hers in the softest brush, but it shook him hard. He needed more, and he took it, her hand insisting on it, pulling him toward her to seal them so tightly the ocean breeze couldn't slip between them. His hands climbed higher, skimming from her waist to her back, appreciating that her petite frame packed such tight curves that softened as she melted into him. Her hands slid from his hair, down around his neck, and she rose to her tiptoes to press her mouth harder to his, while her fingertips brushed his jaw, discovering it, and he deepened the kiss to explore her. She moaned, the tiniest, sexiest sound he'd ever heard, and he didn't know if she'd collapsed against him or just pulled him to her as tightly as she could, but he was supporting all her weight. His stomach lost its center of gravity, and he couldn't have pointed to the direction of the highway or the water, but there was no way he was letting go of her. In a minute, he was on his knees again, only this time she was with him, breaking the kiss only for whispers of seconds so they could explore from new angles. He threaded his fingers through the curls he'd been dying to touch from the first time he'd seen one quiver at him indignantly in the antiques store. They were silk against his fingers, and this time it was Abby who shook, a vibration he felt through every part of himself as he anchored her to him. It wasn't enough. How could there ever be enough with this woman? It was the distant shout of teenagers splashing in the surf that finally brought him to himself. He lifted his head and stared down at Abby, completely wrung out and yet more full than he'd ever been. She reached up to feather a fingertip down his eyebrow. Nice shot. She smiled, her lips swollen from their kissing in a look every pouty Hollywood starlet dreamed of having. He groaned. He needed them again. Now. and she let him have them for several long, perfect minutes when he couldn't tell whose heartbeat he was feeling pounding between them. Maybe his, because it was loud in his ears, the rhythm of his wanting for this perfect, maddening girl. When he drew back this time, he leaned his forehead down to hers.
So, this means you'll do it? You'll pencil me in? Give me my own alarm on your phone for weekends? You can set a Friday night, 7 o'clock alarm, call it Dinner with Holden, and schedule it for an indefinite repeat, because that's a sure bet.
She pushed against his shoulders, a touch as light as one of her curls, but there was no mistaking that she was trying to put some distance between them. He let go of her waist, and she sat on the sand, leaning her hands behind her and staring out at the indigo sky. When she looked back at him, she shook her head. "I'm sorry, Holden. I can't." Chapter 11. Holden looked stunned.
Oh,
He swallowed.
I feel like an idiot. Was that kiss?
He swallowed again and scrubbed his hands down his thighs.
Is it always like that for you?
No. It would be easier to lie and let him believe it was, but those kisses demanded the truth from her. It's never like that for me.
Then why?
She took a deep breath. I thought I was going to give you your kiss, pat you on your head, and send you on your way. It's what we seashell beach girls like to do with you weekend boys. But I can't do that either. I don't understand why the first kiss to ever make me lose myself had to be yours. But I got lost in it the way I do in the stories I write. He reached toward her, but she scooted back. No, don't. I need breathing room to think. He sat back on his heels.
It's strange to hear you say that, like I should be the one talking about taking time to think, while you'd be the one to jump right into something.
Irritation rose in her. Had he listened to her at all? He must have read her feelings in her face, because his hands came up in a wait-a-second gesture.
Whoa, that didn't sound right. You've been clear as glass that you don't jump into relationships. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply anything different.
She let out a long, slow breath. I think that's the problem. How would you know what I really think? What's going to set me off? What isn't?
Red ties do.
She burst out laughing. My point is, you're not wrong. I'm impulsive a lot of the time, but I set my million alarms because when I get caught up in an impulse, they remind me to come back to reality. And I've had a million alarms going off since I realized you smell like chocolate chip cookies.
I do?
Never mind. There's no way I can walk away from that kiss, but I'm not going down the dead-end road.
But
I didn't finish, she said quietly, and he gave her an apologetic smile and mouthed sorry. Maybe we should try a different road. His eyes brightened.
What do you have in mind? Because I say yes.
She allowed a smile to spread. To anything?
Anything.
He leaned toward her, and she met him almost halfway. Good, she said on a whisper she bet he could feel against his lips. Because I think we're going to be great pen pals.
Pen pals?
He asked, several inches away now. Yeah, we know we connect here, she said, running her fingers over her still tingling lips. A prickling matched by her insides when she caught him following their path with hungry eyes. She reached up to cup his head again and let her thumb brush against his temple. We have to figure out if we match here. She dropped her hand, and he leaned back.
Okay, tell me the rules. Are we talking actual letters here?
She shrugged. If that's what you want to do. Or you can text or email too.
Semaphore?
Boat flags? Definitely, she said, fighting a giggle. But only with the brightest flags. He rocked to his knees and moved his arms in a few symmetrical angles, his face totally straight as he flapped like a slow-motion cheerleader.
Did you get that?
He asked. No, probably because of the no flags thing.
Fair enough, but if I'd had the flags, you would be able to tell that I'd spelled out Holden Stratton, overachiever and uptight corporate suit, is about to get an A+ in pen paling.
Pen paling? I'm going to have to give you a B- in word coinage.
You laugh, Abby Cupcake, but my letters are going to rock your world.
This time she did laugh, but only to cover up a truth that had kept her stomach doing acrobats since the first touch of his mouth on hers. He'd already rocked her hard. September. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to Curly Whirl at abbylakebooks.com. Subject, Pen Pal Regrets.
I had no idea I would feel so much pressure to be a pen pal. I think I have pen pal letter anxiety on account of my traumatic 6th grade experience. Maybe I need therapy before I can be a pen pal.
From Curly Whirl at abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. R.E. Pen Pal Regrets. That's it? You're going to tell me you had an epic pen pal disaster and then not tell me what it is? You corporate types love performance evaluations, right? Here's yours. Supplying crucial detail equals F. Building anticipation for the next pen pal note in which you tell me what happened equals A+. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to Curly Whirl at abbylakebooks.com. R.E. Pen Pal Regrets.
I don't get F's, Abby. Ever. I'm an obnoxiously good student. I know you're shocked, especially by the obnoxious part. So here comes the crucial details. My 6th grade pen pal was Sergey from Ukraine. We played chess online. I think I was too dumb for him, though. After I lost about 10 times in a row, he quit emailing me. He probably went and found a much smarter Chinese chess player to keep him sharp. I have pen pal abandonment issues now. It's up to you to restore my faith in this whole process. What made you decide we should be pen pals?
From Curly Whirl at abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. R.E. Pen Pal Regrets. I'm a good student when I care about something. Does it make you crazy to know that I got a C in trig and I didn't care because I don't care about trig? But I got an A in writing. That's why the pen pal thing. I told you I'm good with words. Thinking of them, yes. But I feel them the way I do my art. I can sense things behind words. It's hard to explain. But since I just bragged that I'm good with words, I'd better try. I can see through words to who wrote them. I know when they've been carefully constructed to convey an image or put together with no thought. I can tell when they're heartfelt and when they're not. I can read people by reading their words. So there you go. Now we're pen pals. No pressure or anything. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to Curly Whirl at abbylakebooks.com. R.E. Pen Pal Regrets.
Yeah, none. Here is my completely spontaneous, authentic, totally uncontrived thought for the day. By the way, I just spent 15 minutes contriving the exact right string of adjectives. I like that you are unapologetically good at things. No false modesty. And you joked about bragging, but you don't. I think you can back up everything you're saying. And when you state out loud what your strengths are, it's not to draw attention to them. It's like you deliver them as a plain statement of fact, specific to the situation you're in. I think it's terrible that you hate trig. Like that trig teacher, I'm giving you a C for your math attitude.
I am chat. A. Can it be a scarlet C?
H. I feel like you're not properly chastened by your grade.
A. You would be correct.
H. I'm shaking my head at you.
A. Truth, you're going to do that a lot. October. From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. Subject, Halloween. What are you going to be for Halloween? From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. RE Halloween.
Home with the lights off?
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. RE Halloween. Your question mark implies that you know this is not okay. Careful, Holden, you're about to flunk my fourth favorite holiday of the year. You need a costume, and you need to wear it where people can see it. And if your office doesn't have a Halloween dress-up day, you need to make one happen. You're a tech firm. It's practically expected that you all engage in hijinks. Here's my suggestion. You should go as a gorilla. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. RE Halloween.
Ha 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 ha. Wait, that wasn't funny. And why do I have to do what you tell me? Name the consequences. Will you stop being my pen pal? You can't do that. It's emotional withholding. And I revealed my childhood to you, so you know I'm kind of a pro at ignoring that anyway. So really, I guess what I'm saying is, make me.
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. RE Halloween. Please see attached. If you do not comply, I'm going to send this to everyone in your office. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. RE Halloween.
Let me get this straight. If I don't dress in a costume, you're going to send a gorilla sketch of me looking like my eyebrows got collagen and extensions and send it to everyone?
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. RE Halloween. Yep. Am I right in guessing that it would be printed off and posted randomly everywhere around your office for infinity? From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. RE Halloween.
Yes, fine. I will dress up.
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. RE Halloween Post-Mortem. Best picture ever. Except, I don't know what that costume is. I'm so sorry. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. RE Halloween Post-Mortem.
It's a sheet over my head. I made the holes big enough for you to see my eyes so you'd know it's really me. I'm a ghost. The black squiggles you see all over it are Shakespeare quotes. Consider the theory that he wasn't the one who wrote the plays we credit him with, and you have
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. RE Halloween Post-Mortem. Ghostwriter. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying. That's the best. So much better than mine. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. RE Halloween Post-Mortem.
Thank you. Speaking of costumes, what was yours?
From curlywhirl at abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. RE Halloween Post-Mortem. Please see attached. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl at abbylakebooks.com. RE Halloween Post-Mortem.
A cupcake? I don't even know how you made that, but it just moved Halloween up my list of favorite holidays.
November. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl at abbylakebooks.com. Subject, fun with algebra.
Let's start with the number 8. It's been 8 weeks since I was in Seashell Beach. Let's move to the number 105. That's the number of emails we've exchanged. I don't even have a number for the IMs. I have faith in you that you can complete this math problem. Warning, it involves a variable. Notwithstanding your feeling that numbers plus letters equals the satanic verses. I believe in you anyway. Here it is. You can do it, Abby. The next time Holden will see Abby equals X weeks. Solve for X, Abby. Solve for X.
From curlywhirl at abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. Subject, down with algebra. Don't you like being pen pals? I think it's going pretty well. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl at abbylakebooks.com. RE, down with algebra.
I do too, actually, which shocks me, but I want to hang out. No, wait, that's what these college interns say. I want to see you, take you out, spend time with you. Will you let me do that?
From curlywhirl at abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. RE, down with algebra. Yes, but I may have created a little situation here. The thing is, when I suggested this pen pal thing, I wanted distance from you. 200 miles specifically. Confession time, I can't think when you're too near me. Second confession, your emails have become a bright spot in my day. Maybe even the brightest, and it makes me nervous. I'm not someone who is often nervous, but these are big nerves. And now the idea of putting you, the guy behind these emails, back together with Holden, the guy who made my head a little fuzzy? I'm a chicken. I can't solve for X, but isn't now a bad time anyway? Aren't you smack in the middle of a massive product launch for the Apex? I've turned on my TV 3 times in the last month, and every single time I've seen an Apex ad. You should stay there and oversee that, right? I am chat. H.
Bok, bok, bok.
A. Was that supposed to be a chicken? Because as the author of books with talking animals, I have to tell you that you spelled it wrong. It's bok, bok, bok.
H. You're still a chicken. Also, your emails are the bright spot in my day, too.
A. You're being more patient about this than I thought you would be. Thanks.
H. I'm not patient at all, but I'm a good listener, and what I hear you saying is that if I push, you'll retreat. So I won't push. And the reason I'm not going crazy with all the Apex stuff is because I offloaded it. I handed it all over to the team. So just so you know, leaving work is not an issue for me whenever you do quit being a chicken.
A. And just so you know, I feel warm and fuzzy when you call me a chicken.
H. Hey, I'm good at words too. I totally read the sarcasm in that. But just to clarify, is the warmth and fuzziness because of the chicken feathers?
A. I'm leaving now.
H. But you're laughing, right?
A. Fine, I am.
H. Good night. Happy drawing.
December. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl at abbylakebooks.com. Subject, winning Christmas.
Remember how I told you that I couldn't figure out what to get for my niece? Why didn't you tell me I'm the biggest idiot in the history of idiots? She's 6. 6, Abby. I want to get her the whole Miss Leona collection, signed. And maybe with a picture of the author with a stuffed Leona holding a sign saying Hi Haley around its neck. Will you do that? Why did you not hit me upside the head with this idea 2 weeks ago when I was complaining I couldn't find anything for her?
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. R.E. Winning Christmas. Good morning to you, too. Yes, I'll do that for you. And I didn't suggest it because I don't know your niece. Maybe she isn't a kitties and tutus kind of girl. Didn't want to assume. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. R.E. Winning Christmas.
You turned a whole corporate strike team into kitties and tutus kind of people this summer. Haley is definitely going to love it. Yes. I will win for favorite uncle. My brother-in-law's brother is always trying to win the kids over with dumb stuff like candy in his pockets, but he puts things in like Tootsie Rolls.
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. R.E. Winning Christmas. I mean, Tootsie Pops and he might be on to something, but Tootsie Rolls? Shudder. You're definitely going to buy her love. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. R.E. Winning Christmas.
That's what I'm talking about. Should I give you my work address to send it to? I don't want to tempt you past reason with my home address.
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. R.E. Winning Christmas. Funny. How about I'll put together the whole deal down at Wonderland Books, and you can just call Gentry with your credit card info and he can send it out to you. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. R.E. Winning Christmas.
Well played. Can we talk numbers again? 3. We haven't talked about this in 3 weeks. You ready to solve for X yet?
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. R.E. Winning Christmas. No. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. R.E. Winning Christmas.
Ellipses. No double ellipses. That means hesitation. You're thinking about this? It's my turn for a confession. A creepy one. Brace yourself. Remember how I told you I've been working on a new idea? I'm blocked. So instead of figuring out how to build the perfect 3D printer, I've been sitting in my office all day, every day, bouncing a tennis ball against the wall and thinking about you. Are you scared now?
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. R.E. Winning Christmas. Less scared, but not brave yet. From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. R.E. Winning Christmas.
I had this secret hope that I would get to see you before Christmas. I'm going to Montana for 3 weeks. That's where my sister is. And that's what feels like home during the holidays. They still have dial-up internet service, so I'm not sure how often I'll get to talk to you.
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. R.E. Winning Christmas. Wait, when do you leave for your sister's place? From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com. R.E. Winning Christmas.
2 days before Christmas?
From curlywhirl@abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. R.E. winning Christmas. Why does that make me sad? From H. Stratton at DBR Tech to curlywhirl at abbylakebooks.com. Subject, I don't know.
But I get it. Looking at the bright side, I'll be out of your pretty curls for a whole bunch of days. So there's that, right?
From curlywhirl at abbylakebooks.com to H. Stratton at DBR Tech. Subject, I don't know. Right, there's that. Chapter 12. Abby stopped at the conference room door and took a deep breath, hitching her laptop bag over her shoulder. She put her hand on the knob, dropped it, and straightened her skirt instead. It was a good skirt. She'd gone with her own take on the corporate power suit, ending up with a look she called boho business chic. Her laptop bag was made from a repurposed quilt, but it was in an understated black and cream toile print, a sophistication that appealed to her. It complemented her tailored suit. She couldn't bring herself to do neutrals. Part of her soul died just flipping through the gray suits on the rack. But she'd found a canary yellow one for a major discount online, since it was left over from the retailer's summer collection. She'd gone with a vintage shoe, a pump with a 60s mod feel to it. Her hair, well, was her hair. She'd pinned the worst of her flyaways back with a tortoise shell barrette. Wasn't going to get much better than that. She patted it to make sure the curls were under control. And then, with a deep breath, she put her hand on the doorknob and opened it for real. At least a dozen pair of eyes turned her way. Even though she could feel their weight, the only two she cared about were the bright blue ones, staring back at her from underneath the most expressive eyebrows the planet had ever known, as Holden turned toward her from the screen he'd been pointing to. He froze, and his eyes brightened. Good. She'd half wondered if he'd recognize her if he passed her on the street. It had been 3 months since he'd seen her, and vice versa. He was in a suit again. Why had that ever bothered her? He looked amazing, like he was the reason suits had been invented. Abby? His voice came out in a croak. He cleared his throat and tried again. What are you doing here? Dave Macklin answered for her. I believe you all remember Abby Lake from our corporate retreat this summer. Abby reached out to me a few days ago to let me know she had some new insights she wanted to share with us, so I invited her to come up. Abby walked over to the projector. You don't mind if I hijack your tech for a moment, do you, Holden? It was hard to keep her voice even when it wanted to shake with the excitement of seeing him again. No. Sit down, Holden, Dave said, grinning. I think Abby's got something really good. She plugged her jump drive into the laptop and navigated until her own PowerPoint took over the screen. Solving for X, she read aloud as she walked toward Holden, her hand extended for the projector remote. He gave her the clicker, and she could feel his tremor. His fingers grazed her skin, sparking a jolt of electricity. It was all she could do not to fling the clicker aside and pull him out of the boardroom and away somewhere private, where she could answer all the questions flaring in his eyes. Somewhere she could kiss his hopeful half-smile, explore the shape of his lips again. She read the desire in his eyes, and her stomach flipped. She cleared her throat and swallowed. His half-smile turned into a full-fledged grin, as if he knew what she'd been thinking and couldn't wait to take her up on it. She pressed the clicker, and a new slide came up. The primary obstacle that shows up and tries to steal your success is fear, and so you have to banish it. She clicked again, and the slide changed to the picture of Holden she'd pulled off of the DBR Tech website. For example, I feared corporate guys in suits. Not because I thought any of them would downsize me or put me out of a job. I was smart enough to pick a profession that corporate suits can't touch. A laugh swept the room. She took a deep breath. I feared corporate guys because I dated a few, and each one of them worked hard to change me. Not at first, but always by the end. She shrugged and scanned the room, stopping at Holden. So I did a little extrapolation. If I dated 3 suits, and all 3 of them did it, then all other suits I dated would also do that. She pulled up the next slide, a sketch of a kind-eyed gorilla that sent another ripple of laughter through the room. Then I met a guy in a suit who asked me to solve for X. The next slide read, Bok, 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 and she'd illustrated it with a scared-looking chicken. But I wouldn't. She clicked to an illustration of herself with a dunce cap. Holden was laughing now. And then he said he was leaving during my second favorite holiday of the whole year, and that he'd be gone for a while. And the pit that made in my stomach was the missing variable. She watched her final slide come up. X equals now, and tomorrow, and whenever you want. She turned to Holden. So, here I am, and I'm not going anywhere. When you get back from Christmas, maybe Dave will give you a little time off to come down to Seashell Beach.
I don't think that's going to be a problem since Holden is already taking a 6-month creativity sabbatical, Dave said.
Color appeared on Holden's cheekbones. You what? Abby asked, not sure how to process that bit of news. Holden pushed back from the table and walked toward her, and she felt his gaze like a physical touch, one that surrounded her and shut out everything else around them. He stopped a foot away from her, and she could still feel the heat coming off of him. She swayed toward him, and he raised one hand slowly, like he was giving her a chance to draw back, but she stayed, and he cupped her face, his thumb brushing over her cheek.
I can't believe you're here, he said on a whisper. It feels like I should be making a joke about Christmas miracles. There's nothing funny about this. This feels...
She wanted him to finish that sentence, badly wanted him to see if it would reflect the same need that had been growing in her since the moment she'd walked away from him on the beach in September. But he didn't speak anymore, instead leaning toward her, his eyes intent on her mouth, his hand pressing her closer until the sound of a cleared throat intruded, and they both blinked and turned to look at Dave, who was grinning even wider, an expression matched by every other face at the table. Holden straightened.
Dave, I think I'm done for the day. See you tomorrow?
Dave waved him away, and Holden caught Abby's hand and pulled her to the door, where they exited to applause, a few curious heads popping over the cubicles outside of the conference room as they passed. They walked in silence, but she didn't need words as she savored the feeling of their hands tangled together, the warmth of his palm against hers, and wondered why she'd denied herself the sensation for the entire fall. A couple of times he squeezed her hand, as if to reassure himself that she was really there. He opened the door to an office in the end stages of being packed up. "Are you quitting?" she asked, not sure what a creativity sabbatical meant, as she registered the bare walls and stacked boxes. Instead of answering, he reached for her other hand and leaned down until their foreheads touched.
I'm so glad you came,
he said, and she closed her eyes, soaking in the moment. Finally, he straightened, sighing as he glanced through the large window facing the inside office, where several employees watched them from their desks, blatant curiosity on their faces.
I really wish we didn't have an audience right now.
Another delicious shiver danced down her spine as she considered what he might do if they didn't. One of her curls had escaped the barrette, and she pushed it out of her way and took a step toward his desk. Too wired to stay still, too tempted to ignore the audience and see what happened next. The desk held only a half-packed plastic bin full of photos and plaques that must have recently been on his walls. "So you're quitting here?" she prompted him again. "Not totally. I'm going to stay on the board here, but I got unblocked on that project I've been thinking about, and it's taking on a life of its own. My niece Haley, whom I always talk about, she has type 1 diabetes. I've been trying to think about how to make things better for her and help my sister stress out less, and I've got ideas. But the tech is really different than what we're focusing on here, so I'm opening a startup. Again," he said with a grin, and the sound of satisfaction was clear in his voice. "I love the apex, but I've learned that once I have it in the right hands, staying around to pilot it taps my energy in a different way, and it becomes a drain." He glanced around the office. "Starting from scratch feels good in a way my life hasn't in a few years." She nodded, understanding completely. The same thing had happened when she'd left her big LA graphic design job to tell Leona's story. "What comes next when you leave here? What does this new startup involve?" A shadow of uncertainty crossed his face. "That's complicated. Are you okay with going to my place to talk about it? I'm not sure you're going to love what I have to say next, and I want to be somewhere private if you decide to punch me or cut another tie off." "Sure," she said, her stomach clenching with her first attack of nerves. He led her to his car in the company parking lot, and she was too anxious to tease him when he unlocked a sleek black BMW. Of course he would drive a BMW. What Silicon Valley mogul didn't? The short drive to his apartment was quiet, interrupted by only a few questions he had, wondering when she'd gotten into town and where she was staying. She followed him to his townhome, wondering what it meant that he didn't take her hand. He opened his front door and stood back to let her pass him before closing it behind them and sliding his hands into his pockets, bouncing ever so slightly on the balls of his feet. She looked away from him, unsure what she was supposed to do. She'd made her one and only move already by showing up. Instead of meeting his eyes, she studied the bare beige walls, lined with more boxes. "You going somewhere?" Her stomach clenched harder. She'd waited too long. Why had she been so stubborn about this? When had avoiding risk ever gotten her farther in life? It hadn't, not once. Every good thing about her life was the direct result of taking a big leap. And now, the one time she hadn't, she was face to face with losing someone she'd only barely figured out she needed. He leaned back against the door, his legs crossed in front of him, but his fingers drummed a frantic rhythm behind him, betraying his casual posture. "I was going to wear you down on this through some incredibly worded email over the holidays, only I wasn't sure where to start when you weren't even open to a date. Guess that problem is solved?" "Super solved." "Then I can skip to the part where I was going to tell you all my reasons why it's a good idea for me to move down to Seashell Beach for a while." Her heart stopped. "What?" "I leased a condo down there. I needed to be out of here. I'm moving towards something so different in my professional life that it doesn't feel right to be in Cupertino." She stared at him, stunned. He cleared his throat. "You know what being pen pals with you feels like? Being real friends. Knowing what you like and what you don't, talking to you at the end of each day about what you did. IMing with you during reruns of Zombie Apocalypse. I love that. I feel like I know how you think and what your priorities are, and all of that feels really good. Is that just me?" She reached out to take his hands again, to quiet the drumming, to pull him upright, closer to her. She slid her hands up his arms to rest on his shoulders. "No, not by a long shot. His arms tightened around her waist until there was no separation between them, and his voice relaxed.
I like being friends with you, but always in the back of my head is that kiss on the beach. It almost undid me. I haven't felt like that before. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure I'm not remembering it as better than it was. So my plan was to talk to you about how I'm always going to be a suit, but the kind who is bent on chasing the idea and making it a reality, not on chasing the dollar or the promotion. And I was going to tell you about my job change and how I need a space to think and conceptualize outside of the Cupertino box. And I'd rather have that space be near you than anywhere. And if all of that failed, I was going to kiss you again, because maybe you forgot how it was.
I didn't. Her arms crept up around his neck now, her fingers toying with the soft hair above his collar, and he shuddered. But I think you were saving your best argument for last, when really you should have started there. He bent down and kissed her, a hungry demand for recognition of the energy that crackled between them. It wasn't enough, and Abby pulled him closer, needing to absorb him through every sense, tasting the skin stretched taut over his jaw, feathering her fingers against his eyelashes, listening to his breath speed up, and detecting ever so faintly the whiff of chocolate chip cookies. The man was almost irresistible. He brushed kisses down her neck, unbuttoning her jacket so he could shift the lapel to the side and continue to the trail across her shoulder before her collar interfered. He brought his mouth back to hers, fumbling to pull the barrette from her hair and free it to spill over his fingers. She was so dizzy she couldn't think anymore, but she only deepened the kiss and got lost inside it. Lost to time, lost to place, lost in him. She had no idea how long it was before she dragged her mouth away from him. And when he made a sexy growl of protest and pulled her back again, she pressed against his chest and stepped away. She crouched and slid her hand into her laptop bag. I almost forgot. I brought you something, although maybe I should save it for your housewarming gift. She stood and handed him a package tied with the Boardwalk Antiques ribbon. He opened it and smiled when he found the soldiers. I need to tell you a secret. The goal has always been to butter you up enough that eventually these little guys ended up in shared custody. He took a deep breath and stole a peek at her. Like on a mantle that belongs to both of us. I don't want to play games with you. That's what I want, Abby. I'm all in. She didn't think her heart could pound any harder than it had for his kisses, but it proved her wrong. I think that you should check back with me in 6 months, because something tells me that's your best plan yet.
I'd better pull in my secret negotiating big guns again.
You definitely better do that. And this time when his lips found hers, the kiss tasted like home.
Butterfly Kisses. Written by Melanie Jacobson. Narrated by Andrea Coomer. Chapter 1. Ridley Lansing shifted his Jeep into 4th gear and appreciated that the classic Mustang convertible in front of him was going the speed limit. That was the perfect way to drive the Pacific Coast Highway. Too fast, and it meant the gorgeous expanse of the Pacific flew by. Too slow, and it was totally inconsiderate of the long line of cars behind you on the narrow highway. Even more than the Mustang's speed, he appreciated its mint condition. Candy apple red, of course. A 65 should never be any other color. Although if someone offered Ridley a black one, he wouldn't say no. But almost as much as he liked the paint job, he liked the contrast of the dark gold hair streaming out in a wild ponytail behind the driver's head. He framed a shot in his mind, the title forming as clearly as the picture, Classic Summer. He couldn't see much beyond the graceful line of her neck and the relaxed set of her lightly tanned shoulders. But he'd caught her profile once when she'd glanced toward the waves, and she seemed to be his age. Part of him wished he was 10 years younger, when his more reckless college self might have stepped on the accelerator and sped up to catch her eye. Then maybe her phone number. He contented himself with enjoying the sight of a carefree woman exploring PCH the right way. No, almost the right way. She'd need a surfboard jutting out of her convertible for the picture to be perfect. The sign for his exit came up, and he moved to the far right lane, amused when the driver ahead of him did too. Good. He'd get to enjoy the enhanced view for a few more minutes. When she took the same exit, he smiled. The gods of summer had his back today. At the bottom of the ramp, he strained for a glimpse of her in her rearview mirror, but only caught the graceful sweep of her eyebrows over her sunglasses. Aviators. Hot. He was a sucker for women in aviators. Her hand darted toward her radio and cranked up the volume knob. And just like that, she was holding a private dance party in the driver's seat, her ponytail now bobbing wildly as she bounced along to the song. He turned down his own radio and heard the Rolling Stones pouring out of her car. Of course. Of course a hot woman in aviators and a classic Mustang would love the Stones. He watched her, a slow grin overtaking him as she rocked out, flinging her arms into the air as Mick Jagger howled a high note. A passing car honked its horn and she jumped, setting her hands back on the steering wheel. She glanced into her rearview mirror, her eyes seeming to lock with his before she shrugged and went back to her car dancing, obviously deciding not to care what anyone else thought. She was having fun, and he realized he was too. Too bad his perfect woman would disappear when the light changed. She paused and held up her phone for a second, flicking a quick glance at the map on the screen. She had a California license plate, but the fact that she was using GPS meant she wasn't from Seashell Beach. Good, because he'd hate to think he'd been blind to a woman like this in his own backyard. The light changed and they pulled out, a smooth tandem heading west. But when she flipped her signal for a left turn onto Tangerine, a hum of awareness ran along his nerve endings. It was the same sensation he got when a wave swelled way out, but he knew before it formed that it was going to give him his best photo of the day. Sure enough, the next time her signal blinked, it was to turn into the Mariposa Hotel guest's driveway. Oh man. She was in his territory now, and he was going to take full advantage of it. He passed her and swung into the far side of the self-park lot to get a good view of the waves and watched for several minutes. Still soft. Good. That meant the organizers wouldn't be running any heats he had to shoot. He had time to run into the hotel and grab a bite at the Sandpiper. The spacious lobby was more full than he'd thought it could get, and he had to dodge a bellhop pushing a cart of designer luggage toward the elevator. Ridley checked his watch. Almost 3, so that meant people were checking in. Brent wouldn't have time for a chat. He weaved his way to the other side of the lobby, dodging more guys and several women looking more impatient than 24 people in resort clothes should look. Ridley! He turned at the sound of Brent's voice and backtracked to where his friend stood in his navy blazer, with his name and general manager title pinned to its breast pocket. Rough day? Ridley asked as Brent jerked his head at another bellhop while keeping a calm smile on his face. You could say that, Brent gritted through his teeth. Our turnover time is not on point today, and we've got a big plastic surgery conference checking in. I've also got a concierge out with the flu, or a daughter with the flu, or he flew somewhere. I don't know. I couldn't hear him over the panic in my head when he said he wasn't coming in today. He eyed the restless vacationers shifting from foot to foot while they stood in the check-in lines and cast bored glances around the hotel. This group is going to want entertaining, and Marco's my best for handling them. He pinched the bridge of his nose and straightened his smile. I'll do it, Ridley said. Brent shook his head. You don't have to. I know you were heading into the Sandpiper for some grub. Go. It's not a big deal. It'll be like the good old days. 12 years ago, they'd been students at UC Santa Barbara, working nights at one of the city's most exclusive hotels. Brent worked at the registration desk as experience for his major in hotel management. Ridley had worked at the concierge desk because telling people where to find interesting stuff to do in the city was more his thing. He'd always had a knack for finding cool stuff. Brent groaned as a bellhop sent half the luggage on the cart sliding off. Ridley snorted. Go. I'll play concierge. Brent nodded. Uniform is in the employee locker room. Just check the racks with the clothes and dry cleaning bags. You know which one you need? Hawaiian shirt, dark blue with white palm leaves? Yeah, thanks. Brent glanced over the line backing up at the registration desk. Major thanks, actually. Your room this week is on me. Not necessary, dude. Ridley's place was only a few miles from the hotel. A raised voice from the guest at the front of the check-in line sent both of Brent's eyebrows up. Yeah, it is. You're covering the Pro-Am surf contest, right? Save yourself the hassle of finding beach parking every morning and stay here. Now get to work. Ridley grinned and saluted while Brent headed toward the registration desk. Ridley went the opposite direction, down the north corridor to the door discreetly marked Service. He hadn't been past it before, but he easily identified the employee changing room and rifled through the rack of dry-cleaned backup uniforms, pulling down a crisp Hawaiian shirt his size. It looked ridiculous with his worn-out cargo shorts, perfectly broken in to fit his lenses and filters. Brent was right. If Ridley was going to have to put on the starched khaki shorts that went with the Aloha shirts for a whole evening, he definitely deserved to have his room comped for the week. 10 minutes later, he was behind the concierge desk, watching Brent coach his registration clerks in a low voice and casting enough apologetic glances to the waiting guests that Ridley could see the tension leaving their shoulders. For the next hour, Ridley didn't have to do more than call in a reservation for a doctor and his wife at Ridley's favorite seafood restaurant, and book another guest a spa package for the next morning. By then, the bustle in the lobby had quieted to a thrum, a steady but manageable stream of check-ins of plastic surgeons coming in for the conference. It was hard to tell whether the middle-aged men had facelifted wives who'd availed themselves of their husbands' skills or girlfriends who hadn't started fighting gravity yet. He personally liked character in a face, imperfections that told stories, tiny lines that suggested living. He winced as a woman passed his desk on the way to her room, her hand tucked into her husband's arm, her skin stretched drum-like over her cheekbones. She gave him LA flashbacks. He hated having to go down there to shoot, but it was almost unavoidable when two of the top-rated U.S. surfers came out of Venice and Malibu. Malibu was bad. Half the women over 50 looked like their faces had frozen at age 30 in a Madame Tussauds kind of way. He people-watched for another hour, answering a few questions and booking another reservation, but it didn't take long for the rush to die down. He was about to text Brent, who had disappeared to handle something urgent elsewhere, that he was going to leave, when a flash of dark gold caught his eye, and he looked up to see the Mustang girl crossing the lobby. Now he could see her fitted jeans and worn flip-flops as she strode to the reservation desk with the confidence he liked. No coy strutting, just a brisk, business-like walk. She leaned over to talk to the clerk and ran her fingers through her hair. It was messy, he noticed, with streaks the color of corn silk. He wondered if she owed those to the sun or a salon. The sun, he decided, the second she turned around and he could see her face fully. She didn't have a stitch of makeup on, and she was gorgeous. Big dark eyes and a heart-shaped face gave her a sexy girl-next-door vibe. Now that he could see her better, he'd put her age at a little younger than his. Maybe 30, tops. When she headed toward the elevators, an impulse he couldn't explain made him open his mouth and call halfway across the lobby. "Welcome to the Mariposa." It startled her. He could see it in her confused expression when she glanced his way. "Thank you," she said, her tone polite. She didn't stop, and he wanted her to. He couldn't peg her. Maybe she was here to meet someone. A boyfriend? Or friends for a girls' weekend. She wasn't with the convention and didn't look like she was a side piece for any of the doctors. She wasn't glossed, plucked, and augmented enough. "I'm Ridley," he said when she kept going. She paused. "I'm the concierge on duty tonight. Can I help you with anything?" He wished he could come up with a better leading question to figure out why she was staying at the hotel, but at least he'd gotten her to stop for a minute. "Thanks, Ridley. I'm fine, though." A smile peeked through, like she was enjoying a joke she didn't want to share with anyone. "What I need, I don't think you can give me, but I appreciate the offer. Try me," Ridley heard himself say. "I'm in the market for a miracle," she said, her smile fading a tiny bit. "Got any of those lying around?" "Fresh out," he said, hating that he couldn't tell her yes. He scooped up the binder of brochures Marco kept to help the guests. "I do have horseback riding, wine tasting, chocolate making, and parasailing." He tapped an empty plastic sleeve and gave her a sad look. "Someone already took the miracle we had in stock." She laughed and it lit up her face. "Then I guess all I need right now is a nap. Which binder are those in?" Ridley slumped and rested his chin in his hand. "I feel like a failure. Please think of something I can do for you so I don't get fired." She shook her head. "All right. I could use some intelligent company this evening." Ridley straightened. He was intelligent. "If Tom Hiddleston turns up," she continued, "point him in my direction. Otherwise, you're off the hook. If anyone asks, I'll tell them you tried really hard. You should definitely keep your job." "Tom Hiddleston?" "Yeah, he's an actor. Maybe you saw him in Avengers. He's Loki." Ridley quirked an eyebrow at her. "I'd have known him as F. Scott Fitzgerald, too." That sent both of her eyebrows up. "Midnight in Paris reference? Nice. I love that movie. That was before Tom Hiddleston was even a thing." "I didn't know he was a thing. I just thought he was a good actor. He's both. He's the thinking woman's Brad Pitt." She gave him a tired smile this time. "I need to get to my room now. Don't worry. So far, the customer service has been fantastic. I'll tell any official-looking people so." She walked away, heading toward the elevator, and Ridley watched her go. One lesson he'd learned about living in a resort town was that the relationships were never permanent, and the more drawn he was to someone, the worse it was when they left. He wasn't the kind of guy to get overly attached too soon, but every now and then he struck a different connection with a woman, a distinct spark that was rare. Those 2 or 3 had never turned into anything, despite the best intentions on both sides. It was much smarter to stay away from the girls who flitted through the hotel like the butterfly it was named for. They weren't designed to stay long, and he was fine with that. It was plenty of fun to play if an especially pretty one drifted through his orbit in the Sandpiper, the restaurant on the hotel's beach side, and lighted next to him for a drink and some company. There wasn't much to say after the small talk, but that didn't bother him. Still, he walked over to the registration counter, stopping in front of the clerk who had checked the woman in. "Hey, Celeste," he said, reading her name tag. "What's that guest's name? The one you just helped?" Celeste tapped a few keys. "Brooke Dresden. She came in 2 hours late from LA. That surprised him. Maybe she was one of those granola yoga-y types that popped up in LA every now and then. "Do you need her room number?" "Yes. I need to send something up for her." Celeste read it off to him, and he returned to his post, pulling out his cell phone to call Brent. "Everything okay?" Brent asked. "You ready to be off the hook? It's probably slow enough that I can have the front desk keep an eye on the concierge stand." "Everything's fine," Ridley said. "But I need to do something for one of the guests before I go, and I need to log on to the computer here to do it." Brent gave him the staff login and password and tried to send him home again. "Dude, you saved me. Go pack a bag and tell Celeste we're comping you a room on the top floor. It's yours all week. Don't say no." Ridley hesitated, but then thought about the surf report for the next 3 days. "I'll take it," he said. "There are a lot of early starts this week. I wouldn't mind being able to walk out of the back door and start shooting." "Sweet. I'm glad. And now I'm going to go back to figuring out the concierge thing for the week. Turns out it was Marco's daughter, and she's got the flu. I guess he can't leave her at daycare. I can't blame him, but I do have to cover for him. Wish me luck." "Luck," Ridley said. "Also, I make this Aloha shirt look good, so if I've got time, I'll jump in again." "I'm comping your room service too," Brent said before hanging up on Ridley's laugh. Ridley logged onto the computer and executed a quick Google search before finding what he needed and printing it off. What the lady wants, the lady gets. After all, the Mariposa was all about customer service. His was about to be 5-star worthy. Chapter 2. Brooke lifted her suitcase to the pristine white bed cover, but instead of opening it and digging out the dress she should be sliding into, she collapsed onto her back and let her eyes drift shut. She'd learned the art of the power nap at work, and she needed one now. It was stupid that a drive up the coast highway could wear her out more than a full day on the job, but it had. What should have taken 3 hours ended up 5 with all the traffic. She'd teased the cute concierge downstairs, but honestly, the only thing that had made the drive bearable was the audiobook she'd been listening to most of the way. It was a James Bond novel, actually. And Brooke liked James Bond fine. Beyond fine if it was Daniel Craig, but she'd mainly picked the book because it was Tom Hiddleston reading it to her. If only she really could conjure her favorite actor out of thin air to be her dinner date. They could go to a third-rate dive, and it would be a massive improvement over the company she'd be dealing with tonight, even with fancy hotel catering. She dozed for 30 minutes before her annoyingly precise internal clock forced her to get up and dig out the dress she needed. Her hand hovered over her favorite cotton tank dress. If it was up to her, she'd slip into it and curl up by the pool with a burger and a book. Remember the goal. She reached past it and fished out her cocktail dress, a designer sheath in a bold geometric print any fashion connoisseurs would recognize on sight. It was important to appear affluent to these people, to look as if she belonged in their circles. They would be quick to close ranks on any perceived outsiders. That could be the theme of her entire 20s, really. You don't belong to this class. She checked her reflection in the mirror, glad she'd matched the straps of her tank top to the straps of her dress while she'd driven with the top down. The hours up the coast had given her skin enough color to make the dress pop, and she had no visible tan lines. She'd been afraid she'd sprayed on the sunblock too early, but she'd struck the right balance. A spray tan would have been better, of course, but she never had time for that. She reached up to tussle her hair. That was an unavoidable casualty of driving a convertible, but there was no way she was giving it up. So she sighed and dug out her curling iron instead. 15 minutes later, she had her hair tamed, her makeup perfectly applied, and a pair of strappy nude stilettos to step into. She squared her shoulders and faced her reflection, lifting her chin to practice the relaxed, amused smile she would need to fake for the next hour and a half. She could only begin the process of separating a whole terrace full of plastic surgeons from their money if they believed that smile. It didn't look quite right, so she took a deep breath, thought about the beach in San Juan del Sur, and her smile relaxed all on its own. She was ready. These guys had no idea what was about to hit them. Brooke! Ridley's head shot up at the sound of the name in time to see her emerging from the elevator bank. The mussed hair and subtly sexy tank top and jeans had been replaced by long, loose curls, and a dress so fitted she had to have been sewn into it. Part of him was disappointed to watch her walk toward the man who had called her name and slide her arm into his, an inviting smile on her glossy coral lips. And part of him wanted to thank her for the view of her spectacular legs. Mostly he was bummed. The dude had 20 years on her, easy. She was one of them, a girlfriend, it looked like, based on her lack of a wedding ring, and he was disappointed in himself too. His radar was off. He should have recognized her type right away. He probably would have if he was in LA. At least he could flirt with her now. There was no danger of a real connection. It would be fun to see how much he could interfere with whatever she had going on with the doctor who had whisked her away. Tomorrow, maybe. If he had the energy after shooting, he'd see how much havoc he could wreak between her and her date. But for right now, he'd issue the parting shot for the night and go home to pull a travel bag together and drive back, so he could crawl into bed and get a good night's sleep before his early alarm. "Colby," he called, gesturing one of the bellboys over. "Can you take this up to room 529 and leave it for the guest?" He handed Colby the framed paper, and Colby looked down at it, confused. "Yes, this. Put it on the nightstand. Trust me, it's what the guest requested." Colby shrugged. "I've dropped off stranger things." He took off for the elevators, and Ridley allowed himself a grin before placing the plastic "Please see the front desk for help" sign on his counter and heading for the locker room. He changed and slid the uniform into an unclaimed locker in case he needed to fill in for Marco again and headed out. His thoughts drifting from women who weren't at all what they seemed to his morning photo shoot and how to capture the surf exactly as it was. Brooke uncurled her fingers from her sweating glass and flexed them a few times. She needed to relax, she reminded herself. Intensity would only be her enemy here, but when she spotted Gavin Dillard making his way toward her, she had a hard time squashing her intense dislike of him. He started with his standard opening, and she almost mouthed it with him, wondering if it would startle him to realize she could rehearse his words. "Hey, Dr. Beautiful. Looking good." "How are you, Dr. Dillard?" She kept her smile relaxed, even though she hated the nickname. "Great. Be even better when I hit the links tomorrow." "Are you going early or late?" "Mid-morning. Sleep in, brunch, golf. Perfect vacation." "Sounds like a good morning, but—" Dr. Dillard groaned. "Don't even say it. I know that look in your eye. You want something from me." "Wrong," she said, now offering her mischievous smile. "I want to do something for you." "And what's that?" Dr. Dillard asked. "I want to offer you the kind of quality of life that money can't buy." He glanced around the hotel terrace, the tables overflowing with lush fruit and high-end cheeses. the flames of tiki lamps flickering in the sea breeze. He held up his whiskey glass in a mock salute. I don't know. Money has brought me a pretty good quality of life so far. Brooke wouldn't let that deter her. Imagine then what I can offer you if it's something you can't even put a price tag on. Vanessa Diller joined them in time to hear that, and she frowned. Are you trying to pull Paul away from his work again, Dr. Dresden? Vanessa was exactly like the kind of patient that drove Brooke craziest. The ones who came in just as their faces were reaching the point that character could make them interesting, and then asking for a scalpel to take it all away. But these kinds of clients kept Brooke's practice going and ultimately funded her trips with smiles from the heart to the remote native villages to do the work that actually mattered. So Brooke smiled and schmoozed her. It's more like I'm trying to offer him a different kind of work with a totally different reward. Vanessa flashed her a tight smile. But really, with a facelift that fresh, any smile would have been tight. Her tone left no doubt that she was annoyed, though. Brooke, we've got 3 kids in private school, one about to graduate and attend an even more expensive college, and you know how California taxes are. We can't give up 3 weeks of paying clients for Gavin to go camping and play superhero. Brooke's smile didn't falter. She knew Vanessa didn't mean to be as demanding as she sounded. If anything, she was sure it was guilt pricking at Vanessa that caused her to be so sharp. The Dillards were privileged but had forgotten, or maybe never realized it. If only Gavin would come down to Nicaragua this winter, it would forever change him. And that's probably exactly what Vanessa feared. It would add a whole new dimension to their already hectic lives. But if Brooke could just get Vanessa to see it was the kind of dimension that would make them rich in their souls. But highly competitive LA plastic surgeons didn't talk in terms of souls. Rumor was they didn't have them. Brooke being the exception, she hoped. She had so much soul that it ached for the kids she couldn't get to. The thought put her back on track. I know you have a tea time tomorrow, but that's when I'm presenting on new maxillofacial surgical techniques. You should come and check out for yourself the difference it makes. You'll want to make a difference too after seeing it. If he had a heart, he would anyway. Only a zombie could be immune to the smiling post-op faces she stacked in her PowerPoint. Gavin opened his mouth to answer, but Vanessa beat him to the punch. Since you're not a parent, you may not understand this, but making sure Gavin gets in his round of golf matters. His work schedule is punishing. He needs to recalibrate and reset emotionally so he can be a fully present father to our kids when he gets back. I know what you're doing is important, but our value of trying to find the work-life balance is a good value too. Brooke's smile slipped, and Vanessa detected it, her own frown reappearing. Great. That meant Brooke's judgy face, as her sister liked to call it, had shone through her social mask. Vanessa's eyes narrowed. Gavin can't be a walking billboard for his business the way you can, she said, her voice pleasant despite the irritation in her eyes. He has to work much harder to build a client base than you do. He can't give up weeks at a time to go do charity work when he already has a family to provide for. There were so many things wrong with Vanessa's words that Brooke didn't know where to start. She decided to take them in order. With the most even tone she could manage, she waded in. I'm not a billboard for my business. Then who did your work? I hope you're giving him credit. Is it Dr. Mark Marion? Vanessa asked, tossing out the partner name that graced the glass doors of the fancy medical suite where Brooke worked. Dr. Dillard interrupted before Brooke could answer. She hasn't had any work done, he said, eyeing her. But he did it with the same analytical studies she used on her own patients. You have something against it? Vanessa asked with a lilt of her reshaped chin. I can't win with you, can I? Brooke asked, letting all of her irritation go. The Dillards were a lost cause, and she had no energy to waste on that. If I'm getting work done, I have an unfair advantage because I'm a walking brochure, and if I don't, it's because I think I'm too good for it. Is that it, Vanessa? Vanessa only lifted one tan shoulder and let it drop again. Brooke had no problem retreating so she could regroup and wage her campaign in less combative territory. I'm sorry, you guys. I definitely don't want to upset you, especially when you should be enjoying the resort and your free time. Ignore me. I'm going to get myself something to eat. Maybe that will civilize me. Vanessa gave her a cool nod, and Dr. Dillard wouldn't meet her eyes. So with a murmured goodbye, she turned toward the fruit buffet. She'd picked up a few pieces of grilled pineapple when she turned at a light touch on her elbow to find Gavin Dillard standing there. I'm sorry I can't do more right now, but with the kids and my surgery schedule... He trailed off and extended a check to her. I can always find people to write checks, Dr. Dillard. I need people who can go down there and do the work. I need your skills. He shrugged. I can't. I'm sorry. He pushed the check toward her and she took it, finally glancing at the amount. $5,000. She could put all of them to good use. But she could have put him to even better use. Still, she took the peace offering and smiled, a real one. Thank you. I'll make sure every penny counts. He nodded and headed back to his wife. Brooke scooped a few strawberries onto her plate and turned to survey the crowd, nibbling at the pineapple as she considered who she could go after next. She'd come to the conference determined to bag a surgeon, and she'd do it by hook or crook. But she really hoped the hook worked because she didn't have the faintest idea of how to be a crook. 2 hours later, she dragged back to her room. She'd scared up a few more donations to Smiles from the Heart. But the thing she needed most, skilled surgeons, eluded her. She leaned her forehead against her hotel room door for a full minute, breathing in and out until the tension in her chest eased. When she straightened and walked in, ready to map out her game plan for recruiting surgeons tomorrow, she took one look at her bed and burst out laughing. A framed picture of Tom Hiddleston's face in full Loki getup scowled at her from her pillow. She snatched it up to read the note scrawled with Sharpie in the corner. It's a pleasure to be of service to you. Let me know if there's anything else I can do. The sheer cheekiness of the concierge in sending it up collapsed her into giggles. Oh man, she must be overtired. Her cheeks began to hurt. Oh well, if I laugh my face off, I know how to fix it. And that only made her laugh harder, all the way until the tears came and she wasn't sure which ones were from hilarity and which were from frustration. Chapter 3. Friday morning, Ridley glanced at the text that had just come in and called out to Brent. Gotta go. Sorry, man. No worries, Brent said. I appreciate you doing it. But Ridley was halfway across the lobby heading toward the beachfront exit, so he waved over his shoulder, not checking to see if Brent had seen the acknowledgement. Pierce Van Wagenen was about to surf a heat, and the magazine wanted a whole photo essay on him, one showing the progression of his form through the stages of the competition. The man was lethal whether he was loose and easy like he tended to surf during the qualifying heats, or laser-focused during the elimination rounds. Either way, he dominated. No other pro had such inconsistent form while posing consistent wins. Ridley, Brent called when he'd almost reached the sand. His friend jogged to catch up with him. I know you're in a rush, but talk to me about this when you get a chance, okay? I don't know what it means. He handed Ridley a sheet of paper. It came in off of our guest request app last night, but no one's sure what's up, so let me know if you do. He flipped Ridley a fake salute and hurried back toward the front desk. Ridley glanced down at it and grinned as he hustled past the bleachers set up for the spectators. Mariposa guest request from B. Dresden, room 529. Text. I appreciate you sending Tom up. I do enjoy some Loki. But not every lady is looking for a man to reform. Sometimes she needs a Captain Nichols. Your efforts are noted, though. His grin faded at the but. It figured she'd be one of those high-maintenance women who needed more even when someone had gone the extra mile. Whatever. Not his problem. He reached the sand and almost had to muscle his way to a prime spot. Several of the other photographers did a double take when they saw him in the hotel's Hawaiian shirt. Whoa, dude, said Laddie Burrows, Ridley's biggest competition for freelance work and a complete tool. You do not look like you. I'm shooting this incognito for kicks. You're not famous enough to need a disguise, Laddie said, confused. You're dumb but cute, Laddie. I don't even understand our conversation. Just smile and look pretty, Ridley said, clapping him on the shoulder before turning his lens on the waves again. Laddie didn't understand because there was nothing to understand. It was a nonsensical conversation, but Ridley liked to throw him for a loop sometimes, see if it gave him an edge in the shooting. Ridley disappeared into the rhythm of the waves, watching the surfers cut across the surface, framing his shots. Pierce won his heat and made it look like he hadn't even tried, but he'd executed some epic cutbacks. The guy was a beast. Ridley stayed after Pierce was done, shooting a new kid coming up through the women's ranks, a girl out of San Clemente who had impressed him in the last 2 junior competitions. She was one to watch now that she'd hit the adult circuit. It wouldn't be too long before sponsors were knocking down her door, and he could hurry that along if he had some great shots to send in to his editor. Eventually, the waves turned mushy again, so he put his camera away and hiked back through the sand to the Mariposa. He really wanted to get out of the hotel uniform and into his own threads. He checked his watch. He might even have time to finally get his sandwich at the Sandpiper before he had to jump into his photo edits. Thanks for Tom. The slightly husky voice snapped him out of planning his exciting to-do list. He glanced up to find Brooke smiling at him from her table for one at the sand's edge. A half-eaten salad sat in front of her, and she'd slid her sandals off and stretched her legs out in front of her. Her long, lovely, peach-turning gold legs. She was a Ralph Lauren ad in her loose white linen sundress, wholesome and gorgeous. But he'd dated enough women to know that her effortless appearance had taken a lot of time and enough money to feed a Bangladeshi family for a year. What the customer wants, the customer gets. Or almost gets, he added, remembering her close but no cigar response through the app. I got a laugh. A big one. It was almost as good as Tom himself in that moment. Glad you enjoyed it, he said, crossing so he was at the edge of her table. I make it a point to please. Care if I join you? The skin around her eyes contracted the tiniest bit, so quickly that he doubted most people would have noticed it. But there was no mistaking it, a touch of disgust. Are you allowed to do that? She asked. Am I? He almost repeated the question until he glanced down at his concierge duds and realized what she was asking, and that his uniform turned her off. She was obviously here hunting bigger prey, not a lowly lobby monkey. Snob. He smothered a grin. He was definitely going to mess with her now. He pulled out the seat opposite her and made himself comfortable. I'm off duty for the day, he said. My time is my own, for the rest of the night. She flinched at his innuendo. Time doesn't really belong to anyone, does it? It just is. Deep, he said. and watched a light blush color her cheeks at his mocking tone. He didn't apologize. She'd been a jerk first. Blame the view. She waved toward the Pacific. It makes me wax philosophical. How was work today? He smiled at her new tone. It was polite to the point of painfulness. Keep your distance underlined every word she spoke. It was perfect. I couldn't love what I do more. Her eyebrows drew together. That's good. Now she sounded concerned. You definitely went above and beyond what you needed to for me. And is that why you were on the beach with the camera? Were you taking pictures for a guest? He glanced down at his camera bag. Something like that. I can relate to taking pride in your work, but do you ever feel restless? Like you want something more? She meant professionally, and it bothered him that she would sit in judgment of his job, even though she wasn't judging his real job. But she didn't know that, so he stretched out even more in his chair, making sure his legs grazed hers before coming to a rest so close to them that he could feel her heat. She didn't move. He didn't know how to read that. Was it because she was open to flirting? Her chin rose the tiniest bit. He grinned. Her stillness was because she wasn't going to back down from a challenge. How's your stay at the Mariposa so far? Not super productive, she said, her forehead wrinkling. How productive do you need to be when you're staying in a beach resort? She lifted her glass to him in acknowledgement and took a sip. Fair point. Can I ask what you're trying to produce? I told you. That stumped him until he remembered. Miracles? Miracles. He wondered what miracle she needed. She looked stressed now that he could study her, but not a life-or-death kind of stressed. Maybe it was financial stress? He'd ask Brent to check whether or not she was paying for her own room. If she was handling the bill, what did that mean? That she was hoping to pick up a wealthy connection here to make it worth her while? What kind of miracle? He asked, but the noise of chairs scraping at a nearby table cut him off halfway through. Brooke frowned, glancing at the slim watch on her wrist. I've got class. Enjoy your lunch, she said as she dug in her purse to pay her bill. Class in the middle of a gorgeous afternoon? Stay. Enjoy it. He shifted and brushed against her leg again. It was an accident this time, but it sent a fiery ripple all the way up his body. Can't. See you around. The only classes going on were the plastic surgery ones. He wanted her to be the carefree girl in the car, the one who did her own thing, not this calculating woman who stalked her prey by sitting in on their classes. That's the definition of a lame vacation. Do you know one of the teachers or something? He became a bug in her salad beneath her cold stare. I am one of the teachers. She turned around and walked off before she could even see his jaw fall open. Oh, this was bad. This was so very bad. He'd made every sexist assumption he could possibly make because he'd misinterpreted the facts in front of his face. He was a pig. He'd written off every female in the doctor's vicinity as their arm candy. He knew better. He groaned and shoved his hands through his hair. If it wasn't for the fact that most of the conference guests were coming up from LA, his mind never would have run down that track. Stupid LA. But it wasn't LA's fault. It was his stupid fault. What an idiot. What a total ridiculous waste of a progressive liberal arts education. His mother would be ashamed. His sisters would kill him. He owed Dr. Brooke Dresden the hugest conceivable apology for not seeing her, not looking past the surface, for being too lazy to recognize his own biases. He sucked. So much. And yeah, he'd made some sweeping generalizations about the male surgeons attending the conference too, but it was so much more insulting that it had never crossed his mind that she was one of them. He was also a hypocrite, he realized. It wasn't cool that she was stuck up about his job, but he judged her so much more harshly with way less evidence. It didn't get stupider than that. There was no way he could make up for it. But any woman, most especially the one who he had just completely marginalized, deserved the best apology he could make. He dropped his head to the table. Oh, he sucked. Chapter 4. Brooke wasn't a crier. It bothered her mom, who thought she was bottling her emotion in an unhealthy way. But the reality was that not being a crier was a huge asset, and had been time and time again in her career. She'd seen fellow male residents break down in tears from exhaustion and stress before she had. As her whopping audience of 3 rustled at the end of her presentation, shifting in chairs and eyeing their watches, she was glad for the no crying thing. Because if she were a crier, this is exactly the kind of thing that would have set her off. 2 of the doctors left without a word. The third, a doctor she didn't recognize but who didn't look much older than her, nodded without meeting her eye before hurrying out. She slid her iPad into her tote and headed back toward her hotel room. She knew her presentation on advances in cleft palate repairs wasn't going to be the biggest draw at the conference. That would be Inogen Corporation's launch of its new sclerotherapy procedure, and she'd known being scheduled at the same time as that demo was going to kill attendance in her class. But she figured anyone who showed up was already going to be sold on the idea of smiles from the heart, and all she'd have to do was give them specifics and start syncing calendars for the winter trip to Nicaragua. She couldn't even convert the 3 doctors who'd wandered into her cause. Maybe her neediness had shown through, and they'd worried about getting tangled up with someone who would be a drain on their professional resources. She wanted to chase them down and shake them, hollering, "It's not my neediness, it's the kids. Did you see the slides?" Yeah, because that would put those fears to rest. Pressure in her head indicated a pending tension headache, which was the bonus she needed to make her day extra awesome. But only enlisting more surgeons would make it go away, and she'd blown her best chance. The rest of the symposium schedule flashed through her head. There was another cocktail party tonight where she could try mingling again, but it would be more of the same. By now, word had probably spread that she was looking for doctors to do international pro bono work, and she'd spend the entire cocktail party as a pariah. This was miserable. There had to be a better way. Well, screw getting all dressed up and trying to fit in. These weren't her people. She wasn't going to torture herself by sucking in her stomach in a little black dress for 2 hours and pretending to be interested in her colleagues' golf scores or spa experiences. She'd duck into 2 of the classes tomorrow that she'd promised Dr. Markmarian she would check into. Stuff like that was a cash cow for the practice, and it funded her smiles from the heart work, but she wasn't playing the schmooze game anymore. Once she cleared those classes, she was going to use the remaining 2 days to recuperate, reset, and regroup. She'd need to go back to Beverly Hills on Monday refreshed, ready to face clients and figure out how to convince them that if they could give up $6,000 for a tummy tuck, they could cough up another $1,000 for her charity. She slipped into the elevator, glad that Ridley guy wasn't at the concierge desk. He'd gone from hot to not with his chauvinism. It's not like she wasn't used to the constant surprise when people found out what she did for a living. It wasn't even the assumption itself that bothered her, because she'd gotten so used to that kind of ignorance. It was the subtle condescension she detected from the guy. He was funny and flirtatious yesterday, and then today, patronizing. That wasn't even an unusual experience for her either. Some men were idiots. But it was somehow worse coming from a guy who clearly was old enough to have set himself on a meaningful career path, but who chose instead to work a cakewalk job as an employee of a luxury hotel catering to the whims of rich people. There was nothing wrong with wealth, and nothing wrong with working for the wealthy, but... She sighed. Maybe she was guilty of her own prejudices, but she'd seen his type all over LA. Pretty guys who chose jobs that put them in the path of the socialites drifting in and out of hotels, country clubs, and restaurants looking for handsome distractions. And these guys were ready to reap all the benefits of being the boy toy of a bored millionaire's wife. Maybe it was different here, a few hours north. But even if it was, how did he, as someone who really hadn't made stellar choices in his life to end up as a concierge at the age of at least 30, get to sit in judgment of her? He had intelligent eyes. She was used to studying faces, and she could read a lot about a person in the way the lines of their faces fell. His were faint, only beginning, but they told her that he spent a lot of time thinking and even more time smiling. She hoped it wasn't his slightly sardonic smile or his blatantly flirtatious smile she'd seen. Those lines were best when they were carved out by real smiles. He'd flashed her a couple of real smiles, like when his leg had touched hers and sent heat up from her calf all the way to her stomach. Had he smiled because he'd felt that too? Whatever. She sighed and twisted her hair up with the hotel pen as she stepped out of the elevator. She was displaying her frustration over the day onto this Ridley guy, and he didn't deserve her emotional energy. She needed to be channeling all of that and figuring out how to staff the Chinandega clinic. She'd clear her head, get a good night of sleep, and attack the problem with a better attitude in the morning. She hurried to her room, anxious to shed her work clothes for something comfortable, digging into her suitcase for a pair of running shorts and a sports bra. She'd barely slipped into them when a knock followed by "housekeeping" sounded at her door, and she padded over to let whoever it was know that she didn't need maid service today. But instead of pushing a cart, a woman her age wearing a name tag that read Marie stood at the door holding an iPad. "Dr. Dresden? This was sent up for you." She swiped something on the screen and handed it to her. "You're all set." She took it, too confused to argue for a second, but when the maid turned to leave, Brooke called out for her to stop. "What am I supposed to do with the iPad when I'm done?" "You can leave it here. We'll get it back to the right place. Have a good evening." Brooke watched until she disappeared around the corner, then felt like a jerk for not tipping her. She grabbed a $5 from her purse and chased after her, calling to her again as she stepped into the elevator. "Wait, Marie, I forgot to tip you." Marie smiled. That was taken care of too. And with a whisper, the doors shut, and she disappeared with the answers Brooke was barely formulating questions for. She returned to her room and picked up the iPad, waking up the screen. It was a note. "Dear Brooke, you didn't look like you had a great day today. You looked beautiful, like you have from the second you walked through the Mariposa's doors, but you looked like you had troubles hanging around you that even the ocean breezes weren't blowing away." And then I added to them by making a completely sexist assumption. "I'm sorry. I'd tell you myself, but you don't deserve even more of me and my idiocy. You need a man of refinement and culture. You need Tom Hiddleston. Please enjoy. Ridley, your concierge and Hiddleston dealer." He'd pasted a link below the note. He was overstepping. It was totally inappropriate for him to make such personal remarks, but it was hard to get too mad at someone who was beating himself up as much as she'd wanted to earlier, and even harder to get mad at a guy who was trying to buy her forgiveness with Tom Hiddleston pictures. She clicked on the link and within seconds burst out laughing. It was Tom Hiddleston, all right, but a video, not a picture, and he was reading poetry. It was glorious, as Hiddleston tended to be. His smooth voice wrapped around the lovely words of W.H. Auden and curled up in her stomach, a soothing antidote to the stress roiling it. Laughter tickled her chest at the idea of maybe not so awful Ridley scouring the internet trying to find this for her, and pushed away the last bits of bad feeling. Maybe an undemanding job wasn't the best application of his intelligence. But maybe he had good reasons for choosing the job, and she needed to let go of the judginess she'd been holding on to toward him since he was obviously repenting of his. She watched the entire clip, smiling bigger as it went on. Tom Hiddleston was perfect. Tom Hiddleston reading poetry was perfect. And Ridley the concierge was perfectly ridiculous for sending this to her. She picked up a piece of the hotel stationery and slid the pen from her hair. Dear Ridley, I watched the video. I'm worried about you. I think you've peaked. This is untoppable, and I'm still here for 2 more days. We're even. You're forgiven. I probably have wrong ideas about you, too. Thanks for the laugh. Brooke. She secured her hair in a ponytail and snatched a beach towel out of the bathroom, slid into flip-flops, and swept up the iPad on the way down to the lobby, leaving it with the concierge on duty. Can you make sure Ridley gets this note? I'm sorry, who, ma'am? Ridley? The guy working this desk last night. And this morning? The girl furrowed her forehead. Yes, ma'am. May I get your room number in case there's any follow-up? He'll know who it's from, Brooke said, walking away with a wave. She made her way out to the beach, passing the tiki torches edging the back terrace, already lit even though the skies still showed more lavender than indigo. She turned away from the early arrivals to the conference mixer and headed for the water. She wanted to clear her mind so it would be wide open for solutions, not navigate a terrace of tan, well-dressed obstacles. The beach had emptied in the last couple of hours, and that already made her breathe easier. She spread her towel out on a stretch of sand far from the hotel and opened with a sun salutation. She'd sworn to her father never to lose her Nebraska farm roots when she'd accepted her job in California. You're going to start eating avocados on everything and doing yoga all the time, he'd complained when she told him where she was moving. She laughed and promised not to convert to Californiaism, as he'd called it, but she had to admit she loved having avocado and citrus trees growing in her condo complex's courtyard, free for the plucking, and she'd definitely come to love yoga. She moved through several more poses, opening up her breathing and letting the weight of the day fall from her body before ending in lotus. She listened to the waves, her eyes closed, her mind finally quiet. She wasn't sure how long she was there, but she could sense that the light had faded pretty completely before she even opened her eyes. And when she did, she looked out over the water with clearer vision and a renewed sense of hope that she could leave this conference with everything she needed to help smiles from the heart. Chapter 5. Ridley studied Brooke from a distance. He didn't want to come any closer and disturb her, even though he knew she wouldn't hear him over the waves. He wasn't sure he wanted to approach her even when she opened her eyes. People, usually women, came down to the beach to meditate or do yoga all the time during the off-peak hours. Sometimes it seemed like some of the women did it for show, wearing super skimpy outfits and holding themselves with an awareness that suggested they knew they were being watched, because that was the point. But then there were the women like Brooke, who showed up looking comfortable, and who was deep down inside of wherever her meditation was taking her, her face serene. It made him like her more, and it kept him rooted to the sand, thinking. He'd been hoping his Hiddleston apology would win her over a little, give them a chance to relax with each other and see if the electricity he felt near her was only on his side. But she already had more depth than he'd guessed, and that was a little dangerous. Then again, she was a plastic surgeon. It was hard to imagine getting too caught up in someone whose whole career depended on the vanity of others. He took a few steps closer to her. He'd liked their sparring. He could go for more of it. But he didn't know if she would, and the uncertainty intrigued him. He shook his head. He was being that guy, the one who liked a challenge. He didn't care. Brooke was clearly intelligent enough to figure that out and decide if she wanted to play. He relaxed, slinging his camera across his body and settling back on his heels to take in the newly fallen evening sky. He'd think through his shots for the morning semi-final round and wait for Brooke to finish. It was another 10 minutes before she stirred, and he straightened and walked over as soon as she unfolded her long, gorgeous legs to stretch them out in front of her. "Hey!" he called out, just loud enough to be heard over the surf. She whipped her head toward him. "Sorry, didn't mean to surprise you." She stared at him in confusion for a second, then focused. "Hi. What are you doing out here?" He dropped down beside her. "The question is, what are you doing out here? It's getting chilly. Don't you want to be up on the terrace or maybe in the dance club with the rest of your compadres?" She leaned back on her hands and shook her head, peering into the horizon instead of at him. Interesting. "This is more comfortable than in there," she said, nodding back at the hotel. "Those bars and cocktail parties are always the same. But this?" She inhaled as if she were trying to breathe in every molecule of the breeze that toyed with her hair. "This never gets old, is never the same. Watch." She closed her eyes for a few seconds and smiled out at the ocean again. "See? It's already different." "I get it." It was why he'd shot surf contests for the last 8 years without getting bored. It wasn't different from beach to beach and contest to contest. It was an entirely different ocean with each wave that rolled in. His pang of understanding twined around a touch of unease. She was definitely more his type than he'd thought. He tested her to see. "So the fancy stuff over there isn't for you, huh?" "No." She didn't elaborate, but he pushed for more anyway. "Do you not like the people or the setting?" "Yes." He laughed. "Give me something to work with here. Which do you dislike more?" She finally glanced over at him, but instead of answering him, her eyebrows rose. "You must like both if you're here even when you're out of your uniform." "I'm working." "I wouldn't think their dress code would be so laid back," she said, shooting a glance at his board shorts and TK Froghouse shirt. "Oh, I wasn't on concierge duty." She glanced at his camera. "More photography for the guests? I guess it really is an all-inclusive hotel." He laughed at her tone. "Don't say that like it's a bad thing. It's why you're getting your daily dose of Hiddleston." She turned her first real grin on him, and he immediately plotted to win another one from her. "The video was genius, by the way. Thank you. You're relieved of your Hiddleston duties. I couldn't stand putting the pressure on you to top that." That only made him laugh again. Sometimes the universe really, really wants you to get things right. And the universe really wanted you to have that video, so it helped me out. Do the rooms have comment cards? Because I'm going to fill one out. Ridley is the best concierge ever in the history of hotels. His skills are unmatched. Awesome. The manager will love it. She smiled at him before returning her gaze to the water. Is that it? A good concierge and beach proximity are all the Mariposa has going for it? She groaned. I sound like a brat. You sound like the opposite, which means you don't sound at all like the Mariposa usual. She glanced behind them at the hotel bathed in perfectly positioned landscape lights. It's beautiful. I think I'm uncomfortable with the... He wondered what word she was struggling to find. Furniture? Ambiance? Price? Excess. I'm uncomfortable with the excess. Right then and there, he fell a tiny bit in love with her. That was bad. And he didn't care. This isn't how you roll at home? She laughed. That's an understatement. I'm the queen of IKEA. The Mariposa is the pride of Seashell Beach. You know that, right? Before the city won the contract for it, we were a lot more like the other sleepy beach towns you passed to get here. Ramshackle, dilapidated. Charming? He tilted his head toward her. You don't think the Mariposa is charming? Impressive, maybe, but not charming. And it's really... new? Everything is so shiny and kind of antiseptic. Have you explored the grounds at all? I haven't. Been in classes all day. Teaching all of them? He teased her, getting another laugh. He was getting addicted to that sound. Now you're going too far the other way. I'm not that good. I've been checking out some new techniques. I think maybe you need a tour, he said. I'm not really into defending major developers who come into towns like ours and make them comfortable for the rich and unlivable for everyone else. But the Mariposa has been good for Seashell Beach. They work hard to contract with locals and they pay well. For as much as they charge people to stay here, they should. It's a decent wage. And a lot of the businesses around here have seen business boom. Morgan at the floral shop can barely keep up, and it's the best problem she ever had. The kitchen uses the local bakery for their breakfast pastries, which is an extra $200 a day for Delilah's shop. That makes a difference when you're an independent business. She had to hire another one of the high school kids to help her out for the summer season. Job creation, right there. And it's happening all over town. He leaned back on his hands, matching her relaxed pose. You came up from LA, right? She nodded, but he caught a small twist to her mouth and wondered what it meant. I'm a little surprised that a plastic surgeon from the cosmetic surgery capital of the world would even count the cost of staying somewhere like this. Seems like you guys, and by guys I mean women too, he said, grinning at her, would be doing well enough not to even think about the bill. I'm not most guys. I'm not even most women, she said, quirking an eyebrow at him. This is very different from where I'm from and different from where I like to spend my time. And where is that? From? Nebraska. And where do you like to spend your time? She didn't answer at first. Finally, she glanced at him. I'm more of a mountain girl. A mountain girl from Nebraska? She only smiled. So you're saying it's hard for you to relax in those surroundings? He indicated the hotel behind him with a jerk of his head. Because you don't like rich people or conspicuous wealth. Right. Like I said, I sound like a brat. No, but it makes you a contradiction. Is that a nice way of calling me a hypocrite because I'm staying here at all? She turned to study him, her face expressing curiosity rather than defensiveness. No, a hypocrite would complain about the conspicuous consumption while lounging by the pool in expensive clothes and summoning cabana boys for drinks. You're sitting on a sandy towel in your comfy clothes. You're hypocrisy-free. He straightened, brushing the sand from his hands. Here's the thing. All of this would be a little much for me as a lifestyle too, but I'm seriously offended on behalf of the Mariposa that you find it lacking in charm. Can you really tell me this isn't the best conference you've ever been to? The event manager, Reagan, put together some great stuff, I hear. She is starting to attract a lot of celebrity business. Casey Wood is even doing a big charity thing next month. I see a lot of celebrities as it is in my work. I guess you would. So I'll try something else. I noticed on one of the event lists that my friend Abby is teaching a class. She writes this cool kids book series which might not seem like it has much to do with surgery, but she always finds a way to tie stuff into the conference and people love her. A lot of conferences book here just so they can get her to present. You should drop in on her session. I saw that one, but it's geared toward managing partners in a surgery practice, so it doesn't really apply to me. Fine, none of that impresses you. You're a tough case. This is my last resort. Let me take you on the tour and show you the coolest thing at the Mariposa. She laughed and glanced down at her clothes. I promise I'm not high maintenance. I mean, look at me. It's more that I've just checked out on the day already. And that means not dressed for walking around the Mariposa. You're the guest, so you're the boss. If you decide to roll into the lobby in your footy pajamas, as far as the staff is concerned, then that's the way it should be done. What about the other guests? I have a bunch of colleagues up there who are going to think I've lost it if they see me wandering around in my workout clothes looking like I don't have a clue about protocol. He stood and extended a hand to pull her up. She accepted it. Hers was cool from the sand, but the friction of her palm sliding against his sent heat racing up his arm anyway. He froze for a split second, and when he pulled her to her feet, he was slow to let her go, meeting her eye and offering his everything will be fine smile. We'll avoid your plastic pals. And as far as what they think, do you care? She returned his smile with the slow one of her own before tucking a stray hair behind her ear. You've got 30 minutes to make your case. He leaned down to scoop up her towel. Anything to please, he said, shaking it out and folding it before tucking it under one arm and holding the other arm out to her. Charmed yet? She threw her head back and laughed. Maybe she wasn't yet, but he was falling under a spell he didn't understand. The Mariposa will get its chance, she said. Tell me where to meet you. I need to put this towel away. You really don't have this luxury thing down yet. You've got to make yourself way less thoughtful and way more entitled. Watch. A waiter walked by as they skirted the far edge of the terrace. Hey, Brady, Ridley said, squinting at the waiter's name tag. This guest is done with this towel. Can you take care of it for her? You don't have to do... Brooke started to say, but the waiter took the beach towel with a smile and a cheerful, sure thing. She narrowed her eyes at Ridley. That wasn't his job. Rule number 1 at a luxury resort. Everything is everyone's job the second a guest makes a request. I promise that's not even the most annoying thing he's even been asked to do today. She tilted her head at him. You think the guests here are annoying? Yep. Then why work here? He stalled by crooking his head toward a path branching off of the main one leading to the hotel and guiding them toward it. He should admit to not being an actual Mariposa employee, but some stubborn part of him wanted to win her over on sheer personality, not because she might find his job glamorous. He had no problem with using someone's career to figure things out about them, but she already knew he loved photography. He'd too often been a notch for women, something to check off their list. Globetrotting photographer, check. He was probably the next best thing to pirate or explorer, as far as fitting the adventurous type category went. Brooke's expression had grown more intent as he took his time with an answer. He realized he was the one verging on hypocrisy here. He'd fully intended to draw her into fun and games during her stay, and suddenly here he was, not wanting to just be a guy she could tell her girlfriends about when she reported back after the weekend, then forget. It's kind of a side gig with decent perks, like a free room. Watch your step, he said to distract her. My grandmother used to always tell me the best things were bends, as in around the bend, because every bend in the road meant a surprise, and you never knew what you might find. A spectacular view, a dip, a hill. Anyway, prepare yourself, because around this next bend in the path is where the awesomeness happens. I'm excited. Is it a pony? She asked, cracking him up. Yes, because the Mariposa understands that not even its richest guests ever outgrow their childhood desire for a pony. The path straightened out again, but a smaller one forked off to the left, away from the hotel, and about 30 yards down it, a soft glow from more outdoor lights diffused over the top of a hedge of hibiscus bushes. What's that? Brooke asked. A gazebo? She sounded game, but not overwhelmed by his surprise. No, something way better, he said, sliding his hand down to hers to tug her toward it. It felt right. You're about to discover how the Mariposa got its name. Do you speak Spanish? Men use Spanish, mainly, but I know Mariposa means butterfly. Have you wondered why they didn't name this place the Breakers or White Sands or something beachier? Yeah, actually. Mariposa almost seems quaint. They stepped through the opening in the floral hedge, and she gasped. Ridley squeezed her hand. Not a gazebo, a wishing well. Brooke slid her hand from his and hurried over to it, making him regret bringing her somewhere that would make her let go of him. Brooke leaned over the well and yelled down, Andy, you goonie! Goonies? Nice. She kept zigging when he thought she would zag. I like that you like that, she said, glancing at him over her shoulder. So my Tom Hiddleston skills, my cutting-edge camera, my official Mariposa Aloha shirt all do nothing to impress you, but liking the Goonies is what does it for you? Yeah, she grinned. But the poetry video? It even edged out knowing the Goonies. I'm feeling so much pressure now, he said, leaning against the well with his arms folded across his chest. Yeah, you look super stressed, she said, rolling her eyes. You must have something good up your sleeve. Ridley shrugged. Depends on how you feel about nerdy wishing well trivia. She pressed her hand over her chest. Who told you? Who told you I love it? Smart Alec. He couldn't have quit grinning if he tried. Good thing he didn't feel even the least bit like trying. So yes, the Mariposa has only been around for a year, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have character. This well is older than the city of Seashell Beach. Really? She ran her finger across the mosaic-encrusted beams edging the canopy. I thought maybe this was a faked patina to give it some credibility. Nah, this thing is stone-cold legit, he said, tapping the stones forming the well itself. Boo, she said. You owe me the well trivia for making me listen to your bad jokes. Let's start with this. It's 300 years old. The landscape architect hunted it down in this tiny Mexican village and had it brought here. Oh, that doesn't seem right. She stepped back from the well and rubbed her palms on her shorts like she was trying to wipe away some guilt. Just because a corporation can buy something doesn't mean it should. You can enjoy it guilt-free, he said. The village was a ghost town, and the state government had no interest in keeping it. The Mariposa's owner made a hefty donation to the state of Yucatan's Historical Preservation Society, along with a promise to let them buy it back if they ever decided they wanted it. Unless that happens, it's here, with all of its stones and mythology intact. It is pretty perfect with this butterfly design. She stooped to trace one of the monarch butterflies in the tilework near the base of the well. She straightened again, leaning over to peer down into it, as if she could make out anything in the inky blackness of its shaft. Did you say mythology? Like the usual toss in a coin and make a wish? It fascinated him how quickly she could transition from relaxation to stress over the well's origins back to relaxation again. He cleared his throat. The owner of the Mariposa is Native American, or half anyway. His tribe has a tradition that butterflies carry wishes up to the Great Spirit who grants them, which is a cool enough story. But on top of that, the legend in this little village the well came from is that if you dropped a coin into the well, you would get your heart's desire. So you can tell it your wish, but it gives you what your heart really wants. If I promise I'm not a gold digger, will you loan me a quarter? He suppressed a wince at the gold digger reference, regretting his earlier assumptions again. He dug into his pocket and produced a quarter, presenting it to her with an obnoxious flourish. It's a gift, not a loan. Moneybags. Was that a tiny shiver he saw when her fingertips brushed his hand? She closed the coin in her fist and grinned. Thanks. Now I'm going to throw my precious in the well. What if it comes flying back up, Goonies style? Then it will officially be the coolest thing that's ever happened. Oh man, I got your hopes up. You're not going to see that coin again. Sorry. How can I make it up to you? Give me another quarter to wish with? He fished 2 more from his pocket. I'm wishing too. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. She plucked a quarter from his hand. I know what yours is. His eyebrows flew up. Prove it. She ignored him and closed her eyes for a moment, her expression intent before she tossed her first coin in and listened for the splash. That was a serious wish, he said. Miracles usually are. And now wish number 2. She slipped his wishing quarter from his fingers. I'll toss mine in with yours to make sure it comes true, she said, dropping them into the well. You're that sure you know what I want? She glanced around the garden enclosure and smiled. A tropical garden with the ocean in the background, a rising moon, a wishing well, a guy and a girl? I think we might have wished for the same thing. She reached out and tugged on his shirt with the barest pull, but it was enough to draw him to her. Can I get away with saying this is how magic happens? Only if I can make fun of you for it later. Done, she said, and he smiled as she slid her hand behind his head to draw him down. But he was done too, done waiting, and he dipped down and kissed her. She smiled against his mouth, and he lifted his head slightly to smile back. You have not one time in 2 days been anything I expect. That makes 2 of us, because I haven't done a single thing in the last hour that I've expected. So we're even, yeah? And I'm going to keep the streak alive. She leaned into him for another kiss, her fingers now drifting up from his neck to brush through his hair, tickling him. But that's not what sent a shiver racing down his back. Cold? She asked, leaning back. Opposite, he said, kissing her again, deepening the kiss until a small moan escaped her. Hot, she agreed, dropping her head against his chest. He held her there, amazed that it was enough for him to simply feel her there. No thought about what came next or how the night might end. She withdrew her arms from his neck, and he mumbled a protest, but she only moved them to his waist, sliding them around him and resting her cheek against his chest. The wind kicked up a strand of her hair, and he brushed it back behind her ear. Are you checking me out, doctor? Listening to my heartbeat? I'm just being. I don't do that a lot when I'm here. At the hotel? I mean LA, I guess. You're 3 hours away from LA. You can leave it behind you. I'll let you just be. She nestled into his chest even further. He smiled out at the ocean, moonlight painting the calm water with tiny brushstrokes of silver. Brooke? Sorry, I lied. I can't let you just be, he said, tilting her chin up and kissing her. She sighed against his lips and returned the kiss, long and slow. He sat on the edge of the wishing well and drew her to stand between his legs. She rested her hands against his chest and smiled at him. Their faces level now. I believe in the wishing well, she whispered. He stole another kiss. Repeat after me. The mariposa has charm. She reached up to ruffle his hair. It has charm, all right. But instead of dropping her hand, she kept brushing her fingers through his hair. Soft. He turned his head to trace her palm with his lips. Soft, he agreed. She met his eyes, still smiling, but after a couple of seconds her smile wavered, and she blinked. He knew before she even stepped back that the spell was broken. You're thinking again. She shrugged. About what? Tomorrow, and about the day after that. I go home Monday. Back to reality. Reality? I thought you said you live in LA. Nice one, she said with a fleeting grin. Her body hinted at a turn toward the garden exit. That's it? He asked. You're going to toy with the handsome concierge by the wishing well and walk away without looking back? A sound of regret puffed out of her on a tiny sigh. Let's agree that no one got played here and that, yes, it's time for me to go back. He caught her hand and drew her in again. Tomorrow is the last day of the conference, right? But you don't leave until Monday. So what are you planning to do all day Sunday? I don't know. I'm staying because I promised my mother I would take a day to spoil myself. I don't really know how to do that, so I'm open to suggestions. Oh, we're getting into my specialty now, Dr. Brooke. Will you give me your number and let me be in charge of your Sunday? I promise not to even make myself part of it if you don't want to, but every time I've seen you until I found you meditating, you've done a version of this. He furrowed his brow and frowned slightly. No one should look that stressed unless the world is caving in on them. Is it caving in on you? She shook her head and dropped her gaze to their hands. He still held hers, feathering light strokes against her palm. I'm glad, he said. Listen to your mother. Take one day to appreciate all of this. He swept his free hand toward the hotel. And if you still can't get behind the idea of the luxury, at least spend the day appreciating that. This time, his hand encompassed the ocean. She nodded, and he liked the measured movements of her head, like each tilt and drop of her chin was a promise, one she was making seriously. All right, I'll listen to my mother. Give me your phone. He unlocked it and slipped it into her hand, waiting for her to program her number in. Ridley? Yeah? I want you to be part of my Sunday. You know how to say all the right things. She laughed and took a step back, tugging on his hand to pull him to his feet. Race you to the hotel? Scared? Not even a little, he said and took off running. Cheater, she called, but he could hear her behind him already, and he wondered if his sandals versus her bare feet would mean she could catch him. She was gaining on him, and as she pulled even with him, she stuck out a foot and tripped him, sending him sprawling onto the manicured lawn. She stopped beyond his reach. Surgeons are cutthroat, didn't you know that? We'll do anything to even the score. He pushed himself up and grinned. I deserved it. Are you all right? He held out his arms and did a quick turn. No injuries, Doc. She cocked her head and narrowed her eyes. You totally deserved that. But just so we're clear, I would have beat you without cheating. I went to college on a track scholarship. That's sexy. She sketched a mocking curtsy, gave him a small wave, and ambled back toward the hotel, all relaxed lines and soft edges. He watched her progress up the steps and shook his head, still smiling. What had he gotten himself into? Chapter 6. Brooke fell onto her bed far too wired to even think about sleep. It was the kind of wired where everything in her body was electric, from the feel of her own eyelashes against her eyelids each time she blinked, to the way the thoughts zipped through her head, bright and neon and perfect. Not thoughts, feelings, a carnival of them. When had she last felt that? She hadn't played that way since last summer, when she'd gone home to Nebraska for the 4th of July weekend and spent it on Lake McConaughey with her high school friends, laughing like she'd never left. It was an effervescence that only happened with summer, but somehow Ridley had made that happen again. Ridley was summer personified. Messy dark blonde hair, warm skin, lazy smiles. She climbed off the bed and headed for the mirror, fingers still on her mouth, wondering how long before the feeling of his lips would fade, and if the giddiness would fade with it. She grimaced, then laughed at the reflected Brooke laughing back at her. A tousled hair mess of a woman who had most definitely been kissed. Maybe she should hire Ridley to hang around her office and kiss all the women who came in wanting fillers. She was sporting the look they all paid her to give them. Except she'd rather keep Ridley's kisses to herself, which was stupid and a pointless way to feel. A few mornings from now, she'd be driving away from the hotel and not looking back. Wait, wasn't that the perfect reason to kiss him? To spend a few sun-soaked days being carefree? Getting her head right, as her mom would put it. It was the whole filling her bucket thing, replenishing her emotional energy so she had more to give the little ones who needed her in Nicaragua. Being down there, doing the surgeries, always rejuvenated her in a way no amount of meditation and yoga could. It was the lead up to that, the scrounging money and supplies, recruiting doctors, organizing details, that wore her down. She'd need more emotional fuel than what she had in her reserves right now. Dr. Mark Marion wasn't expecting her back in the office until Wednesday. She'd planned to spend Tuesday after she got back from Seashell Beach working from home on Smiles from the Heart stuff, which meant she had a space in her schedule. So yeah, spending all of Monday here, soaking up a couple more days of Seashell Beach and Ridley, instead of driving home, were exactly what the doctor would order for herself. Dr. Dresden? Dr. Dresden! Brooke! It was hearing her first name that finally broke through her mental fog. Dr. Benson? She asked, hoping she'd come up with the right name for the guy hurrying across the hotel lobby to reach her. He'd been in her class the day before and refused to make eye contact with her directly, but she'd caught him staring at her out of the corner of her eye several times. What did he want? Was he going to try to make a move now? Boo! Yeah, Leland Benson, he said, reaching her. I took your surgery technique class. I saw you there. What can I do for you? He scrubbed his hand through his hair, and it didn't move. Super gel. Nice. Up close, she could see the glint of a wedding ring on his hand and guessed his age to be mid-40s, but with a little work around the eyes and probably a jaw reshaping. I've been thinking about what you said. I have a practice down in Orange County. It's a nice place, nice people. But my wife and I have been talking about how we miss the diversity from my surgical residency in New York. The other day, my youngest, who's 11, said, "Never mind." He slid his hands into his pockets. Suffice it to say, we've recently come to the conclusion that our kids need more exposure to real life than what they're getting in our gated community. Brooke gave him a nod that was an invitation and a plea. Tell me more. Please let it be the words I want to hear. I was trying to figure out how to help with your Nicaraguan project, but I kept getting hung up on the whole idea that there's no way to include my family, and we really want to create some family experiences around humanitourism. Have you heard that expression? Where you go on vacations and do good for others? My kids' friends do these mission trips, I guess they call them, but we're not really religious. I get what you're saying, Brooke said, beginning to smile. Yes, well, he cleared his throat. I called my wife and told her about it and how I wished that there was something we could all do, but where I could still use my surgical skills. She looked into Chinandega village and she called me back this morning. A smile, half rueful, half proud, spread across his face. Tracy is a force of nature. She's spent the last day and a half doing research, and she's figured out how she and our kids can go work at a nearby orphanage for the week while I work at the clinic. She's excited. Which will probably be overwhelming to the orphanage, but I'm excited now too. And our kids will be, once they get down there. But I'm wondering if you still have room for another surgeon. Brooke's mouth fell open. So that's a yes? Leland Benson asked, grinning. She grabbed him and hugged him. Give that to your wife for me. Yes, we need you. And her. And all other Bensons. Brooke? She whirled to find Ridley standing a few feet away, once again not in uniform. Hey! She turned and hugged her newest recruit. I'll find you later and get your information. This is going to be awesome. Dr. Benson strolled away, still grinning. She walked toward Ridley, not caring that her smile was huge and he might think it was for him. Maybe it was. It was for sexy Ridley coming to meet her with his wind-tussled hair, for Dr. Benson and his force of nature wife, for the Mariposa, the conference, the world. Do you have plans already? Ridley asked, his voice even. Too even. Like he was working awfully hard to keep it so nonchalant. Not really. It looked like you and... He jerked his head after the retreating Dr. Benson. Brooke's insides felt like they were smiling too, stretching and expanding in happy ways. That was my miracle, not a date. The well worked. The Mariposa is 100% charming. She slid an arm through his and peered up at him. How cute that you're already jealous. Or maybe I should be disturbed. Should I be disturbed? Ridley pulled her against his side and laughed. You should probably be thrown over my shoulder and carried to the pool so I can drop you in for that. You wouldn't dare. If I was 16, sure. But as a grown man, I'll just use my words. I like you. I have no claim on you. And I'm not jealous. But I will definitely do a better job of entertaining you than Dr. Dork. She burst out laughing. He's happily married. Not that it's your business. It isn't, he admitted. But I like hearing it anyway. So, what's the miracle? She turned so she could slide her arms around his waist. The miracle is that I finally got a commitment I really needed for work, and that means that for the first time in months, I don't have to think about that project for a little while. It always felt like she was bragging about herself as the super humanitarian to say more than that in casual conversation. So she changed the subject. What are you doing here? Are you coming to take over my Saturday too? Maybe. Are you busy? Possibly not, but first I'm going to need another comment card. Plus side, concierge has excellent interpersonal skills. Negative side, he forgets stuff. What stuff? My day has been annoyingly Hiddleston-free so far. He winced. I had one job and I messed it up. Yeah, If you don't want me to report you to corporate, you're going to have to make it up to me. Absolutely. Whatever you want. What can I do for you? Send a towel warming rack to your room? Fetch all your shoes for a complimentary polish? Come and read you the newspaper every morning? Brooke jerked her head back. Please say you made that last one up because you have an overactive imagination. No, ma'am, Ridley said, leading her toward the back terrace. I once had a guest with macular degeneration who came and stayed for a month. And he liked to get the news from the papers because he said TV news wasn't trustworthy. So I sat and read him the news section every morning. Brooke had a niggling suspicion that the guest hadn't asked for Ridley to do that so much as Ridley had volunteered. You're an interesting guy, she said. She wondered how long he'd been at this side gig and how long he planned to stay at it. But really, when it came down to it, she catered to a wealthy clientele as the means to an end. Maybe that's what Ridley was doing too, using his upscale hotel job to fund a different dream, like photography. You still haven't convinced me not to report you to corporate. She let a teasing smile play on her lips, and he flicked them an appreciative glance. Name your price. She shook her head. Not how this works. You failed in your Hiddleston obligations. You have to surpass my expectations, and I don't know what I expect. Good luck figuring it out. He slid his hand down to tangle their fingers together and lead her toward the restaurant entrance instead of the terrace. I'm going to need fuel for that, so we're going to eat the best ceviche you've ever had, and I'll have it solved by the time we're done. The hostess smiled as they approached. Outside for two? Definitely, Ridley said. They followed her to a table at the furthest edge of the restaurant's patio, giving them the closest view of the ocean, which was at high tide. Ceviche, Ridley said to the waiter, who nodded and left. Ridley pulled out his phone. I promise I'm not being rude, he said, tapping and scrolling. This looks like I'm ignoring you, but in reality, this is me being all about you. I'll take your word for it, Brooke said. And she did. Despite his eyes being on the screen, a heightened awareness prickled between them. She could still pick up the scent of his laundry detergent over the ocean breeze, and when she crossed her legs and sent the fabric of her dress floating against his leg for a whisper of a second, a muscle twitched in his cheek. How adventurous are you? He asked, still not glancing up. Ceviche isn't adventurous for me. No kidding. Raw seafood stew is no big deal for a landlocked Nebraska native? Nope. Good. But I'm not talking food. How about life? She thought of the simple buildings she'd slept in skirting the wild Nicaraguan forests, and the rough-and-tumble jeep rides up mountainsides not meant for wheels that had miraculously delivered her to remote villages to follow up with patients. Very adventurous. Then I know how to make up the Hiddleston thing to you. Do I get a hint? She asked. A delicious restlessness shivered down her spine at the promise of mischief in his eyes. Sure. After we're done here, can you be dressed in shoes that are okay for slippery rocks? Is it weird that proposing slippery rocks is even sexier to me than someone suggesting I slip into something more comfortable? Ridley laughed. That goes on to my list of reasons you might be awesome. She leaned forward, her expression serious, and laid a hand on his arm. Not might. Am. He leaned forward too, and stole a kiss that made her head swim. No argument. The ceviche arrived. It was fresh, with notes of ají peppers, and she savored it as Ridley asked her more about her previous day in classes, and she gave him a snarky version of the ins and outs of nose jobs. I have to admit that you're not at all how I thought a plastic surgeon would be, he said. Female? And even though she'd only been teasing him, she regretted the question when he looked embarrassed. I'm really sorry about that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have teased you. I know you meant your apology. I meant that I expected a plastic surgeon would be more plastic. Not physically or whatever, more fake inside. Or maybe totally real and upfront, but with zero depth. She nodded. A lot of them are. Some of us enter this field purely for the money. Some of us do it because the hours are much better than a regular surgeon's. And some of us do it because the stakes don't seem as high. Which one is your reason? She shook her head. None of them. Then what is? She almost told him about her little sister born with a cleft palate and how surgery made it possible for Haley to live a completely normal life without any hint of a birth defect. She almost told him about how a 5th grade social studies report had led her to stumble across the harsh reality that in other places, a cleft palate meant a life on the margins. She would have told him, if it mattered for him to know, that she had found her life's passion at the age of 11. But it didn't. So she kept her answer simple. There is an opportunity for real good in plastic surgery. But to do it, I have to fund it. A look of understanding crossed his face. And to fund it, you need a lucrative practice in LA. It makes it easier, she said. So the miracle you were looking for, it's related to the good you think plastics can do? Yeah. She changed the subject. This was the perfect thing to eat right this second. She loved her work, and it fired her up, but it wasn't exactly light conversation. With Dr. Benson's commitment, she could afford not to think of it for a while. She could be present, here, now, and now was all about Ridley, and soft hair dancing in the sea wind, and his crooked, looking-for-trouble smiles. Weren't you about to promise me an adventure? Slippery rocks, etc.? Definitely some etc., he said, leaning forward for another kiss. She loved that he did that. It was a casual intimacy that she never found until deep into a relationship. But it felt right, like he wasn't thinking too hard, just feeling and doing. Meet me by the sand in 30 minutes? I'm lower maintenance than I look. See you in 15. Just have them build this to my room, okay? He smiled. I've got it. Right, he had connections around here. Great, thanks. It was delicious. See you by the sand. 15 minutes later, he smiled at her again as she walked up wearing her yoga clothes from the night before. Only she'd laced up her favorite sneakers, too. I'm ready. We're going about a mile. Do you want to do it the easy way or the beach way? Is that a real question? She asked with a laugh as she walked past him toward the water. We're heading north, he said, catching up to her. Do you know this area? Not really, she said. Want me to tell you a little about it? She appreciated that he asked instead of diving in like a show-off. I like that. Besides your usual cranks, the only people who really hate the Mariposa coming in are the surfers. He waved behind them to where the temporary bleachers were receding into the distance. This beach has always been famous among California surfers, but the town never had the infrastructure to capitalize on it. So surfers have been coming here since the 50s, but with the hotel here now, the city has attracted a couple of major surf competitions because there's room to host everyone. The secret is out, and everyone's coming to Seashell Beach to try the ride. Great for the businesses, but it ticks off the local surfers. Doesn't seem to bother you. You don't surf? I do. But it's good for business, so I don't mind. I don't know how to say this without sounding incredibly condescending, but it surprises me how invested you are in the Mariposa doing well. You talk about it like you helped build it, not like you're a payroll employee. The concierge thing. Right. He slid his hands into his pockets. I wasn't really talking about that. I'm just filling in this weekend. I do other work. It didn't feel right to ask what that other work was if he wasn't volunteering the information, but she wished he would. She wanted to fill in the missing details so she could understand him better. Was he a teacher and this was his summer job? She hoped not. That would make him too sexy. Or maybe he was a struggling novelist trying to make ends meet with a job on the side. Stop. For right now, this handsome man, late summer sun, and ocean waves were all she needed. The rest didn't matter. He reached for her hand and told her more about Seashell Beach as they walked, how it had changed since he was a kid, what he loved and what he missed. The tide receded as they walked, and soon they had unbroken expanses of wave-packed sand to walk on. "Are we going there?" she asked, pointing to an outcropping of rocks in the distance. "And if we're not, can we?" "That's exactly where we're going," he said. "That's why I checked my phone earlier. If you get to them right after the tide goes out, the tide pools are amazing. We're going to catch them just right, but they'll be full and it's going to get pretty wet." Brooke knew she had a little kid grin on her face, but she couldn't help it. "I love tide pools. Can you run in those?" she asked, glancing down at his sports sandals. He rolled his eyes and dropped to the ground in a mock runner's crunch. "Ready, set, go!" And he took off toward the rocks. Brooke had no problem keeping pace with him, but she could tell he wasn't trying to take it easy on her, and it was another mark in his favor. "It's a half mile," he called over the crash of a wave. She grinned. "A sprint! What do I get if I win?" "Same thing I do. Etc.? Etc." He poured on some speed and she laughed out loud, matching his pace and liking that she had to work for it. She pulled away in the last 25 yards, and when he joined her a few seconds later, they exchanged smiles, but not words as they caught their breath. Him bent over with his hands on his knees, her walking in a small, slow circle while she waited for her lungs to cooperate. Finally, he straightened and caught her as her cool-down loop brought her into his orbit, pulling her to him and kissing her, sliding his hand around her neck so his fingers threaded through her hair and his thumb rested against her pulse. His kiss sped it right back up, and he smiled against her lips as he felt it accelerate. "Etc.," he said, brushing his lips against hers. "Etc." Now he trailed a kiss along her jawline. "Etc." The last kiss replaced his thumb against her pulse. She took a step back from him, suddenly aware that the sand and sea and a beautiful sky had all shrunk to become just him, only him, during those kisses. She hadn't felt this lightheaded around a boy since Channing Singer in 11th grade. It confused her. She knew many of the doctors were open to one-night stands when they traveled to these conferences, but her Midwestern values ran a little too deep for that. But what else was this supposed to be? She'd agreed to let Ridley take over her Sunday because only a crazy woman turned down exploring a new town with a guy as charming as he was. And yet barely an hour with him had her heart pounding and her head spinning. And she didn't care. She didn't care. She should be running straight back to her hotel room. There was no way she was walking away from him, at least not toward the hotel. She turned and shielded her eyes to study the rock jetty. This is taller than I thought it would be. The top was 6 feet over her head. Yeah, it takes a little work to get up there, but it's pretty awesome. We might even see starfish. She wrinkled her nose. You don't like starfish? I do, but we don't have to, touch them? I kind of have a thing about that. Wait a second. Haven't you had to peel people's faces off and stuff like that in your job? She cleared her throat. Yes, This is different. I will protect you from the starfish, Brooke." His voice was serious. She planted her hands on her hips and glared at him. "I'm not scared of them. I just think they're going to feel funky." "Okay, so we'll only look. Feel better?" "No, I feel like an idiot." "Aww." He pulled her into a hug, her head tucked beneath his chin. "Sorry I teased you." She tickled him to get away. "No, you're not. Let's go find starfish. I'm not a pansy." "Follow me." He led her to a section further from the shore with several natural handholds, and she followed him up. When he reached down and pulled her to stand on top, she gasped, "I love this." Shallow pools dappled the whole top of the jetty. The nearest one was only a foot away, and the feathery tentacles of the anemones inside waved at them. She knelt and peered into the water. "Careful of the starfish," Ridley whispered next to her. She poked him in the side without even looking, gasping instead when a shore crab the size of a $50 scuttled out the other side of the pool. "I want it." "Too little to eat." "No, for a pet. It can come live with me." "Good idea. You can keep it on a leash and buy it one of those carriers that looks like a purse. Then take it out for walks on Rodeo Drive between patients, and you'll start a whole new trend. First it was purse dogs, then babies as accessories, and now Brooke will give us crabs." His eyes widened when he heard how it sounded. Wait, that is the dumbest thing I've ever said out loud. But Brooke was laughing too hard to tell him not to worry about it. He groaned. "I promise to forget you're scared of starfish if you'll forget I said that." Instead of an answer, she braced herself on one hand so she could stretch the other one out to the opposite bank of the tide pool, resting it in the crab's path. A moment later, it scuttled up onto her palm, and she straightened and held the crab out to Ridley, who stretched out his own palm for the crab to explore. "Shelley and I forgive you," she said. "Shelley? Seriously? Is there a better name for a crab?" "I guess that depends on how you feel about calling a dog Spots or a cat Fluffy. Those sound like pets named by people with a real instinct for calling it like it is. You know it's totally crazy that you'll pick up a pinching crab like it's nothing but you're afraid of starfish. Is this where I get to remind you that you implied I have a sexually transmitted disease?" He cleared his throat. "I meant to say that anyone who thinks your starfish phobia is funny should see you handle these crustaceans like a boss." "Thought that's what you meant." They spent 2 more hours exploring the pools, joking, and playing. He was quick. Very quick. She loved how fast his mind worked, jumping from hilarious one-liners to a thoughtful discussion about ocean ecology to the best seafood each of them had ever eaten. When they finally climbed down from the rocks and walked back to the hotel, she slipped her hand into his without even thinking about it. She couldn't wait to see what he'd planned for them the next day. He walked her toward the elevators but veered right instead of stopping in front of them, drawing her through a door labeled "Employees Only, please." "How do you feel about slumming with the help?" he asked, stepping toward her and forcing her to back up against the wall. He braced his hands behind her on either side of her shoulders, making it hard for her to escape. Except she didn't want to. "I feel awesome about that." She tilted her head up at him and he leaned down and kissed her, a slower, hungrier kiss than he'd given her yet. A whole lifetime ticked past before he drew back to touch his forehead to hers. "I wish I had more time right now. I'd take you out for a real dinner and show you more Seashell Beach secrets." She wished that too. So hard. "Why can't we do that?" He pushed himself away from the wall with a sigh. "I have to work. I'm not sure how long. But part of you enjoying this whole experience is having time for yourself. So being in charge of your day means that I'm assigning you to have some alone time. The only condition is that you can't do anything related to your conference. I think you should take a nap. In fact, I strongly urge it." She smiled like she wasn't disappointed. "You're only supposed to be in charge of my day tomorrow. You don't get any more say over today. What about tonight? Can I have any say over that?" Her eyes widened and he grinned at her, dropping a kiss on her forehead. "Get your mind out of the gutter." She delivered a mock-angry slap on his arm, then got distracted by how much she liked the lean feel of it. He tensed beneath her hand, and she glanced up at him through her eyelashes. A muscle twitched in his jaw, and his expression suggested she was about to end up against the wall again. "So you're saying I'll see you later?" He pulled her to him for a hard kiss. "Yeah, you're killing me. We need to get out of here before I forget what I'm supposed to be doing right now." He pulled her back through the service door and walked her to the elevator bank. It dinged right away and sent a sad pang through her stomach. "See you, Doc. Later, Ridley," she said as the door closed behind them. In her room, she closed the door behind her and leaned against it. She should open her computer and review her notes. She should pull up her spreadsheets and figure out where she wanted Dr. Benson on the surgery schedule for the fall. But she wanted to lean here and pretend Ridley was still hovering over her, ready to claim more kisses. It had been a good thing she'd had him for support after the last one because her knees wouldn't have survived it on their own. She straightened and walked to the desk, cracking open her laptop and opening her Smiles from the Heart file to start a new document for Dr. Benson. She had to shove Ridley to the outer corners of her brain a few times, but she'd managed to synthesize most of the overview information Benson would need by the time someone knocked on her door. "Ridley." She hurried to open it and frowned when a smiling room service runner stood there with a covered dish. "For you," the runner said, lifting the fancy silver dome to reveal a Loki picture. Brooke laughed and took the picture, waving off the grinning runner with a thank you when he refused a tip. Ridley had scrawled a note in the corner. "I don't get it. Why would all the ladies want me like this when they could have me like this?" An arrow pointed for her to turn the paper over, and she gasped and then flat-out giggled when a smoldering Tom Hiddleston in a Louis Vuitton ad confronted her. The note on this side read, "Sorry I can't come round, love. Ridley told me no. Ring me up if you're ever in London." She needed to pay Ridley back, but she didn't know how. What would be his dream type? A blonde surf girl? A model? A wholesome Nebraska girl with gifted surgeon's hands? She wanted to zip down to the lobby and peek at him working, like she was 12 and spying on her 6th grade crush. Instead, she'd work on the preliminary surgery schedule for Nicaragua, based on the most recent report from the clinic director there. Another hour passed, and an alert from her cell phone startled her out of a case file. She picked up the phone and smiled when she saw it was a text from Ridley. "If I knock on your door, am I going to freak you out? Depends. Are you going to do something weird, criminal, or otherwise offensive when I open it?" Define offensive. Kidding. No, I'm going to surprise you. A knock sounded and she texted back before she answered. "I'm already surprised, and I like it." She opened the door and found him leaning against the doorway, smiling at her, a large tote bag with the Mariposa logo emblazoned on the side resting at his feet. "I'm about to see if you have bona fide adventure credentials," he said. "Bring it." He grinned. "This actually requires me to bring you somewhere, but not too far. We won't even leave the hotel. You down?" "I'm down. What do I need?" "A sweatshirt and flip-flops. Hang on." A minute later, she had her Nebraska sweatshirt on and was sliding her feet into her favorite $2 flip-flops. Ready. He held out a hand for her, led her to the elevator, and pressed the button for the top floor. Let me guess. We're going to sneak into the penthouse and pretend to live like kings for a few hours. No, that wouldn't require a sweatshirt, would it? I mean, if it does, I think I have the wrong idea about how rich people in penthouses live. When they exited the elevator, he led her down the hall, winding around 2 turns until they reached the end of the hall and a door marked stairs with a discreet sign next to the jamb. He let go of her hand to pull a key from his pocket, and her eyebrows shot up. At the top of the stairs, he unlocked another door spray-painted with a stern red "No Admittance" in block letters. Things are getting real, she said, teasing him. He paused to smile back at her. Yeah. Something about the way he said it made her pulse go thready. He held the door open for her, and she stepped past him to discover that they were on the roof. Wow, she breathed, taking in the view. The pool was a bright aquamarine below them, strung like a jewel inside the gentle curve of the hotel stretched around it. The ocean rippled beyond it, inky except where it captured moonlight and tossed it back up. On the roof itself, 2 of the pool's lounge chairs waited for them, complete with cushions and beach blankets. A cabana table sat beside one, and he'd placed a rose in a vase and a couple of candles next to it. So pretty, she said. It makes me want to climb onto one of the chairs, burrow under a blanket, and let my mind drift out with the waves. His expression relaxed, and it was only then that she realized he'd been holding on to a little anxiety about how she would take it. She squeezed his hand. I love it. Good. I kind of had to cobble it together with stuff I boosted out of the restaurants from servers who like me. Full disclosure, I think the candles are going to have to be for show. I'm pretty sure the wind is going to work against me. It was windier on top of the hotel than down by the waves, but Brooke loved the feel of it riffling through her hair. I give you full credit for the thoughts, and I love everything you've already done, but is there a chance you smuggled food up here too? She gave him her little sister's best "buy me a puppy, daddy" expression, and he laughed. Follow me, madam. He set the bag down on the cabana table, and Brooke curled up on a deck chair and burrowed into the blanket as he pulled item after item from the bag. It's the Mary Poppins bag, she said as he set out a binocular case, a small picnic hamper, a bottle of wine, and 2 goblets. He tinkered with his phone, and music filtered from a portable speaker. Music is the trickiest part, he confessed. Too smooth, and it looks like I'm trying to put the moves on you. Too random, and it looks like I put no thought into it at all. She crossed her fingers and closed her eyes, muttering, Put the moves on, put the moves on, put the moves on. Oh, I will, he said, and the wicked grin he flashed her made her stomach flip. But I want it to look effortless. Got it. I'm going to pretend I don't notice. She listened to the music for a minute and smiled. Avett Brothers. Good choice. I was worrying I oversold this all when I called it an adventure. Anytime a guy I barely know knocks on my hotel room door and invites me through restricted entrances and hidden stairwells, that's definitely an adventure. A guy you barely know, he repeated. It's true, but it's strange that it's true. Does that make any sense? Complete sense. It was the ease between them. She would have given some thought to why it was so easy, but it would have made things complicated again. So she didn't think about it. She nodded at the wine bottle, her eyebrows rising to ask a question, and he smiled and uncorked it, pouring it into the goblets. She held her glass up to him and smiled. To summer nights. To summer nights. For a couple of minutes, the only sound was the mellow music and the distant crash of the waves. "I'm glad you wandered through the lobby on Thursday." Ridley's voice wove through the spell that had fallen over them rather than breaking it. "The truth is, I saw you before you got to the hotel. I was behind you on PCH when you were driving in. I thought you looked like the classic California girl, sun-soaked and having fun. You have mad car dancing skills." She gasped and shot up. "That was you behind me? You're the hot guy in the Jeep." "I'm the guy in the Jeep, anyway." He looked pleased that she'd noticed him, too. "It was funny when you walked through the lobby the second time that night looking like a totally different person. The fact that you were with the conference crowd led me to think that you were as shallow as the patients I work on." He shrugged. "I can tell you're not." She was quiet for a long moment. "I know a Beverly Hills cosmetic surgery practice is an easy target, and some of my patients probably deserve to be made fun of. They really are shallow, but I've been surprised. For every injection I do because someone wants Kardashian, there are 2 more patients with much more complicated stories. Breast augmentations for women whose lives have been ravaged by breast cancer, or cleft palate repairs, or work on burn victims. But even with the purely cosmetic stuff, I don't know. I'm learning there are stories underneath." "Maybe you see stories because you're a cool person and you assume the best about people. Like, maybe lip injections aren't about better duck face selfies, but maybe that's all there is to it." She turned to study him. "I didn't take you for a cynic. Is it because you have to work with rich people too much?" "Maybe." He took a long swallow of his wine. "Probably. I think I've been itchy for something more. Something better." "Like in your job? In your life?" "Yeah." "Well, that's specific." He only smiled. "Yeah." She left him to his thoughts, staring out at the ocean and feeling a peace that, despite its frustrations, her career let her make a difference in the world. A breeze blew her hair into her face, and the strands tickled as she pushed them behind her ear. She shivered, and Ridley immediately scooted onto her chair and lifted up the blankets so he could squeeze in with her, sliding an arm around her and pulling her close to his side. She leaned against him and sighed, content. Distracting thoughts bubbled up. How often did he do this? Was this a routine when he met a pretty hotel guest he liked? Did this feel as natural to him as it did to her? And she pushed them away. She didn't care. She didn't want to analyze everything about the space and time and mood they were sharing. She drifted away, almost, when Ridley spoke again. "Is this okay?" he asked. "I like just sitting here being quiet with you, but I can bust out my sparkling conversation skills." "This is pretty perfect." She turned her head to meet his eyes and smile. He took it as an invitation to dip down and kiss her, and she discovered that despite the easy way they were already draped together, she could, in fact, melt into him further. Chapter 7. This woman was killing him in the best possible way. He growled as she deepened the kiss before drawing back to drop her head against the lounge chair. He took it as an invitation to press kisses along the curve of her neck. When she spoke, he could hear the smile in her voice as he worked his way toward the hollow where her collarbones met. "That wasn't a hint," she said, laughter lacing her voice. He didn't look up, brushing a kiss against the hollow. What was this bit called? Dr. Brooke would know. But he wouldn't ask her because he didn't want to interrupt the kisses to form words. She sighed and ran her fingers through his hair, tugging his head up. "You want me to stop?" "Definitely not," she said, pulling him up so their mouths met again for more kisses. When they finally came up for air, she turned herself so she was tucked against him, her head beneath his chin, burrowing into his chest. It was the kind of thing a girlfriend did. He glanced out over the water, feeling the soft rise and fall of Brooke's breathing. He'd told himself she would be a good distraction until she cruised back to LA. He'd told himself he would play the part of the handsome hotel employee and be a little bit of wish fulfillment for her for a few days until she went home. It was one of the biggest perks of living in a beach town. He could be an item on someone's vacation bucket list whenever he wanted. He'd told himself this is what he wanted. But Brooke had flipped the script, and now he realized that everything he'd told himself about her was a lie. She wasn't a distraction or a fling. The glimpse he'd gotten past the surface of who she was wasn't enough. Was it possible to fall for someone in a couple of days? He'd never done it before, but it felt like that's what he was doing now. What was he supposed to do with that? With her? About her? Bring her to his room and end this weekend like it was a cliched vacation hookup? No. Tomorrow he would take her hiking in the Channel Islands and tell her about the rest of him, not the vacation fantasy he had presented himself as by feeding her misunderstandings about his job. He hoped she'd be cool with it, because he wanted to see her well past her checkout date. He stroked her hair and quit thinking, listening instead to her breaths grow deep and rhythmic. Her head rested more heavily against his chest as the waves lulled her to sleep. At some point, he drifted off too, waking only when she gave his shoulder a soft shake and he opened his eyes to see her smiling up at him, sleep creases from lying on his chest the whole night lining her face. She was adorable. "Good morning," she said, her voice scratchy. "I'm sorry I fell asleep on you, and please, I'm begging you, don't tell me if I drooled." "I'm not sorry," he said, sitting up and groaning at the way the damp sea air had crept into his joints. "And you didn't drool. Smart boy. Truthful boy." Well, almost. He'd be all the way truthful in a couple of hours. "We're doing a real adventure today. Hiking, exploring, dependent on a ferry to return us to civilization. What do you say?" "Yes. And also, I decided to check out on Tuesday instead of tomorrow." "Oh yeah?" he said, his voice soft. "Why's that?" She shrugged, but her smile was a confession. "Reasons." "I'm on board with your reasons." He brushed a kiss against her lips. "I have to do a few things for work this morning. Then I should be off for the rest of the day. Want to meet me in the Sandpiper for brunch in 2 hours? Will there be hash browns? Yes. Then yes." He gave her a wounded look. "There will also be Ridley." This time it was her turn to kiss him. Bonus. He walked her down to her door and headed home to work on his more powerful Mac, determined to fly through his photo edits and submit to his editor in record time. This woman had him wanting to bend and twist time so he could steal more of it with her. He jogged out to his Jeep and slammed it into gear, racing home so he could race back. Oh man, this woman. Brooke couldn't find her phone. It was up on the roof, she realized. Dang. She probably couldn't even get back up there without Ridley's keys. Maybe he was at the concierge desk? She called down. "Guest services, Leslie speaking." "Hi, Leslie," Brooke said to the perky voice on the other end of the line. "Is Ridley working this morning?" "I'll check for you. Is he at the front desk? Porter services?" "No," she said, feeling confused. "He's a concierge." "Really?" Short pause. "Well, no. No Ridley here. Thanks. Brooke hung up the phone, wondering how many concierges it took to staff a hotel the size of the Mariposa. She could at least try the roof door herself, and if that didn't work, she'd see if someone from management could get her in. But she wanted to save that for a last resort. She had no idea if Ridley would get in trouble if the bosses knew he'd let guests up there, or even gone up there himself, but she really needed her phone. She took the elevator up to the top floor and followed the corridor around until she recognized the door to the stairs. It opened beneath her hand and she did a fist pump. 1 down, 1 to go. Her luck ran out at the second door. With a curse under her breath, she leaned against it and considered her next move. She could probably do without the phone for another hour or so, but if the office tried to reach her, it would be a problem. She'd have to call in from her room and let them know to reach her there if something came up. She pushed away from the door, relieved she had an option besides ratting out Ridley. When she rounded the corner to head back toward the elevator, she stopped short at the sight of Ridley walking out of one of the guest rooms. She almost called out to him but changed her mind. Something wasn't right. He wasn't in uniform, instead wearing a pair of beat-up cargo shorts and flip-flops, a big camera bag over his shoulder. He walked toward the elevator without glancing back. He was acting a lot more like a guest than an employee. Maybe there was a simple explanation, but other things buzzed around the edges of her memory, like how he never seemed to be on duty, and how no one at the concierge desk ever recognized his name. But why on earth would he have been behind the concierge desk when she checked in if he was a guest here? And if he was a guest, why didn't he want her to know that? That bothered her more than anything. If he was hiding behind that, no reason would be a good reason. She didn't believe in hiding anything, because too often it was a pattern. When people got selective about the facts they shared, she could only wonder what else wasn't coming out. But her medical training led her to seek evidence before drawing conclusions. It didn't take her long to jet back in her room and do a quick Google search, hoping that an uncommon name like Ridley would get her the information she wanted as she typed Ridley plus Seashell Beach into the search bar. The entire first page of results was him, all links to photo essays he had done about surfing. His face, along with some of his work, popped up in thumbnails across the top of the page, and when she clicked a few of them open, they took her breath away. He was incredibly talented. So why was he moonlighting as a concierge? Did he have to fill the gaps between photography jobs with something more stable? But that had been Ridley the guest walking out of the room several floors above her, not Ridley an employee. She walked to her window and stared at the beach, looking southward to where a work crew was disassembling the temporary bleachers from the surf competition. He had to have been shooting that. She went back to her computer and dug into some of the links. His LinkedIn profile identified him as Ridley Lansing, a photographer based in Seashell Beach. It weirded her out to be in possession of his last name when he hadn't given it to her. But it also seemed fair given how much more he knew about her than she did about him. Other links were for industry blogs interviewing him about his technique, and his answers struck her as having the same level of expertise about photography as did the articles she read in her medical journals about plastic surgery. He took his profession seriously. One link led her to a Santa Monica art gallery selling limited edition framed prints of his work, and she gasped at the price tags. If he was selling these even semi-regularly, he definitely didn't need a fallback job like concierge. She sat back down in front of the laptop and scrolled through more of his work. He shot from fearless angles and captured the ocean in light that brought it alive. The more links she clicked on, the more it became obvious that he wasn't just a skilled professional, he was world-renowned. She sat back and stared at the evidence on the screen. a world-renowned photographer who had misled her so she would have no clue. A slow anger kindled in her stomach, a sense of hurt that made her feel madder for feeling it after knowing Ridley for only 3 days. But they had spent real time together, more real than the polite time she'd spent with any of her dates over the last 2 years. She'd gone out with a couple of guys for a few months and connected with them less than she had with Ridley just by racing him across the Mariposa's lawn or watching the ocean from the rooftop, and by kissing, and being herself without trying to fit into some neat box. Somehow knowing he would have to stay within the 5 calendar boxes she was spending at the hotel had made it easier for her to simply be herself. She didn't have to think about whether he would misinterpret anything she was saying to mean she wanted a relationship, or worry about impressing him. And so she'd relaxed, been herself, laughed and been spontaneous and made jokes and let him in, because it was easy to do that knowing she'd check out and leave him behind. So why did she care so much about what he'd chosen to reveal or conceal about himself? It would have all ended Tuesday anyway. Today and tomorrow were supposed to be the last adventures before returning to real life. She should go on it anyway, see where the day took her. But the idea had lost its appeal. She stepped out onto her balcony and breathed in the ocean air, trying to figure out why everything suddenly felt different, why she suddenly felt hurt. He'd lied to her, and it was a strange lie, to underplay who he was instead of exaggerating it. Obviously, he'd been keeping her at a distance too, but it was the kind of lie that reminded her of a movie where a prince or a millionaire hides his roots so he can be loved for himself. For all of Ridley's hotness, she didn't think his job, however good he was at it, was enough for him to have to disguise his identity to discourage groupies. She'd put limits on their flirtation by giving it the deadline of her checkout date. It looked like he'd imposed limits by deciding to be someone he wasn't for a few days. It shouldn't hurt. She shouldn't be bothered that he wasn't interested in giving up every piece of his life to a stranger. Before last night, she wouldn't have cared. Much. But to spend hours talking about their childhoods and goals and what they loved and didn't, to feel so connected to someone and find that he hadn't told much of the truth about himself at all. She dropped her head to her forearms resting on the railing and closed her eyes, trying to quiet her thoughts, but one bubbled up over and over again. At some point the night before, she'd mentally erased the last box on her vacation calendar, leaving it open-ended to the possibility of more. And she felt stupid. She was so good at boxes. Time to remember that. She put her feelings in a box so she could handle high-maintenance clients. She put her feelings in a box so she could work on her cleft palate patients and not die a little inside over the ones she couldn't get to. She put her feelings in a box whenever a new guy entered the picture because it was messy to have feelings on the loose. She tucked her feelings back into a box now. Her mom would be upset with her checking out early, but she needed to be at work more than she needed to take an extra vacation day. Even if she spent a day being frivolous in LA to make her mom happy, she had a feeling thoughts of Ridley would intrude, and she would end up fluctuating between hurt and anger all over again. But she'd just proven to herself that both were stupid reactions. Ridley's omissions had ultimately been harmless. It was her own stupid fault for caring that he hadn't felt attracted enough to her to be fully himself, and her own stupid fault that she'd read more into an evening of talking under the stars. And kissing. The kissing. In her defense, she didn't know how someone wouldn't read something into those kisses. The first few kisses by the wishing well had been both curious and hungry, but last night they'd gone from hungry to tender, from a flash fire to a deep burn. Or she thought so, anyway. She wandered back into her room and set her suitcase on her bed. She didn't need to fall any farther down this rabbit hole. She could still check out without getting charged if she was gone within the hour. She would only need half that. Chapter 8. Ridley pulled back into the Mariposa parking lot and grinned as he swung himself out of the Jeep, his hiking boots hitting the asphalt with a thud. It was stupid how much he wanted to see Brooke, but he didn't care. And when they'd finished their hike, he'd figure out how to convince her that the end of the day couldn't be the end of their connection, whatever it was. He would take more assignments in LA. He needed more of her. He was knocking on her door in record time. When she didn't answer, he pulled out his phone and texted her on his way down to the lobby. She didn't answer, but there was a chance she was sleeping in to make up for a late night, or in the shower so she couldn't hear the knock or text. He stopped by the concierge desk and grinned at Marco. "Can you send something up to room 529 for me?" Marco shook his head. "You the one sending up actor pictures?" "Yeah." "You gonna explain what this is about?" "No." Marco laughed. "Yeah, sure. I'll send one of the boys up. Brent lets you get away with murder around here. And I heard you covered for me. I owe you. Where do you want it this time? Taped to the TV? Stuck on a mirror?" "Nah, maybe slip it under the door this time so it doesn't disturb her. I'll find one and email it to you to print right now." "Sounds good," Marco said, pulling out an envelope and writing her name on the outside. "Ms. Brooke..." "Dresden," Ridley said. "Is that Brooke with an E?" "I'm not sure," Ridley admitted. "I'll look it up." He clacked on the keyboard and frowned. "We maybe have a problem, buddy." He turned the screen so Ridley could see it. "She checked out this morning." Ridley leaned over and read it without processing it. "She said her reservation was through tomorrow." Marco shrugged. "It was. She checked out a day early. Talk to Lainey at the reservation desk. She might know what's going on." Lainey nodded when she pulled up Brooke's information. "Yes, I checked her out about a half hour ago. She said she forgot about an important meeting at home and needed to take off. Your name is Ridley, right? Room 1427? "Yeah." "She left a letter for you for when you checked out, but I might as well give it to you now since you're here." She pushed an envelope toward him exactly like the one Marco had been ready to send up to Brooke's room. "We had to send up maintenance to unlock the roof access. Somehow her phone got up there." "Interesting," Ridley said, keeping his expression neutral. "Someone brought 2 lounge chairs up there, too." She was fishing for information, and Ridley didn't blame her. An abandoned phone at a midnight picnic scene, a guy looking for a woman who didn't seem to want to be found, an unexpected letter that was clearly going to blow him off. "Thanks for the letter," he said. "I appreciate it." He slid the envelope into his pocket and walked out of the lobby and away from Marco and Lainey's curious eyes. Hotel staff could sniff out drama better than a surfer could spot a poser on the waves. He didn't blame them for being curious, but he didn't really want to give them any more to discuss. He might as well check out too, and limit the number of times he had to walk through the lobby and avoid their knowing looks. In his room, he sat on the bed and stared at the envelope for a second. Her absence already gnawed at him, an emptiness in his day that he had expected to fill with her, and now it stretched in front of him as one long blank. A few days ago, an open day would have represented freedom and possibility. He glanced through his balcony doors at the gray pall of the marine layer pushing down on the ocean. That seemed about right. He slid her letter from his envelope. Her handwriting on the hotel stationery looked like her, strong and elegant, no curly flourishes. "Hi, Ridley. I decided to leave this morning instead of tomorrow because you're Ridley Lansing and you didn't tell me. I'm not really sure why you let me think you were a hotel concierge when I told you all about myself. I Googled you, and you don't have any deep, dark secrets that the internet has discovered, so I'm not sure why you didn't want me to know who you really are. Honestly, I shouldn't care. I know that. But while I had every intention of letting this weekend be the beginning and end of our time together, somehow by this morning I let the edges blur. Blame it on moonlight and wine, but it muddled me into thinking it was real beyond this weekend. I don't want to be all dramatic, but I connected to you like I haven't to anyone in a long time. And the fact that I didn't have good enough instincts to sense that it was a false connection makes me feel stupid. I'm leaving you this note because I'd want to know why someone walked off. I don't have any bad feelings toward you or anything. I should be preserving my dignity and not saying anything at all. Just taking off without a word so you'd never know I got turned around on this. But that's not really my style. For better or worse, I'm about no-holds-barred honesty. And frankly, I guess I have enough ego that I wanted you to know I uncovered your secret identity. Let's ignore that it took me much longer to demonstrate critical thinking than it should have. Brooke. Ridley cursed, frustrated at himself. The hours they'd spent talking and laughing last night had taken him right back to high school. 2 days before his senior prom, his date, a girl he'd been going out with for less than a month, had given him a kid's book about this wedge that was going around looking for its missing piece, until it eventually realizes it's part of a wheel, and they're better when they're together, or something like that. His date had written an intense explanation across the 2 pages of the flyleaf about how he was her missing piece, which had led to a disastrous prom night meltdown when he'd had to explain that he thought she was fun, but didn't necessarily see himself as somehow becoming whole because of her. But that's exactly what being with Brooke had felt like. The hollow feeling somewhere between his chest and his stomach felt like a piece of him had been carved out and misplaced. Like Brooke had performed surgery on him and removed something vital. Herself. The worst part was that it was his fault. He could have told her at any point that he didn't work at the hotel, about what he really did. But he hadn't because why? Because that wasn't part of the game plan. To say out loud to her that he wanted her to know who he really was meant making a confession. That he liked her. That he was introducing reality into what should have been a diversion. And he'd thought he didn't want that. That was his buffer. To be only part of himself with her. To withhold so that there was no way the game could turn serious. He'd given up his illusion of distance too late. He'd been so sure his plan to tell her when they went hiking today would magically make everything work out. Man, he was an idiot. How was he supposed to fix this? He reached for his phone to call her, but stopped before he dialed her number. No. If she even answered, she'd probably feel like talk was cheap coming from him, and she had every reason to feel that way. He reached for the hotel phone and made a different call entirely. Chapter 9. Brooke hung up the last dress from her suitcase and stripped down to shower off the residue of a top-down road trip. She couldn't foresee ever giving up her convertible, but there was no question that cruising in it for 3 hours left a thin film of highway on her. Finished and feeling much cleaner, she climbed into a tank top and knit pajama shorts even though it was early afternoon. She was tired enough for bed. She couldn't even blame a lazy drive in the sun for the droopiness. Even after the marine layer had burned off to reveal blue skies, the day had stayed gray to her. She'd gotten Ridley's first text and braced for another one when he figured out she'd left, but no follow-up text ever came. No surprise, really. They were always meant to be done when she was gone. but the grayness inside her had become something more like television static, frenetic and restless. She hadn't left her condo on Thursday thinking she lacked a relationship, but as she glanced around her place, she wondered how she'd missed that everything about it screamed the truth. She was lonely. She was busy filling up her hours and being useful, yes. Useful to the point of thinking she had no room in her life for more. But her coffee maker made single-serve cups, and she only had a love seat because she didn't need a full sofa just for herself. Her tiny cafe table would only fit 2 people if all either of them had was a drink, but only one person could comfortably eat there. She'd thought she was so independent when she'd moved in, proud of herself for being able to afford a Beverly Hills-adjacent property all on her own without needing to decorate around a roommate's or boyfriend's whims. Except it wasn't funny. Now she looked around and it felt sad. How could a place Ridley had never been be so full of Ridley's absence? She'd have to figure out what to do about that, but she had no answers right now. All she had was an overwhelming desire to climb under her blankets and wake up in a day where this weekend was a dream that hadn't happened. Rather than risk a long nap that would screw up her sleep later, she hauled out her laptop and opened her email, smiling when she saw an email from the Nicaragua clinic about Rosa, her all-time favorite patient. She clicked it open and wished she could hug her little friend grinning from the picture the director had attached. Rosa was happy, and before long, Brooke would get to perform the same miracle for dozens of other kids. She couldn't justify spending emotional energy on Ridley when she had this to take care of and worry over. 2 hours later, she'd written up a fairly good overview of what Dr. Benson could expect. She'd spent some time plugging in details throughout the week, but the 8 patient profiles she'd chosen for him were a good start. It washed some of the gray out of the day. She glanced at the time and sighed. Still too soon to go to bed. Instead, she poured herself a bowl of shredded wheat and turned her TV on. A Friday Night Lights rewatch and Tim Riggins were the perfect antidote for her Ridley hangover. She groaned when he crossed her mind again. At least that time she'd pushed him out for a full 2 minutes. A text went off on her phone and she picked it up, squeaking when she saw Ridley's name. She'd been expecting her sister, or even her sassy grandma who had become a texting fool once they'd gotten her the giant iPhone to accommodate her arthritic fingers. She opened the text. "If I knock on your door, am I going to freak you out?" Her heart stuttered and rebounded with an extra hard thump. Was her phone glitching and resending his previous texts? It did that sometimes when she moved in and out of her coverage areas. It just sucked that it had to resend the one text she liked best out of the half-dozen she'd gotten from Ridley. She deleted it and moved on to delete the texts before that. She was on her 4th, finding it satisfying to do them one by one instead of as a batch, when a knock on her door startled a yelp out of her. "Brooke? You okay?" Ridley's voice drifted in through the window she'd left open for the evening breeze. She scrambled out of her seat and opened the door to stare at him on her doorstep. "Hi," he said, his smile wobbling. It melted her a tiny bit. It had been so sure every other time she'd seen it. "Hi." He jingled his car keys and, realizing it, he winced and slid them into his pocket. "I hope showing up like this looks wildly romantic and not borderline psychotic. I'll leave the second you tell me to go. Do you want me to go?" Her heart stuttered again. The man was practically giving her an arrhythmia. "No," she said, dragging it out the tiniest bit. A flash of worry crossed his face, and he took a step back. "I mean it," she said. "It's okay that you're here. I'm not freaked out. More like totally confused. Me too. Or I was, but now I'm not. Which is why I promised Brent I would tell the police I hacked into the hotel's customer database to get your address, and not that he gave it to me in case you were mad. Brent? The manager at the Mariposa. We go way back. She nodded, still dazed. It's fine that he gave it to you. Why did you want it? I mean, why are you here? A few reasons. The most important is that I wanted to apologize. I'm sorry I didn't give you the whole picture of me. I know it's easy to say now that I don't have to prove it, but I was going to tell you today when we were out hiking. The fact that you drove all the way down here sort of proves your point. I believe you. Look, she said, glancing behind her. Do you want to come in? Yeah, he said, his smile back at full heartbreaker wattage. I like that. She led him to the love seat and cursed herself for not getting a full sofa. She didn't feel like squeezing in so close to him while they had this conversation, whatever it might be. She led him to the table instead, and he took a seat. I like your place, he said, glancing around. Thank you. I don't have much to offer you. I'm kind of a takeout girl. Do you want some water? Or tea? Or coffee? She rummaged through a cabinet for tea, wondering if she even had any. Why had she offered him tea? She didn't even drink tea. I'm fine. Too bad. Now she had no excuse not to sit down. But instead of taking her seat, she leaned against the counter and crossed her feet in front of her. He cleared his throat. This is so awkward. I'm sorry. But I read your note this morning. She colored, remembering how frank she'd been, not expecting to see him again. And I felt like I owed you more than an apology text. You don't owe me anything. It was just a weekend. No, it was supposed to be just a weekend. That's why... He broke off, his forehead crinkling, and he looked like he was about to confess to hitting her parked car. That's why I didn't say what I do for a living. There's a resort culture that happens at hotels like the Mariposa. I worked in it for a long time. I'm still around it pretty often because of all my traveling. And single women who come to resorts tend to fall into a few categories. She frowned, not liking the generalizations she could sense looming. There are categories for all of the male guests, the married women, the families, for everyone, he said, catching her expression. I'm explaining the pattern you'll see if you hang out somewhere like the Mariposa a lot. Is that what you do? Hang out there a lot? She hated to think of him as someone who sat around trolling the registered guests for women to pick up. She'd like to think she had better judgment than that. No, I mean, not really. I shoot along that stretch of beach all the time because it draws so many surfers. And I stop into the hotel pretty often to chat with Brent. I knew him because in college I really did used to be a concierge at the same hotel where he was a valet, and I was pinch hitting for him the other day when his regular guy had a family emergency. So for that day, I wasn't faking. But the rest of it? So the categories I mentioned. He cleared his throat and squirmed some more. A lot of the times, single women who are coming to the resort at the same time a conference is happening are looking for a fling. You mean a sugar daddy? She interrupted, giving him credit for at least having the decency to turn a deep red. I'm going to hate everything you're about to say, aren't I? If I were you, I would. She sighed. All right. Let's agree that sometimes women think doctors are an easy meal ticket. Let's agree that some of them are predatory. Let's agree that this is a very, very small minority of women. Completely agreed. But it's a pretty high proportion of the single women who come to the resort. Stipulated. She muttered. I know it's not all the single women, but usually the ones who want solitude don't come to the Mariposa. They go to spa properties, like in Ojai or Sonora. She waved for him to get on with it. I've made it a strict rule not to get involved with women I meet while traveling or who come to the Mariposa. There's no potential there, because even if the connection is amazing, the distance would always be an issue. But sometimes it's fun to flirt. Does that make me sound like a pig? Not if the other person is playing too, I guess. He looked relieved. You caught my eye on the highway. I thought you were local, and I saw at the stoplight that you didn't have a wedding ring on, so I was sitting there wishing I would bump into you around town. And then, when we both pulled into the Mariposa, I couldn't believe I'd lucked out. But right away, it created a conundrum. If you were someone I'd want to date in real life, I needed to stay away from you for the weekend. But if you were superficial, then maybe it would be a fun weekend. Done and forgotten by Monday. I know that sounds so calculating, but honestly, I think I can tell when someone's too invested, and I would never lead someone on to entertain myself for a couple of days. Okay, but how are you supposed to figure out if I was a weekend distraction or a true fit? The clock over her stove clicked loudly at least a dozen times before he answered. Before I answer this, I understand that I've been guessing wrong about you from the start. Could I convince you to sign a contract promising you won't hate me for what I say next? You don't need a contract. You'll be fine. It did sound pretty calculating coming out of his mouth this way, but she had an equally analytical mind. If she articulated the way she'd approached most of her dating relationships, it wouldn't sound much better. He'd been practical, and she could understand that. Mainly, though, she believed him when he said he would never take advantage of someone who wasn't interested in the same level of an uncommitted good time. He took a deep breath. So, the single woman at the resort profile. I figured you were there either to snag one of the doctors, in which case I thought it might be fun to see if I could distract you. And if that's not what you were there for, then experience has shown that a lot of the women like flirting with the help. Like Dirty Dancing? Baby and Johnny? He smiled at her disbelief. Yeah, happens all the time. Wait, you know the movie? That surprised her even more. I have 3 sisters. It was on a time or two, or 200, in my house growing up. She nodded. So you were basically seeing if I took the bait, and I did. Nice. I can't believe I confirmed all your awful stereotypes. He dropped his head into his hands and groaned. I kind of hate myself right now. You should kick me out. He scrubbed his hands through his hair and straightened. But I'm never going to assume anything again. I'll let the stories unfold around people. Seems like a less cynical way to deal with the world anyway. I swear I'm cured. She smiled. He was so earnest, like her sister's buy me a puppy face. His shoulders relaxed a fraction when he saw her smile. I'm not going to kick you out, she said. I do it too. Spot another doctor at a party and make assumptions. Sum up guys in a single glance. I get it. I probably wouldn't even care except... She broke off, not wanting to rehash the contents of her note. Except that I really liked you and I felt stupid. If I'd been able to see you for who you really are, I would have never even talked to you. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that I would have known right away that I would get lost in you. He took a deep breath and grew as still as she felt inside, every part of her having drawn a breath she didn't know how to release as she waited an eternity to hear his next words. I did, Brooke. I got lost in you. Having me here probably makes it feel like you tracked some annoying sand all the way home from Seashell Beach, but I have something else to say besides I'm sorry, and I need to get it out or wonder what if. What if? I swear, everything I told you about myself except my job is true. You saw more of me than you think you did. So what if I told you I feel connected to you in a way I can't explain? I understand if you want to say thanks and move on, but I just couldn't let you think that you were the only one who felt something special. Her insides felt the way the ocean had looked from the hotel roof last night. Kinetic and restless and glinting. But these were flashes of hope, anticipation that wouldn't subside even as waves of common sense tried to swamp it. Thank you for saying that. She kept her voice neutral. She still wasn't sure what he was doing in her kitchen other than being a stand-up guy. That was a good thing, and she appreciated him for it. But she didn't want that to be the only reason he'd chased her 3 hours down the coast, just so she wouldn't think he was a jerk. Her words made his shoulders tense again, and she realized he'd hoped for a different reaction. He pushed back from the table and walked toward the door. Panic squeezed her insides. She didn't want him to go, but didn't know how to say she wanted him to stay. Thanks for not calling the cops on me for stalking you, he said. I'm sorry again I wasn't straight with you. He opened the door. Wait, she said. Do you think if I reported you for stalking, it would mean you'd have to stay in town for a day or two? He turned toward her with a small smile. Do you think they'd throw me in the Beverly Hills jail? Maybe it's nicer than other jails. We could find out, she said, her heart pounding. I don't really want to go to jail, even if it might be a fancy one. But I'd love to hang out with you here. I can't read you, Brooke. You don't seem mad, but I can't tell how you feel. She let out a long breath. Confused. Part of me wants to throw myself at you, and part of me can't figure out the point when you'll have to turn around soon and go on living 200 miles away. It scares me how much I want to pretend like that distance isn't a problem. He dropped his hand from the doorknob and crossed to her in a few long steps, pulling her in for a long kiss, as hot as the first fiery one they'd shared by the well. She moaned and slid her hands around his neck, suddenly desperate to be close to him, wrapped around him, drowning in the taste of him. He slid his hands down her hips, backing her up, lifting her to sit on the countertop so he could step between her knees. He sank deeper into the kiss, and she followed him, loving the feel of the tense muscles in his back and chest, the hard pounding of his heart beneath her palm. She had no idea how long it was before they came up for air, and he rested his hands on the tops of her thighs to run his thumb along the hem of her shorts while he let his breathing even out. He rested his forehead against hers, and she traced his lips lazily, wondering what it was about their shape that made them so good for kissing. I Googled you too, he said after a minute. You were amazing. Did you check my Yelp reviews or something? She said, smiling. Those reviewers are all hoping I'll see them and give them a complimentary Botox injection. I'm talking about smiles from the heart. Why didn't you tell me about that? She shifted in her seat like it had suddenly developed lumps. I don't know. Seems like bragging. I talk about it to people who I'm trying to get to fund it or work for it, but not really anyone else. Hold on, he said, easing away. She whimpered in protest, and he laughed and scooped her up, carrying her like a bride to the love seat, where he set her down with a soft kiss on her lips. I'm going to grab something from my car. I'll be back in a second, I swear. She barely had a minute to think about how crazy her evening had turned out to be when he was back with an iPad in his hand. He sat beside her and repositioned her legs so they lay across his lap. I need to show you some pictures. He swiped through a series of stunning surf photos. These are in Ashenshio. That's beautiful. This is near the clinic where I operate. I know. He said it in a way that meant he was waiting for something. She wrinkled her forehead and looked back at the pictures, then at him. What are you... I don't know what you're telling me. I took these pictures. Your website says you're down there next in November. That's an awesome time for surfing. I was thinking I would make that my next trip down too. I haven't shot Nicaragua in 3 years. What do you think? Do you even have time to breathe when you're there for surgery? No. His face fell. She ran her finger across his lips again. I want you to come anyway. Is that selfish? He smiled and drew her fingertip between his teeth to give it a light nip before answering. Yes, I like it. Mostly because I hope it means I get to be selfish too. I think I'm going to start shooting in LA a lot more, and I want to lock up every minute of your free time that you'll give me. He set the iPad on the ground and leaned forward to kiss her again, and she melted into him, tilting her head so he could explore her mouth as she returned the favor. How much free time can I have? He murmured before moving to trail kisses down her neck, each brush of his lips igniting a tiny flame. What if I say all of it? His kiss gave her the perfect answer. This has been Butterfly Kisses, written by Melanie Jacobson, narrated by Andrea Coomer.
A Taste of Magic. Chapter 1. Delilah stepped back from the giant mixer and brushed a stray lock of her hair out of her face, careful not to smudge herself with her batter-covered hands. It had been a few weeks since she'd played with a new flavor, but Dylan's happy energy as he'd bounded out the door this morning had infected her. She'd rushed back to the bakery in the mood to try something new and bright. She had a good feeling about how this blueberry and lemon pavlova cupcake would turn out. Well, assuming she could figure out how to approach the meringue. And did she want to inject the lemon curd like a ganache into a truffle? Or should she... A loud crash sounded from the shop front, and she clapped her hands to her head and winced, the clatter still ringing in her ears. That was the aluminum sample platter Jessie was supposed to circulate among customers to entice them to try the newest item, a chocolate cannoli. Sure enough, the door to the kitchen swung open, and a pink-cheeked Jessie popped her head around it. "Sorry, Delilah, but we only lost 2 little pieces this time." Delilah nodded. It was much better than the full plate of cake bites Jessie had spilled the week before. "It's okay. I'll bring out more in a few minutes. How's the line?" "Long," Jessie said, and disappeared. Delilah dug into the cabinet for another passing tray and gave it a quick swipe with a clean rag before fetching more fresh cannoli shells from the fridge and piping in the sheep's milk ricotta filling. Sleepy Seashell Beach was waking up to new flavors, and it pleased her that she'd underestimated the demand for the pastry. She'd known Evan Rockham at the 5-star Mariposa Hotel kitchen would appreciate them, but almost a third of their foot traffic customers had added cannoli to their order too. Another hit. She smiled. She'd made them while dreaming of a sun-drenched Tuscan hillside, and people could taste it in the filling. She plated the next batch of samples for Jessie. Her favorite employee wasn't the most graceful, but if it meant keeping Jessie's sunny attitude and ease with the customers, Delilah could handle a dropped tray every week. She backed through the kitchen door and carefully turned with the cannoli, making sure Jessie was nowhere near her. But it wasn't Jessie who made her freeze when she saw the line. It was the sheer number of faces waiting to buy desserts. Her desserts. "I'll do the samples. Just keep ringing them up," she murmured. Jessie nodded and continued her conversation with the little white-haired lady, dithering between a mocha marvel and a dream fudge cupcake. The sharp scent of acrylic paint cut through the usual warm butter and sugar smells in her little shop, but Delilah didn't mind. "Hey, Roxy," she said to her friend crouched at the north wall. One paintbrush held her newly platinum hair in an adorable messy topknot, while she wielded another to paint a candle onto a fluffy-looking lavender cupcake. "Want a piece before I feed the line?" Delilah whispered. Roxy smiled around the third paintbrush clenched in her teeth and shook her head. Delilah grinned back and stepped over to the next person waiting to order. "Would you like to try our new Tuscan cannoli while you wait, Mr. Nelson?" The old man shook his head even as he plucked up one of the samples.
I thought you were crazy to branch out from the cupcakes that made you famous, but I was wrong."
"Thanks," she said, pleased to have won over her crustiest customer. The flannel-swathed hipster behind him also grabbed a sample.
"I think you're a genius," he said around a mouthful.
"No amount of sweet-talking can get you in the kitchen yet, Max." He was a newly graduated culinary student who begged her weekly for a job. "I promise, as soon as I have enough to meet the payroll, I'll hire you out of the Mariposa kitchen and make them hate me forever."
"Evan won't mind," Max promised. "I like being a sous chef, but pastry is my life."
"I need that on a t-shirt," the plump housewife behind him muttered. Delilah laughed and offered her a sample too, which she happily accepted. The line stretched all the way to the door, but Delilah knew she could buy their patience with samples, then jump behind the counter to help Jessie fill orders. She'd almost reached the end of the line when the bell tinkled to announce a new customer. She glanced up with a smile, but when she realized who had just walked in, her tray hit the ground with a clatter more spectacular than anything Jessie had ever managed. A tall, lean man stood in the doorway. His olive skin and dark hair were as common as the blonde surfer shags that filled Seashell Beach. A town that was proud of its Mexican heritage, but this man would have stood out in any crowd. It had been 10 years and a million lifetimes ago, but there was no forgetting Luke Romero.
"Delilah Dawes,"
Luke said. A slow smile spread over the distinct cleft chin that made him striking.
"There's a face I never thought I'd see again."
Delilah struggled to find words, even a simple hello. The pulse in her neck pounded so hard words couldn't push past it. She didn't realize Roxy had come to help her pick up the scattered cannoli until she heard her friend's soft, "Whoa, is that?" Roxy started to ask, staring at his chin, but Delilah stepped back, careful to land on Roxy's foot. And a pained squeak strangled the rest of her question. "Yes," Delilah said to Roxy, and then she cleared her throat and ordered herself to pull it together. "You can't screw this up." "Hi, Luke. Long time no see." That corny statement could not have been more loaded with freight if the whole Longshoremen Union had stacked it for 24 hours straight.
"That's an understatement."
Yeah, he obviously also felt all the weight of things unsaid. He glanced around the shop.
"So this is your place. Looks like business is great."
"Yes." She grabbed onto the statement as a desperate excuse to disengage from him until she could reorder her universe back to what it had been 3 minutes ago. "I would love to catch up, but..." She waved to the samples still littering the floor, then bent to collect them, grateful finally to have broken the spell he'd cast on her. She glanced at her watch. 20 more minutes before Dylan got here, and she needed Luke out of Delilah's desserts before that.
"No problem," Luke said. "Let me help."
He was already half crouched before she barked, "No!" Startled, he froze, and she pasted on a smile. "I've got it. Thanks. Let me handle this, then I'll pick out an order for you myself." He stepped to the back of the line.
"Don't worry about me. Do your thing. It'll give me time to look over the choices."
Time. No. She didn't have time, but she didn't argue. She swept the ruined samples onto the tray and hurried to the kitchen, flinging them in the trash before racing back out to help Jessie manage the line. Max was standing at the register and studying the display case like his future rode on picking the right cupcake. Well, his didn't, but hers did. "Describe your mood in one word, Max," she ordered. "I love it when she does this," the housewife behind him said to no one in particular. Max thought about it. Delilah glanced at her watch. 16 minutes. This would work. It had to work. "Max," she snapped.
"Mellow," he said. "I feel mellow."
She was already moving for the case. "Ring him up for a vanilla bean," she said as she boxed it.
"But that's so basic," he complained.
She gave him a squinty-eyed stare. "Have you had my vanilla bean?"
"No, but—"
She squinted harder. He swallowed.
"Okay, vanilla bean."
She wanted to scream as Jessie counted out his change. 14 minutes. The housewife stepped up to the counter. There were still 3 people behind her before it was Luke's turn. Unless they all knew exactly what they wanted, this was never going to work. "I'll take a dozen cannoli, but only half of them are for me," the housewife said, and her unapologetic cackle made the line behind her laugh. Even Delilah grinned as she practically dove through the kitchen door for the pastry fridge. She would pack the lady's order plus some for Luke, give them to him as a goodwill gift, and send him away with a fervent prayer that he never came back. She snapped the cardboard box, printed with her rolling pin logo into shape, nestled the first dozen cannoli in it as fast as she could, and closed the box with her Delilah sticker. When she did the same for Luke's half dozen, she wished she had something besides a box with her name on it to send him home with. She didn't want him to have even that much of her. 12 minutes. She raced back through the kitchen, but slowed to a walk when she hit the front, not wanting to draw any more attention to herself. She handed the housewife her box, and the woman had one half eaten before she even reached the door. She handed Luke his box too. "That's my newest offering. Enjoy them. It was good to see you again. Wish I could chat, but I need to help Jessie." She might have had questions for him if she had a few more minutes to ask them, but time ticked as loudly as the pulse in her temple.
"Oh, you don't have to do that. I can pay."
"Consider it a gift. So sorry, but I need to get back to work." She flashed him a tight smile and slipped behind the counter. The weight of his gaze pressed against her nerves, and she glanced at Roxy to find the artist studying her. Roxy would have questions. Delilah would not have answers. 10 minutes. Luke pulled a cannoli from the box and took a bite. "Please, please, please." She kept her eyes on the case, pulling the cupcakes the next customer ordered, while straining to hear the tinkling bell that would announce he'd left. It came a minute later, and she looked up in relief only to see a new customer walk in. Luke had taken a seat at one of the 2 small cafe tables. 8 minutes. She glanced as often as she dared. Normally, it made her happy to watch a new customer enjoy her baking, But there was nothing normal about this. He chewed slowly, like he was really concentrating on the experience. That was how she best liked people to enjoy her food. But not today. 6 minutes. This was impossible. Her hands fumbled one of the cupcakes to the floor as her panic mounted. "Hey, that's my thing," Jessie joked. "We can't have both of us dropping food, boss." Delilah forced a smile. "I'll take it out of my own paycheck." She scooped up the smashed cupcake and reached for another. 5 minutes, if she was really, really lucky. Luke finished his cannoli, and she held her breath, ready for him to leave. Instead, he picked up another one. She cursed herself for making good food. 3 minutes, her stomach hurt. Just before he could bite into it, his forehead wrinkled, and he set the cannoli down to pull his phone from his pocket.
"Romero,"
he said, and he listened for a minute.
"I'll send it over. Give me 15 minutes.
He closed the box, and she could tell he was about to look for her to say goodbye, so she stooped to the lowest shelf of the display case to reach for a key lime tartlet. It gave her the perfect excuse to watch his feet walk out of the door, barely 10 seconds before Dylan's feet walked in. The aftermath of the adrenaline rush dropped her onto her backside for the space of 2 long breaths, while she contemplated the narrow escape she had just made from disaster. Chapter 2. Luke leaned back against his rental car and let his editor have her say.
"Marie, I'll do the story. You know I will, but I can't fly out until next week."
He didn't know it was true until he said it. He had just become a useless pile of iron filings to the magnet of Seashell Beach, and it had everything to do with Delilah Dawes. He listened to Marie until she ran out of steam again.
"If you find another freelancer to do a month in Nepal on 3 days' notice, book them. Otherwise, I'll take the assignment a week from today."
Marie's heavy sigh dampened the line. He'd won. He slid the phone into his pocket and stared down Tangerine Street toward Delilah's storefront. A lemony splash against the blue-washed coziness of the other stores, marching away from it in either direction. He'd walked into her bakery on a whim, wondering if it could possibly be the same Delilah who had disappeared on him 10 years ago, the cinnamon-scented local girl who'd tangled up his thoughts, and eventually his sheets, for the best summer of his life. It was her, all right, yet it wasn't her, too. She'd grown into something contained, the wild edges mostly tucked beneath her soft apron, the beach curls he'd loved to wind around his fingers gathered into a subdued ponytail at her nape. Except one of her shirt cuffs had come unrolled, and she had a streak of flour trying to paint a white streak through her dark hair and across her forehead. Those were glimpses of his untamed Delilah, hiding beneath her neatly uniformed facade. Some things would never change. Other things had. She'd grown more beautiful. She still had a trace of freckles across her nose, but at least 20 much-needed pounds had turned her angles into curves. Her hazel eyes were as sharp as ever, missing nothing behind the dark fringe of her lashes. He had no doubt she'd taken in his every detail in the second before the tray crashed to the floor. Her reaction had satisfied him the same way he'd been satisfied when he slipped off the cliffs at Acapulco instead of doing a graceful dive. His guide had laughed right until he slipped too. At least Luke hadn't been the only one whose world tilted off-axis for a minute today. He took a couple of steps back toward the bakery before stopping. He had work to do, but more importantly, he'd have to let it sink in, for both of them, that he was back in town. He slid into the convertible Mustang rental he'd convinced the magazine to pay for.
How else can I evaluate the quintessential California experience of cruising the coastline with the top down without a convertible?
Marie had growled but approved it. Now, as he drove toward the Mariposa Hotel and let the wind blow away the fog of his run-in with Delilah, he was glad he'd risked his editor's wrath to get the car. The Mariposa was a major upgrade from the scruffy hospitality Seashell Beach had offered before the luxury hotel had opened. He thought he'd miss that, the ramshackle spirit of the beach town in his memories, but the Mariposa had integrated beautifully. The effect seemed to inspire healthy change in the town. He'd recognized several of the old surf shops and taco stands from his college days, but they all sported new paint, and new businesses like Delilah's Desserts had made their home in between some Seashell Beach institutions, bright beads strung on a boardwalk of resurgent stores. Delilah. His breath caught for a minute. Even beneath the bakery smells of warm yeast and butter, he'd picked up the barest touch of citrus and cinnamon. That scent had weakened his knees the first time he'd caught it across the sand where they'd first met. He'd never had a chance back then. Guilt pricked his conscience as he replayed the crash of her tray and her shocked face. Then he gripped the steering wheel tighter, the Mustang's speed climbing as he sped past the hotel toward the undeveloped reaches of the coast highway. He had nothing to feel guilty about. He wasn't the one who had disappeared with no warning all those years ago. He was too restless to sit and work in a hotel room right now. Instead, he kept pushing north. In 20 minutes, he'd be at the college he'd attended against his parents' wishes, the one he'd trekked down from every day his sophomore year. At first, it was to surf, and then it was for Delilah, either to spend a day on the waves with her or to drop her off after she had spent the night with him. The sign for the university exit flashed into view, and the Mustang practically flung itself from the freeway. 5 minutes later, Luke was out of his borrowed car and deep down memory lane as he walked the campus path from the library to his old apartment. The first year after Delilah took off for L.A. was a blur soaked in cheap tequila and barely passable schoolwork. But he'd pulled himself together finally and did what he should have done all along. Pushed his parents out of his education completely, taken out loans, and blasted through his final semesters so he could graduate and leave his memories behind the way Delilah had left him. He sighed and took a bench on the lawn littered with napping and studying students. It must be near the end of the semester, he realized. Maybe he should drop in on one of the psychology classes to see if they could tell him what his brain was thinking. Help him work through all the feelings that seeing Delilah had pushed to the surface. He should have braced himself for her, the only girl, woman now, who had broken his heart. But he'd managed to convince himself that it was some other cooking-obsessed Delilah who had opened a bakery in her hometown. And now he felt like a bug that had flown full force into a windshield. Like a sandcastle that had just been walloped by a rogue wave. Like the cannoli samples scattered over the bakery floor. But also like the warmth and sweetness in the shop's air had clung to him and followed him here. Even the wind roaring past the open convertible failed to strip it off of him. He didn't understand the feeling, but he wanted to, and that meant finding Delilah again tomorrow. Chapter 3. Delilah dropped into a kitchen chair and let her head thunk to the table. Then, for good measure, she thunked it again. Then one more time after that. "What are you doing, Mom?" She squeezed her eyes tighter and held her breath. But when she exhaled and opened her eyes, her brand spanking new problem hadn't disappeared. Not unless an Oz-bound tornado had funneled down and snatched Luke away to somewhere far and exotic. It wasn't such a wild hope. She'd Googled him over the years. Of course she had. He worked as a travel writer for the biggest magazine in the business, and his byline popped up from locations all over the world. Just, why couldn't he be in Borneo and not sleepy Seashell Beach? If only he'd never come here at all. Not 10 years ago, not now. Except that would mean no Dylan, and Delilah wouldn't trade Dylan away for anything. She brushed her hair from her eyes and smiled at her son. His eyes crinkled in worry as he watched her. I'm trying to pound some sense into my head. You ever feel like doing that? Only all the time. Mostly you're all right, though. She burst out laughing. I meant pounding sense into your own head, but I see how it is. He grinned at her and took a bite out of the grilled cheese sandwich she'd made him. How was school? She asked. Any problems? His smile slipped, and she almost regretted bringing it up. But she had to stay on top of the situation, and pretending like it wasn't a problem wasn't an option. It's fine, Mom. Yeah? Everyone treated you right? He shrugged. No one treated me bad today. It was fine. You'll let me know if Marcus or Gabe bother you again? I promise. But he didn't meet her eyes. He wasn't old enough to be a good liar yet. Dylan? He looked down at the table. Tell me, kid. I promise not to stress. It was nothing. They're just stupid. So there was some teasing today? Yeah, a little. He wasn't going to volunteer the information. It had to be bad then. He usually folded with the slightest pressure from her. Dylan, the longer you take to tell me, the more stressed I get. He groaned. It's just the thing this weekend. Her stomach double-clenched, once because she'd forgotten about it, and again as she realized what the teasing must have been about. The father-son campout? He nodded. They're making fun of me for not having a father. Except he did. And that father had walked through her bakery door not 2 hours before and cracked open her neatly ordered existence like a pecan shell. What was she supposed to do about that? Because Luke Romero had no clue about Dylan's existence, and she'd sworn he never would. Chapter 4. Luke pushed open the door to Delilah's desserts and once again caught her scent beneath the smell of fresh paint and the warm baking smells wafting from the kitchen. He grabbed one of the 3 tiny tables and slung his laptop bag over the chair before he approached the cashier. The line was 4 deep this morning, but he didn't mind. It gave him more time to study the store. The platinum-haired muralist was back at work, or at least she was back at the mural, but rather than painting, she was staring at him with a look he couldn't interpret. He felt like a figure model as she assessed him from head to toe. It wasn't like being checked out so much as it was being evaluated. Her lips pursed, then she nodded and went back to her work as if he'd disappeared. Okay. Delilah's shop wasn't exactly what he would have expected from her. It was clean and contemporary, with butter yellow walls, white trim, and the occasional touch of blue, lending it a beachy feel. He'd have expected the Delilah he knew to paint the walls dark purple and hang fortune-teller beads over the door. Then again, he'd also have expected the Delilah he knew to have aged fast and gone brittle. But that was definitely not what he'd seen yesterday. Well, he'd changed in the last 10 years. Why shouldn't she? He eyed the display case. Yesterday, it had been full of comforting flavors like cannoli and cupcakes with notes of cinnamon or citrus. Or maybe that was Delilah? Today's complicated chocolate flavors marched in rows behind the glass. Dark chocolate ganache, blackberry tarts, deconstructed red velvet trifles. And was that? He squinted. What was a sesame and yuzu cupcake? After eating all over the world, he had no food fear, but that certainly wasn't a cupcake flavor he'd run into. He was definitely ordering it. A cell phone chirped ahead of him in line, and he jumped. A buzzing sensation had been playing along his nerves since he walked through the bakery door, and he paused to interpret it. It was more like the way he'd felt before rappelling down the Qumran cliffs in the Judean desert than when he'd hidden from angry Bedouins in Tunisia. An impending adrenaline rush percolated beneath his skin, the slow simmer before the boil. The bell announced a new customer, and a cloud of old lady gardenia swallowed him a second later. "Tisk," said the voice behind him, and he turned to find a tiny woman swathed in a brilliant pink plumeria-printed muumuu. "I hate it when it's a moody day. Ganache," she added with a grumble. "Pardon?" Luke asked. She seemed to be speaking to the room at large, but he didn't want to be rude if she meant him. She pointed to the case. "All those sophisticated flavors. She always gets unnecessarily complicated when she's in a mood." "I'm sorry," Luke repeated, feeling as if his wits had been chloroformed by her perfume. "Are you saying Delilah bakes according to her mood?" She squinted up, way up, at him. "Tourist, huh?" "No. Well, yes, but—" She waved away the rest of what he was going to say. "Whatever mood she's in, that's what you get." "Interesting. Very interesting. So what happens if she's happy?" "Apricot macarons." The tiny woman and the guy in front of her sighed in unison. "Not macaroons." She glared at him as if he'd confused the two aloud. "Macaroons are coconut drop cookies. Macarons are different. They're delicate little French sandwich cookies that—" She sighed instead of finishing her sentence. "Wow," he said. He didn't bother explaining how many freshly made macarons he'd eaten in Parisian patisseries. "That good, huh?" The tiny woman didn't answer, but just gave him a dreamy smile like she was so far inside the memory of the apricot macarons that she'd forgotten his existence. "Moods don't sound like an efficient business plan," he said under his breath. "Shouldn't Delilah keep some classics on hand?" "That's exactly why her business is blowing up. I wish she'd hire me," the guy ahead of him said. It was an apricot macaron tone of voice. It made the skin at the nape of Luke's neck prickle, but he couldn't figure out why. Man, with all the colors the painter was adding to the wall and the rich smells wafting from the kitchen, he was definitely overstimulated. Maybe he should grab his sesame and yuzu cupcake to go and eat it out by the beach so the breeze could clear his head. The kitchen door swung open, and Delilah backed through it. One look at her poured into her white jeans beneath the bow of her bakery apron, and he changed his mind. He'd finish his cupcake right here. She bore a tray of samples again, but this time when she spotted him, the cake bits didn't hit the floor. She didn't look surprised to see him. She also didn't look happy to see him either. She made her way down the line, offering the tray to the waiting customers, exchanging greetings with the regulars. The woman behind him asked, "Got pumpernickel today?" Delilah stopped in front of Luke and held the tray out, her smile turning plastic. "Not today, Miss Betty. I have a feeling I'll make some tomorrow." "Ooh," said Miss Betty. Her gaze followed the direction of Delilah's strained smile to Luke's face, and he had to fight a fidget as Miss Betty's eyebrows rose like she'd received critical intelligence about him. "Cake bite," Delilah said, clearly wanting him to take his piece so she could move on.
"Sure, if it's anywhere as good as the cannoli."
He plucked up a piece, but before she could breeze past him, he added,
"I'd like to talk to you when you get a minute."
The bell announced another customer, and Delilah's expression relaxed the tiniest fraction, and she nodded toward it. "I'm almost always out of minutes. Sorry. Joys of small business ownership."
"Almost always isn't always. I'll take my chances and wait for a lull."
Her face frosted over again. Not the sugar kind, the ice-cold kind. "I need the table space for customers, but there's a great cafe about 2 doors down, and you can work in there. People do it all the time." He popped the cake bite into his mouth and took his time savoring it, as first one layer of flavor and then another rolled over his taste buds. It was complicated and interesting, and he had a sudden itch to read Proust or do some speed work at the boxing gym, or maybe even do speed work while reading Proust.
"This is delicious," he said. "You're 2 for 2, and I don't even like cake. I'll just settle myself at the table and buy different desserts until I've had a chance to try them all."
"Wonderful," she said, in a tone that said the opposite. She finished serving the line and disappeared back into the kitchen. And after ordering his sesame and yuzu cupcake, Luke sat down at his table and prepared to wait her out. He had all day. In fact, he had all the way until next Tuesday. And he was suddenly fine with waiting as long as it took, and as many cupcakes as it took, to dig a little deeper into the mystery Delilah had become. Chapter 5. Delilah fumbled her phone from her purse and dialed her neighbor's number. "Hey, Delilah, what's up?" "Hey, Cindy. I'm so sorry to ask this, but could you pick Dylan up today when you grab Scotty? I'm slammed, and I don't want him to have to wait around for me forever if it doesn't slow down." "That's great. Means business is good, right? We'd love to have him. I'll get him." "Thank you," Delilah said, and she wondered if the intensity of her gratitude startled Cindy. But Delilah would be thankful every single day for her mellow neighbor, who didn't seem to have any judgments or criticisms of her single parenting, or any problem jumping in to help without making Delilah feel guilty for asking. She did anyway, of course. She tried not to take advantage of Cindy's kindness unless it was urgent, but this? Keeping Dylan out of Luke's sight was about as urgent as it could get, short of a severed limb or other catastrophe. For the next 2 hours, she popped out of the kitchen between bouts of whipping up dishes to serve as samples when the line got too long. Luke stayed put, glancing up from his laptop to smile at her, even as he accumulated a growing pile of cupcake wrappers and serving doilies. At one point, Jessie stuck her head back to report that he'd eaten a half-dozen desserts so far. Finally, around the time of their normal lull, post-mid-morning snack, but pre-lunch, Delilah poked her head out to find that the store was indeed empty. Except for Luke, who only smiled at her again. She turned back into the kitchen. Gah! He wasn't going away, and she needed him to go away without making him suspicious. She eyed him through the small glass window in the door. He'd turned his attention back to the laptop, and as he smiled at whatever he was reading, the memory of the first time she'd seen him swept over her. He'd been smiling then, too, as he waited for her reaction, the girl he'd catcalled on the beach to impress his friends. She knew their type, every last one of them. Frat boys from the university who blew off classes to surf and pick up the local girls. But the local girls weren't easily impressed with the out-of-town flavors, and she was harder to impress than most. 19 years old, and she'd been jaded for a long time already. Normally, she'd ignored the stupid frat boys, but he'd been specific and creative in his compliment. So she whirled and stopped, her hand on her hip, resting above the sweet above the part of her figure he'd just crassly admired. "What now?" she asked. He was still smiling. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you shared your feelings about my butt. You have my attention. Congratulations. Now what?" A couple of his dumb frat boy friends did that low, ooh sound, like she'd one-upped him, but she was barely getting started. His smile had slipped a little. "I was paying you a compliment." "And? I heard it. What am I supposed to do? Say thanks for making me the center of the attention I don't want?" "Maybe you shouldn't be walking around in that little bikini then," one of his buddies piped in. But at that, Luke's smile had disappeared completely. "Dude, she's wearing a swimsuit at a beach. Shut up." But Delilah wasn't interested in letting him off the hook. She'd escaped her house in the aftermath of another fight with her stepfather, and the last thing she felt like dealing with was more males trying to clutter up her mental quiet. She took a step toward the ringleader, and he actually flinched. "No, I really want you to tell me. What did you think would happen when you yelled your thoughts about my body to the whole beach? That I would come over and throw myself at your feet? You don't even know me. You want to impress a girl, have a conversation with her so she can at least figure out you like her for her mind and not because she's..." She broke off and scowled at him. What was it? Bootylicious? She spat another booty-related name at him, flipped off his friends, and headed down the beach toward the sandy bike rental shack she worked at in the mornings. Luke had appeared in the shop 15 minutes later to sheepishly introduce himself, apologize, ask her name, hand her a fresh bunch of daisies, and ask about her favorite book. That was all it had taken. That bashful grin, that sincere apology, and the realization that he was super hot when she wasn't mad at him, and the wildest summer of her life had begun. When the first of his friends had gone off to put on ties and work the summer internships their parents lined up for them, he'd blown off his parents and stayed behind, plundering his trust fund to pay the rent on the apartment they had all to themselves. She should have been smarter. She'd always been a smart girl, regardless of her stepfather's accusations. But something about the summer and his smile and the way they talked like equals and not like she was a dumb townie, the way he composed silly, delicious poems to her freckles off the top of his head right before he kissed them. Something about all of that, and, well, she didn't regret Dylan or her choice to have him and keep him. And she didn't regret vanishing into thin air when the Romeros, Luke's parents, became a threat to the growing fetus she loved madly and irrationally from the start. And she had never regretted keeping herself and Dylan safe from Luke's spinelessness in the face of his parents' wishes. But she would always regret that the only time she'd ever fallen for someone had been for a boy who hadn't deserved her. Irritated with herself for hiding, she marched out to the front and plopped herself in the seat opposite him. Avoiding him hadn't done anything. Time to change tactics. "Why are you here?" she asked. His eyebrows shot up. "It's not that weird of a question," she said to his unspoken one. "I expected something more like, so what brings you into town? Not an interrogation." She fought not to grit her teeth. This was the same kind of garbage his parents had done to make her feel small. This tone policing, implying she didn't know how to handle herself right. And she hadn't with them, right up until the moment she'd fooled them utterly. But she couldn't back down until she confirmed that he didn't know a thing about Dylan. When she didn't take the bait, his forehead wrinkled and he pushed again.
Why are you so suspicious?
He'd gone from smiling to alert, studying her like she had something to hide. Great, now he was becoming suspicious of her, the exact opposite of what she was going for. She drew the deepest breath she could without cluing him in that she was struggling for calm, and tried a different approach. A smile. You're right. I'm stressed, trying to get this place into shape for summer tourists. Sorry, let me try that again. What brings you into town, Luke? It's been a long time.
10 years, right?
His easy smile returned, but she still felt the unspoken weight of her abrupt disappearance in his words.
I had no idea you were still around. When I saw your sign, I wondered if Delilah's Desserts could possibly belong to the Delilah who anger baked in my apartment kitchen at 3 a.m. And it is.
Relief flooded her. He hadn't come looking for her. Finding her had been a coincidence. An unlucky one for her, but this was definitely not a man on a mission. She hoped her own smile stayed passable. You still haven't explained what brought you back to Seashell Beach. Are you here on business? She flicked a glance at his laptop. He closed it, not as if he were hiding anything from her, but in the same way she would put her cell phone down when she wanted to give Dylan her undivided attention.
I'm working on an article. I'm a travel writer.
She acted like this hadn't turned up in her extensive Googling of him. If he didn't know she owned a bakery in town, he must not have done the same kind of research over the years. But then, why should he? She was the girl who had ghosted on him without a word at the end of a memorable summer. He had no idea she had his kid. No, not his kid. Absolutely not his kid. Her kid. Always. Travel writing sounds interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that for you. He'd been studying civil engineering, which was a hair too close to blue-collar work for his parents, who were already distraught that he wasn't attending an Ivy League school. They'd tried to push him toward architecture, something they could find a way to spin as prestigious to their associates, like he was so much more evolved than his law school-bound buddies.
I wouldn't have guessed it for me either, but I love it,
he said. She knew that. It came through in his articles. She'd just been banking on those articles keeping him off in places like Fiji or Madagascar. That's great. It sounded lame, but all she really wanted to do was shout, "Get out of the whole town! Leave!" So she figured her subdued reply was a victory.
I shouldn't be too surprised that you're doing something with food, but...
He trailed off, studying the shop.
This is perfect, but so different from where I thought you'd end up.
Let me guess, you figured I'd end up in some cutting-edge San Francisco restaurant, doing elaborate pastries and sporting 100% more tattoos. She got the first peek of the lopsided grin that had won her over in the bike rental shop. Thankfully, she was way past falling for a charming act now. Children had a way of setting your priorities straight.
Something like that, he admitted, but it's great to see you thriving here.
So glad you approve. She felt a twinge of guilt over her sarcasm. He'd been sincere. Instead of bristling, his smile grew.
You've still got bite.
She wouldn't be drawn into banter with him. She only shrugged.
So tell me more about the shop, he said. How long has it been open?
But she didn't want to catch up on their missing years. She wanted to start the countdown to the next 10 years of not seeing him. Sorry, it was great to see you, but I've got to check on some cupcakes. I hope your article turns out well. At least it won't take long with such a small town. She gave him a wave, but his next words stopped her cold.
This'll take a while. Seashell Beach is even better than I remembered it. I'm going to pitch this as a story on undiscovered Pacific jewels. I'll have to do some digging to do it justice."
Her heart slammed once against her ribs at the word digging, and she turned toward him as casually as she could. "That sounds interesting. How long does something like that take?"
"It takes as long as it takes. Every place is different. How come you can't hire that Pierced kid?"
She blinked at him, confused by the sudden change in subject. What?"
"I've heard him say 2 days in a row that he'd die to work here. I'm guessing it's not the first 2 times he's mentioned it. Why can't you hire him?"
"I'm a small business. I have more work than I can do, but not enough to pay for more help." She clamped her mouth shut. Why was she telling him about her finances? "Speaking of which, I need to get back to—"
"I want to make your bakery the centerpiece of my story."
He'd flummoxed her again. She'd never used that word, but she couldn't think of another one to describe the exact feeling that his non-sequiturs provoked. She tried to pick through her confusion. "Are you switching to food writing?"
"Food writing tends to be intertwined with travel writing. It's very much part of a place. Same as architecture and geography. That's why I like travel writing. I get to explore all of that."
"Okay, but I've been open 2 years. I'm not exactly an institution. Write about woodies. If you want to talk about the DNA of Seashell Beach, that place is it."
"I'll cover woodies too. The thing is, there's been a lot of change here, but it's working better in Seashell Beach than it is in a lot of other coastal towns. Most places, the new competes with the old. And there's a weird tension, visually and otherwise. But not here. It all works, and I think Delilah's Desserts is a metaphor for that. If you give me full access, I promise you that the second this hits the internet, you'll see your business double from people looking for the next undiscovered hotspot. You'll be overrun by hipsters, but they'll bring their money, and you can hire that kid to help you count it all."
She didn't want to be persuaded, but she'd reached the limits of what she could do without a major jump in traffic or a major capital infusion. She refused to go any further into debt to expand, but it also killed her that she could see her trajectory stretching in a flat line indefinitely. "What kind of access do you need?" She almost thought she glimpsed relief in his eyes, but he looked and sounded exactly the same when he answered,
"I'd need to sit in here for a full day tomorrow to observe you in the store, but mostly the vibe of the people who come in and out, how everything integrates."
No way. She couldn't have him here, in her face, all day long. As if he could sense the rejection coming, he shored up his argument.
"I wouldn't press anyone for interviews, just the ones who are totally open to it. And I'd only talk to you during the slow times. I don't think it'll take more than a day. I'd do it today, but I've got an architectural walkthrough scheduled at the Mariposa, and some crazy local legends to chase down."
"The wishing well," she guessed.
"The wishing well. Oh, and something about a fortune cookie cafe. Anyway, I need to go check into that, but I promise you, if you'll let me work out of here tomorrow, I'll stay out of your hair, but you'll get a massive bump in business when the story runs."
She wanted to say no. Every self-protective instinct she had wanted him gone. But then she had 2 warring mother instincts. One to protect her cub by getting Luke out of Seashell Beach as fast as possible, and one to seize an opportunity that would allow her to provide for Dylan better, so that they didn't have to skip some of the activities his friends enjoyed without a thought. Luke was offering her possible long-term financial stability if she could work out how to keep Dylan out of his way in the short term. It wouldn't be that hard. Well, logistically, it wouldn't. But it would take her swallowing her pride, and that never went down easily. But if she asked for Cindy's help, she'd get it, no questions asked. She had to do this. "Sure, a story about the bakery would be great. And yes, you can set up in here if that helps you write it faster." She hoped she sounded casual about it. That's how she should have been playing things all along. instead of sharp edges and spiky suspicion. It was more proof she lost her common sense whenever Luke was concerned.
Great, I'll see you tomorrow.
She gave him a friendly wave and scowled as soon as she turned her back to him, fleeing for the safety of the kitchen. She rummaged for her rye flour. Oh, if ever there was a pumpernickel day, tomorrow was it. She'd set those loaves to rising and bake all her anger out and right into the bread. There was a reason she almost never made it. She almost never got this mad. Chapter 6. Luke stared at the arches of the Mariposa as Deanne, the manager, gave him a tour. He still loved architecture, which was why it figured prominently in his articles. Funny, but in a way, Delilah was the reason he'd never pursued it as a career. He'd almost switched his major from civil engineering, even though it meant doing what his parents wanted, something he avoided. But then that disastrous weekend happened when they'd met her and done such a thorough job of humiliating her that she'd disappeared. After that, his only driving interest had been doing the exact opposite of anything they wanted. Deanne led him down a path toward a distant hedge of hibiscus flowers. "I assume you've heard about our wishing well?" she asked.
I have. Tell me more about it.
The developer of the Mariposa spotted it when he was visiting his ancestral village in Mexico. The town was deserted, but the state officials gave him permission to bring the well here, on the condition that he'll return it if they ever request it. It's over 300 years old. He ran his hand along the time-worn stones.
Are the rumors true?
That it grants wishes? Yes and no, she said, a small smile playing around her mouth. You can wish for whatever you want, but it grants your heart's desires even if you don't know what it is.
Do you believe that?
He was curious about the secret smile he'd glimpsed. Against my own common sense, yes.
Sounds like a good story.
It is. Maybe you should try it and see if you get a good story out of it, too. He crouched to examine the tiles painted with butterflies.
No coins on me, but maybe later.
As you wish, she joked, and he grinned up at her.
Thanks for the tour, he said, rising. This is an excellent specimen of Spanish neocolonialism. The developer did a beautiful job of integrating it with the rest of the city.
He'll be pleased to hear you think so, especially since you have a trained eye. She excused herself to see to other hotel matters, and Luke stepped out of the hedge to stare at the Pacific. It was doing its best to impress with a bluer-than-usual color and high, crushing waves. He hadn't planned to surf because he hadn't planned to be here long enough to fit it into his schedule. But now he almost itched with the need to get out on the water. Seashell Beach was stirring up all kinds of interesting longings, he realized, as he watched more waves roll in. He'd thought about Delilah a lot over the years, wondered why she'd left him so suddenly. They'd been young, too young to talk about forever, but old enough to fall in love. It had hurt when she'd taken off, but he'd talked himself into blaming it on their age. He'd been barely 21 and only 2 years older than her. No one knew what they wanted at that age. At least, not what they wanted from life. He'd been very sure he wanted Delilah in every way possible. She'd seemed as into him as he was to her, but obviously he'd missed some clues along the way. And he'd thought he was okay with that, eventually letting the unreturned voicemails and text messages trail off, letting the sting of her vanished social media accounts fade, lapsing into occasionally wondering what she was up to now and then. But talking to her today, seeing her try to rush him out of her store, and remembering the feel of her lips beneath his, watching her unconsciously wrap her arms around her middle in an act of self-preservation as she talked about the bakery, and remembering the way her waist had felt beneath his hands, it stirred everything up. The past, the hopes he'd had for their future. She wasn't indifferent to him, whatever her words said. And to his shock, he wasn't indifferent to her. She wasn't a pleasant memory, a faded summer fling. She was vital, full of new layers on top of the complicated ones she'd had even at 19. And he wanted to explore them the way he used to be able to, when he'd seen her core, parts of her heart and mind he knew she'd never let anyone else see. When he'd pitched the story on coastal towns, it was with the intention of coming to Seashell Beach. He'd thought it was nostalgia for the last time he remembered his life being purely uncomplicated and happy. The place where the rest of the world had disappeared. But it wasn't Seashell Beach that had done that, it was Delilah. And even though she obviously didn't want to be doing it again, she was. He was very, very okay with that. In fact, it sent a prickle of anticipation up his spine, an electricity he couldn't remember feeling in 10 years, of course. He had to figure out a way to get past her defenses, to see if this could become reciprocal. He wanted that. He couldn't believe how much. A twinge of guilt over smooth-talking his way into her bakery tomorrow came and went quickly. If anything, he'd underplayed the effect his article would have on her business. Besides, he wasn't the one who had hurt her, so why was she giving him the straight arm? She'd hurt him, and although he wanted to know the reasons why, he'd already forgiven her the second she dropped her cannoli everywhere. She wasn't over him, not by a long shot. He worked for the rest of the night, reading through old digital archives of Seashell Beach to steep himself in the history. But it was hard to focus when all he wanted to do was plot how to chip away at Delilah's armor. By the time he woke up and returned from a sunrise beach run, he had a plan. Or at least a philosophy. He couldn't come on as strong personally as he had professionally. He'd stay relaxed, tease her gently, work in reminders of the summer of Delilah and Luke, coax her out of hiding, but he'd have to do it without getting in her way. It would be tricky, but the same itchy feeling he'd had while watching the waves yesterday came back. He just wanted to dive in. He was at the bakery early, an hour before it opened to customers. Luckily, Delilah was sliding something into the display case when he knocked on the glass door. He read her surprise across the store. "I didn't expect you so early," she said when she unlocked the door. Puffs of flour clouded her shirt, and a streak of dark chocolate ran along her jaw. It killed him.
I was hoping to see behind-the-scenes stuff before you had too many distractions.
That makes sense, I guess. But her shoulders had a stiff set to them.
Can I watch you work in the kitchen? I might have questions, but if I ask at a bad time, shake your head and I'll drop it.
Okay. Use that table in the corner and meet me in the back. She turned, not waiting to see if he followed. He heaped his things on a chair and sped after her. She was punching a brown blob like it had done her wrong. He stayed out of reach.
Is that kneading?
It's punching.
Ask a stupid question.
He tried again.
Why?
Because it's done rising, so I have to punch it down and shape it.
It smells different in here today. What are you baking?
She nodded down at the dough she was still giving hell. Pumpernickel bread. You're smelling the yeast and rye flour instead of the usual sugar and white flour. He said nothing more, not wanting to annoy her enough to kick him out. After a couple of minutes, she stopped punching and sighed. Could you... It makes me nervous for you to sit there like that. Maybe it's better if you ask questions.
I'm good at that. Why don't you explain what you're doing?
So she did, walking him through the process of mixing the dough, letting it rise, then shaping it into loaves. It wasn't even 6 o'clock, and he was already tired just listening to the process.
What time do you come in to get this all started?
5 o'clock, usually. I time everything so I have a full case, and at least one piping hot breakfast pastry ready to go when I unlock the door for customers.
How can you get all this done by yourself?
She shrugged. I only make about a half dozen things a day. That helps. She nodded at the huge commercial mixer. I do things in large batches because it takes the same amount of time as a small batch, so it's more efficient that way. There's a lot of prep work I can do ahead.
Like what? Freezing dough?
That's good for some cookies, bad for cakes. It depends. But yes, make-ahead dough I can pop in the oven, big batches of frosting. Thursday is frosting day. I make as much as I think I'll need for a whole week.
Is it hard to keep up with everything?
She paused to wipe her chin against her shirt, transferring a chocolate smear before she went back to shaping more loaves. Yes, sometimes. I've hired employees to handle the non-baking stuff like customer service and keeping the pantry organized. It all helps.
But you'd like an assistant baker?
Someday, maybe if you write a good enough article. She gave him the first sincere smile he'd seen from her. It was small, but it was there.
I will, he said. You're doing the hard part. I only have to explain it. I bow to your awesomeness in keeping this whole place going.
She shrugged again, like she didn't care that he was impressed. She probably didn't. 19-year-old Delilah hadn't cared about other people's opinions of her. He dug that this was another thing about her that hadn't changed. It's hard, but I don't mind because I love it and no one is my boss.
That fits, he said.
What do you mean?
It's hard to imagine you ever working for someone else. You always like doing things your own way.
He realized he'd misstepped when her expression darkened.
I mean that as a compliment. It's why I picked my job too. I can mostly do what I want without interference.
Her expression cleared, and she ignored him for a few minutes while she popped the loaves into one oven and moved on to another one to pull out a sheet of individual crusts.
What are those going to be, and how do you decide what to make?
Black currant tartlets.
Black currant, pumpernickel, which isn't even a dessert.
He fell quiet for a minute, realizing she hadn't answered the second part of his question.
I hate to admit, but even though this is my third day in a row in here, I don't see a pattern to your menu.
I bake what I feel like baking, no mystery.
But bread? At a place called Delilah's Desserts?
She slammed the oven door shut. Pumpernickel is slightly sweet. They'll get a hot slice with melting butter and they'll like it.
Or else what?
Or else they don't come back.
Isn't that a bigger problem for you than them?
She smiled again. They always come back. He propped himself on the empty counter behind him and fought a smile so she wouldn't think he was laughing at her.
I'm getting more local color than I even hoped for.
She didn't answer, just readjusted the sunny ball cap she wore instead of a hairnet and set to spooning something creamy into the cooling shells. A few minutes passed when she seemed so absorbed in her task that he wondered if she remembered he was still there. He cleared his throat and she jumped. Yeah, she'd forgotten. He needed to work on that.
So why Seashell Beach?
You said it yourself. It's a hidden gem. She didn't look at him as she answered.
You seemed pretty happy to leave it behind before.
He hadn't said it with any heat, but her hands froze, and then resumed scooping. It was time to come back.
You like it that much, huh?
She gestured vaguely toward the Pacific. What's not to like? He changed the subject to something safer, asking questions about different equipment. She didn't ask him any questions about himself, but he didn't let it deter him, interjecting little bits about himself if he could do it without wedging it in by force. He hadn't seen her shoulders tense in at least 20 minutes. That was progress. When her morning worker showed up, he melted into the background completely, watching the dynamic as she gave the girl firm but kind instructions. A few minutes before opening, he went out to set up his laptop and smiled when he saw the short line already waiting for Delilah to unlock the door. At the front of the line was the Miss Betty from the day before. As soon as the lock clicked, she pushed past Delilah, who anticipated this, and jumped out of the way. Miss Betty's long nose quivered, and a look he would bet was as close as she got to bliss crossed her face. It was a slight lifting of her wrinkles before they drooped downward again. She marched to the cash register and barked, "Well?" as if she'd asked the poor girl a question. Delilah brushed past her and murmured something low, and Miss Betty's wrinkles deepened in irritation. "I'm not being mean," she said loudly. Delilah shook her head. "I mean it. Be nice to Jessie or no pumpernickel bread for you." Miss Betty scowled. "You don't have any in the case. Did you make it out of air this time?" Delilah disappeared into the back and returned with a dark brown loaf clasped between her oven-mitted hands, steam rising from the crust. She set it on the counter and sliced off a piece before slathering it with butter. Wow, he would definitely need a piece of that. Jessie handed the slice on a plastic plate to Miss Betty, who demanded, "What are you giving me a slice for?" "Because you asked for pumpernickel?" Luke admired the way she held on to her patience. "I want a whole loaf." "We don't sell it by the loaf," Jessie said, obviously bracing for how this information would be received. "Of course you do," Miss Betty said. "We really don't," Delilah said, unruffled. "I make a lot more selling it by the slice." "And how many slices do you get from a loaf?" 12. "For $2 a slice?" "Plus butter, yes." "So I'll take my $24 loaf, and I'll pay $25 if we can stop this asinine debate." Luke's jaw dropped, but Delilah only smiled and disappeared into the kitchen, to return with a loaf-sized paper bag. Jessie rang her up and greeted the next customer. Luke couldn't help it. He edged past Jessie into the kitchen, leaving her to answer the next customer as to whether he was the health inspector and was he shutting down Delilah's desserts. Oops. Delilah didn't tense when he walked in again. That was a good sign.
"Hey, sorry, but someone just paid $24 for a loaf of bread?"
"Yeah."
"That happens a lot?"
"Only on pumpernickel days."
"Other breads don't sell as well?"
"I don't make other breads."
"Why only pumpernickel?"
"Why anything? Why macarons or cannoli? I like them. I like pumpernickel."
"Got it."
He went out and got in line. He needed some of this bread. So did everyone ahead of him. When Jessie handed him his slice, he tucked $1 in the tip jar and eyed the dark brown piece, butter running down the sides.
"What's so special about the pumpernickel?"
"Try it," she said with a grin. He took it to his table and followed orders. After his first bite, he had to set the plate down and take a moment to breathe through his sudden quasi-religious experience. Holy smokes, had she laced it with crack? It was rich and nutty and sweet, and the butter must have come from sugar-fed angel cows. But the flavor was also... he couldn't quite explain it. There was something... He took another bite. There was a tang beneath all of it, a taste he couldn't quite place. Almost like pepper, but not, and it only made the sweetness sing. He didn't eat much pumpernickel, but this wasn't like any he'd had before. What was it? He opened up a Google search. Rye flour and whole rye berries, milk, cornmeal, yeast, cocoa, brown sugar, molasses. He could see how the ingredients qualified it for a dessert bakery. Could it be molasses he tasted? He took another bite. No, that wasn't it. He looked for another recipe when one of the search results caught his eye and startled a laugh out of him. The laugh turned into a choke just as Delilah emerged with another loaf. "You okay?" she called. Checking on him was a good sign, but he hadn't quite recovered enough to answer, so he gave her a thumbs up. She set the loaf down and came over anyway. "Did you choke on the bread?"
I choked on a laugh.
"Because you were eating my bread?" Her eyebrows drew together.
No, because I was trying to figure out one of the flavors I'm tasting, and I ran across some interesting pumpernickel trivia.
"You're kidding."
I'm not. I'm a good writer, but I can't make this stuff up. The word pumpernickel means devil farts.
Her eyes went wide, and he wondered for a split second what she would say. The old Delilah would have found this hilarious. The new Delilah did too. A smile split her face, and then a snort escaped her, followed by a,
"Did you just giggle?" he asked.
"No, but I laughed. Devil fart," she muttered, walking off and laughing again. He would never have guessed it would take devil farts to gain some ground with her, but he had no doubt he'd chiseled one more bit of her armor away. The bell tinkled at least every 2 minutes as more customers streamed in. Around 9, the platinum-haired painter showed up and smiled at the line, then smiled wider when she saw him. Word got out it was Pumpernickel Day. The bell rang immediately. He nodded at his third slice.
"I understand."
She winked at him and settled herself in front of the mural. A half hour later, Delilah carried out another loaf from the kitchen and announced, "Last loaf," which was met with immediate protests. 1 slice per customer. It was still gone by 10. After that, the line finally dwindled, and Jessie set about wiping down the tables and sweeping up crumbs. When the bell stayed silent long enough for it to officially be considered a lull, he went back to the kitchen again. Delilah was rolling out more dough, her arms coated to her elbows with flour, and a tendril of hair hanging in her eye, which earned her another streak of flour across her forehead when she brushed it away.
"It's finally quiet out there," he said.
"Morning lull always happens."
"So does your early start mean this is about lunchtime for you?"
She paused and looked up at him. "Usually."
"Can I join you? I wondered if you'd mind introducing me to the Chinese cafe I keep hearing about."
"How can you be hungry after 4 slices of pumpernickel?"
"You were keeping count?"
It pleased him that she'd paid attention. Instead of answering, she went back to rolling dough. "I can't leave the store. Sometimes we get an unexpected rush." He wanted to laugh. He was no amateur in Delilah. More memories had been flooding back, and he was already anticipating her next moves and objections.
"How about if I bring back takeout?"
"Fine." It wasn't a wildly enthusiastic response, but he knew a victory when he saw one, and he hustled out of the bakery before she could change her mind. Chapter 7. Had Luke always been so persistent? Delilah refastened her ponytail and went back to rolling out the sugar cookie dough for the big-as-your-hand cookies she'd make tomorrow. Miss Betty's loaf purchase had put her in a good mood, and sugar cookies with bright pink frosting and sprinkles sounded appealing. The morning with Luke so far hadn't been the nightmare she'd expected, especially after she'd found him standing at the door far earlier than she'd planned. He'd been good as his word not to bug her. He hadn't asked her anything that would force her to skirt around the subject of Dylan, but he had asked questions about her work that most people didn't. Not many people had asked her about why she made what she made. She was glad he hadn't pushed too much on the flavor he couldn't quite place in the bread. There was no way to explain it without sounding crazy. Pumpernickel. Devil farts. She snorted again in spite of herself. When Luke appeared 20 minutes later, a bag of the best takeout in town dangling from his fingers, She realized she didn't feel even one stress-laced pang at his reappearance. It was nice to breathe comfortably again.
Are we eating back here or out front?
As much as she didn't love the idea of Jessie eavesdropping while she cashiered, she still preferred a public setting to being alone with him. If you're cool with me reclaiming my own table, let's eat out there. As he cleared his laptop, she took the bags but stopped short and glared at him. Wait a minute, you didn't even ask me what I wanted.
I think I made a pretty good guess. I'll run back and get something else if I was wrong.
He handed her a carton and a pair of chopsticks. She opened it and couldn't keep a smile from twitching her lips. Dragon meat.
Yeah.
Every Chinese restaurant had some version of it, a lightly fried and heavily sauced beef without interference from vegetables. He'd told her once that when he was little, his nanny had convinced him to eat the dish by telling him it was dragon meat, and his curiosity had won out over his pickiness. She and Luke had eaten it often when they dated? Was that the right word? It sounded so casual for something so intense and consuming, but nothing else felt right for something that had also flamed and died so quickly. She busied herself with fishing some of the beef out and enjoying the genius of Chef Kai's cooking again. She hadn't eaten there in at least a month. She should take Dylan soon and make sure they got seated in Emma's section. Emma had been pretty preoccupied with wedding plans lately, but Delilah knew she could have made more of an effort to connect on her end, too.
This is as good as anything I've had in China, Luke said after a few bites. Seashell Beach is killing it with their food game.
A soft warmth washed her cheeks, because she knew he meant her food, too. The Fortune Cafe has been around longer than me, though. It's on its way to becoming an institution.
I definitely think that's the path you're on. Your places have the same idiosyncratic I'm going to do it my way vibe. It's cool.
Her cheeks warmed again. It almost panicked her. What was happening? Why wasn't Luke anything like the man she'd always figured he'd become? The model son to his parents with a distinguished architecture firm and a high-profile career. How had he become this? She needed to do her own investigating. She cleared her throat. So, do you write a lot of travel articles about foreign destinations?
Mostly foreign, actually. I don't do many domestic assignments.
How many countries have you been to?
90-ish.
She shook her head. She'd never even driven the 6 hours down to Mexico. Do you have a favorite?
No, there are a few I didn't like, but I find something to fall in love with everywhere I go.
Something about the way he watched her made her want to squirm, but she didn't. Instead, she picked out another piece of dragon meat and considered her next question. What do you love about your work?
All of it. It's a constant adventure.
As a whisper of disappointment feathered through her chest, she realized she'd been hoping for something more. Something deeper. But it didn't matter. Not really.
What?
He asked. She glanced up at him, startled.
You shrugged, he said. When I said I loved the adventure, you shrugged like you were blowing that answer off. Why? Is that less noble than being everyone's sugar dealer?
A note of teasing underlined the words, but she took the question seriously. I wasn't trying to be dismissive. I don't know, it just made me wish I also had a trust fund and no obligations. For the first time since he'd shown up in the store, his face closed off to her, turning into sharp planes and angles.
I haven't touched my trust fund in 10 years.
She was too startled to be ashamed of misjudging him. 10 years? He didn't repeat it, only kept his steady gaze on her as the weight of that decade fell between them, pulling them closer to a conversation she didn't want to have. She hadn't even half finished her lunch, but she began to gather up her chopstick wrapper and napkin.
"Why'd you leave?"
She pretended she hadn't heard him, tucking the fortune cookies and extra duck sauce back into the carry-out bag.
"Delilah."
He waited until she was looking at him.
"Why'd you leave?"
She should have prepared an answer to this, but she'd figured the question couldn't come up without some serious conversation leading up to it, and she'd had no intention of having any of those kinds of conversations. But she couldn't fault him for wondering. She would have too. "I was overwhelmed," she said. "I was immature, and everything was happening too fast, and I needed to escape before I forgot all the things I'd planned to do."
"Escape."
A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. "I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. I ran away, not escaped. I wasn't ready, that was all." It was a massive understatement, or maybe a half-truth. The full truth was that she hadn't been ready for the insulting offer his mother had made her when she'd figured out Delilah was pregnant before she'd even told Luke. She hadn't been ready for the venom and the threats. She hadn't been ready for the conversation she'd overheard between Luke and his father, while she'd agonized over whether to tell Luke about the way his mother had treated her. But that overheard conversation had sent her running for the first bus out of town and down to LA with her growing stowaway safely out of the Romero's reach. He didn't look satisfied with the answer, but she was done answering questions. As if he sensed she was about to ghost on him again, if only to the kitchen, he smiled and leaned back into the chair.
"I guess I get that. You were young and we were intense."
That was an understatement. Lava was intense. Thunderstorms were intense. They were fusion, lightning, magic, all the way until she realized it was an illusion and she was his pastime. But she repeated the word to calm the waters. "Intense. Yes, 19 does that to you." He nodded.
"Just to go back a point or two, I never touched my trust fund after you left. I got a job, paid for my last 3 semesters of school, and my only income is what I earn with my writing. I think it's the reason I'm happy."
"I'm impressed," she admitted.
"What about you? Are you happy?"
he asked. Yes, she was, in most ways that counted, anyway. He reached for a fortune cookie that had escaped the bag, tapping it against the table.
"So I hear the fortunes here come true. Does that make you nervous?"
"No, I'm not sure I believe it. It's only for your first cookie from there, and I've already had mine. It didn't come true, so you can probably eat that pretty safely."
"What was your fortune?"
"Something about a soulmate. The usual. I don't even remember." She remembered every word, but she didn't feel like admitting to her disappointment that her sentimental wish for it to come true hadn't panned out.
"What is it about this place?"
he mused, turning the cookie over and over. "Wishing wells where things come true, fortunes people believe.
Is it part of a particularly clever tourism campaign? Was it like this before and I don't remember?"
"No, there's always been some of that in the air here. We just spent more time up at your apartment than we did in Seashell Beach. You probably didn't notice, that's all."
"I was pretty distracted in those days."
He caught her eye again, and this time it was harder for her to look away. But she made herself. "I should," she said, starting to stand up. But he stopped her with a question.
"So, what's your gimmick?"
"Excuse me?"
"Can people see something about their future if they eat your pumpernickel bread? Or maybe your baking casts a spell on people?"
He laughed.
"I would totally believe that, actually."
He was closer than he knew, but she'd never explained the truth to anyone, and she didn't plan to start with Luke. Still, the compliment kept her sitting a little longer. No gimmick unless you count good food.
That's the best gimmick.
Then guilty as charged. They smiled at each other, and she wondered why this time it didn't make her want to dive for the safety of her kitchen. He cleared his throat.
Would you be willing to play tour guide for me for one afternoon? I always learn more from the natives, whether it's Oman or Paris, or Seashell Beach.
Sorry, I can't, she said, almost before he finished.
Wow, he said with a laugh. You're not even going to try to let me down easy, huh?
I didn't mean that to be rude. I'm always jammed up with work and stuff.
Jessie, he called. When does business die down for the day?
3-ish. It's pretty quiet after that. His eyebrow went up, and Delilah rolled her eyes. That doesn't mean I don't still have work to do. She pointed at her chest. Sole proprietor, remember?
If you give me 3 hours today or tomorrow, we'll call it even.
For what? Buying lunch? I'll pay you back.
No, for bailing on me 10 years ago.
No dice, she said. He flashed her a grin.
Shoot, I thought that would work.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't, but this might. What if I promise to give you 3 hours of free labor if you'll be my tour guide?
That was definitely more tempting, except for the part where the last thing she wanted to do was spend more time with him. Fair, but I really don't have the time.
But having a local show me around will get my work done faster, which means I'm out of your hair and this town faster.
Done, she said without blinking.
Ha! I think my feelings are hurt that you jumped on that so fast.
3 hours of your labor, you get a 3-hour tour, and we all return to normal.
Deal. Now get back to work. You're distracting me.
Shut up, she said without any heat. We'll do your tour tonight, and I expect you back here at 5 a.m. as manual labor.
Cruel.
Work for your tour, buddy. I'm making your life easier, she said as she rose.
Hang on. Don't you have to open your fortune cookie whether you believe it or not?
She fished one from the bag and cracked it open. Beware giant purple bunnies.
It doesn't say that.
She handed him the paper strip that proved it did.
What kind of fortune is that?
A typical one for the Fortune Cafe. Your turn.
This is suddenly way less scary, he said. I was half believing the stories.
I don't know, she said, thinking about it. Mine didn't come true, but enough have come true for people I know for it to be slightly more than coincidence.
So I should be scared?
You should be a man and eat your cookie. He smirked at her and cracked his open, scanned the strip, then, frowning, scanned it again. What does it say? He folded it in half.
Just another one of those vague fortunes that could be for anyone.
But she noticed as he scooped up her carton that he slid it into his wallet instead of sweeping it up with the rest of his trash. Chapter 8. Luke pulled a shirt from his bag, a striped one that was slightly dressier than the one he'd worn in the shop all day. Would Delilah think he was trying to impress her? So what if she did? It was exactly what he was trying to do. He shrugged out of his polo shirt and into the button-down, switching to crisp black shorts for good measure. He couldn't explain why it mattered to him that Delilah notice him, really see him, and like what she saw. Not his wardrobe change, him, the way she'd seen the real him 10 years ago when no one else could. When he reached the bakery, she was waiting for him outside. She'd changed, too. She still wore the white jeans that killed him, but sandals replaced her sneakers, and a filmy flowered top had replaced her work shirt. She ran her eyes over him, quick as a blink, but he smothered a grin. She had totally checked him out. "You ready?" she asked.
"Lead on."
They set off down the boardwalk, and he listened as she described each shop. She knew the story of every store, every owner.
"How do you know all this?" he asked. "Is it from growing up here?"
"Some of it, yes, but a lot of these places opened while I was gone. The owners come in and get pastries. I poke around in their shops. We talk. They listen." They passed a candle shop as the owner came out to reposition the sandwich board, advertising her seashell candles. "Hey, Delilah," she called. "How's Dylan?" "Great," Delilah said, and waved to the woman before pointing out to the horizon. "Do you see that?" "See what?" She squinted. "Oh, I thought I saw a white sail. Sometimes this old restored schooner sails close enough that you can see it if you look hard. But I must have been looking at a cloud."
"Who's Dylan?" he asked. Was it a boyfriend? He hadn't even thought about that. He'd seen her naked ring finger and figured it meant the field was clear.
"A mutual friend," she said. "Hey, remember this place?" She'd stopped in front of a bookstore they used to explore together. A display of children's books by a local author filled the front window, and she pushed open the door.
Wow, memory lane.
The smell of new books hit him, but underneath it was a different smell than he remembered. It was the more mellow vanilla of old books tempering the scent of all the new ones.
Something's different. It smells different.
He glanced around the store, but couldn't see what had changed. The shelves were where he remembered them. It had been painted and spruced up, but there wasn't a huge change. The owner expanded to take over the space next door. If you go around those shelves, it opens into a used book section. He followed her pointing finger and found himself in a space even larger than the original part of the bookstore. Only used books stuffed this one, and the homey smell wrapped around him in a blanket of nostalgia.
Wow, here I thought bookstores were struggling, but this place seems to be doing even better than I remember.
It was struggling until he opened the used section. The old with the new has been magic for him.
Magic, Luke repeated.
It was as if that word threaded through every bit of this beach town. How had he not noticed that before when he used to cut class and escape down here to surf? Delilah brushed past him into the used section, and he had his answer. Delilah had crowded out everything else back then. No, not crowded. That sounded like an unwelcome distraction. Delilah had simply seared everything else from his consciousness except her. The hairs on his arm rose, even though only the hem of her shirt touched him as she passed. It wasn't even a surprise. This was the effect she'd had on him ever since she'd chewed him out the first time they met. Her sunglasses pushed up so he could see the fury in her eyes. This new Delilah didn't have that same barely contained fire. Shadows had crept in, walls had gone up. Yet the heat she sent prickling along his skin was exactly the same.
"This is like a mini Powell's," he said, shaking off her spell.
"A what?"
"It's an iconic bookstore in Oregon. Same kind of thing, where they sell both old and new books, and they're busy from morning until night. I did a story on them once for a Portland piece. The place is 50,000 square feet, I think."
"I thought you said you didn't do many domestic stories."
"I did when I was first starting out to prove I could handle bigger assignments."
He didn't mention that he'd included the iconic bookstore because wandering its stacks had reminded him of all the nights he'd spent curled up with Delilah, reading to each other from their favorite books. That summer they'd fallen in love with a Lebanese mystic and poet, his verses seeming to paint the story of their own wild love. It had been that, he realized. Love. He'd thought so then, but talked himself out of it when Delilah disappeared. He'd blamed his fevered mind on the sultry summer and her wicked smile. True things didn't end that way, he knew, so it must not have been true. That was the story he'd told himself, but standing here with Delilah now, he knew his rationalization had been the lie. Maybe those days had been impulsive and untamed, but they'd been real. Those feelings had been real. Delilah must know it too, or she wouldn't be so guarded. She wouldn't have dropped a tray of food and hidden the first chance she got. She'd have greeted him as breezily as she did Miss Betty. But her instinct had been to run. You ran from things that might hurt you. And while he never had, and never would, she obviously thought he could. Whoa. This was heavy, but the kind of heavy that gave him hope at the same time. He scanned the neatly lettered category signs until he found poetry. He wondered if there was a copy of that old poet's book, and what Delilah would say if he found it. They'd spent hours reading those poems, making them up, sometimes writing notes to each other when they saw each other in the lines. It had been a better literature class than anything in college. He ran his finger down the spines until he got down to G and slowed, looking for the poet's name. There, Gibran. A worn spine of the exact same edition they'd read to each other faced out. The mystic's work was constantly reprinted in new editions. A few of the later ones sat with this copy, but he grabbed the worn one that looked exactly like the one they'd read from. He pulled it and went to find Delilah. She had settled on the floor in the cookbook section, an old bread-making book open in her lap. "Look," he said, crouching and extending it to her. Her eyes widened, and a deep flush washed her cheeks as she took it from him. He smiled, guessing which memories had come flooding back to her. He bet they included tangled sheets, too. She opened it to the title page, running her fingers over the sketch of the poet, then leafed through a few pages before she stared up at him in total shock. "You kept this?" "It was on the shelf. The same edition as ours and everything." "Luke." Her voice was nearly a whisper. "This is our book." She turned to a page in the middle and handed it back to him, her finger pointing to a line in the poem. "I love you when you bow in your mosque, kneel in your temple, pray in your church." Next to that, she'd scrawled, "You are my church." Pain washed over him, but it carried something else in its current. Need. The need he'd felt for her then, the need he had for her now, the need to see the Delilah he had known in this pulled-together woman who was showing the first cracks that let her old self through. And even something besides need. It was wonder. He had stood in the shadow of the Taj Mahal, a monument built by an Indian prince to his love, and hadn't felt the same sense of awe that finding their copy of this book, at this moment, detonated inside him. "How is this possible?" he asked, turning the pages, watching as their handwriting intertwined in the margins of their favorite poems. She shook her head, mute. He rose and started out of the used section. "Where are you going?" she called. He paused for a moment. "I'm never letting this book out of my sight again." Or you either, he thought, his hand closing tightly around the spine as he strode to the register. This sleepy little beach town was getting beneath his skin more than anywhere else he'd been in the world. But it was showing him a truth he'd known in his bones. The answer to why he didn't stay in relationships. Why he moved restlessly from one country to the next, never anchored to a person or place. Delilah had also gotten under his skin all those years ago, and she'd stayed there and been a part of him ever since. Delilah was quiet when they hit the sidewalk again. They passed a Salvadoran pupuseria and a souvenir shop without saying a word. She didn't even seem to notice them. They reached the next cross street, the one where her shop was located. They'd traveled only 2 blocks, but a full decade back in time. Instead of continuing down the boardwalk, she crossed to the ocean side of the street, slipped her sandals off, and set off across the sand toward the rock jetty. He wondered what she was thinking, but he suspected he'd get more out of her if he let her work through whatever it was than if he pushed her to talk. The tide was low, but rising as she climbed the rocks. He stood at the base and looked up at her, not sure if he should give her space or join her. After a minute, she glanced down at him and patted the rock beside her, so he climbed up and took the spot. She didn't say anything as he settled down beside her, just kept her eyes on the ocean, her legs folded lotus style as if she were meditating. Finally, she spoke. "Tell me who you are now."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, are you the same Luke you've always been? Are you different?" He hedged, not sure what she was looking for.
"Which one's better?"
"The one that's truer," she said.
"Fair enough. I'm mostly the same, I think, but some important things have changed."
"Tell me all of them." He gave a low laugh.
"Strip my psyche naked and lay it out for you? Is that what you're asking me to do?"
She stared at him without blinking. "Yes." He scrubbed his fingers through his hair.
"Women usually buy me dinner first before they ask me all my secrets."
She returned her gaze to the waves, and he immediately missed the warmth of it.
"I'll tell you,"
he said, surprising himself. He had the reputation of being laid back, but it was armor as true as hers, a shield that kept people from trying to see below his surface. They took him at face value. But Delilah knew from the old days, from the pages in the book sitting in its plastic bag between them, that he was more than he let on. He cleared his throat.
"I live only on my salary. I'm done with my parents' money. I picked travel writing because it took me far away from them and paid my way to see the world. I thought I'd figure out what I really wanted to be when I grew up while I explored it."
"Did you figure it out?"
"Yes and no. I see what I want to do. I haven't figured out how to do it."
"You're being vague."
"Yeah," he admitted. "But would you like to sit here and spill all your insides out all over the place for me right now?"
She granted him a small smile. "I guess not. So you've traveled the world, you know what you want to do, and that's not being a travel writer?"
"I don't want to give that up. It's become too much of who I am. Finding new places and the lens to understand them with, trying to translate it through words that will inspire people to pick up and explore places that make them grow too. I don't know, it would be hard to stop."
"So you definitely plan to be out there," she waved, the graceful sweep of her arm encompassing the whole horizon. "More than you'll be here?"
"Here as in Seashell Beach?"
"No, here as in wherever home is."
"New York," he said. "And yes, I'm on the road more than I'm not, but I have the best office views in the world."
And this time it was his turn to sweep the horizon. "Are you happy?"
"I'm content."
She didn't say anything for a long time, and they listened as the waves crashed below. Silently, she turned to him and touched a scar near his temple. It was so faint he never noticed it anymore. "I remember this. You got it here. That was scary." They'd been down at the base of the jetty after a hot afternoon of surfing, about to scramble up as the tide rolled out to check the tide pools for starfish. He'd slipped on a boulder and cut his forehead. It hadn't even needed stitches, but head wounds, even small ones, bled copiously, and from Delilah's reaction, she'd thought his end was near.
"I think it scared you way more than it scared me,"
he said, cupping his hand over hers. She didn't pull away.
"You took good care of me, though. You always did."
"You're different now," she said. Her thumb feathered along his cheekbone, and despite the fine ocean mist, her touch burned.
You might be the only person who thinks so.
But it was somehow right that she was the only person who could see that. She was the only one who'd seen beneath the surface back then, too.
I'm sorry, he almost whispered. It's this place. It's this book. It's you.
He drew her palm down to press a kiss in it. Her skin smelled like vanilla, and he kissed it again, unable to resist a small taste to see if she was vanilla too. She sucked in a sharp breath, and he lifted his head to apologize. But instead of pulling her hand away, she turned it to trail her fingers across his lips. Lightning shot straight through him, and he fought a groan. No one had ever been able to affect him like this. No one but her. She drew back and stood. The tide's coming in. Better climb down or we're stuck until it ebbs. He didn't want to climb down. He didn't want to leave their perch above the water until she answered the question he suddenly ached to know. How she could have walked out on this connection when he'd traveled the whole world and never found anything like it since. But he stayed quiet and followed her back to the sand. The beach crowd had thinned to almost nothing, a few people dotting blankets, maybe waiting for the sunset. Delilah led him back to the business side of the street and resumed her tour of the stores and their owners until the shops began to dwindle.
Now what? He asked. I still have 90 minutes left in this contract.
You mean the imaginary one made of air that we never signed?
That one.
She hesitated. I could take you through some of the neighborhoods, show you some of our seashell beach quirks. He didn't mention that he'd already investigated a few on his own.
That works. I've got a rental parked halfway between here and the bakery.
She nodded, and they walked back in silence. The silence was loaded, but somehow not uncomfortable. He let his hands brush hers every now and then, purely for the electricity it sent up his arm. Did she feel that? She must, because sometimes she let her hand brush his too. She smiled when she saw the Mustang. This is a long way from your wannabe hippie surf van.
I loved that dumb old VW bus as much as any hippie could. Not a wannabe.
It is if your parents buy it for you. He smiled to concede the point.
What does it make me if I'm driving a convertible on the company's dime?
A wannabe California boy?
Tonight, guilty as charged, he said,
holding the door open for her. She directed him up the nearest hillside, but instead of pressing on to the luxury homes, she sent him north through a far more modest neighborhood he definitely hadn't investigated, and then into an older tract subdivision like 100 others he'd seen.
Not much local flavor here, he finally said,
as they reached the end of the main neighborhood street. She smiled. Just follow directions, frat boy. Turn left here. The homes probably dated back to the 70s, California ramblers and bungalows with cracked driveways and towering olive trees. Finally, at the mouth of the last road in the neighborhood, she directed him to park along a curb and climb out. He shot her a questioning look, but she only shot him a mischievous smile as they turned onto the little suburban street. He immediately stopped in surprise. A laugh bubbled out of Delilah, and he wished he could feel it rumbling from her chest, trilling in her throat, spilling from her lips. He swallowed and forced his attention to the absurdest wonderland confronting him. Every other house on the street sported a large whimsical sculpture on its lawn.
What is going on here?
A couple of years ago, an old guy named Jasper Green moved in with his daughter in their casita, she said, pointing to a house halfway down the road. He was a famous sculptor in his younger days, but from what he tells me, when he comes in for the blintzes he's not supposed to eat, he was sick of doing pretentious bronze castings for big corporate gigs. He thought the street lacked character, and he decided to give it some. She walked him over to the first one, a shiny fish. He put together a sculpture made of found objects he scoured for on these long walks he would take, and built something to make his little granddaughter happy, a dwarf from a fairy tale she loved. He installed it right in the front lawn, and his daughter was mortified, until the neighbors came over and told him he could use their yards if he made any more. And thus a new seashell beach oddity was born. I like to check it every month or so for new ones. This is the most recent.
Do you know how hard it is to find things that are genuinely quirky and not the trying too hard quirky?
He asked, crouching to admire the blue and gold fish made from old bicycle parts and discarded paint cans. They examined every sculpture on the street, and he snapped pictures of each of them with his phone.
This is a gold mine. Thank you.
Sure. As they turned back to the car, he realized the sun had nearly set. He glanced down at his watch. 8 o'clock. The tour was over, and he couldn't ever remember being so disappointed about an evening ending. He needed more time with her. When they reached the car, he cast around desperately for a way to avoid getting in and driving her back to the store. Another sculpture garden, a lawn full of pink flamingos, something, anything. He glimpsed white fencing further up the road.
Is that a park with an ocean view?
You can see a slice of it from the swings, she said.
Do you mind if we check it out? I hate missing a Pacific sunset.
Sure. They settled into the swings and she sighed. Sorry, looks like we missed it after all. He stared out at the flash of the water. More silver than blue now.
It's okay. It was just an excuse to prolong the evening.
She smiled. I know. He stood and pulled her to her feet.
Everything about you is better than I remembered. It's killing me not knowing if this is too.
He pulled her against him and found her lips, brushing a kiss against them, a soft growl of satisfaction escaping him when they opened beneath his. He'd meant to be soft and sweet, but it had never been that way with them. The moment her hands slid around his neck, her fingers threading through his hair, every good intention he had melted against the searing heat that swept through him, that rolled off of her. He deepened the kiss, exploring her mouth. The ivory slide of her teeth, her sugar-scented breaths. She moaned soft and low and leaned into him. He walked them back until his back met the trunk of a broad eucalyptus tree and rested against it, hungry to take her weight as she strained against him. He couldn't get enough of her, and when he finally broke the kiss, it was only to explore the soft line of her jaw in a trail of kisses to the hollow beneath her ear.
I will never understand how you walked away from this,
he said, resting his forehead on her shoulder.
But I'm so glad you're back.
She stiffened, and he went still, sensing a shift in her, waiting to see what she would do.
Am I wrong?
He asked, pulling back to frame her face in his hands. No, she said, but a tear appeared, trembling on her lower lashes.
What did I do? What's wrong?
He brushed it away with his thumb, desperate to fix what he'd broken. She pushed away from him and pressed the palms of her hands into her eyes, while she drew a few deep breaths. Luke, She stopped as more tears fell.
Hey, it's okay. Whatever it is, it's okay. Just tell me.
She turned her back to him and wrapped her arms around her waist, and he'd never seen a starker portrait of loneliness before she finally drew another deep breath and turned to face him. Luke.
Delilah.
I left because I was pregnant. Chapter 9.
What?
I was pregnant.
I heard that. What?
He looked so lost, and she wanted to reach for him again. Tell him it would be okay, even as she told him the truth that was about to change her world, and possibly Dylan's forever. How had things turned around so completely? That's why I left. I was pregnant. I was scared. I didn't know what to do, so I took off.
What about...
He swallowed, and a sick wash of fear and nausea rolled through her stomach at what she was about to say. I had him. I kept him. He's amazing. Luke looked as if the ground had tilted beneath him and the world had changed shape. He reached out a hand like he wanted something to hold on to, then lowered it to his side. He tried and failed to say something again, and then he sat on the ground and dropped his head into his hands. She didn't try to rush in or explain. She remembered how huge it had felt when Dylan became real to her, even though he was nothing but a grainy peanut-shaped blob on an ultrasound printout. Her world had changed shape that day, too. She had no way of imagining how it would feel to have someone tell her that she had a 9-year-old she'd never known about. But she didn't regret telling him. The moment that old volume of poetry had fallen open and she had recognized the spiky slash of his handwriting, she knew the thread that had connected them then had stretched all the way forward to now, and that he deserved to know, no matter what happened between them. Luke drew a shuddering breath and found his words.
Is he happy?
Yes. It wasn't the question she had expected. Maybe she thought he would ask if Dylan was healthy, that he'd demand to see him, but not this most important question.
Does he know that I don't know about him?
Yes. Luke rose to his feet, slid his hands into his pockets, and walked until the fence stopped him, then vaulted over it and headed down the sidewalk. She stayed behind him, not sure what to do. At the car, she half expected him to jump in and drive off, but he braced his hands on the side and leaned over. His head bowed like he'd run a long race and used up his energy. She stopped several feet away and waited, not sure for what.
Why?
This time it was a snarl, and she stepped back. I told you I was scared. He whirled on her.
I don't believe that. Not for a second. Did you think I was going to be angry? Blame you? I was there, Delilah. I remember how that baby happened.
She took a step back, startled by the force of his anger. Tendrils of it reached out to her like the fog gathering around them as the last light faded.
I wouldn't have blamed you, and I think you know that. So tell me what it really is, because I never gave you a single reason to be scared of me.
You're scaring me right now, she said quietly, but he flinched.
I'm not going to hurt you, he said after a minute. It never crossed my mind, but I do feel like I'm going to explode. I don't know what to do right now. I better take you back.
No, Jasper's daughter can drop me off. It's okay. She could see that it didn't sit well with him to drive off and leave her, so she pointed up the sculpture street. Why don't you watch me walk up and knock? I'll wave if she's fine with giving me a ride. He heaved a frustrated sigh.
Maybe that's best right now, but Delilah?
He said, and a note of warning laced his voice.
I have a lot of questions, and I deserve real answers, and I'm going to want to meet him.
The thought made her sick. She had to find a way to explain all of this to her son, and she had no idea how she would do it. But she nodded. I need to give him some time to get used to it. I don't know what I'm going to tell him, and I don't know how soon he'll be ready.
It's been almost 10 years for me already. I don't want to wait.
She lifted her chin. You deserve to meet him, but it won't happen until he wants it to, and nothing is going to change that. If you try to go around me, there will be hell to pay."
"I wouldn't do that," he spat. "I never realized you had such a low opinion of me all these years."
She snorted. "I guess we're even then, because your low opinion of me back then was a shock too." Confusion clouded his face.
"What are you talking about?"
"Never mind," she said, rubbing her hands down her face. "I'm exhausted. We both have a lot to think about. Don't come to the bakery in the morning, but if you don't mind stopping by tomorrow afternoon and leaving your contact info, that would be good." She skirted around him to the corner and walked up to Jasper's house. His daughter, Anita, answered, happy but confused to see her. When she explained what she needed, Anita snatched her keys from a hook near the door, and Delilah glanced down to the corner. Luke stood there waiting, and when she waved, he nodded and disappeared. She settled in for the short drive to her house, her mind half on Anita and half on how she was supposed to break this to Dylan. The sitter had already gotten him down to sleep when she got home, so she paid the girl and crawled into her own bed, where her thoughts chased themselves so quickly and with so little logic that the mental tornado carried her down into a fitful sleep. Luke wasn't waiting for her at the store in the gray dawn light, but she found his business card tucked into the doorframe, with his familiar scrawl on the back. "I'll be waiting." She knew it wasn't a threat, but she shivered anyway. In the kitchen, she pulled the first batch of cookie dough from the fridge and set to work slicing off perfect circles and spacing them on the baking sheet while the oven heated. She'd made the dough yesterday when the morning had passed uneventfully, and she'd felt her first moments of ease since Luke had appeared. This dough would be good, infused with that feeling of calm she'd carried in her as she made it. But she'd meant to make more today, and she couldn't. She'd had no idea she would betray herself so thoroughly before the moon rose last night, and if she tried to make more dough in her current mood, it would taste bitter. She knew that people thought her menu choices were capricious and found them sometimes charming, but sometimes annoying if they wanted something she hadn't been in the mood to make that day. But it was those moods that gave the food she baked their flavor, and she had learned never to work against them. The food always suffered. But even her worst mood, if she baked the right food, gave her creations a texture and complexity that people couldn't quite put their fingers on. That was the flavor Luke had been trying to identify in the pumpernickel yesterday. But how could she say to him, "It's my anger. I only make pumpernickel when I'm angry because I ruin everything else I touch"? She couldn't. She'd tried once or twice to explain it to people she thought might understand. One of the sous chefs at the first LA restaurant she'd worked in, and later to another preschool mom she'd grown close to when Dylan was little. But both of them had treated her just a touch differently after that, and she'd never bothered explaining it to anyone again. She knew what she knew. Her happiest moments meant apricot macarons. Her saddest were for savory pies. And right now she felt like she couldn't make new sugar cookie dough. Her mood was more, she wasn't even sure, scared, defensive in a mama bear way, guilty for how she had leveled Luke with the news, confused. She didn't know a word for all of that, but she knew what to bake, and she gathered up the ingredients she would need for Rocky Road bars. Because nothing seemed like a better metaphor for a million things happening inside of her at once. When those went into the oven, her mood had settled slightly, and as she frosted the sugar cookies and waited for the bars to bake, she was astonished to find a new mood growing and another change in her menu plans for the day. Her attention kept wandering from the frosting back to the kiss with Luke last night. The kiss that had been one long breath, one long gasp, one long shiver of heat and desire. And that was how she found herself mixing up the batter for the most decadent cake in her arsenal, Death by Chocolate. But even as she topped it with cherries on perfectly piped icing curls, she knew that it hadn't been enough to exorcise the kiss from her system. She was beginning to despair anything ever would, and despair could only lead to oatmeal raisin cookies, the saddest cookie of all. It was quite a mixed display case when the store opened to her first customers. But by the afternoon, the display case was looking sparse when she waved goodbye to Jilly and headed out to fetch Dylan from school. He flew out of the classroom, his shoelaces streaming behind him, and launched himself at her in a bear hug. "I missed you so much last night, Mom." "I saw you this morning, silly muffin." She had to wake him at 4:45 every day and drop him off next door at Mrs. Castro's house. Mrs. Castro gave her a key and kept a warm blanket for Dylan to settle back under to sleep until their kindly neighbor got him off to school, while Delilah opened her doors to the first customers of each day. "I know, but I tried so hard to stay up and wait for you last night, but I just fell asleep." She gathered him into another hug. "I'm yours for the rest of the day. What should we do?" "Minecraft!" he shouted, and she groaned while he laughed. "All right, an hour of Minecraft, but then we're curling up with some Narnia." "Deal," he said, and her breath caught because it was exactly the same way that Luke had said it the day before. And the more time she'd spent with Luke yesterday, the more she had caught mannerisms. A tilt of the head, a certain little smile that she'd seen on Dylan his whole life. Maybe that, more than anything else, had finally convinced her it was time to tell Luke the truth. That and a sense that it would matter to him to know. At home, instead of Narnia, Dylan convinced her to pack for their overnight camping trip, winning her over with his excitement. She'd worried that he was going to be embarrassed as the only kid there with a mom instead of a dad or an uncle, but he was all chatter as he carefully followed the diagram in his wildlife scouting book to make his bedroll. She wasn't sure she wanted to dim the enthusiasm by dropping a bombshell on him that he had a father who wanted to meet him. Friday, she baked up more cannoli, vanilla bean cupcakes, hazelnut torts, and lemon pound cake. Good, solid comfort foods as she soaked in the last few days of being Delilah and Dylan, a perfect set. It was possible that very soon they would become Delilah and Dylan, and Luke and Dylan, as they figured out how to be in one another's lives. Several times she caught herself murmuring a prayer or a hope or a wish. Let him love Dylan. And sometimes, even though she had the grace to be ashamed, she found herself praying, let Dylan always love me just a little more. Luke respected her wish to stay away until she gave him permission to come back around, and she gave him grudging credit for it. It had to be eating him up, not knowing her time frame, not knowing how Dylan would take it. But Friday after work, for the third afternoon in a row, she'd driven past the hotel parking lot and seen his rented Mustang still in the lot. He was sticking this out. At school, Dylan almost vibrated with excitement. "It's time to go to the campout, Mom," he said, grabbing her hand and pulling her back toward their little car. "I want to get there right on time." "We don't even need to leave for an hour," she said, laughing. But she let him pull her along. At home, he nearly drove her crazy, repacking everything she loaded into the car. Geez, he hadn't even had a man in his life to teach him that. It must be coded into the male DNA. She got them on the road early, out of self-defense, and listened to more of his happy chatter during the 30-minute ride up to the campground in the foothills. A handful of boys and their fathers were already there, and her heart sank when she spotted Dylan's most persistent bully, a bratty boy named Tyler. She led Dylan to the farthest edge of the clearing, and he didn't seem to give Tyler any notice as they set their tent up. The troop leader, a gruff man named Dan, wandered over.
"Hey, Delilah, need help?"
It was sweet of him to offer, considering he hadn't been thrilled about having a woman come along in the first place. But she smiled up at him. "No thanks. We practiced setting up the tent a dozen times in our backyard." They'd done it specifically so she wouldn't have to ask one of the dads for help. However, as she attempted to pound in the first tent stake, while Dylan held the other end of the tent pole in place, she realized she may have been too hasty in rejecting Dan's assistance. At home, the stakes had slid easily into the soft grass of their yard. Here, the ground was sun-baked to the hardness of brick, and her best efforts only led to 2 bent stakes.
"Mom, you almost done? I need to stretch a little,"
Dylan called from the other side of the tent.
"Can I let go?"
"Just set it down for a minute, sweetheart," she said, and the tent fell flat while she stared down at the baked earth and wished she knew a really good old-school evil curse for it. She stole some glances at the other dads as they worked. They all carried heavy rubber mallets that they swung hard to drive the stakes down in 3 or 4 whacks. She looked down at the regular hammer in her hand. Oops, mistake 1. "Come here, kiddo," she said, pulling Dylan over to point at the chipped dirt. "The ground is harder here, so this hammer isn't tough enough to do the job." His expression fell, and she tickled him. "Don't worry about it, because I'm tough enough. We'll get it done. I'll just go borrow one of their mallets."
"No, Mom, don't. We can figure this out."
"They won't mind. I'll wait until they're done hammering."
"So we're just going to sit here until they finish?"
"No, let's set up the cornhole game so there's something for everyone to do when the tents are ready." He looked relieved and hurried to the car to fetch the cornhole set they'd borrowed from Cindy. It was a simple beanbag game, but it never failed to keep the men and boys entertained during their 4th of July block parties. When Dan's tent, which she decided was more like the tent mahal than an actual tent, stood looming over the campsite, she went over to borrow his mallet, which he gave her only after she spent 5 minutes convincing him she really could do it herself with a heavier mallet, and another 5 minutes enduring a lecture on the best strategies for driving stakes. Ugh, he was a nice man, but good heavens, it wasn't the rocket science he tried to make it out to be. By the time she escaped back to the cornhole game, Dylan had disappeared. Probably bored to death waiting for her, while Dan had tried to put her to sleep with his mallet lecture. A minute later, she spotted him just beyond the boundary of their own campsite, head bent as he scuffed the dirt road and listened to Tyler. "Dylan," she called, hurrying over to him. If she had fur, it would have risen.
"Hey, Miss Dawes,"
Tyler said, as he sauntered past her back to the campsite. "Hi," she muttered, not trusting the saunter. "You good, Dill?"
"Yeah, fine,"
he said, but he didn't turn around, and his hands crept up to his eyes in a move she recognized as one of her own, when she was trying to keep her tears from falling. "What's going on, sweetheart? What did Tyler say to you?" She rounded him to study his face, but he turned to keep his back to her. "No, Dylan, we don't do that. We share the truth with each other, remember?" He stiffened, but let her turn him. Sure enough, tears had made tracks in the dirt he'd managed to accumulate in the 20 minutes they'd been there. "Was Tyler teasing you again?" Knowing his tears had already given him away, he nodded.
"Yeah."
"What was he teasing you about?"
"It doesn't matter, Mom."
She lifted his chin and wiped the tears from his cheeks with her other hand. holding up her glistening fingertips. "These say something different, and I'm going to kill him, so I'd like to know why." That got a small smile. "It's no big deal, Dylan," he sighed. "He said it was too bad my dad's a girl who doesn't even know how to put up a tent." He'd gotten curious questions about his missing father when he was younger, and more teasing in the last year or two as the kids grew older and learned how to find each other's soft spots. But this was the first time her reaction had been fear and not pure anger over someone hurting her child, because now she had to tell him that he did have a father. He would be thrilled, and that was exactly what terrified her. Allowing Luke and Dylan to connect would mean giving Luke the most power after her to hurt this child. But as she caught another rogue tear, she realized that having an absent father was already hurting him. She'd have to do this soon. Tomorrow, probably, when they were back in their snug bungalow, and there were no witnesses to the news that would change his whole life, no matter how it went. He let her hug him, one of the things that she adored about him. He never tried to slip out of her embraces the way his friends did to their moms, no matter how much they teased him. And so she hugged him a little harder and said, "We're going to take this huge mallet, beat the snot out of those steaks, kill our old backyard setup record, and blow everyone's minds. You ready?" He sniffed and grinned, scrubbing the back of his hand across his face. "Ready. Race you." They barreled back into the campsite, laughing and teasing each other as they attacked the tent setup again. The mallet made more progress than the hammer had, but she still could only get the stakes halfway in. However, she didn't want Dylan to be the only one with a dad who couldn't handle the task, and a good tug convinced her that it would be enough to hold them for the night, especially when a grin split her son's face at how fast their tent flew up this time. She spent the rest of the night sitting in front of her tent and watching Dylan with the boys around the campfire. They set the ends of thick sticks aglow and traced shapes in the air, ran around and played night games while the dads shot the breeze about who knew what. Baseball and jock itch cream, probably. At one point, Dan approached her and invited her to join them, but she held up the book she wasn't reading as an excuse and promised she was fine with a little solitude and fresh air. She wouldn't have minded dropping in on the conversation, but she didn't want to give any of the absent wives a reason to mutter about her presence there. They were mostly fine with her doing the scout stuff with Dylan, and it was due largely to her keeping a huge distance from their men. Finally, around 10, Dylan stumbled back to the tent half asleep. She crawled in after him and let him nestle inside the sleeping bag, wearing his filthy play clothes. She'd have to boil everything to death when they got home anyway. Happy to see him in the night on a good note, she curled around her boy and fell asleep. She didn't move until something brushed against her cheek and startled her awake. Blinking, but unable to make out anything in the darkness, she waited. It came again, something soft against her cheek. Something soft that felt all wrong. She stifled a scream. What was in the tent with them? A bat? A large moth? She waved her hand in the direction of the invader and felt, oh no, the nylon of her sagging tent drooped against her cheek. At least one of the stakes had come loose. With a bitten-back curse, she lay there and stared at the steadily sinking ceiling. She couldn't wake anyone to borrow a mallet, but maybe she could figure out a way to rig the tent from the outside. Or kind of screw the stake back in? With no confidence that she would find a solution, she crawled toward the tent door. The second she slid the zipper, Dylan started. "Mom?" he whispered. "It's okay, baby. One of the stakes came loose." No sooner were the words out of her mouth than they heard a soft pop and the tent fell down. She braced for a wail from Dylan, but he made no sound, and she groped her way back toward him. "You okay?" she whispered, as she freed him from the tent. He nodded, but she heard the telltale sniff that told her he wasn't. "Hey, it's okay. We'll go lay the front seats back and sleep in the car. It's better than these lumpy bedrolls." But he only sniffed again. "I'm so sorry." She pressed her forehead against his and felt the weight of her failure. Her failure to drive a stake, to put up a tent that would stay up, to be the parent he needed. "What can I do to make this better?" "Can we go?" he whispered. "I don't even want to see Tyler in the morning." She hesitated, but she had to admit that she wasn't interested in listening to Dan's tent collapse theories. "Yeah, we can go," she said, "but we've got to be really, really quiet, because when they wake up and find us gone, I want them to think we're ninja-level escape artists." He threw his arms around her neck and squeezed her. "Thanks, Mom." It was surprisingly easy to sneak out of a campsite in the middle of the night. The sound of at least 2 dads snoring covered any noise they made, but they made very little to begin with, shoving their sleeping bags into the back seat without bothering to roll them, carefully picking up the tent poles so they didn't click together, folding the nylon tent with barely a whisper. And then, with Dylan giggling in the back seat, they coasted out of the campground Black Ops style, headlights off and the car in neutral, until they were well down the road. In the morning, Dylan wandered in for breakfast an hour later than usual, but looking no worse for the wear. She greeted him with smiley-face pancakes and a hug, and then they curled up with Narnia, where he listened to the adventures of Prince Caspian for nearly a half hour before he began to squirm. She could let him wiggle away and avoid the most difficult conversation of her life, while he disappeared into Minecraft videos. She closed the book and faced him on the couch, legs crossed, her expression as serious as she knew how to make it without scaring him. "I have the most unexpected news you could possibly imagine," she said. "Good news or bad news?" "Good news," she said, hoping it was true, and his face relaxed. "I had a visitor a few days ago that I never would have expected." "Who?" She took a deep breath and gathered his hands up in hers. "Dylan." She swallowed, not sure how she was going to get it out. But when the worry creeped into his expression again, she forced herself to say it. "The man who, well, your father is back in town." He blinked at her. "My father?" "Your dad, yeah." "But..." He couldn't find any more words. "His name is Luke," she said. "I knew him in college, and I haven't seen him since before you were born." "I thought you said he didn't know about me." "He didn't. He'd asked about his dad when he was 5. She'd told him that she had never told his dad about him because Luke wasn't the kind of person who would make a good father, and she left it at that. "But I thought you said he wouldn't be a good dad." "Back then, he wouldn't have," she said slowly, knowing every word she spoke would carry a ton of freight. "But I've been talking to him quite a bit for the last few days, and I think maybe he's a different guy than he used to be. He'd like to meet you." His fingers tightened around hers, and she squeezed back. "You don't have to, ever." His fingers tightened even more. "I think I want to. Maybe." "Whatever you want and whenever you're ready, you get to choose." He processed that for a bit. She loved that about him, that he was so thoughtful, but he internalized so much. He did it to protect her from worrying too much, but she kept her mouth shut and let him work through it to see where it led him. "Did it make you sad when he came?" She almost sobbed at the question. What a gift this boy was. That his first worry was for her. No, not sad. I worried at first because I thought he might be like he was before, but he seems to have turned into a pretty nice adult. I'm a tiny bit worried still because this is a major surprise, and I don't know what to expect. But no, I was never sad. It was as if this reassurance gave him permission to be excited.
What's he like? What does he look like?
She tapped the cleft in his chin. You got this from him, and your eye color. Your lips are just like mine, and you have my ears. I think you're a pretty good mix of us both, and I think you're going to be tall like him.
Is he nice?
He is, kind even, and funny, very smart.
I must get that from him too,
he said with a sly grin, and he squealed when she swooped over to tickle him.
I give. You're the smartest mom I know.
He leaned against the sofa and stared off into the middle distance for a minute.
I think I'd like to meet him. That's okay?
It's more than okay. It's perfect. How about tomorrow afternoon? It was much faster than she'd expected to do this, but Sunday would be a good day for it. If there ever was a good day for introducing your son to your old boyfriend who also happened to be his dad. She always left the shop by noon to spend the rest of the day with Dylan, and now it looked like they'd figured out what they'd be doing tomorrow. She sat with him for another minute, until his gaze drifted toward the TV and his Xbox, and she smiled and waved him toward it. Within a minute, he was exploring a new virtual world, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry at how easily he'd accepted that he would be meeting his father. Now she needed to call Luke and tell him, and pray that he fell in love with his son enough for Dylan to feel it, but not so much that he rocked the boat she'd been keeping steady for her sweet boy for 9 long, lonely years. Chapter 10. Luke set the phone down only because his hand was shaking too much for him to hold it. Dylan wanted to meet him. From the minute he'd driven away from Delilah, his whole purpose in life had become waiting for her to call and tell him that he would get that chance. He didn't know anything about kids. The plan was for them to meet him on the grounds of the Mariposa for a picnic. He had no idea what the protocol was for meeting a kid you just found out you had. Gifts? Should he bring him a gift? What did you bring a 9-year-old boy? Suddenly, he couldn't be in his hotel room a second longer, and he grabbed his keys and nearly raced to the concierge. "Where's the nearest toy store?"
On Tangerine Street, Minnick's Curiosities. It's a slightly fantastic store, but kids love it.
Good enough.
He was parking in front of it less than 10 minutes later. The store didn't open for 10 more minutes, and he paced nervously as he waited, peeking through the windows to see if he could figure out what Dylan might like. After the third time he peered through, the door swung open, and a kind-looking older gentleman stood there, studying him with a small smile.
You look like you need a toy.
I do.
Come on in. What are you looking for?
Well, I don't know. It's for a 9-year-old boy.
Yours?
No, I mean, yes.
If the man found his answer odd, he didn't show it.
Are you local? I might know him.
No, yes, I'm not. He is. His name is Dylan.
The man's eyes sparkled with renewed interest.
Do you mean Dylan Dawes?
Yes. Ah, dang.
He hoped this didn't get him in hot water with Delilah, but he didn't realize Seashell Beach was so small that this man would know Dylan.
Dylan is a great little guy, he said. He comes in here every time he gets a good report card. I can probably help you figure out what he likes.
I'd appreciate that, Luke said.
The man, it turned out, was Thomas Minnick himself, and he took Luke past plastic robots and sports equipment, puzzles and art supplies, and led him down an aisle that reached back to his own inner child and delighted him with the sheer assortment of building kits. Tinker toys, Lincoln logs, Lego, magnetic blocks.
"He likes to build," Mr. Minnick said. "I know which sets he has already and which ones he might like."
10 minutes later, Luke was at the register with 6 different sets.
"He'd be pleased with one, I'm sure," Mr. Minnick said. "I didn't mean to suggest you needed to buy all of them."
Luke shook his head and tapped the top of the pile.
"You may have figured out that I have some time to make up for."
Thomas Minnick gave him another kind smile, and Luke appreciated the complete absence of judgment as the owner rang up the rest of the sale. He lugged the presents up to his hotel room and sat on the edge of the bed, wondering how he could possibly survive until the next day and their picnic. Research. He would research 9-year-old boys and find out what they were like, what they liked to do. Except 3 hours later, the research told him that they were all different, and he was fundamentally unfit to be a father. When it came down to it, he didn't know if a father was what Dylan would want. He might be interested in Luke as a novelty, but nothing more. Maybe Dylan had no interest in a relationship, even as Luke's mind had already jumped ahead to working on these projects together. But he had no control over that, so he busied himself Googling lists of questions for talking to kids. When he had a list longer than he could ask in a year, he remembered that Mr. Minnick had mentioned something about how Dylan liked to read. He did a search on which books 9-year-old boys were into, bought ebooks in 3 different series, and spent the rest of the evening reading them in case they were books Dylan liked. He drifted off to sleep on the last one to a night full of dreams about a boy wizard. Sunday morning, he took his run and pounded through some of his frustrations. How could Delilah have kept this from him? He'd been good to her, never given her a reason to think he would hurt her, emotionally or otherwise. He understood that it was hard for her to depend on people. She'd had a rough time growing up. Her relationship with her mother barely deserved the word. Her stepfather at the time, her third, wanted Delilah to embrace his evangelical Christianity, even as he measured her worth by how much leg was showing. The more skin, the further she had fallen from God. Delilah had been a little wild, yes, drinking to match his frat brothers and contemplating daily what she would get for her first tattoo. But she'd had a good head on her shoulders in other ways. The only reason she hadn't blown out of Seashell Beach the year before was because she was saving money to go to culinary school while she lived at home and worked 2 jobs. Luke had respected that. He'd never judged her the way her stepfather had, or let her down the way her mother had her whole life. If anything, he'd been crazy about her quirks. It made her 10-year lie of omission that much worse for him. All he'd done was love her. He'd get his answers, and soon, but not today. Today was about meeting this new little man in his life. By 1:45, he was down on the Mariposa lawn with a picnic blanket the concierge had procured for him, an embarrassingly tall stack of presents, and a stomachache, as if he were the 9-year-old in this scenario. He stood at the edge of the blanket with his hands in his shorts pockets, and he caught himself bouncing nervously on the balls of his feet 6 times before he forced himself to sit. But then he couldn't stay still, and he was up and bouncing again, his eyes never leaving the back entrance of the hotel, constantly scanning for Delilah's dark hair. He wished he would have asked her for a picture of Dylan. Why didn't he do that? He would know what to look for, what to expect. Dylan would have dark hair like both of them, but would he have Delilah's hazel eyes or his brown ones? He hoped Dylan had Delilah's freckles. Every kid needed freckles. Finally, just a couple of minutes past the hour, he saw Delilah's head weaving toward him, and as soon as they cleared the patio crowd, he saw the little boy next to her. He had no idea how to gauge a 9-year-old's height, but he was thin, and a shock of dark hair flopped over one eye. Delilah spotted Luke and paused. She leaned down to Dylan and pointed to Luke. Dylan's hand rose in a small, tentative wave. Luke returned it with a big smile, even though his heart didn't feel right, like it was expanding and breaking all at once. And then they were there. Luke stuck his hand out to Dylan. "Hi, I'm Luke." Dylan shook it and nodded. "You're my dad." Luke couldn't even answer. Something was stuck in his throat, so he nodded. Delilah stood there uncertainly and then looked past him. "Is this the picnic?"
"Yeah, do you guys want to sit down?"
"That would be great," she said, and they did, each awkwardly folding themselves down to fit on the blanket. All Luke wanted to do was stare at Dylan, memorize his features, figure out which parts looked like him.
"You have my chin," he said.
Dylan touched his cleft.
"Yeah, I like it."
Expanding. That's what was happening. Luke's heart was trying to push outside of his chest. Dylan's gaze kept traveling to the pile of toys. Luke smiled.
"I met your friend Mr. Minnick at the toy store, and he told me some of the things you might like."
He almost asked Delilah if it was okay to have gotten them, but he stopped himself. He didn't owe her that, not after this, not after keeping Dylan from him. There was no excuse for this.
"Could I look at the magnets?"
Dylan asked.
"Of course. You like building?"
Dylan nodded.
"Me too. Maybe you get that from me."
A look of surprise crossed Dylan's face.
"I guess I do. Mom always helps me with this stuff, but it's not her favorite. She's just being nice."
"Hey," she said, pretending to look offended. "I'm a good helper."
"I know, but you don't like it the way you like baking or yoga."
"True," she conceded.
"I love it," Luke said. "Can I help?"
"Sure,"
Dylan said, a little shyly. They worked together at it for a while, opening and unwrapping the little packets of magnets and rods, deciding they wanted to build a scaffold just to see how high they could go. He asked Dylan questions while they worked. About school and his favorite subjects, soaking up each answer like it was California sunshine.
"You can ask me anything, too, if there's anything you want to know about me, I mean," he said, after Dylan answered several of his questions. He couldn't believe how much he hoped Dylan would want to ask him questions. But his crash course in child development the previous night had suggested that 9-year-old boys might not be really interested in adults. Dylan surprised him, though.
"Do you have a mom and dad?"
"Yes, I do."
"So I have grandparents?"
"You do. I don't see them very often, though."
"Do they know about me yet?"
"No,"
he said. Delilah flinched and fisted the blanket in both hands, as if she was holding on with everything she had.
"I don't know what I want to say to them yet. It's an interesting development to explain."
Dylan's expression only changed by a tiny fraction. Luke wasn't even sure he could say what it was. Maybe a tightening around his eyes or shoulders, but he realized he'd said something wrong, something that had closed the boy down a little, and he panicked, trying to figure out how to fix it.
"I want them to know about you," he said, "but they get kind of funny about surprises, so I have to think of the best way to tell them."
"Okay."
Dylan bent to fiddle with something that didn't need fixing at the base of their scaffold. Luke shot a panicked glance at Delilah, but her face had closed off completely. He was drowning and couldn't even shout for help.
"Do you see your other grandparents much?"
he asked. Dylan shrugged.
I have a grandma, but she has problems with her mood, so we don't go there much.
Sounded like Delilah's mother had not improved in time. As far as he knew, his parents hadn't either.
Can I tell you something that might sound a little weird?
He asked Dylan. Dylan looked up, his eyes bright with interest.
I don't have a super great mom like your mom. I wish I could tell you that you have really fun grandparents, but they're not really like that. That's why I do the job I do.
You write about places you travel to?
Yes. To be honest, traveling for work is a great excuse for not having to see them much.
Are they mean?
Dylan asked.
Yes, but they don't mean to be. They just feel better when everything goes a certain way, and it's hard for them when there's wrinkles.
I'm a pretty big wrinkle,
Dylan said, with so much composure that it startled a laugh from Luke.
You are, said Luke. But all of my favorite things are like that, cool surprises that show up in my life.
So you like surprises?
I love surprises.
Surprise!
Dylan said, and he smacked the tower down. Luke laughed again.
Want to see who can build the tallest tower next?
And they were off, building and knocking down a few more towers, before Delilah cleared her throat and suggested they should eat. Luke busted into the hamper room service had packed with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. At 2, she stood, and Luke scrambled up too, dreading what she would say next. "We should probably get going," she said, and the tightness in his chest eased the tiniest bit when he saw a flash of disappointment on Dylan's face.
It's okay, Luke said. Did you guys drive here? I'll walk you out, and I can load all the stuff in your car.
Maybe you should hold on to some of it for next time, Delilah said. Luke's hands curled into fists as if he could hold on to the words next time. There would be a next time. It was good to know he wouldn't have to fight her for it, because he would if that's what it took. He helped Dylan put away the magnet set and walked them to the guest parking. Delilah said, "Muffin, could you take the keys and put this in the car? I'll be right there."
"Mom,"
Dylan said, looking mortified,
"don't call me Muffin."
A spasm of sadness crossed Delilah's face as he snatched the keys from her and unlocked a Toyota a few cars down. "He's never been embarrassed for me to call him that," she said, watching him go. "I guess he wants to look tougher in front of his dad." If she thought Luke was going to bond with her sympathetically over that, she was dead wrong.
I should have known about him his whole life. How could you do this?
"Luke, I
can't," he said. "I can't listen to this right now. I just fell in love with a kid I didn't know about 3 days ago, and I can't listen to why I'm only just now getting that chance. But there will be a reckoning, Delilah. Don't think you can ever keep me from him again."
And he walked away before the rest of the angry words he wanted to hurl at her could escape. Chapter 11. What had Luke said? There would be a reckoning? Was he hinting at a custody fight? Delilah collapsed on the sofa, too tired after listening to Dylan chatter all night about his new dad, answering a million questions as she tucked him in to make it as far as her own bed. She was sure it had been the right thing to let them meet. She'd never seen her son so lit up. It had nearly broken her heart watching him with Luke that afternoon, working so hard to impress him, to be a tough little man and good builder. And Luke had been perfect with him, attentive, complimentary, real. She'd carried guilt like a second skin for the rest of the day, a feeling she couldn't shake, no matter how hard she tried. But to be fair, the Luke she had walked out on had not been the Luke she'd seen for the last week. He had been a much different, much weaker man. When her cell phone alarm woke her, she was stiff from sleeping on the sofa, and she bundled Dylan over to Mrs. Castro's and left him with a hug and a kiss. She worried about Luke's vague reckoning threat all the way to the bakery. She wouldn't try to keep him from Dylan, but she probably needed to find a lawyer who could help her make sure that she didn't fall victim to the Romero family empire if he decided to use his trust fund for a custody battle. As she walked up to her store at dawn, she recognized Luke's lean frame immediately. He bounced on the balls of his feet like he had yesterday before he'd spotted them. She took a deep breath and stopped a few feet away, uncomfortable with the tightly coiled anger that rolled off of him. "I wasn't expecting you."
"It's been a big week for things people don't expect."
His voice was hard and biting. "Dylan likes you," she said quietly. Instead of pleasing him, his expression only grew darker.
"You owe me answers."
She did. Of course she did. "Come in. I have to get some things started, but I'll answer your questions." He trailed her into the kitchen and staked out a spot in the middle of her workspace, instead of keeping himself out of her way like he had the last time. She understood the message. You will deal with me. "Should I start with why I didn't tell you?"
"Sure, why not? Sounds like an interesting story."
She didn't react to the sarcasm. She would be furious if she discovered that a magnificent human like Dylan was moving through the world and was actually hers and no one had told her. She reached back to the old pain, the raw place that still festered beneath the scar tissue. "I found out right before your parents came to visit." She and Luke had been together for 3 months by then. No, not just together. Inseparable. His parents were in town before the university resumed classes in the fall, ostensibly to visit their son, but really to try again at convincing him to change his major. "I thought I had the stomach flu. I went to the free clinic. It was open once a week for the undocumented field workers and trailer trash like herself. The doctor told me I was probably pregnant. He was mad that I hadn't done any prenatal care and rolled out an ultrasound machine. And there he was, a little peanut on the screen. I didn't even care that the doctor was lecturing me." She slammed the fridge door. "I hadn't meant to get pregnant. I want you to know that." He made a small note in his throat. Not a grunt, exactly. Almost a sound of agreement.
"I know. You were pretty focused on your 5-year plan. So how did it happen?"
She couldn't help the snort that escaped. "Well, when a man and a woman like each other—"
"It was more than like, Delilah. It was for me. I told you that then. That's why I can't figure out why you didn't tell me about the baby."
She sprinkled flour onto the counter to prep for rolling out a pie crust. "Because I realized you were lying."
"The hell I was," he said. "First you decided whether I got to be a father, and now you're going to tell me how I felt?"
"No," she said, not rising to the anger in his tone. "You told me you were lying. Or you told your father and I heard it." He froze.
"What are you talking about?"
"I got a printout of the ultrasound. I put it in my notebook when we met your parents for lunch that day." She'd carried her notebook with her any time they went out to eat so she could take notes on the food, guessing what had gone into each dish. "I was going to tell you after your parents left. I figured you might need some good news after their visit."
"So what changed? Because that would have been hard news and scary news, but I would have supported you no matter what."
"Your mom found the ultrasound picture." She almost hated to tell him because it was a second betrayal by someone else who was supposed to love him.
"My mom?"
The color disappeared from his lips as he leaned back hard against the counter. "It fell out of my notebook. I didn't even know. She put it back without telling me, until the next day at brunch." She watched understanding creep into his eyes.
When she asked you to go for a walk with her, she said she wanted to get to know you.
No, she wanted me to know she'd seen the ultrasound, and she didn't want some trampy girl from a second-rate beach town trapping their precious son with a baby. He cursed, and she knew he could easily believe it of his mother.
What did she do? Did she threaten you?
She offered to buy me off. She said if I'd take care of it and break up with you, she'd give me $10,000.
You took it? He asked,
the first note of contempt creeping into his voice. For the first time, her own temper flared. Of course I didn't. What I felt for you was real, even if you didn't feel the same. He prowled toward her, an attempt to intimidate her with his size and proximity. But he must have forgotten that Delilah Dawes of Seaside Court Trailer Estates never backed down from a fight. She met his eyes and returned his anger-bright gaze with a cool one of her own.
You keep accusing me of being a fake and a liar, Delilah. Stop. Every word I ever said about my feelings was truth. The way I felt about you burned me from the inside out, and you don't get to erase that.
The charge in the air changed, shifting from anger to a different kind of heat. His eyes darkened, and he bent toward her the tiniest bit. She felt her first frisson of fear. She'd lost herself in the crazy rush of fire that had swept through them in the park, and she wouldn't lose herself again. She took a step back. He took a deep breath and retreated to his perch on the counter. She reclaimed her space, itchy to move and do and bake as she worked through some of her hardest memories. Because the next part of the story had hurt the most. I didn't care about your mom's money. I told her where to shove it. I assumed they would leave, and then I would tell you and we'd figure out what to do. But the next morning, I ran out to grab us bagels, and when I came back, I could hear you and your dad talking. The window was open. He sucked in a sharp breath, like he knew what was coming next. He was saying something about how you should break up with me, as if she didn't remember the exact words.
You're better than this, Luke. She doesn't fit in with the life we raised you for.
Do you remember what you said to him? Regret flashed in his eyes.
I do, but it's not what you think.
The bitter taste of the words crept up the back of her throat. She's a pastime, Dad. Don't worry about it.
I wish you would have asked me about it,
he said, after a silence deeper than the Pacific. Are you really going to try to make this about me? You said the words.
But I didn't say them for the reason you think.
The anger had drained from his voice, and now he only sounded tired.
I understand how it must have sounded.
Like I was a distraction, the hard-bitten girl who was so desperate for love, she let down her defenses to the first boy who treated her nicely. That's how it sounded.
But you didn't leave after my parents did. I had wondered if that's what did it, but it was a couple of weeks before you took off.
Because it takes time to close down your entire life and disappear. I put in my notice at work. I looked for apartments and sold my car for the deposit. And it took me some time to figure out how to track down your mom.
Wait, what?
Delilah nodded. Yeah, I made her pay. I told her that I would disappear from your life completely if she doubled her offer.
You took my mom for another 10 grand?
Yeah.
Good,
he said, and a bitter smile twisted his lips. It was the only way I could afford to get out of here and go to culinary school. He grew quiet again. By the time he spoke, she'd already rolled out 4 crusts.
My mom has known about Dylan this whole time?
No. She hesitated to tell him the next part, but it wasn't as if it could get much worse. I led her to believe that I would handle the situation in a different way. She doesn't know Dylan ever happened. He scrubbed his hand over his face.
Okay.
That was it. It was almost relief in his voice.
But where did you go?
Laguna Beach. They have a culinary school down there, and I had to stay in state to be eligible for the poor people insurance. And it was more affordable than the school in San Francisco. I lived in a tiny apartment and traded childcare with this girl who cleaned office buildings at night. We worked opposite schedules and watched each other's kids. I got a couple of grants for single mothers, and that got me through school without too much debt. Then I worked in LA restaurants and lived in crappy apartments until I saved enough to open this place. I wanted Dylan out of the city, and with the development here, Seashell Beach was the right spot.
I need to think, he said. If I leave and go for a walk, will you let me back in when I come back?
Yes. He shoved his hands in his pockets, his head hanging low as he walked out. But she called his name when he reached the kitchen door. If I'd known you had become the man you are now, I would have told you sooner.
Thank you for that, at least.
And he disappeared. She worked quietly for the rest of the day, needing the comfort of simple dishes. Mini apple pies, brownies, pumpkin cupcakes. Every time she went out front, she looked for him. Every time the kitchen door swung open, she tensed and then sighed, wondering if she was disappointed or relieved that it wasn't Luke. When she left the bakery at 3 to pick up Dylan, she found Luke waiting for her on the sidewalk.
Are you going to get him from school? I'd like to come with you.
Instead of giving him an answer, she let him fall into step with her. I don't have time to get into a long conversation or I'll be late. But can you at least tell me your intentions? Are you going to see if you like this dad thing before you take off and disappear for months on assignment? Because that's going to be hard for him. Or are you wanting to step in and make up for 9 years and be around all the time? Because that's going to be hard for me. But I'm a lot more worried about what's going to be hard for him. He slid a key from his pocket and flicked his finger along its teeth a few times before he answered.
I rented an apartment on the North End. I'll be here when I'm not on assignment.
She needed to get Dylan comfortable with the idea of Luke being around more. I don't think you should come to school with me. He stiffened, and she hurried to explain. Not yet. His friends will notice and ask questions he might not be ready to explain. But I'll give you our address, and you can wait there. It'll give me a chance to prep him for seeing you.
That's fair.
She pulled out her phone and texted him the address as they walked in silence until they reached her car.
Just one thing, he said before she closed her door. I only told my dad you were a pastime because I was afraid my parents would see you as a threat to their plans and try to screw it up. I would take back the words now if I could, Delilah. In my dumb kid mind, I thought I was protecting you, but I never meant it, and nothing has ever hurt more than you disappearing like that.
She was about to protest him making it about him again, but he cut her off.
I'm not telling you what I went through was worse. I'm only telling you how much you mattered then.
He turned and walked away, and against her will, she wondered how much she mattered now. Chapter 12. Luke canceled his Nepal trip and picked up 2 shorter European assignments instead. In between, he came back home to Seashell Beach, and it did feel like home, more so with every return. He'd settled into a schedule with Delilah and Dylan, because for now she felt more comfortable being around when they spent time together. They had an appointment scheduled with the family court mediator to work out custody, but Luke wasn't stressed. Delilah had been cautious, but fair so far, willing to let him see Dylan as often as Dylan wanted to. And Dylan? Luke had fallen madly, wildly in love with his boy. He couldn't imagine a funnier, sweeter, more curious kid. It seemed like almost daily he saw some mannerism in Dylan that he recognized as one of his own. The way his mouth pulled up on one side when he was failing to keep a straight face. The way he rubbed one eyebrow when he was thinking hard. Delilah, that was more complicated. The more time he spent with Dylan, the harder it was to forgive her. He understood how the whole miserable misunderstanding had happened. How a 19-year-old girl who'd been dismissed her whole life by the people who should have loved her could believe the lie he told his father to keep her safe. But it was hard not to hold all the missed time with Dylan against her. How could he forgive that? And yet, sometimes he almost wanted to. When he ate shepherd's pie at her table while they listened to Dylan talk about his day at school, and she made him laugh with a comment about Dylan's devoted but slightly scattered teacher. Or when they went to the beach one day in the summer, and he nearly lost his breath when she slipped out of her swimsuit cover-up and raced Dylan to the water, diving through the waves with him like an otter. Then he would bring over another book to share, and Dylan would smile and say, "Mom and I already read that one. You'll like it." And his resentment festered again over all the firsts that had been stolen from him. The hardest part was how much he missed them, Dylan, when he was gone. Now, at the tail end of the third trip he'd taken since finding Dylan, he couldn't believe how much he missed being home. It was a new feeling, and as he slung his travel bag into the trunk of the Mustang he'd bought, he couldn't wait for their court date in 2 days, when he could make it official that he was a legal part of his son's life and nothing would be able to change that. He swung by Delilah's place, knowing Dylan would already be home from school. Delilah was working in the yard when he pulled up, and she met him at the car. "Hi." "Hey," he said, climbing out. She'd become part of the routine, too. He almost didn't feel like a trip home was complete without connecting with her. It was funny how easy it was to fall into some habits. "Where's Dylan?" "He's playing over at Scotty's." "I'll go say hi." "Wait." Something about her tone made his shoulders tighten. "I wanted to talk to you about the custody hearing." "Okay," he said, trying not to panic. He wouldn't let her change her mind. "We can't keep going on like this." The words seemed hard for her to get out, but they couldn't possibly feel harder to say than they did to hear. "You can't back out now." He kept his voice flat, afraid he would lose control over it. "No, I don't mean—" She swallowed and tried again. "I'm fine with shared custody. I just think it's time for you and Dylan to have your own thing now. I trust you. You should spend your own time together without me. He's ready." Luke let out a slow breath, relief and a feeling he couldn't identify filling him up, until she added, "This isn't healthy." "What do you mean this isn't healthy? Is something wrong? Did he say he's unhappy?" "No, I think it's confusing for us to spend time with him together. He needs to understand that he belongs to each of us, but that we don't belong to each other. You and me, I mean." "Oh." He let that sit for a minute. "He thinks we're together?" "Yes. I don't know if he thinks we're in a relationship, or if he even pays attention to all of that. But he's starting to see us as a whole family, a mom and dad and kid, like Scotty's or any of his other friends. He needs to see us as separate, so no more family dinners. You can have your own time whenever the mediator recommends for a situation like this." He should have been happy about this. It's what he'd been working toward for almost 2 months now. But the idea of him and Dylan without Delilah didn't look right in his head. "I think it works pretty well as it is. Can't we just explain we're there as his parents, but not a couple or whatever?" She shook her head. "No." That was it. Nothing more. Screw that. She didn't get to make unilateral decisions like this without him anymore. "I don't think we should change things so suddenly. We've already sprung a lot of change on him as it is." As he's turning out to be incredibly resilient, I don't want to go backward from that when he figures out that we aren't the family his friends have. I want him to get used to reality before he's invested in a fantasy. It made sense. He knew it made sense, what she was saying, but it bothered him. She slid her hands into her dress pockets. I won't say anything to him about it until we talk to the mediator and see if he's got suggestions for how to present the change.
So I can still stay for dinner tonight?
If you want to, but I don't think we should do too many more. She wouldn't meet his eyes, pulling out her phone instead. I'll text Cindy and let her know you're coming for Dylan. She hurried into the house without waiting for his answer. He wanted to say something, anything, like, "This is your fault," or "Please change your mind," or "I might not be ready for this." But he didn't know if he meant solo parenting or Delilah stepping back, away. It was hard not to be angry at her sometimes, but it was also hard not to laugh at her jokes, melt over her cooking, or admire the hell out of her mothering. It was hard not to find excuses for brushing her fingers when he asked her to pass a dish, or bumping his shoulder against hers with a shared sense of pride when Dylan scored a run in baseball. It was really hard not to lightly tuck the one lock of hair that always escaped her ponytail back behind her ear. So, sometimes he did. Maybe she was right. It had to be confusing for Dylan, and it would be a good thing for him to figure out his own thing with Dylan, how they fit when it was just the two of them. Still, a sense of loss washed over him when the door shut behind her. Chapter 13. Delilah waved as Dylan drove off with Luke, his hair flapping in the breeze curling around the Mustang's windshield. Maybe she'd regain favorite parent status if she bought a convertible. She settled onto the sofa with a smile and turned on her favorite cooking show. It was good that Dylan was so happy to be with his dad. Luke had totally stepped up. He traveled constantly, but when he was in town, he was present. Dylan got his undivided attention. She always thought she'd had a happy kid before, but now Dylan thrived, walking with a new strut. The transition to solo visits for the past 2 weeks had gone well. Dylan and Luke took off without a backward glance, and she was happy that Dylan was so comfortable with him. She felt bad for her jealousy, but it wasn't Luke who she was jealous of. It was Dylan. Dylan, who got to hear Luke laugh and tell stories about his latest travel adventure, who got to sit around doing nothing and just being if he wanted to. It was unworthy of her as a mother, and she knew it. But she'd recognized a growing need with each Luke visit, an impulse to turn into his touch when he tucked her hair back, or to twine her fingers with his when he asked her to pass the salt. She'd grown hungry for his scent, the tiniest whiff of cinnamon, as if she didn't have an entire bakery full of it she could inhale. She'd been cooking so many cinnamon-laced treats lately that for the first time since she opened, customers were beginning to complain. She couldn't help herself, and that was the problem. Luke had made it clear that she'd committed a wrong she couldn't right, and even though she wouldn't have changed her choices at the time, she understood his anger. Anyone worth his salt would be angry about missing time with Dylan. But when Dylan had casually mentioned how glad he was to have a normal family now, she realized she was trespassing. She didn't belong between them. She and Luke belonged to Dylan separately, but not to each other. She needed her distance anyway. She didn't know how long it would be before Luke saw how much his smiles had come to mean to her. How she recognized the potential of the boy he'd been fulfilled in the man he'd become. How she loved that. Loved him. Loved him with something deeper and wider than she had thought she could contain. Dylan had multiplied her capacity for loving until she brimmed with it. so overflowing that some days it could only pour out into hugs for her beautiful boy, and pour into beautiful pastries that made customers weep. And then came Luke, and she learned that there may not be a limit to her capacity to love. But she had sealed herself off from that possibility with her choice years ago. So rather than spill it messily all over Luke and catch Dylan in the sticky middle, she let Luke drift out of range before everything inside of her burst out and flooded him. It was the best thing for Dylan, and she would learn to live with it. Still, her heart smiled when their dark heads popped into the bakery kitchen late on Monday morning, when they stopped in to filch snickerdoodle sandwich cookies on their way to the beach. Dylan wrinkled his nose. "You've been making a lot of cinnamon stuff lately." But that didn't stop him from shoving half of it into his mouth on his first bite. She ignored his comment. "Did you guys have a fun weekend?" "Yeah, and guess what? Dad doesn't start another assignment until next Wednesday," he almost shouted. Luke clapped a hand on his shoulder.
"I was thinking I would keep him during the day while you're at work, if that's okay."
"Sounds great," she said. "I'll let Mrs. Castro know you'll come get him after breakfast." He cleared his throat.
"I was thinking I'd come over when you need to leave for work and wait for him to wake up before we take off."
Dylan's eyes rounded.
"I would get to sleep in?" "Yeah, please, Mom."
She shook her head. "I feel like I'm being ganged up on." Luke's eyes grew anxious.
"I'm sorry. I should have checked with you first."
"No, it's fine. I was kidding. It sounds like a great plan." She'd have to figure out how to brace herself for starting her day with an extra serving of Luke now. But it was worth it to see the delight on Dylan's face. She'd figure this out. "Have fun at the beach. Have him back by dinner?" she said to Luke, and he nodded agreement before they disappeared off to the sand. When Luke reappeared a couple of hours after lunch, she glanced up in surprise from the frosting she was mixing. "Where's Dylan? Is something wrong?"
"No, sorry. No, we ran into the Batemans on the beach, and Cindy's keeping an eye on him for a few minutes."
She relaxed and returned to pouring cream into her mixer. "What's up?"
"I was wondering how you felt about me joining you guys for dinner."
"I don't think so."
"Wow, you didn't even hesitate."
She glanced up to catch the hurt on his face. "I'm sorry," she said. "I just don't want him getting mixed up again." And she couldn't take any extra servings of Luke. It was hard enough as it was. If she were a stronger woman, she'd have dialed back their together time much sooner.
"Would that be so bad?"
he asked. She paused, turned the mixer off, and turned to face him fully. "What?" He shifted from foot to foot, a rare display of uncertainty. What was going on?
"Would it be so bad if Dylan thought we were together again?"
"Are you kidding me? You saw how confused he was getting before." He sighed.
"I'm not saying this right."
Now she was totally confused, so she didn't answer and waited for him to make more sense. He reached out and snagged one of her hands, tugging her toward him. "What are you doing?" she asked, panicking when his touch sent her pulse into overdrive, but she couldn't make herself pull away.
"This,"
he said, his voice low. He drew her against him and kissed her, his lips far more sure than his tone had been. What was happening? But her mouth opened beneath his, and as he stole a taste of her, she groaned, and he held her tighter.
"I knew it wasn't my imagination," he whispered. "It's all still here."
He bent to kiss her again, but she shoved him away. "Stop it. I don't want this." Liar. He didn't look any more convinced than her brain was.
"The way we connect has always told the truth, even when our words screwed it up."
He reached out to run a finger across her cheekbone and smiled.
"Let me be with you, Delilah. We're magic.
Where was this coming from? He'd made it clear that they could be civil as co-parents, but that he couldn't ever forgive his lost years with Dylan. Why now? Why after they spent time apart and not when they'd been spending time together? All three of them. Oh. Luke, you're turning into a great dad.
Thanks.
A pleased pink colored his cheeks even as he furrowed his brow.
But that's not what we're talking about here.
Except that I think it is. I think maybe you're panicking at this solo gig, and you want the comfort of a wingman. Trust me, she said, holding up her hand when he started to protest. I get it. I'm not even mad, but this was a bad idea. Maybe you should check on Dylan. He looked as if he would argue again, but instead he turned his back to her and laced his fingers behind his head while he stared at the blank wall in front of him. Finally, he dropped his arms and headed for the door.
You're right, he said before he slipped out. This was a bad idea. We have to send him the right message. I'll drop him off at dinner, and you don't have to worry about me coming in.
She nodded. She'd never felt more miserable about being right, but she smiled at him to ease the awkwardness. Thanks for being willing to work on all of this. He shrugged.
Thanks for trusting me, too. And I know I just said we don't want to send him mixed signals, but Dylan and I are finally planning a housewarming party at my place next Friday, and I hope you'll still come. There will be other people there, like the Batemans, so I don't think it'll be too confusing for him.
Of course. What can I bring?
I don't know. You're the expert. We're pretty excited, so maybe something that tastes like happiness?
She shot him a sharp glance. It was an odd request, not the usual chocolate cupcakes kind of requests people made. But taste like happiness? Did he know about her gift? I can do that. For the next week and a half, Dylan nearly drove her crazy with his party planning, adding people to his list. Every day. Mr. Minnick from the toy store, his teacher, that one old guy down the street whose name they didn't know, but who always waved while he watered his roses. Thursday night before the party, he was beside himself. Text Mr. Dan, please, and tell him okay, Mom. And tell him this address. And he rattled off an address that was not Luke's apartment. Wait, I thought this was at your dad's place. He flushed. We're doing it at this place. That doesn't make any sense. It's just that I invited so many people that we couldn't fit them all in the apartment, so now we have to do it somewhere else. She tried not to laugh. Got it. All right, I'll give Dan the info. When Luke walked in so she could leave for work the next morning, she couldn't resist teasing him. I hear you had to move to a bigger location because Dylan got a little overexcited with his invites.
Yeah, we're moving it to a park.
So you're doing your housewarming not at your house? He held up his hands as if to say, what are you going to do? All right, I'll see you guys tonight. He cocked his ear as if listening for Dylan, but the house was still.
I need this, Delilah. Tell me no if you don't too, he said,
and he slid his hand into her hair. She knew all the reasons she should turn her head, step back, push him away, flat out run. But she stayed. The kiss was different than the ones they'd shared since he turned up again, and yet familiar. She knew it from before, from the first days after they'd met on the beach. It was a kiss full of lazy summer promise and hope, an introduction and rightness. And when he drew back and released her, her breath came out in a shudder. You have to stop that.
Okay,
he said, and then he kissed her again, long and deep, before he gently pushed her away and walked out. She tried to bake pure happiness, but apricot macarons took as much luck as skill to get them just so. They looked right, but they didn't taste like they should. She gave up after the third batch, knowing she would be useless until she baked the kiss out of her system. and Luke would just have to deal with sin-drenched eclairs. With the eclairs out of the way and tempting her like another one of Luke's kisses, she set her mind to thinking about the party tonight and what it was for. Luke and Dylan had made a home together now, too, and it made her happier than she could have ever thought to see them together. She had faith in Luke's commitment to Dylan's well-being. Everything else was details. And then the happiness bubbled up in her as she thought of Dylan's excited phone calls with his dad and his contentment when he returned from their visits. This time, the apricot macarons were perfection. Chapter 14. Luke paced nervously, checking to see if Delilah had shown up yet. He'd made sure no one took her spot in the driveway, and Dylan had even painted a sign for her on a piece of old plywood. Mom's spot. Finally, he spotted her car coming down the street. It slowed, hesitated in front of the house, kept going, eventually turning around at the end of the cul-de-sac. The car stopped again and pulled into the driveway.
"She's here, Dylan," he said. "Ready?"
"Ready, Dad. I'll get her. Go in the back." He watched his son race out to the car and help his mom with one of the bakery boxes. His face lit up with a sneaky grin. Luke would have to work on the kid's poker face. When they started toward the gate in the side fence, he hurried to his spot in the back, returning all the grins and high fives from the crowd already waiting. Man, he hoped she thought this was a good idea this time, because now 2 hearts were on the line. Then he thought about the kiss he'd stolen that morning and smiled. This was right. He knew it. He heard Dylan's chatter as they rounded the corner of the house. "You're never gonna believe what a big surprise we pulled on you," Dylan said as she stopped in astonishment at the sight of just about anyone in town she and Dylan had ever known filling the backyard. Several of them burst into laughter, and Roxy, grinning like mad, hurried forward to lift the treats from Delilah's arms and whisk them off to the covered tables Mrs. Castro had decorated for him. "What's going on?" Delilah asked. She looked adorable in a turquoise sundress and red sandals, bafflement on her face. "I thought you said you were doing this at the park."
"Dylan, you ready?"
"Ready, Dad." Dylan took Delilah's hand and drew her forward with him to Luke, who was waiting for them beside a potted citrus tree decorated with little white lights. "Mom, this is our new house." "Really?" she asked.
"Yes," Luke answered. "I'm here to stay, Delilah. I thought Dylan should have a yard and not a concrete balcony with apartment beige on his walls."
"It's great," she said, her face still confused as she noticed even more familiar faces. "We have a proposal for you, Mom." "Okay, let's hear it." Dylan slid his hand into Luke's and stared up at him with so much love in his eyes that Luke's throat closed up for a minute and he couldn't get out his part. "It's your line, Dad," Dylan said in a loud whisper, and a soft laugh rippled through the crowd.
"Dylan and I have decided we're the real deal," he said. "This thing he and I have, it's true love, and we're declaring it right now. We're a forever unit."
"Yeah," Dylan shouted, and Delilah sniffled, tears trembling on the edges of her eyelashes, as their friends burst into applause and more laughter. "I'm so happy for you guys," she said, kneeling to hug her son. He endured it for a moment before he wiggled out of it. "It's not time for that yet, Mom. Stand up." With even more confusion on her face, she did.
"Dylan and I are a unit, and we do love each other like crazy, but not just each other. We love you like crazy too," he said.
Delilah gasped and Dylan grinned up at her.
"I know you have some doubts about my feelings for you,
and Dylan and I will give you all the time in the world to work through them. But I wanted you to see that I'm not confused. I'm not scared to do this alone, and I know exactly what I want. I want a family."
"Me too, Mom," Dylan said, but hurried to add, "but only when you're ready," before Luke could prompt him. Luke grinned down at his son. Then, like they'd practiced a dozen times, they each went down on one knee, and a whole epidemic of sniffles broke out in the yard.
"Delilah Dawes, when you're ready, will you marry us?" Luke asked.
"Please," Dylan added, and this time there was a full-blown sob from Delilah, who dropped to her knees again and showered their faces with kisses. "That means yes, right, Mom?"
"It means yes," she said.
"Oh my," said cranky Miss Betty, but she wasn't watching them. She was staring down at a half-eaten, creamy chocolate eclair from Delilah's baker box, her face half scandalized and half thrilled as she took another bite.
"What'd you make?"
Luke asked, as a line immediately began to form behind Miss Betty. She covered Dylan's ears and whispered, "Don't worry about it. I'll serve you up some of your very own later." And it was a good thing Luke was already on his knees, or the promise in her voice would have driven him there.
"I love you, Delilah Dawes."
"I love you more, Luke Romero." "I love you most, Mom and Dad," Dylan said, peeling Delilah's hands from his ears. And Luke knew Dylan believed it, but he also knew that no one's heart had ever been as full as his was at that moment, with his family filling his arms. A Taste of Magic, written by Melanie Jacobson, narrated by Lorena Hoops, audio copyright 2022.